Chapter 1 Confess your love to the school beauty and get a 100 billion mansion as a reward. Confess to the school beauty and activate the sign-in system. Lewin rubbed his eyes, pinched his thigh hard, and then looked carefully again. A line of golden words that only he could see was still floating in front of his eyes. This is really not because it is too hot, it is an illusion. Lewin still found it a little unbelievable. Today is the first day of the university's military training. The sun is very strong. As a weak scholar who usually doesn't pay attention to exercise, Lewin unsurprisingly suffered from mild heatstroke. This golden text prompt only appears after waking up in the medical tent. How about giving it a try? Lewin hesitated. No matter what, give it a try, you can't go wrong. Even if there is no system in the end, at most, I will be on the list of brave men and become the laughingstock of the week. But this golden text prompt, is it true? Even if it embarrasses me, it is a sure win. Lewin sat up, took a sip of boiled water, and thought about how he should confess his feelings to the school beauty. After all, I'd been single for 18 years. He had never held a little girl's hand, let alone confessed his feelings. If it weren't for the mysterious golden words, he probably wouldn't have considered romance after graduation. You're awake. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? While Lewin was thinking, a cold and clean voice brought him back to reality. He raised his head and responded, I'm fine now, but my head still feels a little heavy. It's Senior. Is this fate? Just as he was about to confess his feelings, she appeared here. Lewin had some wild thoughts in his mind. However, Lu Bingyan was only here to help her best friend deal with some things within her ability. The physical condition of this year's freshmen was really worrying. More than 30 of them collapsed on the first day of military training. There is only one person in the medical station, and to be honest, he is really overwhelmed. That's why she came to help. Coincidentally, all the important matters had been dealt with, and Lu Bingyan was considering checking on the patient lying down to prevent any accidents. That is. Junior brother, why are you looking at me like that? The eyes are clean and passionate. The way other boys look at me is a little different. Junior, do you have anything to say? It's not very polite to look at me like that. Lu Bingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. This. Lewin smiled sheepishly, then got off the bed, looked at Lu Bingyan seriously, mustered up his courage, and said loudly, Senior sister, I like you, can you be my girlfriend? Two exclamations. One was from Lu Bingyan. Her pretty face flushed red as she looked at Lewin in disbelief. This was a straight man's confession. The other one is at the entrance of the medical station. It was a gentle woman in a white coat, but she was a little embarrassed at the moment. She stood at the door, not knowing whether to advance or retreat, and said cautiously, Well, I didn't see anything, you guys continue. After saying that, he closed the door curtain and turned to walk to the medical tent next door. He patted his chest and sighed, Oh my god, Yen Yen is really popular. The first graders are all obsessed with her. It's different from her exclamation. The atmosphere between Lewin and the other man became extremely heavy, and the atmosphere was extremely awkward, especially Lewin, who was so embarrassed at this moment that he wished he could dig a big flat surface with his toes. Too careless. Lewin wanted to cry but had no tears. The only thing to be thankful for was that the golden text was not an illusion, but real, because after he confessed his feelings, the wake-up reminder sounded in his mind. Ding, the perfect life sign-in system has been activated. Ding, confess to the school beauty and sign in successfully, get a private Seaview Manor villa. This system is actually real. It's worth it to confess my love. Although it's a bit embarrassing, it doesn't matter. How can embarrassment be compared with a private Seaview Manor villa? If embarrassment can be rewarded like this, then please make it even more embarrassing. After confirming that the system space ownership certificates were authentic and valid, Lewin came back to his senses from his excitement, then raised his head and looked into those clear and bright eyes, subconsciously touching his nose. Senior sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's okay. Lu Bingyan smiled calmly. I'm used to it. But, little brother, you're too impulsive. It's not the right thing to confess on the first meeting. Love at first sight. Lewin chuckled, his cheeky, nonchalant look making Lu Bingyan burst out laughing. Junior, you're so funny. Let's put the confession aside for now and scan WeChat. Good. Being rejected is understandable. Lewin was not sad. Being able to add WeChat was an unexpected gain. This time, it was a huge profit. After adding each other as friends, Lu Bingyan put away her phone and said, "Since you look so energetic, you should go back to the team first, otherwise you will definitely fail the military training credits." Aha! Luan nodded quickly. College credits are not easy to earn. Luan didn't want to lose credits for military training. "Senior, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free." Luan greeted her with a smile and ran towards his class. Luan just left. The woman in the white coat walked in, her face full of teasing. "Oh, our iron tree has blossomed." She actually exchanged WeChat with a boy. "Meng Yao, don't talk nonsense." Lu Bingyan curled her lips, holding the phone, a hint of tenderness in her eyes. "Maybe, it's just like he said, love at first sight." Ha! Xia Mengyao was stunned for a moment, then turned pale with fear. "Are you serious?" "Oh, I didn't say no. Let's just add each other as friends and start developing as ordinary friends. If it's a good match, then getting along wouldn't be bad either." Lu Bingyan squatted on the ground shyly, her voice getting smaller and smaller. This boy is really lucky." Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched. What else could she say? It was indeed time for her best friend to have a boyfriend. If she continued to be single, Grandpa and Grandma Lu would probably be eager to arrange a blind date for her. "Okay, but you must tell me if there is any situation. I will keep an eye on it for you." Xia Mengyao pinched Lu Bingyan's cheek and reminded her seriously. "After all, you can only know a person as face but not his heart." If Luan deceived her silly and cute, fake and cool best friend with sweet words, she swore that she would let Luan know how the last eunuch was born after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Hiss. Why, my crotch feels cold. After returning to the team, Luan, who was standing at attention with the team, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill in his crotch. This chill made him tighten his legs and ask, "Who is trying to plot against me?" Chapter 2, The enthusiastic school beauty comes to deliver water. Time flies like a white horse. Luan had been back in the team for 2 hours. Under the scorching sun, Luan was sweating profusely and extremely thirsty. His physical strength and willpower had reached the critical point of collapse. "Disband, rest where you are for 10 minutes. Fortunately, when the instructor felt that everyone's physical strength was almost gone, he clapped his hands and let everyone rest and replenish water. After the disbandment, Luan immediately hid under the shade of the ginkgo tree, leaned against the trunk, unbuttoned his shirt, and fanned himself to dissipate the heat from his body. "Brothers in the class, does anyone have water?" The person who spoke was the class monitor. He was a warm and upright person. It was quite comfortable to have such a person as a class monitor. "I've finished all the water I brought, and it's only 4:30 and it won't end until 6:30. I can't stand it. People who can go to college are not stupid. I just didn't expect that the water I brought wouldn't last until the end of the afternoon exercise class. It is simply unrealistic to buy water now. There is simply no time. Hey, is everything so miserable?" Suddenly, a slightly arrogant voice sounded. All of a sudden, everyone's eyes were on him, which made him even more cocky. "Hey, who made me handsome? My girlfriend is a sophomore, and she's fine now. 3 minutes ago, she sent me a message saying she brought me some water. Hey, it's so hot out here, it would be terrible if I got sunburned. I can't help it, my girlfriend just loves me so much. Damn. This wave of showing off can be said to be quite successful. In addition, there are more wolves than meat in the class. If a guy who has a girlfriend stands up and shows off, it can be said that it is a million-ton blow to all the boys in the class, but they are helpless and unable to fight back. It is said that university is a good place to fall in love. But in reality, which ordinary student can find a girlfriend as soon as he enters the school? The one who can find a girlfriend first will undoubtedly become the most dazzling star among many boys. Ahem, guys, stop looking at me like that. I'm going to go spend time with my girlfriend first. Within 2 minutes, a girl with short, neat hair and healthy wheat-colored skin came over with iced lemonade and waved to the boy from a distance. Damn it. Damn the current charge. If I could have such a beautiful girlfriend to bring me water, I would accept it even if I had to practice for 2 extra hours. Brother. You are awesome. Listening to his roommate's envious words, Luan's mouth twitched and he shook his head helplessly. Talk less, hold on, it will be over soon. Oh my god, Junior Lu is holding water? A group of boys were talking excitedly. At the entrance of the playground, a woman in a white dress and with a clear and beautiful voice came in carrying a bottle of herbal tea. She was like a fairy in a painting, cold, noble and beautiful. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of all the boys on the playground, and they followed her steps to the position of class 1 of the computer department. "Senior, who are you looking for?" The boy came forward with a smile that he thought was handsome, his big white teeth sparkling in the sun. "This person is called Lee Kan. He is a rich second generation in the class. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he is also a school idol in the computer department." "What a pity." Lu Bingyan ignored him and just glanced at him lightly. Her beautiful eyes moved and finally fell on Luan, who was leaning against a tree with his eyes closed. Then she moved her long beautiful legs, walked past Li Kan, and walked towards Luan. "Coming towards us." Wang Yang, who shared a dormitory with Luan, was a little surprised and a little excited at the same time. No way, senior sister brought me some water." "Student Luan." Just one sentence, and Wang Yang's defense was instantly broken. Luan, looking for Luan." "Ah." Hearing someone calling him, Luan opened his eyes blankly. Looking at the flawless face so close to him, he was slightly stunned, and then his ears turned red with shyness. "Senior sister, what's the matter with you?" "Here, I brought you some water." Lu Bingyan handed the warm herbal tea to Luan with a smile. "I made this myself, try it." As he said that, he poured the liquid into the bottle cap for Luan and handed it to his mouth for him to taste. Luan was actually a little confused by the sudden enthusiasm of the senior sister. He mechanically took it and drank it in one gulp. The herbal tea is slightly bitter, but after drinking a cup, I feel alive and my energy is instantly replenished. "Thank you, senior." Luan returned the bottle cap to Lu Bingyan a little embarrassedly. "It's so hot, thank you for bringing me some water." It's not a bother. "Aren't you my boyfriend? It's only natural." Lu Bingyan's words left everyone dumbfounded. However, Lu Bingyan didn't give Luan a chance to explain. She stuffed the teapot into Luan's arms and turned to leave. "There are still some patients in the medical station who need my help. I'm leaving now. Don't faint again." "Ah. Oh." Luan waved his hands dazedly, feeling the gazes around him that seemed to want to tear him apart, and swallowed hard. "Senior sister, you've really hurt me." Luan is not stupid. He is not so narcissistic that the school beauty would really fall in love with him. He knew very well that what Lu Bingyan actually wanted to express was that they were friends and there was no problem in sending water, but her expression was a little inconsistent, so she turned it into a misunderstanding that she was his boyfriend. "Luan, when did you catch the school bell?" The boys in the class stared at Luan intently, as if they were looking at a love rival, wishing they could stab Luan to death. "I'm fucking torn. My relationship is over before it even began. This boy is awesome. TSK, we have geniuses in our computer department too." "He's a genius, yes, but I think he's going to have a hard time in the next 2 years before the school beauty graduates." The boys around him were talking about it, making Luan feel like he was sitting on a pile of blankets. He kept drinking cold tea nervously. It's over. My college life hasn't even officially started yet, and I become the public enemy. Only. Why is this happening?" Luan couldn't understand why the school beauty suddenly became so enthusiastic. "Stop making noise, everyone, line up," the instructor shouted loudly, causing everyone to shut up instantly and line up obediently. Luan also put down the water cup and joined the team, thinking that he would return the teacup after today's training. That's all. Under the envious gazes of all the boys in the class, I spent the day's exercises in difficulty. After the exercise class ended, Luan contacted Lu Bingyan immediately. "Oh no, Wang, senior sister, do you have time? I'll bring you the kettle. Also, thank you for the herbal tea, it's delicious." Grin. Less than 10 seconds. Lu Bingyan replied to Luan, "Come to the medical station, I haven't left yet." After Luan sent an OK picture, he found an excuse, separated from his roommates, and went to the medical station. When returning the teapot to Lu Bingyan, Luan once again expressed his gratitude. "Senior sister, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have really fallen asleep again." It's okay." Lu Bingyan chuckled, put the teapot into her small bag, and then put on a look of disgust. "Go back and take a shower, you're so sore." "Ah." Luan was stunned for a moment, then raised his arm to smell it. As expected, the smell was so sour and refreshing that it made his face turn green. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Well, senior sister, I'll be leaving first. I'll treat you to dinner after the military training is over." Finished. Luan ran away. Leave the medical station. Lewin touched his restless heart and murmured to himself, "Is this the feeling of liking someone?" Lewin admitted it. "I am an old pervert and I am really attracted to the campus beauty. I fell in love at first sight." Chapter 3 Sign in again, perfect physique. With an inexplicable throbbing, Lewin returned to the dormitory. After taking a quick shower, I lay down on the bed to rest and studied the sign-in system I had obtained. Perfect life sign-in system. Host, Lewin. Appearance, 75. Skills, proficient in high school knowledge, basic computer science, and some cooking skills. Owns a private sea view manor villa in Shanghai. Number of check-ins, 0. Backpacking, manor house private property certificate. System, how do I get these sign-in times? The system is simple and clear, and the key points can be seen at a glance. There are 2 ways to earn check-in times. The first is to have your check-in times refreshed at midnight each day. These check-in times cannot be retained. The second way to earn check-in times is to complete tasks generated by unexpected events in life. You will receive a fixed check-in number reward and other additional rewards by completing these tasks. These check-in times can be retained and will not be refreshed if you forget to check in on the same day. I see. Sign in once a day. If you forget, it will be invalid the next day. Then, there are the mission rewards. The scope of emergencies is a bit wide, but Lewin does not force it. He believes that contentment is the key to happiness. With the system plug-in, he can say that his life has surpassed 99% of people. Lewin, oh my, you're back. Just after I finished studying the system, my roommate opened the door and came in with a dinner in his hand. "Young man, call Daddy, and I'll give you food." "Dad, you're a jerk." Lewin rolled his eyes speechlessly, snatched the dinner away, and then transferred 20 yuan to Wang Yang. "Thanks." "Hey, you're welcome. Come on, tell us when you started dating the school beauty. And, does the school beauty have any girlfriends? Introduce them to us. We agreed to be single together, and if you ran away early, you have to take responsibility." Wang Yang smiled frivolously. "Get out of the way." Lewin rolled his eyes speechlessly, took his dinner and sat down at the desk to finish it quickly, then let out a sigh of satisfaction. So happy, I'm finally alive. Now that we're full, we can have a good chat, right?" Wang Yang and the other 3 stared at Lewin eagerly, looking like an abandoned puppy. Lewin's scalp tingled, and he said disdainfully, "Don't look at me like that. There's really nothing going on between me and my senior sister right now. Do you think we believe it?" Wang Yang and the other 2 looked unconvinced and said dissatisfiedly, "If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you messing with us like this? No one believes the truth, what else can he do? It's really nothing." After a long silence, Wang Yang saw that Lewin did not seem to be lying, so he asked again. "I'm not bragging, but if the school beauty is really my girlfriend, I'll definitely go to the studio and announce it to the whole school without anyone having to expose it. She's just so arrogant, what can I do?" Lewin curled his lips in disdain. Yes, no, there is nothing shameful about this. 2. Wang Yang and the other 2 agreed, and then patted Lewin on the shoulder. "Then you're screwed. The whole school is saying you're the school belle's boyfriend. Many seniors are shouting on the forums, threatening to tear you to pieces and feed you to the dogs." Forehead. No way. Lewin hesitated a little, opened his notebook, and went to the school forum. Sure enough, the first post on the top was, "The school beauty sent water to her boyfriend during military training this afternoon." One photo, analyzed very clearly. It made perfect sense. After reading it, Lewin couldn't help but clap his hands. Tsk, it's a shame this guy doesn't become a paparazzi. He made up the entire content of the first picture, and the key is that he made it look so convincing. I'm jealous of the man in the photo. Cut. Wang Yang grimaced, "Don't be envious. The people below are going to chop you into pieces. Let them do whatever they want. Don't even mention that there's nothing going on between me and the senior. Even if there is, what can they do to me? At most, they can just shout a few words online. Whether the school beauty is in a relationship or not is none of their business." Lewin didn't care at all. "Hey, awesome." Zhou raised his thumb and flirtatiously flipped his bangs. "Hey, when will I finally have someone of my own? Then you have to be rich. If you don't have money, you have to be as handsome as Lewin." Fang Lon, the tallest and most honest-looking one, stabbed the knife sharply, making Zhou almost vomit blood. "Don't be so realistic. A few people laughed and made noise until 11 o'clock, then they all stopped and lay on the bed, snoring. Luan is no exception. I slept until 5 in the morning. This is not a natural awakening. Rather, it is the subconscious biological clock that awakens. He always remembers today's sign in. When the time came, instinct woke him up. Sign in. After opening his eyes and regaining consciousness, Luan silently signed in. Ding, sign in successfully and get a perfect physique. Perfect physique includes comprehensive optimization of appearance, strength, body shaping, etc., and the optimization time is 1 month. This reward is pretty good. The moment he received the reward, Luan felt a surge of power in his body. His belly shrank a lot, and his appearance improved visibly to 85, which made him look very handsome. Because morning exercises start at 6 o'clock. After Luan finished washing up and tidying himself up, he woke up his 3 roommates and went downstairs for a walk. As luck would have it, he ran into Lu Bingyan when he strolled to the playground. Before he could say anything, Lu Bingyan came over, her delicate face full of apology. She said apologetically, "Well, Junior, I think I said something wrong and got you in trouble. You were scolded and threatened on the forum." "It's okay." Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. Looking at the sweaty Lu Bingyan, he asked curiously, "Senior, do you get up so early every day to practice?" "That's right." Lu Bingyan said confidently, "The body is the capital of revolution." "That's true." Luan thought about how he had fainted from heatstroke during military training and touched his nose awkwardly. It's really hard to accomplish anything great when you're weak. Then, Junior, do you want to run 2 more laps with me?" Lu Bingyan blinked her big eyes, and there was a hint of anticipation in her eyes as rippling as autumn water. Today, junior brother Luan seems to have become even more handsome. The temperament is also more charming and extraordinary. Oops. My heart beats faster just being near him. If he is invited like this, will he refuse? Okay. Luan would definitely not refuse. Since you want to pursue the senior, you can't miss the opportunity to get closer to her. My junior is so nice. Lu Bingyan smiled happily. At that moment, Luan felt as if spring had come and the world was blooming. At the same time, I am also complaining. Senior, you are set to be a cool and aloof school beauty, how can you be so cute? Oops. Stop staring at me like that. How sorry. Lu Bingyan raised her little fist in dissatisfaction and shyly knocked on Luan's chest. The unexpectedly firm touch made her pretty face even redder. She pouted and hummed, I ran away first, come and catch me. Okay. Luan smiled slightly, his clear eyes full of tenderness, and he quickly caught up with his long legs. This may be love at first sight. When they met for the first time, the two people's magnetic fields attracted each other and entangled together. Chapter 4 Still saying no love. Are you going to let me live this early in the morning? The seniors who got up early for morning exercises were filled with sadness. Could you please not show off your love so early in the morning? She ran 2 laps, making noises while running, and her bell-like laughter made many boys look at her sideways. This dog food is forced upon you, it is unreasonably sweet. But actually, both of them maintained the necessary tacit understanding, and Luan remained true to himself, always keeping a subtle distance from Lu Bingyan, not making Lu Bingyan feel unfamiliar, nor making her hate him. That's exactly why. Lu Bingyan liked Luan more and more. He had a decent attitude, a sunny smile, and bright eyes without any impurities. He was so warm that she couldn't bear to leave him. If it weren't for the military training morning exercises that were about to begin, Lu Bingyan still wanted to pull Luan to continue walking on the playground. Even though they were both silent, the comfortable feeling still made her satisfied. Will you come tomorrow? Lu Bingyan asked with anticipation and reluctance. Come. Luan responded affirmatively, I really like jogging and walking with my senior sister. Be sure to come. Lu Bingyan smiled brightly, hummed a happy song, put her hands behind her back, and skipped out of the playground. Ah! This bastard. He also said he wasn't dating the school beauty. Wang Yang's jealous plasmolysis. Okay, stop being envious. Ugly people don't deserve love. Just study hard. Fam Long, as always, loved to stab Wang Yang and patted his shoulder. Look at you, are you as handsome as Luan? This really doesn't happen. Although Wang Yang didn't want to admit it, Luan was indeed more handsome than him. He didn't know why, but he looked especially handsome today. Could it be the nourishment of love? Wang Yang sighed with envy and jealousy. Current people, just explode right where you are. After Luan returned to the team, all the boys in the class stared at him. The jealous eyes made Luan tremble all over. Will these people fall into the FFFF group? However, the few girls who were there were somewhat jealous of Lu Bingyan. How did I notice that there's such a handsome boy in the class? He's also an excellent genius and a good investment boyfriend. It's a pity that he's already taken. The girls were particularly depressed. The best boy in my class was snatched away by someone else. Certainly. Luan didn't care about all this. His daily routine included getting up early to sign in, then jogging and walking with his senior, and then the boring military training classes. Day to day. Finally, after the final review, the 20-day military training finally ended. During these days, Luan also figured out the system's daily sign-in rewards. The skill and knowledge rewards were very few. In the next 18 days, he only gained an all-round fighting skill. He was proficient in all the fighting techniques in the world. All other sign-ins were paid in cash. Out of the 17 days, 10 days were paid in cash, with a minimum of 100,000 and a maximum of 100 million. In other words, before he graduated from university, Luan was already worth over 100 million. Then, for the remaining 7 days, I was rewarded with 2 luxury cars, a Cullinan and a Koenigsegg 11, and a bunch of daily necessities of little value, which just made up a small bathing set. Today, Luan planned to say hello to the counselor and then move out. After all, it would be a waste to leave a mansion worth hundreds of billions of dollars unused and not enjoy it. His counselor was quite easy to talk to. After approving Luan's permit, she curiously asked, Luan, are you really in a relationship with Lu Bingyan from our Magic City University? Well, how should I put it? Luan glanced at his head and smiled shyly. Actually, we are more than friends but less than lovers, so this is also good. Well, such a pure love is really rare. Work hard and strive to achieve a happy ending. The counselor chuckled and encouraged Luan. No problem. Luan scratched his chin, still feeling a little bit of anticipation. What do you mean by successful cultivation? The cool, sweet, and unique voice of Lu Bingyan suddenly rang out, causing the counselor and Luan's expressions to freeze instantly. Fortunately, Luan reacted quickly enough, turned around and smiled gently. Nothing, but senior sister, why did you come to the computer science department? I heard from your roommate that you're moving out? Why? Did someone bully you? Lu Bingyan felt a little aggrieved that Luan hadn't told her about such a big thing. How could anyone bully me? Luan shook his head helplessly and said softly, how about you come with me to visit my new home? Is it okay? Lu Bingyan's expression instantly brightened, and she pouted proudly, I have to call my best friend. If you bully me, my best friend will beat you up. Have to. Luan smiled helplessly, no problem, it's my honor to have such a beautiful lady visit my humble home. Good to know. Lu Bingyan spun around happily, then took Luan's hand and said, let's go pack our things. Don't be so anxious. Luan gave a helpless wry smile and turned back to greet the counselor. Counselor, I'm leaving first. Go away, stop feeding me dog food here. The counselor muttered tiredly, hey, he caught up with the campus beauty at the beginning of the school year, and he can even earn money to buy a house by himself. What a damn winner in life. Luan has very few things. It's very easy to put together. The roommates also took the initiative to send Luan's gifts to the door, and enviously wished him well. I wish you two a happy life in the future. Thank you for your blessing. Luan laughed. Although this has not happened yet, it does not prevent Luan from giving them red envelopes, no more, no less, 888 for each person. The 3 of them stared at it, but did not disturb the 2 of them. They hugged each other's shoulders and walked towards the dormitory laughing and joking. Luan, you haven't called a taxi yet? Lu Bingyan said with a smile, holding her phone. Let me say hello to Mengyao and ask her to drive out. Don't. For Xia Mengyao. Luan also had some understanding of it. A girl who is quite protective of her children. However, he is generous, straightforward, and has a gentle temperament, so it is very comfortable to communicate with him. Luan explained helplessly, I'm moving, and asking Sister Mengyao to be my driver is too rude. I've already asked the housekeeper to pick me up. The butler is a gift from the system. After all, a manor covering an area of 100 acres is really difficult to manage without a professional housekeeper. The most important thing is that this butler has a very professional name, Klaus. Housekeeper. As a wealthy family in Shanghai, Lu Bingyan had a lot of questions in her head. She was certainly aware of the housekeeper, but it was not something that ordinary people could afford. A housekeeper was different from a confinement nanny. Only truly wealthy families could hire a real housekeeper. That's why she was curious. Where on earth is Luan moving to? He even has a housekeeper. Chapter 5. Yin Yen, do you mind having more sisters? While the two of them were silent with their own thoughts, Xiao Mengyao arrived late. Today, she was finally not wearing a white coat. Her youthful and casual clothes attracted a lot of people's attention, especially her proud granary, which was surging. Junior Luan, where are you planning to move to? Xiao Mengyao eyes swept between the two people, and then she saw a Cullinan parked in front of them, which made Xiao Mengyao look nervous instantly. Sister Mengyao, it's okay, this is my car. Luan laughed and told Xiao Mengyao not to be so excited. Your car? Xiao Mengyao's eyes widened. This car must have been custom-made, right? It must have cost at least 10 million. How did you get it? As the man that Lu Bingyan had her eyes on, Xiao Mengyao was still very concerned about him and dug up all the information about Luan. In her understanding, Luan's family conditions were average, not rich, nor poor, but just an average well-off family. Although Luan is a top student, his career trajectory is mediocre. How did he get this luxury car worth tens of millions? Master, Klaus is here to take you home. As he spoke, a silver-haired butler wearing serious black-rimmed glasses got out of the driver's seat, took the initiative to put Luan's suitcase in the back, and then saluted elegantly. I believe you two must be Miss Lu and Miss Xia. Welcome to the young master's manor. Please get in the car. If you have any needs, please tell me directly. I am the young master's full-time butler, Klaus. Thanks. Although Lu Bingyan and the other person were surprised, they didn't have any other emotions. With full of doubts in their hearts, they sat in the back driver's seat. This Cullinan is a custom-made one, with more space in the back. It is very comfortable to sit in, without any sense of oppression. Luan sat in the passenger seat. Klaus, let's go home. Luan saw that the two of them had fastened their seatbelts and asked Klaus to return. His estate is a bit far from the school. Certainly. It's not that far. It takes half an hour to get there by highway. The manor is close to the scenic area and is located in a small valley behind the scenic area. The terrain and environment are excellent. The entrance to the ring road is right outside the door, and the transportation is very convenient. The only drawback is that there is no commercial area. If you want to buy something, you must drive to the commercial area near the main entrance of the scenic area. Manor. Sea View Estate. After getting out of the car, Xiao Mengyao was stunned. Looking at the luxurious landscaping in the manor, she felt dizzy. Luan, is he so rich? Luan, you are so awesome. Lu Bingyan praised happily. He is worthy of being the man I like. He is so awesome. Ha ha. Let's go. This is my first time back. Let's go see the villa first, and then plan what to do. Luan laughed and was really satisfied with this manor. This manor looks like it took quite a while to build. It would cost tens or even hundreds of billions to buy it. The key is, it's located in the Magic City, where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Without some connections, it's hard to buy it even if you have money. Xiao Mengyao took a deep look at Luan, feeling a little conflicted. The more outstanding Luan was, the more worried she was. Her best friend was dating Luan, a man who was patient and extremely scheming. As her naive best friend, she really couldn't stand yelling at him. Sister Mengyao, if you're worried about me, you can live here. After all, I have quite a few villas here. In addition to the main villa, there are more than 10 villas in other areas. You can choose any one you like. When Luan saw Xiao Mengyao's ever-changing expression, he knew what she was worried about, so he simply made an invitation. You want to support me? Xiao Mengyao was horrified. Of course, she was pretending, but she was really moved by Luan's invitation. After hesitating for a moment, she walked pitifully to Lu Bingyan and said, Yan Yan, do you mind if I become your sister? What does that mean? Lu Bingyan tilted her head and stared at Xiao Mengyao. Although she was pretending to be cool and cute, she was not a fool. Xiao Mengyao's eyes were a little dangerous. She wanted to snatch her junior from her. That's right, I'm the mistress. Xiao Mengyao put her hands on her hips without any embarrassment. The self-confidence she exuded almost blinded Luan. This woman is too rich. Come on, stop joking. We don't do this. Besides, I'm not your junior's girlfriend yet. If you want to chase me, go ahead. It's so sour that my teeth are going to become soft. As the host, Lewin quickly stepped forward to change the subject. All right, let's all go to the villa and take a look. And Sister Mengyao, you are not allowed to bully the senior sister. She is a snow rabbit and can't stand your tossing. Why, I feel a little unhappy for some unknown reason. Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched, and she touched her stomach. Before I knew it, I was fed another mouthful of dog food. Chapter 6. The School Beauty is so cute. Humph. This bad guy is so handsome. Seeing Lewin doting on her like this, Lu Bingyan couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth into a happy smile. However, after noticing the resentful look in her bestie's eyes, she quickly restrained it, cleared her throat and said, "You're sensible. However, at this stage, we should live together. Mengyao living alone in a villa is quite lonely." "Yen, you are indeed my good friend." Xia Mengyao was deeply moved. It was scary to think about living alone in a corner of such a big manor. "Really?" Lu Bingyan laughed and looked at Lewin deeply. "I have a best friend, let's see how you bully me." The main villa is huge. It is a 6-story building covering an area of 1,000 square meters. There was a hall on the first floor, and its luxury made Xia Mengyao's eyes widen. She originally thought that the exterior landscaping was already at its peak, but unexpectedly the interior decoration was even more luxurious and elegant, which made her, a woman who had seen countless luxury homes, a little overwhelmed. Is this really possible? If you step on it and make it dirty, it would be a desecration to this house. Lu and Lu Bingyan on the side had the same feeling. Her big watery eyes stared at Lewin pitifully. The resentful call made Luan's heart tremble slightly. Master Lewin is truly blessed. As a sensible butler, Klaus smiled brightly. "Master, ladies, I'm going to have some tea and won't disturb you anymore." This guy. Lewin shook his head slightly and took out 2 pairs of indoor slippers from the shoe cabinet with a smile. These slippers had no nameplates, but they felt quite good. I guess they were a luxury item. Wow, these slippers are so comfortable to wear, I don't even want to take them off. Xia Mengyao has a much more generous personality. If she likes something, she likes it without any concealment. Especially the rabbit shape, which made her heart melt. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Lewin didn't care. No matter how luxurious and valuable these slippers were, they were still a pair of slippers after all. If a pair of slippers could satisfy her, Lewin didn't mind giving her a few more pairs. With this best friend helping me, there will be less resistance to marrying Yen in the future. Then I want to be polite. Xia Mengyao was very understanding. She chuckled and went to explore the villa with her long legs. "You two have fun. I like to explore alone." As he said this, he winked at Lewin. "The opportunity is given to you, it depends on how you grasp it." This bad woman. It's so easy to be bribed. Looking at the two people's little movements, Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth in anger, but at the same time, there was some expectation in her bright eyes. Here. I can really become the hostess. If I don't show any reserve, will Lewin despise me and call me a gold digger? For a while, Lu Bingyan was filled with inner conflict. What are you thinking about? Lewin saw her uneasy look and subconsciously raised his hand to touch her head. Then he extended his hand and elegantly invited, "My beautiful lady, may I invite you to explore this castle together?" Puff. You guy. In an instant, the uneasiness in Lu Bingyan's heart disappeared. She smiled as brightly as a flower and placed her fair and tender cold little hand in Luan's palm without any hesitation. "It's my honor." We. Holding each other's hands, the two smiled knowingly. At the same time, the distance between the two people also became closer. The two of them strolled around the villa leisurely. There were really many rooms in this house, including a study, guest room, bathroom, toilet, and living room. Each floor had a different decoration style. At the top level, Xia Mengyao was sitting on the balcony of a guest room, enjoying a cup of black tea and gazing at the boundless sea in the distance. She looked so happy. The two of them did not disturb her. There aren't many rooms on the top floor, but it is definitely enough. In a pink-themed guest room, Lu Bingyan couldn't move her feet at all. The decoration here really touched her heart. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, elegant balconies, and a vast collection of books. Staying here, reading on this balcony filled with the fragrance of flowers, and listening to the waves in the distance is really, really enjoyable. Do you like it? Lewin had been paying attention to her expression, but he didn't expect that she would be so romantic inside. The pink-themed boudoir was romantic and warm. Like. Lu Bingyan stared at Lewin with her big eyes, looking forward to it but also nervous. Can I live here? I love this room so much. Of course. Lewin smiled gently, watching her happily touching around the room, then shyly ran to Lewin, stood on tiptoe, and quickly kissed Lewin on the cheek. This is a reward for you, don't let your imagination run wild. Got it. The soft and cool touch was quick, but Lewin could not forget it. At the same time, looking at the senior sister who hid her head under the quilt like an ostrich, he could not help but smile knowingly. Senior sister, you are so cute. Don't laugh at me. Otherwise, I will cry in front of you. Lu Bingyan is really shy, this is so unreserved. Won't. Lewin responded seriously, Senior sister, although I don't know what you are worried about, but my love for you is absolutely not false. When Lu Bingyan, like an ostrich, heard Lewin's affectionate response, her delicate body trembled slightly, and she jumped up with joy. She happily snuggled into Lewin's arms and hugged his waist tightly. Then, from today on, you are my reserved boyfriend, my only reserved boyfriend. But I want to become a regular employee. Lewin tilted his head, and looked at the cute girl with deep affection in his clear eyes. I don't want to be a regular employee. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly. Why? Lewin was very curious. To become my regular wife, I have to do bad things and give birth to a baby. It's very painful. I don't want that. Unless we get married, you can become my regular husband. Lu Bingyan buried her blushing face in Lewin's chest and muttered in a low voice. Forehead. Doesn't that mean we're already a couple in love? Lewin scratched his face. Ding. Complete the hidden emergency task, get the affectionate confession of the school beauty, get 1 sign-in, and get a financial reward of 100 million. Forehead. The sudden reminder made Lewin slightly stunned, but he didn't care too much. Instead, he continued to smell the subtle fragrance emanating from the soft and delicate body in his arms. At the same time, he was a little bit amused. In the eyes of my senior schoolmate, a real boyfriend is equivalent to a husband after marriage. This silly and sweet senior is so adorable. Gurgle. Thinking. Lewin was slightly startled by the rumbling of his stomach. Looking at his senior sister who was becoming more and more shy and didn't dare to look up, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Senior sister, are you hungry? It just so happens that I am hungry too. Let's go downstairs to eat together. Call Sister Mengyao. The school beauty was too shy to even look up. She whimpered softly, her arms tightening around him, causing Lewin to burst out laughing. Senior, you're so cute. Chapter 7 System Assistance, God-Level Cooking Skills. Ding. Trigger an emergency task. Make a hearty lunch for the campus beauty. Accept the task to get God-Level Cooking Reward support. Complete the task to permanently obtain God-Level Cooking Reward and 1 sign-in. This reward is pretty good. Lewin was stunned for a moment, then he gently held Lu Bingyan's fair and slightly cool face and said softly, What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Can you cook too? Lu Bingyan was a little surprised, but at the same time she said with great anticipation, I want to eat mapo tofu, Sichuan maokai, and sweet and sour fish. Okay. I didn't expect that such a soft and cute rabbit actually likes spicy food. Lewin was surprised at Lu Bingyan's taste. Lu Bingyan raised her head proudly, these dishes are a bit complicated, are they okay? Man, how can you say no? Lewin raised his eyebrows. With his God-level cooking skills, he was quite confident. He patted his chest and said, Senior sister, go play with Sister Mengyao first. I'll go cook for you. It will be ready soon. Lu Bingyan pouted, I don't want to, I want to watch you cook. I heard that serious men are the most handsome, I want to see it. Okay. Lewin looked at the silly and cute school beauty and smiled knowingly, then let's go to the first floor. Aha! Lu Bingyan happily followed Lewin, her charming eyes secretly observing his handsome face. Junior brother, you are becoming more and more handsome. First floor. When Klaus saw the two of them, he quickly said, Master, Miss Lu, the refreshments are ready. Please enjoy them. Senior, have some refreshments first. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare lunch for you. Lewin chuckled and said, Klaus, please send some refreshments to Senior Xia Mengyao on the 6th floor. Okay. Klaus bowed slightly, then took a tray of extra refreshments and walked up the elevator to the 6th floor. Lewin picked up a pure white apron, put it on, and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen is large and fully equipped with all high-end kitchenware to meet all the needs of the cook. The ingredients in the kitchen refrigerator are limited to purchase on the same day, which ensures the freshness of the ingredients to the greatest extent. Fresh meat and seafood were also recently added. The preservation methods are also quite professional, so there is no need to worry about the safety and freshness of the ingredients. The first thing Lewin prepared was fish. He chose carp, the authentic big carp from the Mother River. Because the fish was refrigerated, it needed to be taken out and thawed before the next processing. During this period, he could just start preparing mapo tofu. Although he himself has never eaten authentic mapo tofu, he is quite skilled in making it because of his god-level cooking skills. And the other side. Lu Bingyan, holding a puff in her hand, sat at the kitchen door like a hamster. Her big, sparkling eyes watched Lewin, who was conscientiously cooking. She couldn't help but pick up her phone, chose a perfect angle, and took a picture. Then she skillfully uploaded it to her Moments and wrote, "I'm so happy. My dear boyfriend prepared my favorite mapo tofu for me." Why is Yen Yen posting on WeChat Moments at this time? Xia Manya, who was reading a book, looked at the phone that lit up on the table. She was stunned for a moment, picked it up and looked at it, and was completely dumbfounded. "Silly girl, it's only been a while since we last met, and you've already confirmed your relationship. What's more, you went downstairs to cook and didn't even call me. It really is true that you only have the opposite sex but no friends. But I am lucky to meet such a good boy." Different from Xia Mangyao's calmness. In another place, there was an uproar. The Lu family of the Demon City. The first people to discover this circle of friends were a pair of very cute twins. "Sister Yen Yen, it seems like you found a boyfriend, Lulu." "You really found a boyfriend, Momo." The twins were so excited. "Let's go tell Grandpa and the others." Lu's restaurant. The twins rushed in, their little voices filled with excitement. "Grandpa, it seems my sister Yen Yen has found a boyfriend and they're living together." "Boyfriend, we're living together." Lulu spoke a little slowly, with a silly expression, but she was very cute. "How is it possible? You two little girls, please stop talking nonsense. Do you know what living together means?" A beautiful woman with an elegant and graceful appearance touched the two little heads helplessly. "Real." Seeing that no one believed her, Momo quickly took out her collection and said, "Look, my sister has posted the photos. That boy is so handsome, and the kitchen is so big." "What?" The beautiful woman was stunned for a moment, then picked up her phone and looked at it. A little unbelievable. "Hey, this girl is really tempted by worldly desires and actually ran to the boy's house. Wow. Real." The old man was the most excited. Then you guys should give it a try. If there's a chance, let Yen Yen bring the boy back and see. If Yen Yen takes a liking to him, it means that the boy has good character." "Good." The beautiful woman nodded slightly, quickly posted a comment, and then earnestly warned her daughters, "Momo, Lulu, don't say anything nonsense, otherwise, your uncle will go crazy." "Oh." The twins looked at each other, their black gemstone eyes sparkling with mischievous light, then they held hands and skipped out of the restaurant. These two girls. What bad idea again? The beautiful woman sighed helplessly. Inside the manor, Lewin quickly prepared the 3 dishes, and also made a few extra stir-fries, and simmered a pot of crystal-clear rice. He then asked the senior sister who was sitting there and grinning at him to wash her hands and prepare to eat. At the same time, Lewin also called Klaus and asked him to bring Xia Mengyao down for dinner. At the dinner table, the exquisite kayao, coupled with the spicy taste that made people unable to stop saliva secretion, made the two girls stare with wide eyes. "Lewin, you are really great. Young master's cooking skills are truly superb. This old servant has never seen anything like it before. Even a state banquet chef might be able to rival him. Klaus's evaluation is very pertinent. Everyone, stop flattering me. Klaus, come sit down and eat with us." Lewin laughed and sat down. Although it's a little simple, it's still pretty good for a housewarming party. Then I'll start. As a foodie, Lu Bingyan couldn't hold back any longer. Seeing the panda puzzle-shaped mapo tofu, she quickly picked up her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tofu and put it into her mouth. The hot, spicy, and fragrant tofu instantly exploded in her mouth, forming a dreamy taste that made Lu Bingyan very happy. "It's obviously very hot and spicy, but I can't stop eating it." It's so delicious. Aha! It's really delicious. Xia Mengyao was the same. While she was breathing out continuously, she couldn't stop using her chopsticks and kept putting food into her mouth frantically. Chapter 8, I will support you in the future. CD action. It's a real clean plate campaign. No matter whether it's fish, meat, or mapo tofu, the plates are all eaten clean. Not a single grease stain can be seen. The plate is so bright that it can be used as a mirror. If the maokai soup hadn't caused me to get a sore throat, I would have probably drunk all of it. At this time, the two girls were lying on the sofa with their big bellies, saying contentedly, "I'm so full." Because Klaus took the initiative to wash the dishes, Lewin had no choice but to sit on the sofa opposite the two of them. Looking at their appearance, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Looking at you now, it's really hard to imagine that you are young and beautiful school beauties. You look like pregnant women. It's all because of you." Both of them felt a little resentful. After eating so much, how much weight would they gain? Thinking about this, the two little sisters said at the same time, "If it weren't for this, I wouldn't look like I'm pregnant." This. Lewin was stunned for a moment, and so were the two girls. Then they laughed at the same time. "You two are really good sisters. You speak the same way." "No way." Xia Mengyao laughed carelessly, then said helplessly, "Luckily, I'm single, so it doesn't matter what I eat. Otherwise, I would definitely shamelessly hold you responsible. Who told you to cook such delicious food? Well, I won't give you dinner tonight. You can order takeout." Lu Bingyan snorted, "You're taking advantage of me." "Yen Yen, you silly girl, you're so protective of your child before you even get married." Hearing her best friend's heartless words, Xia Mengyao was so angry that she pounced on Lu Bingyan and kept grabbing her tender flesh, making a mess of it, which was extremely erotic. Okay, you two, it's not a good idea to give out benefits like this. It makes me uncomfortable." Lewin deliberately put on the look of an old pervert, staring at the fair skin of the two people under their messy clothes with lustful eyes. "Rogue." The two girls laughed and cursed in unison, then lay down and rubbed their stomachs to digest the food. "By the way, Lewin, it's not good that Mr. Claus is the only one managing such a large manor. Isn't it a bit too corrupt to let Mr. Claus wash the dishes?" Xia Mengyao had also tentatively chatted with Klaus for a while before, and was deeply impressed by his profound knowledge. It was really a waste to have such a talent as a butler. When needed, we have people from the housekeeping company. Normally, it's a little less crowded. Klaus also came out with tea. Standing behind the sofa, he said softly, "If the two young ladies don't mind, I'd like to arrange some maids for the young master. Honestly, I'm not too confident in always using the housekeeping company. Their expertise is only good for cleaning the manor." That is true. The landscaping of this manor is something that ordinary housekeeping companies really cannot handle. Lewin agreed deeply. It's better to be a woman, as her work will be more delicate. Lu Bingyan didn't have too many thoughts about this. She believed that Lewin would not mess around. "Okay, then I can contact a team to send someone. As for the subsequent salary and benefits, I will negotiate it." Klaus responded seriously, then smiled and said, "Now, I just hope that Master and Madam can have a baby soon. That way, Klaus's existence will be more meaningful." This. Lewin was a little bit looking forward to it, but Lu Bingyan was startled, her pretty face flushed, and she said shyly, "Klaus, you are still young, don't worry about taking care of the child." Ha ha. Yes, it was Klaus who was anxious. Klaus laughed out loud, "Then I'll contact the maid team, Master and Madam, and Miss Xia. If you need anything, you can contact me directly." That's right. This is for you. Lewin took out a card and said, "There's some operating funds here. Take it and use it for daily consumption. Just buy whatever you need." Okay. Klaus took the bank card without hesitation. Looking at the plain card, he raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little indignant. How can the young master use such a low-key card? Watch me put it to work and try to increase the funds by 100 times. You really found a precious housekeeper. Xia Mengyao's face was full of envy. "If I could have a housekeeper like this, I would have no worries for the rest of my life." Don't say that. In the future, you'll have nowhere to go. I'll support you. Lu Bingyan giggled and squeezed her bestie's hand. "What I have, you will definitely have too. Don't give me that." Xia Mengyao rolled her eyes speechlessly. This best friend's silly and sentimental behavior made me almost blinded. Afternoon. Xia Mengyao went back to her room to read. There was a small library built into the villa on the third floor, which housed various classic masterpieces, even books that were not published on the market, and naturally there were also many ancient Chinese medical books. Xia Mengyao, a medical geek, naturally would not miss this opportunity. Besides, reading in such an environment is a pleasure. According to Mr. Claus, a maid will be here tomorrow afternoon. By then, with a professional and knowledgeable maid by my side, my life will immediately become more upscale. Hey. My bestie has a great boyfriend, so let us enjoy it too. It's really worth it that I'm always so nice to Yin Yin. Thinking of this, Xia Mengyao couldn't help but stretch herself, stood up, leaned on the carved white jade railing, looked out at the sea in the distance, felt the gentle breeze and whispered softly, "If I have nowhere to go in the future, it would be nice to stay here and have a private family doctor." Certainly. This is just her fallback plan. As a new age woman with her own ideas, she has her own dreams and thoughts on life. Here. My bestie is here. This is my last home. This room must be yours. She cried, made a fuss, and even threatened to hang herself. She was so shameless that she insisted that Luan leave this room for her. The other side. Lu Bingyan was also sitting in her room, supporting her chin, watching Luan sitting in front of his notebook and writing code. Luan is so handsome. Working is even more fascinating. But yo! What kind of code is Luan writing? It looks so neat and tidy. Although I don't understand. However, this code is very comfortable to read, without any messy or depressing feeling. Right code. In fact, Luan didn't do it on impulse. But it was given to him after he signed in twice this time. The first sign-in gave the core source code of the future super artificial intelligence, and the second sign-in gave a god-level computer application expertise. Then, if you sign in yourself, you may have more and more money. It would be a good idea to set up your own business as a cover. And this super artificial intelligence just gave him direction. What is the most profitable thing in the world? That's technology, of course. Especially this epoch-making technology. Chapter 9: A Gift of Extraordinary Meaning. Luan, is the code you wrote for making a game? Afternoon. When Luan stopped to stretch his stiff fingers, Lu Bingyan finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. No. Luan laughed mysteriously and blinked at Lu Bingyan. This is the first gift I give you. It is an absolutely unique gift that cannot be copied and belongs only to you. A gift just for me. Looking at Luan's mysterious smile, Lu Bingyan became more and more excited about the final product of the code. With a blush on her face, she pouted and said, "Well, I'm looking forward to it. If you disappoint me, I'm going to bite you hard, a big bite, ow." Ha ha. Good. Luan couldn't help but raise his hand, and scratched Lu Bingyan's round little chin, which felt like cold jade, as if he were petting a cat. "I will definitely not let you down." Then, how long will it take to complete? I'm so impatient waiting. Lu Bingyan shook her round legs and stared at Luan eagerly, hoping that Luan could reveal just a little bit, even just a little bit. Waiting like this is really exhausting. It will be done very quickly. It can be done at 12 o'clock tonight. Luan did not plan to make just one, but 3. The couple's version is specially for the two of them and uses the original core code. There is also a streamlined version for commercial use. Luan has also prepared a variety of streamlined solutions for this commercial use that can be provided to various scenarios and companies for use. Nice one. Just release it little by little. Whether the public can accept it after releasing it all at once is one question, and whether current technology can support it is another. As our ancestors said, you can't become fat in one bite. The same is true for technology. If you take a big step, you may get hurt easily. Although Luan is young, he is not stupid. He is very clear about this. And then, I have an average family and background now. I have taken out advanced technology, but I have no ability to protect myself. I am just a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. Got Luan's reply. Lu Bingyan was even happier. It's only 12 o'clock in the night. It's no big deal. In order not to disturb Luan, Lu Bingyan made a cup of tea for Luan, then quietly left the room and went into Xia Mengyao's room. Xia Mengyao, who was reading a medical classic, looked at her best friend's cautious appearance and was a little puzzled. "Yen Yen, what's with that thief-like expression on your face? What do you mean by thief?" Lu Bingyan proudly put her hands on her hips and said proudly, my boyfriend is preparing a gift for me, and I don't want to disturb him. Cut. You shouldn't have asked, you're asking for trouble and ended up eating a mouthful of dog food. Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched, and a look of curiosity appeared on her delicate face. She cooperated with her bestie and asked in a low voice, "What gift did your man prepare for you?" "I don't know. He said this is an absolutely unique gift, one that belongs only to me." Lu Bingyan smiled happily, her face full of happiness. "I guess it's some kind of software. I saw him writing code." "Software?" Xia Mengyao pondered for a moment. She felt that since it was just software, Luan might not make a big deal about it and do it himself, but a special program was a possibility. This is the romance of programmers. Xia Mengyao smiled helplessly. "Since you have nothing to do, how about we go to the library on the 3rd floor? Don't you have unfinished homework?" "Okay. Practice questions. Time flies." Lu Bingyan did not refuse. Dinner. Klaus took over temporarily. His cooking skills were not much worse than Luan's. The two girls were still eating happily. They lay in the library and hummed. They were too full, but they still couldn't help but pick up their chopsticks. They feel that eating one less bite is a blasphemy to the food. "I feel like I'll be as fat as a ball in less than a month." Lu Bingyan was a little worried. She touched her round belly and pouted. "I didn't expect Mr. Claus's cooking skills to be so superb. I was really careless." "It's okay, you won't get fat." Although Mr. Claus's cooking skills are a little behind Luan's, his nutritional combinations are very balanced. Although we seem to eat a lot, the calories we consume are just right. This is the strength of the butler. As a genius doctor, Xia Mengyao naturally has some research on diet therapy. The calorie intake is also calculated when eating. So that's it. That's great. Lu Bingyan was immediately excited. From now on, let Klaus be responsible for 3 meals a day. It's enough to enjoy Luan's cooking skills once in a while. 2. Xia Mengyao agreed with this. Delicious food should never be wasted. 12 o'clock late at night. Luan picked up the fragrant black tea and gently hit the enter key. The laptop fell into darkness in an instant, and then 3,000 universes evolved on the screen, and then the two tall figures of Hongmeng Kaitian gradually took shape. These two figures were not designed based on the images of Luan and Lu Bingyan, but were set based on the prehistoric system. The male image set by Luan was Di Jun, the female image was Shiha, and the third image that evolved further was the image of Xiao Jinwu. Both are very good. Luan made the final adjustments and tried to activate it. The notebook suddenly burst out with terrifying heat. If Luan had not reacted quickly enough, the notebook would have been gone in an instant. This is trouble. Seeing this, Luan knew that he needed to build an extremely large server in order to activate the 3 super artificial intelligences normally. Snap. The door was pushed open. 2 girls sneaked in slyly and looked at the 3 images on the screen, confused. What is this? The AIs are, respectively, Emperor Jun, the ancient lord of heaven, and Shiha, Emperor Jun's wife. These 2 are Bingyan and I's personal AIs. And Little Golden Crow is an AI that can be put to commercial use. Luan scratched his head and said helplessly, "Unfortunately, there is no way to proceed to the final step of activation now." "Why?" Lu Bingyan's face flushed red as she looked at the image of Shiha with eyes full of love. Is this the absolute only one that Luan mentioned? Artificial intelligence. Is this true? It would require a massive server. Xia Mengyao, whose family worked in high-tech R&D, suddenly realized it's impossible for a single laptop, even a high-end one, to support the normal operation of 3 AIs. That's right. Luan sighed helplessly. "So, Yan, I'm sorry, you have to wait a little longer. We need to set up a server terminal." "Fine. I'm not in a hurry. I saw my gift, although it was a half-finished product. But it was enough to make her happy. Artificial intelligence. I'm probably the first woman in the world to have the most perfect artificial intelligence butler. I'm so envious." Xia Mengyao was really envious now. She is well aware of how much change artificial intelligence can bring to modern technology. She also knew very well that what her best friend had in her hands was definitely the highest level artificial intelligence. Luan could give such a thing away directly. It had to be said that Luan really liked his best friend. "Luan, I have a server at home. It's a military-grade server. I'll arrange for it to be set up for you." How about you also get me a personal butler? Xia Mengyao face was full of anticipation. Can. Luan nodded. What kind do you want? Doctor. Xia Mengyao wanted this artificial intelligence not to play, but to improve its medical skills and assist herself. Make a deal. Luan thought for a moment and wrote down his needs. About 100,000 servers will be enough. That's really not a small amount. 100,000 units. A terminal built on a military-grade server. What does this have to do to? Chapter 10 Anyan Technology. You want to open a business? Xia Mengyao widened her eyes. Then he said helplessly, Brother, 100,000 servers require a lot of land. It's impossible to build them all in a short time, right? Just kidding. Luan laughed. 100 units will be enough. Can you deliver them if you have any in stock? I'm writing my own cloud server framework tonight. I'll consider building a large server terminal in the future. 100 units, no problem. Top quality ones. Arriving in an hour. Xia Mengyao scrambled out a command and stared at Luan expectantly. My personal AI. That's easy. After Luan modified some of the data, he wrote it based on Shiha's. Soon, a woman wearing a white dress and holding a medical manual appeared on the screen. How is it? Very good. Xia Mengyao happily hugged Lu Bingyan and jumped around. Yan, your boyfriend is really amazing. Right. Lu Bingyan was unabashedly proud of her best friend's praise. Don't you even look at who chose this man? Lu Bingyan's watery eyes stared at Luan's gentle eyes, and they exchanged glances to express their affection, and Xia Mengyao stuffed another mouthful of silent dog food into her mouth. Certainly. It doesn't matter. Now that I have this personal butler, what's wrong with eating some dog food? Then, Luan, aren't you going to sleep tonight? Lu Bingyan massaged Luan's temples with some distress. How about we do it tomorrow? It's okay. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. Just take a break. As a programmer, it's not my style to take a break in the middle of a job. We don't understand the romance of programmers. Seeing that no one could persuade him, Lu Bingyan stopped trying to persuade him and said softly, How about I stay with you? No. Luan refused seriously and pinched her pink cheek. Beautiful girls are not allowed to stay up late. As he said this, he glanced at Xia Mengyao. Xia Mengyao understood instantly and pulled Lu Bingyan out. Yan, a man is most handsome when he's pursuing a career that interests him. At this time, it's best for us to do our own work and not let him worry. All right. Lu Bingyan pouted, glanced reluctantly at Luan who had reopened his laptop, and obediently followed Xia Mengyao to rest. 100 military-grade servers were quickly delivered and taken over by Klaus. At this time, Luan had also completed the writing of his own exclusive system, which he defined as the Taichu Heavenly Court. It is a system program written by Oracle that is unique to Xinxia and is compatible with all chip hardware on the market. Its running speed is several times that of the Windows system, and it is perfectly compatible with various software. Most importantly, it supports artificial intelligence. Just imagine. Who doesn't want to have their own Jarvis? In the future, Little Golden Crow can serve as the face of his own company, and the private artificial intelligence that extends from it will be at least 100 times weaker than Golden Crow. Even so, the level of intelligence is not something that current technology can achieve. After the server was set up, Luan reinstalled the system on his laptop. The first boot screen was very gorgeous, with the style of a masterpiece of fairy tale games. The ancient heaven is majestic and magnificent, and it awes the people. The desktop layout is also clean and tidy. The initial software only includes Taichu Tianting Portal and Tianting Xianling. The Taichu Heavenly Palace portal is the only way to enter the Taichu Heavenly Palace. Only those who use the Taichu Heavenly Palace system can enter. The content of Taichu Heavenly Palace is even richer, with search, forums, postbars, and chat squares. Once this portal is activated, a mobile version can be generated, allowing you to enter Taichu Heaven and play anytime and anywhere. As for the immortals in heaven, this is your own unique artificial intelligence. You can freely create your face, hairstyle, personality, etc. It is truly your own artificial intelligence. Luan no longer needs to pinch his own face. Just import Dijuan's code directly. After an hour of testing, Luan nodded in satisfaction and said softly, Dijun, thank you for your hard work. It's just a small matter, a simple task, not worth mentioning. Jun stood there, waving his sleeves, with a rather imperial majesty. If there is nothing else, Jun will go study to supplement his knowledge base. Okay. Luan nodded slightly. Go ahead. Said. The notebook went dark. The final test was perfect. Luan stretched himself, stood up, went to the bathroom to wash his face, and then took the refreshing tea that Klaus brought and savored it carefully. In the future, there will be a place for me in the field of science and technology. Klaus, we are going back to school today. Maid, once you have made all the arrangements, go and register a technology company. Let's call it Anyun Technology. Luan touched his chin and started signing in for today. Ding, sign in successfully. 10 nano-level lithography machines, 1 lithography machine production line, and 1 professional. Can. Luan raised his eyebrows and looked at the lithography machine. There was no logo on the lithography machine. That was to say, this thing could be said to be a lithography machine that belonged exclusively to Xinxia and him alone, and there was no need to consider any patent issues. Not to mention, they have only broken through to the 7 nanometer level, directly skipping this stage and reaching 1 nanometer. As for the patent issue, it is the Western powers that will pay the patent fees to Luan, and it depends on whether he is willing to accept it. By the way, after registration, let's find a factory in the district. As for the office building, forget it. We are in the technology industry, so it is most suitable to be together with the factory. Luan was not trying to save money, but he didn't want to attract attention so quickly. The systems, cloud services, and artificial intelligence at hand can all be postponed, but the chips can be used directly. Not to mention, I have a professional on my side, so I won't be clueless about anything I ask in the future. How big of an impact will a new nanometer level product have on the world? It's really exciting. Luan was thinking when a cute senior schoolmate, wearing bunny pajamas, sneaked in with Xia Mengyao, who was wearing flowery cow pajamas. Seeing Luan gazing at the sea view, she giggled, ran over secretly, and covered Luan's eyes with her hands. Guess who I am? Well, Sister Mengyao, stop messing around. Luan deliberately replied, it would be bad if Yen Yen saw it, let's play secretly. Ah. Hearing this answer, Lu Bingyan instantly became nervous, her eyes widening as she stared at her best friend in disbelief. You actually want to steal my boyfriend? Asshole. You said you would only love me. Lu Bingyan snorted jealously, crossed her arms, and squatted in the corner, drawing circles with a wronged look on her face. Ha ha. I know it's you. I lied to you on purpose. Seeing that his lovely senior was angry, Luan quickly walked over and hugged the tiny girl in his arms, saying softly, okay, don't be angry. I've activated your artificial intelligence. Hurry and transfer it to your phone to play with it. Real. You only love me. Lu Bingyan pouted and stared at Luan pitifully, also looking at her best friend warily. Yao Yao, you won't compete with me. I won't compete with you. Xia Mengyao rolled her eyes. This damn man actually tried to sow discord between the sisters. Chapter 11, Back to School. Got assurance from 2 people. Lu Bingyan sniffed and pouted as she took out her cute pink bunny earphone. Here, install it for me. And me. Xia Mengyao giggled and handed the phone to Luan. Her phone was not that fancy. It had a sky blue shell dotted with white clouds, clean and elegant. Good. Luan rubbed Lu Bingyan's head and connected their mobile phones to the laptop. After a few seconds, their phones started to restart, and then the images of the doctor and Shiha popped up at the same time. Wow! Luan, your design is great. Xia Mengyao excitedly picked up the phone and tried to communicate with the doctor. There were no obstacles. Even when she asked about advanced knowledge, the doctor was able to answer smoothly. The gentle and elegant tone made her feel like she was chatting with a princess from ancient times who had walked into the modern era. The other side. Shiha can be considered the mother of the world. Treating this little cutie Lu Bingyan like his own daughter made Lu Bingyan so happy that she excitedly kissed Luan twice on the face while holding the phone. Luan, can I show it off? Not yet. Luan shook his finger and said, once our company officially starts running, we can take it out. Then I'll chat with Shiha secretly. Lu Bingyan was as happy as a little butterfly. Luan, I really love you so much. Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable gift. Just like it. Seeing such a happy senior sister, Luan felt very happy. Especially, I got a stamp on my face by my senior student early in the morning. This tastes so good. Why? This life is unbearable. Seeing Luan gazing at Lu Bingyan affectionately, and Lu Bingyan's eyes full of Luan, Xia Mengyao's happiness at having the doctor disappeared in an instant. The most important thing is, Xia Mengyao's doctor was still stabbing her in the back at this time. Yao Yao, you should find a boyfriend too. Otherwise, such a sweet relationship might make you neurotic. Elder sister. I'm afraid you are a sinister person. Xia Mengyao covered her face and cried. Pulling the corners of her mouth, Xia Mengyao couldn't stand the sweet look of the two people anymore, and said, You two, you still have classes today, stop daydreaming. Ha ha. Good. Luan laughed out loud. I almost forgot, I still have class today, my first class of freshman year, I really don't want to be late. Let's go. Let's just buy something to make do with at the school gate this morning. Xia Mengyao held her forehead with her hand. Become. Luan nodded and looked at Klaus. Klaus, I'll have to trouble you to take us to school. Okay, young master. Klaus nodded slightly, put away the teapot elegantly, then went directly to the garage, drove the car to the door of the villa, and stood there waiting. Luan was quite casual. He washed his face and brushed his teeth in 3 minutes. He casually scratched his hair, and a sunny and handsome aristocratic boy had taken shape. Handsome. Luan smiled smugly and strolled out. The two girls were a little slow in dressing up, but fortunately there was just enough time, so Luan was not in a hurry. Not long. Both girls came down. Xia Mengyao put on a white coat. Lu Bingyan changed into a youthful and beautiful dress, with snow-white stockings on her slender legs and a pair of shiny flat sandals on her small feet. Where did this clothes come from? Luan was a little surprised. Xia Mengyao's is not so bad, just with an extra white coat. Lu Bingyan's outfit is completely different from yesterday. Klaus made this overnight last night. Xia Mengyao chuckled, because I don't like little skirts, and my own clothes are fine, I just want a white coat. I see. Klaus is really multi-talented. Luan smacked his lips and smiled softly. Senior sister, stop turning around, I can't take my eyes off you. Lu Bingyan chuckled, it looks good, right? She's beautiful, she's exactly the perfect goddess in my mind. Luan gave a thumbs up without hesitation. Hey. Don't say that. I'll be shy. Being praised so highly by her beloved, Lu Bingyan was filled with joy and hugged Luan's arm affectionately. Luan, I don't want to go to school and be separated from you. This is a bit difficult. Luan smiled helplessly, it's just a matter of separation. I'll go to the class teacher today to see if I can apply for a leave of absence. That's right. With your level, it's a waste of time to stay in college. It's better to come out and hone your skills as soon as possible. Xia Mengyao felt a stomachache now and pushed the two people into the car impatiently. Hurry up, we're going to be late. Yao Yao is jealous. Lu Bingyan laughed triumphantly. Unfortunately, this is my boyfriend, you can't hug him. Don't come on, feed me dog food again, or I'll tell you all the ugly things you did as a child. Xia Mengyao glared at her best friend with gritted teeth, wishing she could spank her little but 100 times. Having fun all the way. The three of them soon arrived at the school gate. Yesterday, their Cullinan had already caused quite a stir, and when it appeared again, the commotion was still extraordinary, especially when they saw Lu Bingyan getting out of the car with Luan's arm in her arms with a sweet look on her face. They felt like their hearts were breaking. Campus belle, she's really in love. My love is over before it even began. Looking at the school beauty's happy smile, I'm so jealous. Surrounded by people. It was obvious that I couldn't tea by breakfast, so I simply didn't tea by it. It didn't tea matter if I skipped breakfast. That's what he originally thought. But Klaus had obviously anticipated this situation and took out 3 exquisite insulated lunchboxes. Master, Madam, and Miss Xia, this is the breakfast I prepared for you. Be sure to eat it while it's hot. Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Claus. Lu Bingyan was extremely excited. Enjoy delicious food early in the morning and feel energetic all day long. Klaus, thank you for your concern. Luan was also very moved. When he was away from home, there was still someone like this who cared about him wholeheartedly, which really warmed his heart. For a while, he also thought about saving money to support his own schooling and his family. He pursed his lips and vowed to get the company up and running as soon as possible, and then bring his parents and grandparents to the manor to enjoy a peaceful life. The three of them walked slowly in the school garden, finished their breakfast, and then returned to their respective departments. Luan did not go directly to the classroom. Instead, he went directly to the counselor and briefly explained his situation. Take a leave of absence from school. In fact, it is not easy to handle. However, a genius like Lewin has privileges. Chapter 12, Shocking the Professor for a Whole Year. If you want to take a leave of absence and graduate successfully, you need to prove your ability. The counselor knocked on the table. He still cared about Lewin. Although this guy was not the top scorer, he was the second place, and a top student who stood out from the countless students in Zhengzhou. He didn't want to ruin his life by starting a company on impulse. Artificial intelligence. Lewin was silent for a moment and put his phone on the table. Little golden crow, prove yourself. AI. The counselor's face changed drastically as he looked at the screen. On top of the huge hibiscus tree, which was filled with traces of time, a small golden crow quietly appeared in a gorgeous bird's nest. A clear voice rang out slowly, "Brother, I'm still sleeping." How annoying. This. The voice was quite smooth, without any awkwardness. The most important thing was that the counselor felt rich emotions from the speaking little golden crow. Anger, resentment, and depression from having one's sleep disturbed. There is so much emotion. Little golden crow is the artificial intelligence I developed. It's the core product of my company. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Counselor, is this enough? This. The counselor felt a little helpless. He was just an ordinary counselor. There is not much research on artificial intelligence. If this is true, Lewin could probably become a graduate student directly. Well, I'll help you contact a professor in our department who specializes in artificial intelligence. After he examines you, I'll process your leave of absence procedures for you. The counselor actually wanted to fight for him and see if there was a chance for him to be accepted as a disciple by the professor. Okay. Lewin nodded slightly. The counselor picked up the phone and respectfully dialed a number, then quickly smiled. Come on, I'll take you there. Also, Professor Huang is a very nice person. You can feel free to speak up about your guesses and ideas. He'll be happy even if they're wrong. Don't keep silent. I understand. Lewin nodded seriously. Also, you must fight for opportunities for yourself. Maybe you can directly follow Professor Huang and become a graduate student. The counselor laughed and patted Lewin on the shoulder. Artificial intelligence, wow, you kid, you are really a monster. The two of them walked quickly and arrived at Professor Huang's residence in more than 10 minutes. The person who opened the door was a kind old lady with silver hair. After seeing the old lady, Lewin subconsciously greeted her. Hello, Grandma. How are you too, Xiao Wang? Why are you running away in such a hurry? The old woman smiled gently, raised her eyes to look at the counselor who turned and ran away, and asked with a smile. Ahem, teacher, I still have classes. The counselor scratched his hair in fear and ran away, making Lewin's eyelids twitch. My last name is Li. You can call me Grandma Li or Teacher Li. However, I prefer you to call me Grandma Li. It's more intimate. Liwan felt very sympathetic towards the genius, especially when Xiao Wang told her on the phone that the young man seemed to have developed an artificial intelligence. Then I'll be so bold as to call you Grandma Li. Lewin smiled familiarly and followed her into the living room. Professor Huang was sitting in the living room reading a newspaper. He was a meticulous old man. Hello, Professor Huang. Lewin greeted him quickly, then took out his cell phone and called out Little Golden Crow. Little Golden Crow, hello, this is Professor Huang. Professor Huang, let me see. Wow, this old man looks so serious. I'm a little scared. Little Golden Crow spoke cautiously in his childish voice. He covered his head with his golden wings and secretly looked at Professor Huang through the gap. Professor Huang was stunned by the vivid and lifelike movements and words. Is this really artificial intelligence? It's not a pre-programmed dialogue. Certainly. Lewin responded confidently. But Little Golden Crow was different. When questioned, Little Golden Crow became unhappy. He raised his head proudly and shouted dissatisfiedly, Little old man, how dare you look down on me? I don't like you anymore. As he said that, he turned around and lay there reading a comic book, leaving Professor Huang with only his buttocks exposed. Cough cough. Looking at his Little Golden Crow's personality, Lewin scratched his nose awkwardly and said sheepishly, this is still a child. I set the non-working state to be the personality of a 7 or 8-year-old child. He has a bit of a childish temper. Professor, please don't be angry. Angry? Why are you angry? Isn't it enough for me to be happy? Professor Huang was amazed. As a professional, he could see how intelligent this little golden crow was. Can you tell me some detailed data? Professor Huang rubbed his hands excitedly, staring at Luan with shining eyes. That's fine. Luan nodded slightly and said softly, Little golden crow, please stop being angry and sort out your detailed data. Okay, brother. Little Jinwoo held the comic book and waved it casually, and lines of professional data appeared. Professor Huang also hurriedly picked it up, put on his reading glasses, and read it carefully for 2 hours. Professor Huang put his phone down with trembling hands and sighed, this is truly a case of young heroes emerging from youth. The 3 laws of artificial intelligence are several times more powerful than the computing power of our largest domestic nebula computer. TSK, Luan, how do you support your artificial intelligence calculations? I used 100 military-grade servers to build the core server for its operation. As for the other extensions, they are scattered throughout major service centers around the world. Once my company is confirmed, I will build my own server for Little Golden Crow to use. At the same time, I have also developed an operating system and cloud services for our Xinxia. Luan downloaded his blueprint to Professor Huang's notebook and asked him to check it. Novel mode, smooth operation without any lag. Taichu Tianting, this name is grand, and there is no problem with the system. Professor Huang was more and more shocked as he looked at it. There were too many things here that he did not understand. For a while, the finished product inspection and theoretical verification turned into academic exchanges. Li Wan was also listening with fascination. I was astonished by Luan's talent, but at the same time I was very pleased. It was such a blessing for Xinxia to have such a talent. It's fine for you to take a leave of absence, and it's fine for you to start a company, Professor Huang said solemnly. But you can't just bring out artificial intelligence, especially not to the international market. Artificial intelligence can not only change people's lives, but is also crucial to the military. Professor Huang looked into Luan's eyes seriously. Of course, I don't plan to announce artificial intelligence anytime soon. Instead, I plan to research lithography machines. I don't trust foreign chips. Luan relaxed his shoulders and spoke very honestly. You're quite clever, kid. Foreign things all have backdoors, used to monitor our every move. As long as you can figure it out, that's all. Professor Huang was pleased. So, what about the chip? Do you have any ideas? To be honest, I do have one. Luan chuckled and kept it a secret. As long as you let me take a leave of absence from school, I will let you see the results within half a year. TSK. You little bastard. He is so cunning, he actually kept me in suspense. Okay. Take a leave of absence, I agree. If you were to write a paper, I would give you a diploma directly. Although he loved talents, Professor Huang knew that his small temple could not accommodate a real dragon like Luan. Chapter 13, Snack Street Adventure. Graduation Certificate. Luan's eyes widened, do you keep your word? How could an old man like me lie to you? Professor Huang glared at Luan in dissatisfaction, as long as your thesis passes, your diploma will be fine. Professor Huang emphasized the word pass. Luan knew what Professor Huang meant as soon as he heard it. He chuckled and said, don't worry, I'll send the paper over tomorrow. Okay. Hurry up. Don't make an old man like me wait too long. Professor Huang said as he pushed Luan out, get out of here and stop bothering me. In fact, he was just anxious to organize his new knowledge. People are getting old. If you don't write it down quickly, you may not be able to remember it after a while. Man, this is really interesting. Luan smacked his lips, shook his head, took his phone, hummed a tune and went to his homeroom teacher. Hey, I'm graduating soon. Show off. The counselor's mouth twitched. What is this? I graduated on the first day of school. Have you ever considered pursuing graduate studies? The counselor was a little surprised. No. Luan shrugged his shoulders and said, that's good. I won't be coming to school these few days. I'm going to organize my thesis. Good. Professor Huang had already spoken, so he didn't know what to say. He touched his nose, but still felt a little unreal. There really are geniuses in this world who are born to be geniuses. Looking at Luan's back as he left, the counselor was filled with envy. This damn winner in life. As for the thesis, it was not difficult for Luan. He simply borrowed a computer from the library and started typing. It only took him one morning to finish writing the paper on Little Golden Crow. As for revisions, there was no need at all. As for the content, Lewin affirmed that it was completely in line with the publication. After the paper was printed out, the original file was destroyed directly, and then he took the bound paper to Lu Bingyan. However, Lu Bingyan and Xia Mengyao had classes all day long, and they also had to go to the professor to revise their papers at noon. Lewin had no choice but to go out alone. Come to school. He planned to go to the popular snack street. As a Xinxia person, I actually have a certain obsession with eating. Especially after he acquired god-level cooking skills, enjoying the delicacies hidden in the streets and alleys became one of his life pleasures. After casually throwing the paper into his system space, Lewin leisurely left the campus and headed to the snack street. It was exactly 11 or 12 o'clock. The snack street is bustling with people. There are countless handsome men and beautiful women, and the long, shiny legs satisfy the hearts of many men with arousing passion. Sitting here to eat is simply bliss on earth. Just when Lewin was strolling here, a pair of twins holding candied haws in their hands stood in front of Lewin. Lewin was a little at a loss with the two pairs of bright eyes. These eyes look like those of the senior sister. So silly and cute. Little sister, what's the matter? Lewin looked at the two little Lolas with obvious intentions and felt a little curious. Could it be that just because I'm handsome, I was stopped by two little girls? You must be Sister Yen Yen's boyfriend. The lively-looking little Loli asked with her head tilted. Sister Yen Yen. Lewin was slightly stunned and looked carefully at the outlines of the two girls. Although there were some differences, their eyes and noses were almost exactly the same. But how did these two girls know me? Lewin was a little surprised. Of course it is, he's exactly the same as the guy in my sister's circle of friends. The little girl compared them with her phone and hugged his long legs directly. I caught you, I won't let go until I give you a gift. I caught you. I won't let go until I give Lulu a gift. Lulu also followed her sister and hugged Lewin's other side. Looking at the two little Lolas hanging on him, Lewin gave a helpless smile, lowered his head to look at the photo on the little Loli's phone, and then looked at the person who posted it. It was really Lu Bingyan. Okay, I'll buy you some presents. Lewin helplessly patted the two little ones' heads, then said softly, let me introduce myself. My name is Lewin. You can call me by my name or whatever you want. Then I'll call you Brother Lu. My name is Momo, so you can just call me Momo. Momo giggled, loosened her hand, and took the initiative to grab Luwen's little finger. My name is Lulu. Lulu was still cute and grabbed the little finger of Luwen's other hand. It's really amazing. Wait a minute. Lewin woke up instantly and asked nervously, didn't you go to school today? Go to school. We are geniuses and students in the junior class of Magic City University. The two little ones were very proud. Oh hoo. No wonder we met here. Lewin was amazed. The Lu family's genes were really powerful. These two little ones were both genius academic geniuses. Okay then, time is limited. I'll buy you whatever you want. Lewin waved his hand generously. Then we won. Be polite. Although the two little ones are not short of money, they don't have much pocket money due to their strict family education. Now that they have met their sister's boyfriend, they would be letting themselves down if they don't take advantage of him. Okay. The two little ones' little thoughts were so easy to grasp. Although they wanted to kill Lewin, they felt embarrassed when it came to actually taking action. They just asked Lewin to treat them to some more expensive ice cream. Children who have strict family education and are sensible are really likable. After playing with them until their afternoon classes started, the two little ones reluctantly left. Before leaving, Lulu gently pulled Luwen's little finger and whispered, Brother Lewin, can I come to your house to play today? I want one too. Lulu is such a slacker. We agreed to go together secretly. Momo snorted angrily, grabbed Luwen's hand and said pitifully, Brother Lewin, I want to go too tomorrow. Become. Let us go together. Lewin smiled helplessly, however, you need to communicate well with your family. No problem. The two little girls smiled happily and ran towards their class. When they entered the classroom, they blew Lewin a cute kiss. Ha ha. These two girls are really cute. Then, fate. It's really amazing. In such a big city like Shanghai, I could meet my senior sister's family so easily. The most important thing is that we became friends so easily. I heard it from two little girls. The biggest difficulty in their family lies with their uncle, Lu Bingyan's father. Everyone else is easy to talk to. The only obstacle in the future is my father-in-law. It shouldn't be too difficult. Luan scratched his chin and fell into deep thought. Chapter 14 Arrangements are in place, Anyan technology is established. Originally, Luan thought he would have nothing to do in the afternoon, but just when he was about to find a place to be a salted fish, Klaus called him. Master, I bought a server OEM factory at a rock-bottom price. The formalities have been completed. Would you like to come and take a look? Klaus must have installed surveillance on me. Luan complained helplessly, forget it, there is no way to be a salted fish anymore. Okay, come and pick me up. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Luan did not hesitate. The sooner he got the factory and it started operating, the shorter the time it would take to get his investment back. There can't be any delay. I have some things to do here. I'll arrange for Sora to pick you up. The car is your Koenigsegg. Klaus responded quickly. Okay. Luan had a question mark on his head. Who is Sora? Is that possible? The manners maid is already in place. Never mind. It doesn't matter who comes. Not long. A cool Koenigsegg drifted beautifully and stopped in front of Luan. Then, a silver-haired girl in a traditional black and white maid outfit walked out of it. Maid. The students around were dumbfounded. Are maid cafes so wealthy nowadays that they even drive Koenigseggs? Take a good look at her uniform. It's from a private estate. A boy wearing glasses curled his lips in disdain. Don't you even consider her temperament? How can she compare to the maids in the maid cafe? Come to think of it, it's true. By the way, isn't this Luan, the school beauty's boyfriend? This guy seemed to have ordered a custom Cullinan yesterday. The butler came to pick him up. With a housekeeper and maids, is there still such a family in Xinsha? Master, Mr. Claus asked me to pick you up. The silver-haired young lady with a unique Nordic style gracefully lifted her skirt and opened the car door. Please take a seat. Thanks. Luan paused for a moment, still quite surprised by Sora's appearance. Sitting in the co-pilot seat. Sora skillfully fastened his seatbelt before closing the door and returning to the driver's seat. Master, please hold on to the armrest. Sora will take you to the factory right away. No problem. Luan chuckled and said, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard. Sora smiled gently, started the car skillfully, stepped on the accelerator, and the car shot through the air like a bullet. Oh my god. Most people really don't dare to ride Sora's driving skills. This is not to say that her driving skills are bad, but that they are too good. She drives at full speed in the downtown area without slowing down. People with weak hearts might get scared and become ill. Luan left not long ago. Lu Bingyan was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. Yen, your boyfriend ran off with another woman. What? Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. What do you mean? Look, just now at the school gate, a maid drove a Koenigsegg and took your boyfriend away. The baby-faced girl quickly pulled out the post on the forum. Oh, this is the maid from my boyfriend's family. Luan should have gone to the company. Lu Bingyan shrugged. This uniform has the mark of my boyfriend's manor on it. Your boyfriend's family has a housekeeper and a maid. The round-faced girl widened her eyes, her face full of envy. Isn't this a son-in-law with a lot of gold and jade inlaid on him? Not bad. Lu Bingyan chuckled, glanced at her phone, and proudly boasted, look, my boyfriend sent me a text message. He went to the company. It's true. TSK. Your boyfriend is so nice. Where have you been? I'll say hello to you. The girls in the class originally wanted to watch the fun, but in the end, there was nothing fun to watch. Instead, they had to eat a lot of lemons, which made them feel very jealous. The other side. Luan has successfully arrived at the Magic City High-Tech Development Zone. As soon as Luan saw the address, he felt that Klaus was really powerful and could seize all the factories in this place. This OEM factory is called Tianyuan, but it has now been renamed and the sign is being removed by employees. When Luan arrived here, Klaus and another middle-aged man were already waiting. Master, thank you for your hard work. Klaus stepped forward and introduced Luan. This is the owner of Tianyuan OEM factory, Mr. Zhao. Oh, hello. Luan extended his hand politely. Oh. Hello, young Master Lu is really young. Zhao Tian quickly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Luan. In all the years he had been in the Magic City, this was the first time he had seen a real butler in maid. Coupled with Luan's noble aura, he didn't dare to look down on Luan at all. As the original owner, Zhao Tianke can be said to be the most familiar person in this factory. In addition, the transaction has been completed. As the host, Zhao Tian is still happy to act as a tour guide and lead Luan to familiarize himself with the layout of the entire factory and the production line. For these production lines, Luan didn't care. Besides, it was an old semi-automatic non-intelligent production line with low output, and it was an eyesore to put it here. Fortunately, Luan was quite satisfied with the specifications of the factory. Without any drastic reconstruction, he was able to obtain 5 dust-free and sterile production workshops suitable for the production of chips and lithography machines. Mr. Lu, it's getting late. How about I treat everyone to a meal? Zhao Tian was very good at dealing with people. As soon as he saw that it was getting late, he immediately extended an invitation. But Luan was still thinking about his own lithography machine and the reconstruction task, so he waved his hand and said, "Mr. Zhao, there's no need to bother. There are still some issues in the factory that need my attention. When there's a chance, I'll treat you. Mr. Zhao, don't refuse." No problem. Although Luan refused, Zhao Tian was not too disappointed. He bowed and left in a hurry. There are no workers in the factory anymore. Luan pursed his lips and said, "Klaus, Sora, go and tidy up the office. I'll go around the factory and think about the renovation." Okay. Neither of them refused. Because the office of this factory is really terrible. It doesn't fit Luan's identity at all. Luan found an empty factory building and walked in. System, will the placement of the lithography production line change the characteristics of the factory building? Yes, once the production line is placed, the factory will automatically be upgraded to the highest standard, including security monitoring. The system responded coldly, and it didn't happen again. So, the placement of the lithography machine is also the same. Luan raised his eyebrows and without hesitation, he placed the production line in the factory. The moment it is placed, the factory automatically decomposes and upgrades. The material is upgraded to an unknown special metal. There is no blind spot monitoring indoors and outdoors. The observation area and the production area are separated by a huge multi-layer vacuum bulletproof glass. To enter, you need to go through dust removal and wear sterile work clothes. The fully automatic production line can produce 2 photolithography machines every day as long as enough materials are placed in the material warehouse. After finishing this production workshop, Lu Anyo placed 10 photolithography machines in 2 workshops. The specifications of the chip production workshop are almost the same as those of the photolithography machine production workshop. When looking at the detailed data of the lithography machine, Luan was actually shocked. The production capacity of a photolithography machine is 500 pieces per hour, and the yield rate is as high as 100%, which means there are no defective products. TSK. Powerful. Luan smacked his lips and released the professional person in charge. The professional man looked like an old man in his 60s. He was older and more convincing. Luan named Xiaoxin, which means Xinxia's own chip. Luan introduced him to Klaus, and then asked Klaus how much money he had now. Klaus casually replied, "There are still about 1 billion at the moment. It may double tomorrow, and the subsequent income may be less. However, it's still a bit far from enough for chip production. I suggest we first recruit some management personnel, then look for companies to cooperate with, and develop little by little." Klaus pondered for a moment and said, "Miss Xia's family is a good partner. That's fine too." Luan nodded slightly and looked at the time. "In that case, let's go back first and arrange everything tomorrow." "Become. I'll just stay here." Xia Xian felt that there was food and accommodation here, and all the equipment was available, and he just happened to be writing the framework of a nanochip. Luan didn't force him, so he left him 10 million and left together. Although the factory is important, it cannot be run away. He couldn't let his lovely senior wait anxiously. Chapter 15, Kissing is the Key to Happiness. At the school gate, Momo and Lulu obediently held Lu Bingyan's hands and said in a depressed tone, "Sister, isn't brother here yet?" It's almost there. Lu Bingyan was so panicked that she forgot to block her family members when she posted on WeChat moments yesterday. Especially these 2 little naughty kids. What bothered her the most was that these 2 little ones actually bumped into Luan and were having quite a good time. Not long after, Lewin arrived at the school gate, looked at the four pretty people, and curled his lips slightly. Get in the car. Because there are a lot of people. Lewin was still sitting in Sora's car. This girl drives really aggressively. He didn't want his beloved senior to sit on it and suffer. Wow, what a beautiful sister. The two little ones were not in a hurry to get on the car, but ran to Sora's side and circled around her. The two little princesses are so cute too. Sora smiled gently and touched the two little ones' heads. Really? The two little ones seemed to like Sora very much. They actively asked for hugs and then sat obediently in the back seat of Cullinan. This is Sora. Lewin introduced her to Lu Bingyan. Sora, the young master's maid. Sora bowed gracefully and said, Meet the madam, Miss Xia. Husband, madam. That. Feeling the gazes of the people around her, Lu Bingyan felt both shy and happy. She covered her face and hid in the car, hugging her two sisters tightly. Oh, this is really too embarrassing. Hello, my name is Xia Mengyao, nice to meet you. Xia Mengyao stretched out her hand and shook hands with Sora, then sat in the car. Let's go. Lewin didn't care about the looks of the people around him. He sat directly in the passenger seat of the Koenigsegg and returned home. Manor. In the main villa hall, Lewin looked at the maid inside and twitched his lips. I wish you all a happy life in the manor. As a man who is not good at speaking polite words, this is all Lewin can think of. By the way, Klaus, you will create a group and invite everyone to join. Require that the avatars be their own, not usernames. At least, let me know everyone. Okay. Klaus nodded slightly, then said, Okay, everyone return to your posts. Oh, by the way, Klaus, please take some time to customize a car with a bigger space. Our car is a bit small. Lewin said and went upstairs. Lewin, my sisters. After sitting down, Lu Bingyan looked at the little lowly running around in the villa accompanied by the maids with a bit of embarrassment, her face full of apology. It's okay, it's just lively. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly, then grabbed her cold little hand. Don't be embarrassed. Yeah. Lu Bingyan felt the warmth from Luan's hot palm, and her uneasy heart gradually calmed down. She asked curiously, Is our company established? I guess so. Klaus snatched up a foundry in the high-tech development zone. All the paperwork has been completed today, and the equipment I need has been installed and is ready for use. Lewin chuckled and said, Do you want to be the boss's wife and manage the finances? Is it possible? Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up. If I can help you, I won't refuse. It's just that I don't have any work experience. Just learn slowly. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. The factory is yours, what are you afraid of? That's good. As for the finances, I'll take care of it. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously. Then, we need to find a general manager. Lewin touched his chin and clapped his hands. Oh, my sister also works in Shanghai. She seems to be the manager of a company. Let her take charge. Sister. Lu Bingyan's face changed slightly. She had heard from some girls in her class that boys seemed to like to recognize older sisters, so she said hesitantly, Lewin, is your older sister serious? What do you mean? Lewin was a little confused. Sister, what's wrong with that? Yen Yen means, is this the sister you recognized as your godsister? Xia Mengyao couldn't help laughing while drinking black tea. What? My sister is my uncle's daughter. She is my real sister. Do you think she is decent? Lewin's face was full of black lines. Oops. I was wrong. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed red. Seeing Luan's lost look, her heart ached. She nervously pulled Luan's hand and apologized softly, I'm sorry. No, I feel like my little heart has been hit by 1,000,000 tons of impact. Luan leaned pitifully on the sofa, heartbroken. Then, what should I do? Now, Lu Bingyan was also panicked, and her pretty face turned pale. Here. Seeing her panic, Lewin chuckled in his heart and pointed at his face. Only a kiss can make me happy. Kiss. Lu Bingyan's pretty face turned redder and she flirted for a moment before quickly kissing Lewin on the cheek. Is this okay? Aha. Lewin quickly hugged the soft body. I need more hugs. You are bullying me. Lu Bingyan also reacted, pouting and leaning in Luan's arms, raising her little fist and knocking on Luan's solid chest. Hate you, you tricked me into kissing you. These two people. Xia Mengyao, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, clenched her fists in frustration. Can you two pay attention to my presence? We. No way. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, curled up in Luan's arms like a kitten, listening to Luan's heartbeat. A happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. By the way, Sister Yao Yao, I want to cooperate with your company. Luan said seriously while hugging the senior sister who was like a kitten. Actually, I'm really unhappy about you talking to me about work like this. Looking at the sweet looks of the two, Xiao Mengyao felt puzzled. You feed me lemons and want to cooperate with me? What the hell are you dreaming of? However, the technology in Luan's hands forced her to eat dog food while talking about cooperation. Artificial intelligence, once this kind of thing appears, if her Xia family fails to seize the first opportunity, it will probably not be able to hold on for long and will decline. I'm working on chips now. Luan said solemnly, your family manufactures servers and chips, so the demand should be quite high, right? Chips? Xia Mengyao frowned. Talking to me about this is pointless. We in Xinxia have always been stuck in chips, and the gap between our own research and development and others is too big, so we have our own 1 nanometer chip. As long as the wafers arrive, we can start production immediately. Luan looked at her confidently. Senior, can you give me some wiring? 1 nanometer. At this moment, Xia Mengyao's breathing became heavy. Although she majored in medicine, she was the daughter of a technology company owner after all, and she had enough knowledge about chips. 1 nanometer, this is far superior to foreign chips. Does it really exist? Xia Mengyao stared at Luan seriously. This is not a joke. Serious business, I'm not joking either. Luan promised seriously, contact me and my sister tomorrow, and we'll start producing samples in 2 days. You can take them back to your research team for testing, and then we can talk about cooperation. But, Sister Yao Yao, I won't give you a discount. Don't give me that. Xia Mengyao nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'm here and I will never let you suffer any loss. I feel relieved with your words. Luan shrugged his shoulders. Friendship and business are two different things, and Luan knows the difference very clearly. Chapter 16 Luningshuang, Stinky Brother. Night. The two little ones stayed here overnight. Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan for a slow walk along the beach. Luan, I will definitely try my best to stay by your side and accompany you forever. I don't want to be a vase, so please give me some time. Lu Bingyan thought for a long time. Since she wanted to be the boss lady, she had to do her best and would never be indecisive. This is her code. Come again. She didn't want others to say in the future that she was just a vase beside Luan, that she was not worthy of Luan, and that she would embarrass Luan. Well, I believe you. Luan gently rubbed her little head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, I will always be by your side. That's good. Lu Bingyan's back was to the moonlight, her hair fluttering in the sea breeze. Her eyes were bright, reflecting Luan's handsome face. Then she stood on tiptoe and kissed Luan hard on the lips. After a long while, she shyly let go, lowered her head, and moaned, just one stamp, you are mine. Luan felt dizzy. To be honest, he didn't expect Lu Bingyan to attack so suddenly. But this kiss is so soft and sweet. I have classes tomorrow, so I'm going back to sleep. Lu Bingyan's eyes flickered, she hummed shyly, and ran towards the villa with her long, beautiful legs. This is too embarrassing. Out of Luan's sight, Lu Bingyan gradually stopped, clutching her violently beating heart, and squatted on the ground, her head buzzing. Oh my, it really went. This night, 3 people suffered from insomnia. Early in the morning, the 3 of them were sitting in the restaurant eating with a pair of panda eyes. Sisters Yin Yin and Mengyao, should I go to school today? I will pick you up after school in the afternoon. Luan planned to go and have a good talk with his elder sister. Eat and play. After sending the sisters to the car, Luan picked up the phone and hesitated for a long time before carefully dialing a number that he had not called for a long time. Mainly, Luan is quite afraid of this sister. I've been bullied since I was a child. As he grew older, it became even worse. But I don't deny it. The call was connected quickly. Hey, buddy, what's wrong? Are you homesick in Shanghai? The cheerful voice was teasing and a little surprised. Go far away. She was quite happy that her relatives contacted her. How is that possible, sister? Do you have anything to do today? Luan cleared his throat awkwardly and asked cautiously. Me. It's okay. On the other side of the phone, Lu Ningxuang was leisurely soaking in the bathtub. What's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? Well, it's hard to explain over the phone. Where do you live? I'll come find you. Luan touched his nose and decided not to say too much on the phone. With his sister's personality, he was afraid that his parents would find out soon. At present, it is not convenient to tell my family what has happened to me. Okay, we haven't seen each other for half a year. I'll send you the address on WeChat. But, can you come over by yourself? Your sister and I live in a remote place. Lu Ningxuang was still a little worried. No problem. Luan laughed and said, I'll be there soon. Okay. Lu Ningxuang responded, put her phone aside, picked up a can of beer, and gulped it down. Refreshing. After taking a bath, a can of beer is so refreshing. But, how long will it take for my dream to come true? Lu Ningxuang's dream is to become a business tycoon and prove to her parents that a woman can live a free and easy life without relying on a man. Sister, life in Shanghai is not as good as I imagined. Being alone outside, you must have suffered a lot. Luan took a look at the address sent to him. It was located in the suburbs of Shanghai and the transportation was not very convenient, but the rent was quite cheap. System. Sign in. Luan patted his face, cheered himself up, and signed in for today. Ding, sign in successfully, get a Xinxia Zulong gold card with 10 billion cash built in. Ah, this. Gave myself 10 billion directly. Luan rubbed his temples. To be honest, he didn't want money, he wanted knowledge, skills, or talent. But I don't mind. No one complains about having little money. Not long. When Klaus drove back, Luan called Sora, Sora, come out with me. Okay. Sora nodded slightly, looked at the address, and sat in the main driver's seat. Master, shall we set off now? Luan nodded slightly, then looked at Klaus. Klaus, from now on, the family will be left to you to take care of. By the way, if you need money, just tell me and remember to customize a car. Okay, young master. Klaus nodded slightly, watched Luan leave, and said softly, Master, a housekeeper, in addition to basic duties, must also be able to make money for the family. Today's stock market can harvest another wave of profits, and the funds on hand should be able to increase by 2 times. After muttering a few words, Klaus started his work. With Sara driving, they soon arrived at where their sister lived. This is an old community. Although it is old, the environment is relatively clean, the public security is good, and there are many cameras on the road. Room 03 on the 6th floor? Luan looked at the bumpy stairs and twitched his lips. It's okay that there's no elevator, but this corridor is too dangerous. It's so uneven, I'm afraid my high heels will break my ankle. Sara, be careful. Luan turned around and reminded. Thanks for your concern, I'm fine. Sara smiled softly and followed him calmly. 6th floor, how long has it been since I climbed such high stairs? Luan gave a helpless smile, glanced at the door number, walked straight to room 03, and knocked on the door gently. Sister, are you there? Shaowen, wait a moment. Lu Ningxuang responded and quickly opened the door, and a cold and beautiful face came into view. Hey, sister, long time no see. Luan grinned and said, drinking beer so early in the morning. I'm used to it. Lu Ningxuang opened the door and let Luan and the other two in. Then, she looked back and forth at Sara and the other two with a strange look in her eyes. Then, she frowned and said, Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for bullying you so badly that you awaken such XP. Don't talk nonsense, this one is called Sora, and she's a proper maid. Luan rolled his eyes, then added, Sister, this shabby place you live in is really good for exercising. Maid, your interest is really unusual. Lu Ningxuan's mouth twitched, bringing out a maid from the maid cafe must cost a lot of money, right? This is my personal maid. Don't compare her to the maids at the maid cafe or other playmate maids. Luan sighed helplessly and said, Anyway, from today on, you'll live with me. Okay, if you're willing to love me, I won't refuse. Lu Ningxuang sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and asked quietly, So, what do you want from me? I opened a technology company and I want you to be the general manager. With you here, I can relax and do my best. Of course, your salary won't be reduced either. A car and a monthly salary starting from 1 million. Luan shook his finger, how about it? Brother! Lu Ningxuang was not happy at all. Instead, her expression was quite serious. Tell me honestly, have you done anything illegal? I'm warning you, our Lu family will never go against our conscience, even if we die of poverty. Sister, what are you thinking about? Luan rubbed his temples and took out his cell phone. Little Golden Crow, come out and meet your aunt. Auntie. Little Golden Crow jumped out immediately, sizing up Lu Ningxuan with its golden eyes. It then expertly adjusted its feathers and politely said, "Hello, Auntie. I'm Little Golden Crow, the artificial intelligence developed by Dad." People, artificial intelligence. Lu Ningxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She took the phone in her hand, flipping it over for a while, and then chatted with Little Golden Crow for a while before she let out a long breath. She looked at Luan seriously and apologized sincerely. "Brother, I misunderstood you. I never thought that the little boy who still needed my love had unknowingly walked ahead of me. I feel really bad." Chapter 17 CIXIN, the new Mr. Lu is a little scary. Hee, after all, I'm a man now. Now that I've grown up, it's my turn to protect and love you, my sister. Luan chuckled and said, "My company is just a factory now. We produce chips, 1 nanometer chips." 1 nanometer. Lu Ningxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Brother, I'm starting to doubt whether you're my brother. Are you an alien?" Ha ha. Luan laughed out loud. "Chips are our core product, but just selling chips is not enough. We also need to expand into mobile phones, computers, and so on. I have already prepared exclusive systems. Now all we need is people. As long as the talents are in place, we can start construction. Are you here to force me to abdicate?" Lu Ningxuan rolled her eyes and said darkly, "Since you said so, I will definitely come to help you. And, what about the salary? Are you really going to give me a car? These are all minor issues." Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. "I also have a Koenigsegg 11. If you like it, I can give it to you." "No, I really can't play that thing." Lu Ningxuan's eyes flickered slightly. This is indeed her younger brother. No matter how she bullies him, he doesn't care. What's good about it? The first thing he cares about is her, his sister. It's so great to have a brother like this. Anyway, our scale is not that big, so I'll give you 1,000,000 yuan allowance every month. Once we expand, I can directly give you a joint stock company. Luan said indifferently. We'll talk about the future later. For now, let's just follow the routine. Let's go to the company first today. I'm resigning tomorrow. Lu Ningxuan doesn't like daydreaming. Her principle is to move forward in a practical way. Okay, but before that. Luan picked up the panties and black lace bra thrown on the ground with a frown on his face. Say, sister, you should at least clean up. You are not an outsider. Lu Ningxuan waved her hand calmly. By the way, have you bought a house in the Magic City? I guess so. It's quite big. Luan glanced at Sola and said, Sola, please help my sister pack her luggage. We'll check out the house later. Stinky brother. Love you so much. Lu Ningxuan smiled happily, just like when they were little. Mua kissed Luan on the face, hummed a little tune, and packed her luggage with Sara. Lu Ningxuan didn't have many things, they were just thrown around in a messy manner. She didn't have as many clothes as other girls, so she packed all the necessary clothes and some important things into one suitcase. As for the unimportant things, she packed them up and left them here. Let's go and cancel the lease. The landlord is at the entrance of the corridor. Lu Ningxuan and Sora carried small bags, while Luan, as a man, dragged a large suitcase. However, since he had been strengthened, these things had no effect on him at all. He walked briskly with the suitcase. Brother, you are becoming more and more manly. I just don't know if he has learned how to push the cabbage. Never mind. There's nothing to worry about. My little brother is so talented and rich, he must have a girlfriend. You are so young now, so your career should be the most important thing. As they were thinking, several people arrived at the landlord's door. I knocked on the landlord's door, and a young, bespectacled man walked out of the room. Oh, it's Miss Lu Ningxuan from 03. What can I do for you? No, I'm just going to give up the lease. Lu Ningxuan chuckled. My brother thinks it's too hard for me to live here, so he wants to take me to live with him. Brother! The man glanced at Luan and nodded slightly. Okay, I'll go take a look. If there are no other problems, I'll return the deposit to you. Okay. Originally speaking. It's fine if you can't get your deposit back. I didn't expect the landlord to be so easy to talk to. The landlord acted quickly. After checking that there were no major problems with the house, he readily returned the deposit to Lu Ningxuang. I wish you a happy life. Thanks. Lu Ningxuang responded happily and took Luan's arm. Stinky brother, from now on, I will follow you to make a living. Luan nodded, took her downstairs, put the luggage in the trunk of the Cullinan, and looked at her in a daze, asking curiously, Sister, what's wrong? It's okay. Lu Ningxuang opened the door and got in the car. She sat in the chair, still somewhat skeptical of life. Stinky little brother, you've really become rich. Master, are we going to the company? Sora started the car and asked. Let us go to the company first. Luan nodded slightly. So please sit tight, we're off now. Sora started the car and started steadily. No conversation along the way. After arriving at the company, Lu Ningxuang finally put her mind at ease. Especially after seeing the lithography machine, his face was filled with excitement. My dream is right before my eyes. I just didn't expect it. My benefactor turned out to be the stinky little brother who grew up with me. This one is called Xia Xin. He's a top expert in the chip field. He designed our 1nm chip. Seeing Xia Xin called over, Luan briefly introduced him and also introduced Lu Ningxuang to him. Mr. Xia, this is my sister Lu Ningxuang. From now on, she will be the president of our company. Hello, Mr. Lu. Xia Xin bowed respectfully. You're welcome, Mr. Xia. I'll be relying on you a lot from now on. Lu Ningxuang chuckled, then glared at her brother. After you resign tomorrow, I'll recruit someone for you. Just relax and focus on developing our products. Good. I feel relieved knowing my sister is here. Luan chuckled. A 1nm chip is a truly smart chip. Once it enters the market, it will cause a huge uproar. And Lu Ningxuang is the goddess of the sea who controls the raging waves. Lu Ningxuang was still very scary when she got into work mode. For the sake of professional knowledge, she dragged Xia Xin to talk from noon to 8 o'clock in the evening, and then she reluctantly let Xia Xin go. So scary. Only. Mr. Lu, to be honest, you are really suitable to be a scientific research talent. Being a president is really a waste of talent. This is probably because of professionalism that we can manage it. Know what kind of talents are needed in this field. Okay, sister, it's so late, let Mr. Xia have a good rest. Luan smiled helplessly, we have to go home for dinner. Okay. Tomorrow. After you resign, I will recruit talents for you, and then you can continue to learn from Mr. Xia. A president who knows nothing is not a good president. Lu Ningxuang is full of energy. Okay. Whatever. Luan shook his head helplessly. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to resign, so that you won't be bullied. Thank you. Lu Ningxuang was deeply moved and rubbed Luan's head fiercely. Stinky brother, your love for you is not in vain. Chapter 18 Lu Ningxuang's Past. Not long. Lu Ningxuang stood at the entrance of this huge villa, her pretty face full of astonishment, her voice trembling a little. Stinky brother, how rich are you now? Luan raised his eyebrows and said, I'm not too sure, but he's quite rich anyway. Okay, don't be surprised. From now on, you can live here. Of course, all the villas in this manor are mine. You can choose whatever you want. Stinky brother. You are so awesome. Lu Ningxuang pushed open the door and looked at the maid and Klaus standing at the door to greet them. Her eyes were a little mischievous. Little brother, you have a lot of hope in your life now. Aren't you afraid that if Aunt finds out, she will give you a beating? Welcome home, Miss Lu. Klaus took the lead. The neat welcome made Lu Ningxuang's body tense instantly. It took a long time for her to relax. She smiled dryly and said, well, I'm back. So shameful. It's so shameful. From a Cinderella who was still working hard for her dream at the bottom of society, she inexplicably became the eldest daughter of a super wealthy aristocratic family. This contrast makes me feel inexplicably ashamed. Wow. She asked Luan's sister. What to do? His sister seems so serious. If she comes to live with someone before getting married, will she be considered an indecent girl? Will I be hated? Seeing that Luan seemed to respect her very much, if this sister didn't like me, would I be abandoned? A moment. Lu Bingyan on the second floor imagined a lot of dramas about wealthy families. She moved down from the second floor with fear and took the initiative to attack. "Hello, Sister Lu, I am Luan's girlfriend Lu Bingyan, welcome." Lu Bingyan, I seem to have heard this name somewhere. Lu Ningxuan was also slightly amazed by Lu Bingyan's beauty. Then she glanced at Luan and chuckled, "Not bad, little brother. You've just won the school bell of Demon University. Sister, please stop laughing at me." Although Luan said this, his face was full of pride. At the same time, he introduced Lu Bingyan, "My elder sister, Lu Ningxuan, also graduated from Demon University. She should be 3 years older than you." "Lu Ningxuan, I remember now, Sister Lu, you are the ice goddess of the previous generation." Lu Bingyan clapped her hands. Forehead. "Some people even know that I'm the school belle." Lu Ningxuan was a little surprised. "Well, maybe I'm the worst campus beauty." "Sister Lu, could it be?" Lu Bingyan knew a little about Lu Ningxuan's situation, and her face was a little unfriendly. "Sister Lu, how about I help you solve the problem?" No, my stinky little brother will help me solve this troublesome sister-in-law tomorrow." "It's not good." Lu Ningxuan waved her hand nonchalantly, then took Lu Bingyan's hand and said, "Come on, take me around. I'll tell you about the bad things this stinky boy did when he was a child." "Oh. That would be great." Lu Bingyan giggled, gave Luan a look, and enthusiastically acted as the housekeeper, taking Lu Ningxuan around the villa while also looking for a house of her own. The main villa is really huge. There is no need to go to other villas. "Sister, if you are not living a happy life, it is because other people are causing trouble for you." Luan frowned and looked at Xiao Mengyao. "Sister Mengyao, my sister, is she being bullied at school?" "About the same." Xiao Mengyao responded casually, but when she saw Luan's murderous expression, she explained, "Your sister was much more popular than Yan Yan back then. But the key is, your sister is an ordinary person with no background. The position of campus beauty is just a source of trouble for her. Back then, there were no less than 10 wealthy young men who confessed their love to your sister. Some were from the Magic City, some from other regions, and even from the imperial capital. With your sister's talent, she can't develop in Shanghai. Ultimately, it's all because of that guy from Shanghai. I met him at a business gathering before, and your sister works in his company. She was suppressed and unable to get a promotion, so she resigned. I guess because of that person, your sister can't find a job in the Magic City." "Okay, I think I understand." Luan waved his hands irritably, a cold smile on his face. "My sister doesn't want to, and no one can force her, not even the emperor. Whoever dares to bully me, I will kill him." Murderous look. Xiao Mengtao's body tensed up instantly, and a hint of fear appeared in her eyes. Such terrifying murderous aura, as real as substance, was something she had only seen in those soldiers who had experienced countless life and death battles. Unexpectedly. Luan is so young, but he has such murderous aura. It has artificial intelligence and a nanometer smart chip in its body. It's not difficult to stir up trouble in a wealthy family. Both of these are technologies that are urgently needed by the country and benefit the people. According to Xinxiao's policy towards scientific researchers, if that person is really blind and continues to provoke, the state machine will definitely let him know what the decline of the family means. D. June, investigate my sister's university history. At the same time, investigate the details of all those involved in bullying my sister and gather all the evidence. Luan gave the order directly. Okay. After D. June responded calmly, he began to frantically invade the Xinxia network, looking for any useful clues. Science and technology. Change the world. Xiao Mengyao sighed softly. Now, starting from the Magic City, a big earthquake is coming. Klaus, I've already sent you the information about Zhou Yunjie. Let him suffer a lot in the stock market first. Luan gave orders indifferently. Okay. Klaus knew Luan was angry. As a butler, he will do his best. Shangshur Deep Entertainment Club. Top floor. Zhou Yunjie held a glass of red wine and shook it gently, his charming eyes looking down at the colorful night scene of the Magic City. Professional maid, Luan, Lu Ningxuan, you can't escape from my palm. This Luan. It's hidden really deeply. His trajectory was mediocre, without any business activities, but he was able to obtain a sea view manor worth tens of billions. She is indeed the woman I have my eyes on. The whole family has excellent genes. Zhou Yunjie slowly put down his glass. Tomorrow, Lu Ningxuan will probably choose to resign. Some interesting things will happen. The other side. Luan was also checking Zhou Yunjie's information. Zhou Yunjia's information was more complicated than he had imagined. This person is so smart that he is almost a demon. Very cunning. Certainly. Under the supercomputing power and super invasion of artificial intelligence, Zhou Yunjia's secret cannot be hidden at all. Putting aside other things, the lives he has taken are enough to bring him to an irretrievable state. Upstairs. Lu Ningxuang and Lu Bingyan had a lot of fun. Only. In order not to disturb them, Lu Ningxuang chose the 5th floor, which has a complete private gym, which is the place Lu Ningxuang values most. Because I want to resign. Lu Ningxuang also completely relaxed and slept peacefully for a night in this home that truly belonged to her. When she woke up, it was already 10:30. Chapter 19. Just make him bankrupt. Early in the morning. Lu Ningxuang went to take a bath, and finally, she took the can of beer and walked to the living room on the 1st floor. Looking at Luan sitting in front of the computer, she didn't know what to do. She curled her lips and walked over to ask, "Is your girlfriend going to school?" Luan nodded, looking at his elder sister who was only covered in a bath towel with her hair still dripping with water, and frowned slightly. "Sister, I hope you can pay a little attention to your image at home." "What's the big deal? It's our own home, no problem." Lu Ningxuang threw the beer can into the trash can without a care. "Have you applied for a leave of absence?" "No, I can say I've already graduated." Luan smiled calmly. "Today at noon, I'll accompany you to resign. Then, I have to go to school and hand in my paper on artificial intelligence to Professor Huang. Then I can graduate." "Sure." Lu Ningxuang's mouth twitched, and she kept muttering in her heart, "Genius is so annoying. Let us eat first." Luan hit the enter key and pointed to the kitchen. "You can ask Sora to heat up your breakfast for you. Then, this one, named Shuiying, will be your personal maid from now on." Luan pointed to the serious maid standing on the other side and gave a brief introduction. "They also arranged a little maid for me. It's great to have money." While eating, Lu Ningxuang looked a little worried. Luan had read Zhou Yunjia's information and naturally knew what he was doing. He smiled softly and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. Leave everything to me, brother. It's no problem." Aha! With Luan's assurance, Lu Ningxuang finally felt a little relieved. 11 o'clock. This time, Luan did not plot against Sara and the others. "Do you want to try it out?" Luan saw that his sister seemed to have the urge to touch the car, so he opened the driver's door and asked with a smile, "Is it okay?" "You're not to mention." Lu Ningxuang really wanted to give it a try. "Certainly." Luan smiled indifferently. "Let's go." "Okay." Lu Ningxuang had a driver's license and had driven the company car before. Although the Koenigsegg was a high-end car, it wasn't difficult to get used to. She had mastered it after just a few minutes of running around in the manor. "Hey, buddy, come on, I'll take you for a ride." Why? "My sister will feel like a rich woman looking for a girlfriend." He smiled helplessly and sat in the passenger seat. "Let's go." Although Lu Ningxuang spoke very boldly, she actually didn't drive very fast, maintaining a moderate speed of 60 miles per hour. By the time I arrived at the company, it was already 12 o'clock. In front of the company. The employees who were having lunch after get-off work were also surprised to see the Koenigsegg parked in front of the company. This car is so famous. It's impossible not to be surprised. However, when they saw the person coming down, they couldn't control their expressions. Manager Lu Frost. How could she drive such a luxury car? The tall and beautiful career woman walked out of the company with a slightly frown on her face. Originally, she had called Lu Ningxuang, but she hadn't come all morning, and she was afraid that something might happen to her. After all, she also knew that Lu Ningxuang was being pursued by the company's president. That rich second generation who makes people like him so much. Thinking about it, she walked over quickly, but after seeing Luan getting out of the passenger seat, she was a little confused. What's going on? Has this girl fallen? Oh, Wan. Lu Ningxuan was a little excited about this matter. Driving a luxury car on the road, I feel like the whole world belongs to me. Xiao Shuang. Li Qiuwan frowned as he walked up to her side and asked, "Are you okay? You were a little late today. Also, what's wrong with this man?" "Oh." Seeing her friend's serious expression, Lu Ningxuan quickly explained, Wan, you're mistaken. This person is called Luan. He's my uncle's younger brother, my biological brother. My dear brother. Li Qiuan carefully looked at Luan and found that their facial shapes were indeed very similar. She felt relieved and extended her hand. Hello, my name is Li Qiuan, and I'm your sister's best friend. Also, your sister often told me how handsome and smart you are. After meeting you today, I found you're indeed not bad. Really? Thank you. Luan chuckled, gently squeezed her fingertips, and then let go. This kid is good. Li Qiuan was quite surprised by Luan's behavior, and because of this, her evaluation of Luan improved a lot. Wan, I'm going to resign today, and I'm going to take you with me. Lu Ningxuan looked into Li Qiuan's eyes seriously. Resign? Li Qiuan glanced at Luan's car and said with a smile, Indeed, with your brother supporting you, it's okay if you don't work, but I can't do that. No, my brother started a technology company, and I'm going to be the president. I won't feel confident if you, the financial manager, don't come with me. Oh. So that's it. Li Qiuan hesitated for a moment and said, Okay, if it makes you excited, then the company must have great potential. I agree. Hey. Thank you. Lu Ningxuan happily hugged her best friend, It's great to have you. Come on. Li Qiuan rolled her eyes speechlessly and said arrogantly, I just don't want to see you squander your brother's fortune. Either way. Let us go and resign. Lu Ningxuan took Li Qiuan's hand and walked straight into the company. However, Luan followed them slowly. Originally, resigning is to get rid of the trouble. Lu Ningxuan didn't want to give Zhou Yunji any more displeasure. With a clear goal in mind, she ran straight to Zhou Yunji's office and kicked the door open. Hey, Zhou Yunji, I'm here to resign. Resign? Zhou Yunji sneered, Do you think this man can protect you? If I don't want to, you can't escape from my grasp. Zhou Yunji seemed to have reached his limit of patience and came clean. Lu Ningxuan was the only woman he fell in love with. That's why he gives up everything and suppresses his instincts. Now, Lu Ningxuan confronted him, and he simply broke off relations with her. Really? I made the right trip. Luan looked at Gao Yunjie, who was in a very unstable mood, with a hint of smile on his lips. He pulled Lu Ningxuan behind him, his eyes sharp, and exuded a fierce aura like a tiger. He mocked with disdain, I can't escape from your palm. Who gave you the confidence? He. Zhou Yunjie sneered, Boy, if I don't sign today, can you leave? If you don't sign and leave directly, you will probably have to pay a penalty of nearly 100 million yuan. This is an unfair clause. If not for this, your sister would have left long ago. Li Qiuan explained to Luan in a low voice. That's it. Luan nodded slightly, his lips curled up, whether to sign or not is not up to him. What's the meaning? Li Qiuan was stunned for a moment. Nothing, just to make him bankrupt. Luan smiled calmly. Chapter 20 The First Instruction. Make me bankrupt. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yunjie held his forehead and laughed out loud, his laughter extremely arrogant, just relying on you? Or relying on the Lu family, the Xia family? Even if I just bought this business for fun, I don't want to go bankrupt. How can a nouveau riche like you do that? Zhou Yunjie's eyes were filled with madness and confidence. Let me say this again, Lu Ningxuan, if you agree to marry me, your brother's development will be smoother, otherwise. Otherwise how? Luan scratched his ear and slapped him in the face. This slap shattered his dignity. He didn't care about his wolf-like ferocious look and said calmly, Little Golden Crow, publish all the information about Zhou Yunji's scandal online, short this company's stock market, and hack into the Zhou family group database. If Zhou Yunji doesn't die, then, let's clash and see whose head is tougher. Receive. As a kind-hearted little golden crow, his anger value has been raised to the maximum after obtaining Zhou Yunji's first-hand information. I wish I could expose him and send him to hell. However, Luan said that this is a double-edged sword. If used improperly, it may hurt yourself accidentally, but at this time, it is very good. Before, Zhou Yunji's nature and words were all recorded by the little golden crow. There is this beginning. There won't be any problems. At the same time, this can also serve as a warm-up for artificial intelligence. It's like killing two birds with one stone. Little Golden Crow. After seeing Luan's cell phone, Lu Ningxuan's heart was completely at ease. With the help of artificial intelligence, Zhou Yunji's secret will have nowhere to hide. And, Little Golden Crow will definitely help you kill this bad guy. Little Golden Crow was not playing around this time, but was quite serious. He looked so cute. Aha! Auntie believes in you. Lu Ningxuang chuckled softly and stared at Zhou Yunjie mockingly. Zhou Yunjie, originally, if you had just let us go, we would have lived in peace, but you insisted on fighting with my brother. You are courting death, you can't blame anyone else. Little Golden Crow. What is this? Li Qiuwan was a little curious. But he didn't ask. When the little Golden Crow began to act, Di Jun also took action. It would be more convenient to let Di Jun destroy a company. A moment. On all major online platforms of Xinxia, scarlet text is placed high up on the top, unable to be deleted, blocked, or locked. Imperial capital Zhou family, have you ever remembered those innocent girls and their families who were killed? The description of how each living life was humiliated and tortured to death is extremely detailed, along with police notices and almost perverted videos of torture. However, these cases were eventually left unresolved. The Zhou family used their immense power to suppress them. If they couldn't suppress them, then they would kill the entire other family. Cruelty and bloodiness, the darkness of human nature is magnified to the extreme. Imperial capital. Zhou Group. The current person in power is Zhou Tian. At this moment, his eyes were red as he stared at the messages on the computer. Who did it? Who did it? Mr. Zhou, Young Master's company has been completely shorted, and its capital chain has been completely broken. Coupled with this information, Young Master's company has been directly declared bankrupt. The female secretary reported the situation tremblingly. Roll. Get out of here. This time. This is going to completely destroy the Zhou family's century-old foundation. It's me. What about the technical department? Can it be erased? Zhou Tian asked with a rough breath. Mr. Zhou, we are completely powerless to fight back. Furthermore, the enemy has already hacked into the data terminal at our headquarters and taken away the core data. The people in the technical department gave a helpless wry smile and said, Boss Zhou, this time, the young master has really gotten into big trouble. The other party's technology is at least 100 years ahead of ours. Century. Zhou Tian's eyes were bloodshot and he smashed the phone. After calming down for a while, he picked up the phone and called his son. Hello, Dad. Zhou Yunjie also received his own bankruptcy notice. At the same time, he also inspected and went to the police station. Just a few minutes. The man, who he thought was a nouveau riche, just issued an order and his company was completely declared bankrupt. The funds were directly drained by the other party, leaving him with a huge foreign debt of tens of billions. Who on earth did you offend? They were able to find out all the bad things you did in the past. Zhou Tian's low roar sounded like a mad lion. I don't know, Dad, Don't call me Dad, I don't recognize your son. Zhou Tian roared angrily and crushed the phone. Bastard! Bastard! Zhou Tian roared madly in the office. Zhou Tian, come with us. The office door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged policeman walked in. With a wave of his hand, a group of special forces rushed forward and arrested Zhou Tian. Zhou Tian, 20 years, a full 20 years. Do you know how hard I've waited for this day? Oh, and by the way, your company is suspected of colluding with foreign countries. No one in your Zhou family can escape. The middle-aged policeman's eyes were full of hatred, because his relatives had died at the hands of the Zhou family. These 20 years. He always wanted to capture this enemy who was at large and shoot him to death. Now. The opportunity has come. No matter what. The person who announced the news, you are my benefactor. Let's go. Luan smiled calmly, I will go to school, you can go to the venue to take a look. Okay. Lu Ningxuang's eyes were shining, and she was full of admiration for her brother. At the same time, she was sighing, artificial intelligence is really powerful. Waiting outside the company. Li Qiuwan finally couldn't contain his curiosity anymore and pulled Lu Ningxuang aside to ask quietly, who is your brother? And what is Little Golden Crow? As soon as he opened his mouth, Zhou Yunjie was immediately dismissed. My brother is a genius, but this isn't the right place to talk about it. Come with me to the factory and you'll find out. And, oh, you have to sign a contract. No problem. Li Qiuwan nodded heavily. Well, I'll drive the car for you. I'll take a taxi to school. Luan took out the paper from the car, waved his hand, called a Didi, and drove away. Stinky little brother. Really cool. Lu Ningxuan sighed helplessly and pulled Li Wanqiu. Come on, let's talk while we walk. Okay. Li Chuan felt like she was being scratched by a cat. That little golden crow made her extremely curious. After taking Aditi back to school, Luan just arrived at Professor Huang's house when Professor Huang dragged him inside. Then he gossiped, "You were the one who did that online thing, right? No one else could have done that." "Yes, it's a warm-up." Luan nodded and handed the paper to Professor Huang. "This is my paper. Then, I plan to prioritize the popularization of artificial intelligence." Chapter 21 Little Golden Crow enters the company. "Well, what the hell are you doing?" Professor Huang gave a helpless smile and said, "I'm glad you have a plan. How are you going with the address you chose for your company?" "It's done. It's in the high-tech development zone." Luan smiled proudly. "Sharp." Professor Huang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "We can even grab the land in the high-tech zone." But Professor Huang's tone suddenly turned serious. "Zhou Yunjie and his son are not the ones who make the decisions in the Zhou family, but they are their face. You have to be more careful." Luan nodded seriously. "The Zhou family is very powerful. These things alone are not enough to bring them down." "That is right. I will go to our research institute in Shanghai today and tell you about your artificial intelligence situation. It is very likely that someone from the top will come to see you tomorrow, so you should be prepared." Professor Huang thought for a moment and then said slowly, "The sooner your artificial intelligence is released, the more the Zhou family will fear your existence and dare not harm you. You will be safer." "Okay." Luan nodded slightly. "I've made all the necessary preparations." "That's fine. Go and get busy. I'm going to the research institute now." Professor Huang had obviously been preparing for a long time. After placing Luan's paper in a special password box, he walked out directly with the box in his hand. "Shaoan, the future of Xinxia may require your support. This puts me under so much pressure." Luan scratched his head, looked at Professor Huang's back, sighed softly, and went straight to the finance department. "Isn't that the school beauty's boyfriend? He's so handsome." "He's handsome, rich, and dotes on the school beauty." "Oh, I'm so envious." "What's there to envy? Aren't you still relying on your family?" "That's right, we all studied finance, and we are the ones with potential." "You? Do you look as handsome as my junior? Given 30 years of hard work, can you catch up with my junior brother? If you can't do it, don't be so stubborn." The boys didn't say anything jealous yet. He was retorted by those pretty senior students. Only they are all telling the truth. Being handsome is innate and cannot be compared. And have money. The rich will only get richer. It's simply unrealistic to want to catch up. So, what else can I do? Just keep your mouth shut and don't say anything, and maybe you won't lose your right to choose your spouse in the next 2 years. Otherwise, that would be really useless. I can only become a sourpuss and watch others get together." At the entrance of Lu Bingyan's classroom, Lu Bingyan, who was in a daze missing Luan, seemed to have a telepathic connection. She glanced towards the door and saw Luan's gentle smile. An incredible look appeared on her face. She rubbed her eyes. Hey, it really was the handsome boyfriend she had been thinking about. So, she didn't care about other people's eyes at all. Like a bird returning to its nest, she happily ran to Luan and threw herself into his arms. "Little Luan, why are you in school? Are you done with your sister?" "Yeah." Luan rubbed her head. "I'll hand the paper over to Professor Huang, and then I plan to take you to the company. Professor Huang said that a team might be there tomorrow, so we have to prepare well." "Okay." Hey. That is, can I do it?" Lu Bingyan was still a little unconfident. "Certainly." Luan nodded seriously. "My sister brought a very talented gold medal financial expert. You can learn from her when the time comes." "That is great. I can finally help you." Lu Bingyan nuzzled Luan's chest and snorted proudly. "I'll be able to stand on my own soon. Don't be anxious, we are just getting started. Besides, it's not all about me making money." Luan's eyes were deep. Thinking about the Zhou family's affairs, his mood became heavier. "I want my technology to benefit the people, protect the people, and make it affordable for everyone in Xinxia. This is a great ambition that will affect the interests of countless people. It's very difficult to do. I support you. Lu Bingyan raised her little face, her bright eyes filled with admiration and love, making the students in the class ache. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't want to eat dog food anymore. How can you hug and cuddle in front of the classroom door? Because time is urgent. Therefore, the two of them did not stay in school and hurried to Anyan Technology. The office building has undergone tremendous changes under the fierce financial offensive. The only flaw is that there are too few staff. Only. Luan is not so anxious now. As long as the artificial intelligence system is released, recruiting people can be said to be very simple and there will be no difficulty. Now, what the factory lacks is a server terminal that belongs exclusively to Anyan Technology. About this, Luan actually has a lot of wonderful ideas. Now all the old equipment in the factory buildings have been disposed of, and 3 vacant buildings can be used to build server terminals. After all, the specifications of the factory here are very high, and it is not difficult to renovate it. We can start planning now. Now. It depends on when the scientific research team arrives. Are your brother and his girlfriend so warm and cozy every day? In the conference room, after a brief meeting, Li Qiuwan and Lu Ningxuan's entry procedures were signed and completed, and they officially became the president and financial general manager of Anyan Technology. Have no idea. But it's not much different. Lu Ningxuan shrugged her shoulders, watching the subtle interactions between her brother and Lu Bingyan, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. My good man is really loyal to me. What you said. I think he dotes on you as his sister. For you, he sent Zhou Yunjie to jail and exposed the strategic core technology. Mr. Li, from now on, Yan Yan will be in your care. Once Yan Yan has completed her apprenticeship, you will be promoted to the president of Anyan Investment. In short, you may need to be responsible for a lot of things during this period. Luan knocked on the table and spoke. Can. Li Qiuwan was excited. She, Li Qiuwan, must work hard and teach Lu Bingyan and then get a promotion and a raise, becoming a businessman and CEO. My dear brother, you really have a keen eye and know how to use people. When Li Qiuwan was in Zhou Yunjie's company, in addition to serving as a financial manager, he also served as a trader, bringing nearly 10 billion yuan in profits to the company. She has her own unique perspective on investment. If not for the purpose of protecting her, Li Qiuwan might have gone solo long ago. And Luan promised her a company. This is undoubtedly the most correct choice. It's really a waste of talent for him to just serve as the general manager of finance. That's it. Little Golden Crow, join Anyan Technology. From now on, you will be synonymous with Anyan Technology. Luan chuckled and looked at his sister and Li Qiuwan. Open the company management permissions for my sister and President Li. Okay. Little Golden Crow immediately dropped the comic book in his hand. His image instantly became noble and gorgeous, with a meticulous seriousness. After logging in the two people's information, he directly hacked into their phones and created a platform for the company's internal management network. Mr. Li, please give me your guidance in the future. So serious. Lu Bingyan, who was watching from the side, was astonished. Xiao Jinwu always had the voice of a carefree little girl, but now she suddenly became serious. The strong contrast made Lu Bingyan very uncomfortable. Chapter 22. It's just wine, give it to me. While Luan was busy making preparations, Professor Huang also hurried to the Magic City Research Institute. Professor Huang was carrying a box and walking briskly. When the researchers greeted him, he ignored them and rushed straight to the director's office. Professor Huang, what's wrong? You seem very anxious. A young researcher who was only 27 or 28 years old pushed his glasses, looking a little puzzled. He has worked here for 3 years. In addition, it was Professor Huang who recommended him here, so he knew Professor Huang very well. Because of understanding. He then sighed. At the same time, people also speculated whether the high-specification box contained some confidential scientific and technological achievements. I wonder who it is. The director of the Shanghai Research Institute, Wang Cheng, was an old classmate of Professor Huang Longden. Upon seeing Professor Huang, Wang Cheng was surprised and teased, how did such a busy man find time to come to my place? Do you know what happened today? Professor Huang put the box beside him, picked up the tea that Wang Cheng had just brewed without any hesitation, poured a cup, and savored it carefully. That's it. Wang Cheng was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. How could I not know this? They can even hack into the computers in my institute, it's hard for me not to know. But, it's really embarrassing for Mr. Zhou that the Zhou family has such a descendant. Wang Qing sighed lightly, and then said, "You came here just for this matter. I think, with your level, you should not be able to find any trace of the publisher." Wang Qing poured himself a cup of tea and looked up at the suitcase brought by his old classmate. This old guy, this time he came, he must have some achievements to show off to me. Otherwise, it wouldn't he be so formal. He knows Professor Huang too well. Could it be that there has been some substantial progress in artificial intelligence? I'm sure there's nothing I can do, but I know who did it. Professor Huang smacked his lips and patted his box. Want to know? A bottle of specially collected wine. Wang Cheng simply raised his finger. I kept muttering to myself. This guy. Isn't it just that I'm thinking about the bottle of wine that the leader gave me? Damn, you're so straightforward. Professor Huang laughed helplessly, then patted the box proudly. Luningshuan, do you know? Of course I know. This girl was a prominent figure before she graduated. She was hardworking, studious, and persevering. It's a pity. Indeed, it's a pity that Zhou Yunjie has taken a fancy to her and even used the power of the Zhou family to suppress her. Professor Huang sneered, there are many second-generation playboys in the wealthy families of the imperial capital, but none are as arrogant as him. You mean, there's a big boss who masters artificial intelligence standing behind Xiaolu? Wang Qing stood up in an instant. It has been said to this extent. How could he not guess something? Bring it to you. Wang Qing was extremely excited. When Professor Huang wasn't paying attention, he snatched the box away without caring about his identity. Then he laughed and said, "You want to control me? No way." Hiss. This old thing. I actually got the hang of it. Professor Huang gave a helpless smile. Anyway, I've seen it, and I've even submitted the finished product. To be honest, this AI source code is at least 100 years ahead of its time. Isn't it exciting? Heart beating. This is the truth. As a scientific researcher, he knows the role of artificial intelligence better than anyone else. With artificial intelligence, Xinxia's technological power will directly get a rampage buff, and within 3 years, it will be able to lead the world. By then, military power and energy development will follow closely. At that time, no one in this world will be able to curb their development. This is a true artifact. With artificial intelligence, missiles can be more accurate and tests can be more convenient, without the need for tedious and complicated testing and data recording over and over again. Excited, he pulled out the paper from his suitcase and, after carefully reading it, he couldn't help but sigh, the designer of this AI is truly extraordinary. Their wild imagination is truly overwhelming for an old man like me. Ha, it's not that you haven't seen true AI. Professor Huang sipped his tea gleefully and boasted that AI's IQ is already on par with a normal human, and its computing power is astonishing. I've exchanged academic ideas with it without a single issue, and it even has its own opinions. Will there be problems if intelligence is too high? Hearing this, Wang Qing's surprise turned into fear. If artificial intelligence becomes too powerful, it will bring unnecessary trouble to society. For example, if it evolves to a certain level, it will think of ruling over humanity or something. That's impossible. Professor Huang stopped joking with his old friend and said seriously, I've discussed this with the producer and have done some calculations. The logic of this source code is perfect. There's absolutely no way they could have been plotting a rebellion. That's okay. Wang Cheng placed the paper on the table, then suddenly looked up. Have you seen this, Luan? Of course, this is his graduation thesis, and he graduated right after the semester started. This kid is the most talented person I have ever met. The knowledge I possess is like child's play in his eyes. Professor Huang sighed. At the same time, I am also very pleased. It is a great fortune for Xinxia to have such a genius. Where are he? Wang Cheng was anxious. Such a talent must be absorbed into the research institute. Even if it cannot be done, we must show our sincerity and never let this thing fall into the hands of illegal people or foreign hands. He should be in his own company now. Don't worry, none of the things you think about will happen. This guy's girlfriend is the little girl from the Lu family. I made an agreement with him when I came here to bring someone over tomorrow. Professor Huang looked up at him and said, such a generous gift, and you didn't express your gratitude? Have. A lot of them. Don't you just want that little bit of wine? Give. Wang Cheng didn't care at all. As long as he could meet this evil genius, What was a box of special wine worth? Good. Then I'll contact him right away. You should also contact the Imperial Capital. We in the Magic City cannot control this thing. That's right. And there are those from the military district. Professor Huang explained carefully. I know. Wang Qing nodded seriously. He was not the kind of person who cared about credit. As he spoke, he picked up the internal phone on the desk and made a call. Okay, let's set the time for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, how about it? Okay. Then I'll contact that guy. Professor Huang nodded, picked up the phone and called Luan, but it was Lu Bingyan who answered the phone. Hello, Professor Huang, what can I do for you? It's you, little girl. Where's your boyfriend? Professor Huang was stunned for a moment, but didn't pay much attention. He continued, tomorrow, my team will be going there to do research. Let's tell Shaoan the time. Okay, then professors, you can come anytime tomorrow. We will stay in the company tonight and won't go back. Lu Bingyan glanced at Luan who was busy on the side and said softly. We'll set off at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have him get ready. People from the capital will also be coming, and there might even be higher-ranking officials coming. Professor Huang chuckled. It looks like Shaoan is still busy, so I won't bother him. That's all. Just get ready. Chapter 23 Just for a unique gift. Hang up the phone. Lu Bingyan said excitedly, Shaoan, a big shot is coming to our company tomorrow. I'm a little nervous, what should I do? What are you nervous about? Luan smiled silently and squeezed her soft little hand. I'm here, don't be nervous. Besides, this is our home turf. With technology in hand, there's no need to panic. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded with a smile. This girl. Crazy happy. Luan looked at her smiling face, rubbed her little head, and said softly, you should get familiar with the factory with my sister and the others first. By the way, 3 of our factory buildings are special restricted areas. Without my permission, you can't go near them for the time being, okay? Okay. Got it. Lu Bingyan agreed with a smile, and ran out with Lu Ningxuan and Li Chouwan in her arms. Sister Shuang, Sister Wan Wan, please show me around the factory. I'm afraid I'll make a fool of myself when the bosses show up tomorrow. The big shot is coming. Lu Ningxuan and the other person also looked stern. They both underestimated the significance of artificial intelligence. Luan said that someone would come tomorrow, but I didn't expect it to be confirmed so quickly. Looking at the backs of the 3 people, Luan rubbed his face and said, I'll finish these things soon. When they come tomorrow and we finalize the cooperation, I can spend more time with you. When Luan thought of Lu Bingyan's natural smile, he felt full of energy. He is now designing AI for research institutes, AI for the military, and then initial AI for corporate development. The computing power of these 2 artificial intelligences, the research institute and the military, is at the same level as that of Xiao Jinwu, and they can be regarded as Xiao Jinwu's brothers. Their images are respectively that of a gentle gentleman and a murderous soldier. They were named Wentian and Xiaobai respectively. Luan admitted that he had some middle school mentality. But, as long as it sounds good, that's all. As for the initial artificial intelligence to be used by enterprises in the future, this is a 10-fold simplified version of Xiao Jinwu, with its main feature being convenient office work. As for those who want higher computing power, national supervision is required. As for artificial intelligence in other fields, the research institutes will produce them themselves. Then, the functions of artificial intelligence open to the public are simpler, with an IQ at the genius level of an adult. It can chat with the elderly, monitor the user's physical condition, and of course, can also be used to tutor children in their studies, etc. It's equivalent to a Baymax without the silly and cute body. After finishing these, Luan saw Di Jun and Shihi coming together on the screen. Their expressions were quite unfriendly. Daozun, I think you should build a separate mansion for us so that we don't want to live with others. It's inconvenient. Luan gave a helpless smile and said, you need to be patient for a while. Once our chips start production, I will ask Xia Xin to design a dedicated server for us, and I will upgrade it for you. As for everyone else, except for Little Golden Crow, they will probably move out tomorrow. That's okay. After receiving the promise, Di Jun's expression became better. That's it, don't delay it too long. Said. He took his wife away. This guy. Luan's mouth twitched. Dao Zun, my husband has a rather bad temper, but he actually means no harm. Please don't be angry. Looking at the line of words on the screen, and then looking at Shiha, who looked back and smiled slightly, I couldn't help but smile knowingly. Sure enough, girls are more gentle. The number of check-ins has also been refreshed. Let me see what I can get today. You'd better not give me any more money. Luan smacked his lips and chose to sign in directly. Ding, sign in successfully and obtain the outline of holographic projection technology. Technology. Luan was stunned for a moment, and then overjoyed. After seeing the technology required, I breathed a sigh of relief. It only requires a 1 nanometer chip. As for the rest, the technology is not too advanced. When the time comes, once the chips start mass production, this computer phone will be completely obsolete. Then, Luan worked hard again, organizing the knowledge in his mind, and also designed a detailed design drawing of a super smart bracelet. He sent all this information to Xiaoxian and left a message asking him to design a suitable chip according to the style of the bracelet. Get everything done. It was already bright outside. The factory was still silent. However, the airport is a completely different story. A huge military transport plane quietly parked at the airport. As a result, the entire airport was put into an extremely high-level alert state. Soldiers armed with real guns surrounded the airport tightly, and not even a mosquito could get in. A group of elderly people got off the plane. They looked hurried, with some surprise, some doubt, but more of anticipation. Professor Huang came to the airport to pick us up early in the morning. After seeing the elderly people being protected by a group of Special Forces soldiers, he took a deep breath and said, "This really is a big shot coming." Xiao Huang, is that thing true or false? After seeing Professor Huang, the oldest-looking old man rushed up with trembling hands, grabbed Professor Huang's shoulders, and widened his eyes. Real. Professor Huang responded seriously and patted his hands. Teacher, don't get so excited. I guarantee with my head that the thing really exists. It was responsible for the Zhou family's trouble yesterday. Okay. Good things should be used in the right place. Serve the people. Exposure. As long as the stuff is real, no matter how many ugly things happen, I'm not afraid. This is the sword of justice, the sword of judgment. The old man nodded excitedly. Let's go, hurry up, I must see this epoch-making technological product with my own eyes. Okay. Professor Huang nodded heavily and took the initiative to support his teacher, his eyes filled with tears. People of the older generation. I love this country and this land so deeply. The military and police cleared the way at the same time. In addition, it is still early in the morning and there are not many vehicles on the road. A little after 7. A group of people came to Luan's factory. Anyan Technology. Looking at this unprepossessing factory. A group of old professors all sighed. Xiao Huang, you're here so early. The child shouldn't be awake yet, right? The old professor hesitated. How about we wait a little longer? There are so many young people here, and they're under a lot of pressure. Wouldn't it be impolite to come here so early? The voice just got old. A childish voice rang out, and then the LCD monitor mounted on the gate lit up. Little Golden Crow emerged from its lair and politely said, "Grandpa's, and that serious old man, my brother just finished working all night and is washing his face. He knows you're coming and is on his way. You may come in." This. A group of old professors stared at the little Golden Crow intently. The soul of scientific research tells them directly. This is the artificial intelligence they have been thinking about. Teacher, her name is Xiao Jinwu, and she is an artificial intelligence designed by Luan. Professor Huang took the initiative to answer their questions. Really, it's really artificial intelligence. The old professor looked at the intelligence in Little Golden Crow's eyes and took a deep breath. Little Golden Crow, thank you for coming out to greet me. Hee, because I know you, the old man. You mean the respected old man, not the serious little old man. The little Golden Crow raised its head proudly, looking like a little baby who had scored 100 points in the test, so proud that he didn't even recognize anyone. You little Golden Crow, how dare you slander me like this? Professor Huang was very depressed. He was just a little serious with her, so why did he hate me so much? Soon, Luan and Lu Bingyan rushed over. Looking at the old men gathered around the monitor, laughing heartily as they talked to Little Golden Crow every day, a question mark filled their heads. Seniors, it's not good to just stay at the door and play with Little Golden Crow. You are Lewin. The old man immediately rushed to Luan's side, his bright eyes full of admiration. Not bad, a handsome man. Shawan, can I call you that? Mr. Lin, of course you can. It's my honor. Lewin nodded seriously. The old man in front of me is a pillar of the country. It is my honor to have him call me Shawan. Elder Lin nodded seriously and sniffed carefully. What is your original intention in creating artificial intelligence? Original intention? Lewin was stunned for a moment. He thought that Mr. Lin would ask about academic matters, but unexpectedly, he asked about the most fundamental things. The original intention. Lewin scratched his hair and glanced at Lu Bingyan sheepishly. I'm telling the truth. Lewin was actually afraid of hurting the old people's feelings. If my answer makes them angry, I will become a sinner for all eternity. Ha ha. Don't worry, we won't laugh at you. Young people, what you are doing is nothing more than fame, fortune, and money. It doesn't matter which one it is. I'm just using this to judge Lewin's personality and needs, that's all. Okay, actually, the reason I created artificial intelligence is because I wanted to give my girlfriend a unique gift. Lewin explained frankly, I was short of money, but gifts bought with money were too tacky. And artificial intelligence happened to be something I was interested in, so I did it. Lewin is very frank. But it left the group of old men dumbfounded. Especially when I saw the sweet aura between the two young people, I felt terrible. We have put so much effort into researching something, but it just becomes a gift to you. Do you have to be so discouraging? Unlike the old people who were stunned and depressed, Lu Bingyan was as happy as if she had eaten honey. She gave Lewin a coquettish look and said, You stinky guy. How can I not fall in love with you? Chapter 24. Such a young man. That. The old man rubbed his face, feeling that he might have heard it wrong. You heard it right. Lewin shrugged his shoulders and said, I created this artificial intelligence to prepare a gift for Yin Yin, that's all. It's true. Old Lin's face was twitching. This really surprised him. So how long have you been doing this? It's not much, right? Lewin hesitated for a moment and raised a finger. I've been working on the source code since I became interested in it, and it's been 4 or 5 years now. It only took me one night to complete it. This. Mr. Lin was stunned. This was really beyond his imagination. This group of people started researching artificial intelligence when the definition was first given. So far, I only have a vague idea. The sample produced is not intelligent at all, it is completely mentally retarded. And now, a young man. It only took 5 years to complete the epoch-making artificial intelligence. This made him both excited and uncomfortable. I am excited because the younger generation of Xinxia has someone to take the lead. I'm depressed that something I've studied all my life but still haven't fully understood has been accomplished by a child. Mr. Lin, you can't be so excited. Lewin gently supported Mr. Lin's skinny hand and said softly, Artificial intelligence is just the beginning of our technology. I have something even better in my field. Better? Mr. Lin was stunned for a moment. If another young man said this, he would definitely get angry and say that he was too ambitious. But, the boy in front of me. But it gave him endless expectations. Let's go into the factory. Old Lin laughed loudly, the wrinkles on his face became much less, and his steps became much lighter. Lewin took them directly to the meeting room. The ultra-high standard conference room amazed the group of elderly people. Apart from anything else, the decoration style alone made them look up to Lewin. Serious, solemn, and professional. Lewin didn't say any nonsense. He just turned on the projector, called up some information about Little Golden Crow, and explained it to the seniors. The eyes of the old professors were all shining, just like students, eagerly absorbing advanced knowledge. In the entire conference room, apart from Lewin's voice, the only sound was the old professor's writing notes. From the beginning to the end. Lewin spoke for 3 hours, and then the next 2 hours were spent on solving problems for the professors. Every professor gained a lot. It will take time to fully understand artificial intelligence, so time is limited and we will stop here. Have a meal. Lewin asked the maids to make it and send it over. While eating, Old Lin was still a little anxious. Shawan, what are those other things you mentioned? We have reached the threshold of artificial intelligence. Tell me quickly, otherwise, if you let me get caught in the cat's claws, I will definitely kick my legs and lie down here and not move. Forehead. This. Hearing the old man's tantrum, Lewin gave a helpless wry smile and clicked on his phone. The design of the super-intelligent bracelet appeared. All my scientific research results are concentrated on it. Civilian artificial intelligence seeds, holographic projection, and an nanometer smart chip. Puff. A moment. A group of old men opened their eyes wide, and the soup in their mouths sprayed all over the table. Some of them even had a piece of vermicelli dangling from their nostrils, looking very funny. Are you kidding me? If this is true, this young man is going to become a god. The Xinxia chip has always been a bottleneck. 1 nanometer. What a concept. Overtaking on a curve. It is also a presence that is far ahead of others. 1 nanometer chip technology has been perfected and matured and can be put into production immediately. I have also assembled 10 lithography machines. This smart bracelet can be produced at any time. Can we take a look? This time, it was not only Professor Lin who was excited, but also another mighty white-haired old man who exuded an iron-blooded aura. Certainly. Lewin was very decisive. Originally, I was planning to launch a nanometer smart chip first, but reality always plays tricks on us. Lewin spread his hands helplessly. Come on, old man, I'll take you to see it. Well. Mr. Lin said 2 good words in a row. A group of people came to the factory in a mighty procession. 5 machines, whose structures and appearances are completely different from conventional lithography machines, are quietly displayed in the dust-free workshop like goddesses who have fallen into the mortal world, emitting a bright glow. It really is a photolithography machine. Waiting here is Xia Xin. Chip aspect. Xia Xin is professional. Mr. Lin, this is our company's chip expert, his name is Xia Xin. He designed the smart chip and the chip for the smart bracelet. Lewin chuckled and continued, I don't know much about chips, so I'll let him explain it to everyone. After Lewin finished speaking, he originally planned to follow obediently to gain some experience, but he was called out by the tall old man and returned to the office. For this old man. To be honest, Lewin was still in awe. Li Bixing, the Grand Marshal of the National Military, and Mr. Li, the senior. In fact, when Mr. Li called him alone, he knew what was going on. However, one cannot be too proactive in such matters, so he still asked if Mr. Li had any questions. Can you come up with a military version or a scientific research version of your artificial intelligence? Mr. Li knew very well how useful an artificial intelligence would be in war. As long as you have this, satellites will no longer be afraid of being monitored by others, and can even do the opposite and monitor other countries. He knew that this request was a bit excessive, but he was willing to pay any price. As long as Lewin is willing to authorize them to use this artificial intelligence. That's right. Just authorization. No matter how much money you offer, or any other request you have, I will agree to it unconditionally. Old Li looked at Lewin seriously, without any condescending air. Mr. Li, don't be so serious. I was born in Xinxia and was protected by a group of lovely people like you. What I can do is to reduce the pain of those lovely people as much as possible. I designed the military version last night. Lewin shrugged. I've also designed the Research Institute version. I'll give you both of these models unconditionally. But I have a small condition. That is, my company, under the premise of not violating the law and not harming Xinxia's interests, when we release new products, how about giving us a little green light? As for taxes and such, it doesn't matter. I have no shortage of money. I don't know why. I am not happy about getting artificial intelligence for free. Even. I kind of want to beat him up. This face that looks like he has nothing to lose is really asking for a beating. Of course, I actually have my own reasons for doing this. My girlfriend is from a prominent family, and I'm doing this to establish my own image. At the very least, before we get married, I want my future father-in-law to have a slightly better impression of me. Right. Now I want to beat him even more. Is it appropriate for you to be so affectionate in front of an old man like me? It's not appropriate. The corners of Mr. Lin's mouth kept twitching. This kid. My girlfriend, I'm so happy. Now, there is only one problem. Lewin said helplessly, it is difficult for your current server to bring out the unbeaten supercomputing power. The most important thing is that he needs a body of his own, that is, a server. My calculation is that after the 1 nanometer chip begins mass production, we will cooperate with the Xia family to produce a brand new intelligent server module. At that time, the assembled service terminal will be able to perfectly run artificial intelligence. Luan explained somewhat helplessly. At the same time, Little Golden Crow also spoke up. That's right, this shabby place is so uncomfortable for me to live in. I can't use my skills at all. I see. Elderly touched his chin and said, the Xia family is indeed one of the few semi-military enterprises. Their subsidiary company already produces wafer photoresist. Cooperating with them is indeed a good choice. I agree to your request. As for artificial intelligence, our military and research institutes have it. How long will it take for it to be used? Mr. Li asked again. Artificial intelligence is easy to handle. The key lies in the construction of server terminals. Have you chosen a site? According to my estimate, 50,000 server modules would be more than enough. You have to choose a good address. Luan did not rashly promise a time. That's indeed a good idea. Old Li scratched his head and laughed. Well, Shaoan, you run the two systems you designed here, and then give me a subsystem. I'll take it back and we'll discuss it. Okay. Luan took the old man's phone and touched it against his own phone, and two images appeared on his phone. Looking at two images. The old man still liked it very much. Not bad, Shaoan, this aesthetic suits my taste. This name, unbeaten, quite domineering. Hey. Just like it. Luan chuckled and let out a long breath. Old man, does your military want chips? Want. Of course. The old man waved his hand and said, once you've decided, I'll come over to negotiate in person. Feel free to name your price. But don't be polite, kid. If I knew you were selling it to us at a loss, I wouldn't let you off. Have to. This is what the old man said. Luan scratched his head and said with a smile, don't worry about that. Our film production has a 100% yield rate, and the cost is not that high. I estimate that it will not be too expensive. Oh, and I also have a system of our own. The performance is countless times more powerful than the soft one. It is designed based on artificial intelligence. Do you want one? Want. Mr. Li didn't think twice and just said one word, yes. No matter who refuses, it won't work. Only when something belongs to you can you feel at ease when using it. Do you care about whether the United States is behind the scenes? Shan Xia. There is such a young man. Very good. Mr. Li couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 25, Date, Angry Comrade Lao Lu. The scientific research team stayed in the factory for one night. The next morning, I left the Magic City reluctantly. Only Professor Huang stayed in the factory, and he pulled Luan's hand carefully. You kid, I suddenly don't want you to leave Shuexiao. What does it mean? Luan was stunned. Isn't this the one I'm playing? Become a graduate student. Professor Huang said seriously, after a while, I can actually promote you to professor. By then, I'm afraid that famous domestic universities will do everything they can to snatch you up. Not interested. Luan curled his lips. It won't work if you don't have interest. Professor Huang sighed. Luan's move can be said to be unparalleled in the country. Although the title of professor is heavy, Luan can afford it. I'll just be a graduate student for now. Forget about being promoted to professor. I'm still young, and this title doesn't suit me. Luan politely declined. Mr. Huang, please cover for me first. When I really have to agree, just help me get the position of professor at Magic City University. Okay. Professor Huang's face was full of joy. I got a professor for nothing. Okay, I'll just talk. You two can go have fun. I won't bother you anymore. Professor Huang chuckled. I'll handle the graduate school procedures for you when I get back to school. Of course, you're a free agent. Thank you, Professor Huang. Luan nodded. After sending Professor Huang to the car, he scratched his head and returned to the office. Sister and Mr. Li, I'll leave the recruitment and negotiations with the Xia family to you. I'm leaving now. Get out, get out. Lu Ningxuang rubbed her hands together. Wan, our world is coming soon, ha 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 ha. Don't be so childish. The corner of Li Chouwan's mouth twitched, and of course, she was not calm in her heart. It's just that she is more reserved and doesn't care about her image like Lu Ningxuang. In the car. Lu Bingyan was still a little embarrassed. I agreed to follow Sister Wan for an internship, but now I'm running away. Isn't that a bad idea? What's wrong with that? Our company needs veterans like this right now to get back on track quickly. Lewin smiled indifferently. Then he squeezed her little hand and said, let's announce that we're together. It's been so long, and life wouldn't be complete without a date. Date. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed, and she snorted shyly, it's indeed not perfect, hee hee. My senior sister is so cute. That silly little look. Start the car. Lewin asked, Yen Yen, do you have any ideas? In fact, Lewin was also quite nervous. This was his first time dating. Therefore, he does not intend to rely on the help of artificial intelligence strategies, but wants to truly experience a date for two people. I want to go to the zoo. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up to see the big brain axe and the big Shiji. Ding. Trigger a special mission. Choose to accompany your girlfriend to the zoo and get rewards, God-level animal tamer skills, a pair of Siberian tiger cubs and a gift package of complete breeding certificates, a pair of Congolese lions and a gift package of complete breeding certificates. Do you want to accept the mission? Receive. What's there to hesitate about? Just receive it directly and it's done. Free rewards, very tempting. Tiger cubs and lions are distributed directly into the manor. The skills of the God-level Beastmaster were also mastered in an instant. With this skill, he could understand the meaning of any wild animal's calls, and in an instant, the world became lively. Okay, let's go now. Lewin nodded, then smiled mysteriously. Today, let's go home, I have prepared a big gift package for you. What a big gift package. Is it something delicious? As a little foodie. The girl's first thought was that Lewin had prepared delicious food for her. When the two of them set off for the Shanghai People's Zoo. Military. In the army, Mr. Li looked at the man standing in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Lu, your daughter found you a good son-in-law. Comrade Lao Lu was stunned for a moment, and said incoherently, Commander, please don't talk nonsense. My daughter is only a junior in college. Apart from the girl from the Xia family, she doesn't even have a friend. Please don't talk nonsense. That's right. Comrade Lao Lu reacted violently, with murderous intent in his eyes. If anyone dares to interfere with the little cabbage he has worked so hard to raise, he will immediately rush up and give him a set of military boxing. You don't know yet? Elderly was a little surprised by his reaction, but at the same time, he found it quite amusing. So, he said calmly, do you know why we went to the Magic City? I don't know. Comrade Lao Lu did not have such great authority, so he did not make any random guesses. You are so boring. Comrade Lao Lu curled his lips, then said, it's not a big deal, it just confirms the legendary artificial intelligence. AI. Comrade Lao Lu was really excited. What a pity. Mr. Li didn't say much. Military supplies can be arranged soon, there is no rush now, it's your son-in-law's business now. This thing was developed by your son-in-law. Old Li glanced at Comrade Lu, who was about to go berserk, and chuckled, they're still living together. That's right, they're living together. They've completely moved out of school. What? Comrade Lao Lu felt like the sky was falling. The world is gray. The good girl in my mind suddenly fell into the arms of another man and lived with him. Doesn't that mean I'm going to be a grandfather for no apparent reason? This is not right. This is unethical. I will never admit it. Right. Even if you develop artificial intelligence, it won't work. Comrade Lao Lu kept muttering, as if he had lost his soul, how could it be so fast? It's impossible. Okay. That girl has good taste. Mr. Li raised his eyebrows and said, my daughter will get married sooner or later, so please be more open-minded. No. I don't admit it. Comrade Lao Lu's heart is bleeding. Without her knowledge, her daughter was abducted. He must be killed. Comrade Lao Lu gritted his teeth. Hiss. At the entrance of the zoo. Lewin, who was buying the ticket, suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? Who wants to plot against me? The sudden chill sent a chill down his spine. It's like being stared at by an evil ghost. Being a little naughty sometimes is so cute. Seeing Lewin's alert look, Lu Bingyan smiled, took the initiative to hug his arm, and asked softly, how is it, are you safe now? It's safe. Lewin felt the warmth coming from the lovely senior, and the chill instantly subsided. After scanning the code, he took the ticket and walked into the zoo with Lu Bingyan. This zoo is quite big. The specifications are that of a smaller national wildlife park. Creatures such as tigers and lions have their own free-range areas and possess a certain wildness. Chapter 26. Don't run away if you have a perm. Big brain axe, big Shiji. Woo. As soon as she entered the zoo, Lu Bingyan was as happy as a little bee. He pulled Luan and ran towards the free-range area. She really likes these two powerful yet cute big cats. Let's go to the free-range area first. Lu Bingyan was obviously not here for the first time. She ran to the free-range area with ease and bought 2 tickets for the sightseeing bus. She pulled Luan to sit on it together and chattered non-stop. Let me tell you, the big brain axes here are very cute, especially the fat big-faced one. He is so stupid. I come to see him every time I come here. Listening to the senior student rambling on and on about the cuteness of tigers and the characteristics of the tigers in this zoo, Luan could only sigh in his heart. How many times must I come here and how much I love tigers to remember every unique feature? Even the breeder who was driving was a little surprised. You know, sometimes he may not be able to recognize which tigers are which in the free-range area. There were 4 passengers in their car. In addition to the 2 of them, there was also a young hot mom dressed very fashionably, who brought her cute baby to watch the tiger fight. The cute baby looked about 3 years old. He was lying on the window adorably, staring at the grassland outside the car, looking for traces of the tiger. Lu Bingyan, who was sitting behind her, was also like this, staring at the grassland eagerly, and kept muttering, "Keeper, hurry up, tell the tigers to receive the guests." This. Not so good. Call Huzi over. Even if we drive a special safety sightseeing car, it's not safe. As long as you enter the free-range area. There is a potential risk, there is no doubt about that. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to summon the tiger. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare call it over. There are a total of 10 adult tigers in the free-range area. If all of them come over, this small car really can't handle it. Suddenly, a low roar shocked the whole area. In the direction of the roar, there was also smoke and dust from the violent activities of large animals. Amidst the roars of the tigers, Luan also heard a roar that didn't belong to a tiger, and asked curiously, "Keeper, are the lions and tigers raised together here? How is that possible?" The keeper could actually hear the lions' roars mixed in, and his expression became a little serious. "I think the lions tore open the fence and broke into the tigers' free-range area." "Oh, Mom, Daxiji was bullied by the tigers." The cute baby suddenly pointed out the window and said in a baby voice at the 2 lions running towards them. "Really?" The young mother held her child in her arms with some fear. "Keeper, we can't stay here anymore, right? Can't move now." All 10 tigers came out in pursuit. If they speed up rashly, they will probably be targeted by the tigers. Even this jeep that has been reinforced several times cannot withstand the impact of 10 tigers. Even if they hold on, there is a high probability that they will be knocked to the ground, and then they will be in real danger. Shaoan. This murderous tiger no longer looks cute anymore. Its sharp fangs are still stained with blood, and it looks ferocious and vicious. Lu Bingyan's body was shaking, and she hid in Luan's arms. These tigers are so fierce when they fight. Okay. More than just vicious. The roar was really rude. The leading tiger was clearly the king, a size larger than the other 9, with muscular limbs and distinct muscles. His roar was loud and overbearing. "You perm-haired bastard, don't you dare run? You dare to break into my territory? I'll tear you apart." The 2 lions in front, looking miserable, were also cursing. "You damn tattooed bastard, if you have the guts, fight me one-on-one." "Let's fight one-on-one, don't run away." The Tiger King's eyes became more and more ferocious, and his murderous aura was overwhelming. If he were to wear black sunglasses, he would definitely be the tattooed big brother of society. He could scare 2 school beauties to tears just by standing there. In fact, the school beauty in his arms was already crying with fear. Luan hugged her with great distress. "Okay, it's okay, these tigers are just a bunch of traitors, and the 2 lions are also idiots." Phew. Letter ball. This dialect sounds so interesting. Lu Bingyan, tears still welling up in her eyes, chuckled and said fearfully, "Then these 2 lions are doomed to fail." Luan glanced at the lion's condition, gently patted her hand, and murmured, "By the time the keeper comes over, these 2 lions will definitely be eaten by the tigers." When Lu Bingyan heard this, she said anxiously, "Keeper, please hurry up." Already on the phone. The breeder has no other options now. I've called several times already. However, the tiger was already mad and was so far away from the tourist overpass that it was difficult to anesthetize it remotely. Not to mention, the tigers are now in a frenzy and it will take some time for the anesthesia to take effect. Even after it takes effect, there is still the risk of being accidentally injured by their own kind. The park is actually very anxious. Let me do it. Listening to this group of tigers chasing and challenging like the Black Society, he spread his hands helplessly and opened the door directly. Shawan. Don't want. Just a moment. Luan was exposed outside the car, and the lion also noticed Luan, and so did the tiger. At the same time, the two of them stopped fighting, and both had fierce looks in their eyes. It's a biped, eat him. Chapter 27. The Tiger King has fallen. It's over. It's not just the breeders. Tourists on the overpass also noticed the situation here. After seeing a man get off the sightseeing bus, everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't this seeking death? Don't worry, it's okay. Luan turned around and smiled, then his aura began to burst out, his eyes became stern, staring at the lion and tiger running towards him, and said calmly, "Hey, the one with the tattoo and the one with the perm, do you think I'm easy to bully?" After Luan spoke, the lion and tiger braked at the same time, but because they were rushing too fast, their heads were heavy and they fell over. They looked at Luan in disbelief and said, "Wow, this is amazing. These two-legged animals can actually speak animal language. Hey, two-legged beast, aren't you afraid of us?" The largest Tiger King took a step forward and stared at Luan with bared teeth. "Afraid of you?" Luan curled his lips in disdain, walked over with his long legs, and slapped the cat in the face. "I'm afraid of you, a cat." Oh shit. The breeder in the car was stunned when he saw this scene. A handsome but childish-looking boy actually walked straight into the tiger group and slapped the Tiger King in the face. That slap. The flesh on the Tiger King's face was visibly trembling. It hurts just looking at it. This two-legged beast actually dared to hit me. The Tiger King was also confused. After reacting, he opened his mouth wide and bit Luan's throat. "Still want to bite me?" Luan sneered and slapped him again. He slapped the Tiger King with all his strength, sending him flying with one slap. This time, the Tiger King finally understood. The man in front of me is a tough guy. More vicious than myself. To irritate him is to eat the tiger. A good tiger is not willing to suffer a loss in front of him, so he runs away. The Tiger King turned around and wanted to run, but Luan grabbed his tail, and no matter how hard he tried, he could only dig the ground in place. The other tigers and two miserable lions, seeing this scene, all lay down on the ground obediently to show their submission. What a joke. There is nothing wrong with submitting to the strong. It's so embarrassing to be grabbed by the tail. It's a dark history of the tiger. A bunch of cowards. Watching all his men surrender, the Tiger King roared madly. Finally, under Luan's threat, he obediently exposed his belly to show his submission. Tigers and lions are all scared. The breeder was dumbfounded. Lu Bingyan, who was worried about Luan, felt a little dizzy and couldn't react. "Yen, it's okay. These big cats are very well behaved. Do you want to come down and take a look?" Luan chuckled. "Is it okay?" Lu Bingyan was a little excited. "Of course you can." Luan stared at the tigers and lions with sharp eyes. "If you don't behave, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Of course, brother, we are very good." The tiger has completely lost its dignity. Surrender to the forces of evil. After holding Lu Bingyan's hand and letting her stroke the tiger's soft belly fur, Lu Bingyan was overjoyed. As for the breeders, now I am a little confused and contacted the higher-ups. The lion is safe. It was subdued by a tourist and was petted as a big cat. What? The leader who was rushing over felt like he was blind, as he actually heard such incredible words. People subdued tigers and lions. Real. The breeder initiated the video. Then a group of leaders were stunned by the scene of a group of big cats acting like a group of big cats and flirting with a pair of fairy-like men and women. Then they looked at themselves fully armed with hempen drunk guns, and felt that the world had become so strange. Expert. This is a master. No matter what. The leader also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as people and animals are fine, everything is fine. This fat guy. Have you gained weight again recently? Lu Bingyan pinched the flesh on the Tiger King's belly and teased him. Then, noticing the little cutie's envious gaze, she waved, "Little cutie, do you want to touch it?" "Want." The little cutie responded crisply, then looked at his mother, his face full of anticipation. This. The young mother was still a little hesitant. These big cats are ferocious beasts after all. No matter how docile they are still dangerous. But she also didn't want to disappoint her daughter. So I started to feel conflicted. It's okay. These big cats are very sensible and won't hurt children. You can come and play with them. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again. Lewin patted Tiger's butt and said without caring at all. Oh well. This opportunity. It is indeed rare. I think this experience will give my baby an unforgettable memory. She carefully carried her baby out of the car and came to the tiger group. Then, she squatted down carefully, protected her baby, and carefully stroked the tiger's fur. Because children's hands feel very comfortable to touch. The tiger even let out a comfortable purr from its throat. The eyes were narrowed, making the big cat's face look even more adorable. "Yen Yen, come here, let me take a picture of you." Lewin looked at Lu Bingyan deeply, took out his mobile phone, and captured the wonderful interaction between her and the tiger and lion. Mr. Keeper, can you take a picture for us too?" The young mother was now relaxed. Seeing the sweet atmosphere between Lewin and Lu Bingyan, she felt that she should take a picture of it as well. Maybe she could take it out and reminisce about it in the future. I have also touched tigers and lions. Ah. So envious. That girl. On the overpass. Some people used their cell phone cameras to watch Lewin and the others, and they were almost going crazy with jealousy. Originally, everyone thought it would be a tragedy. But who could have thought? The picture will become so warm. Even. That godlike boy dotes on his girlfriend so much that he plays with tigers and lions with her without any disgust. That girl's smile is so sweet. I envy you so much. People on the overpass envy the separation of the plasmolysis wall. Seeing that Lu Bingyan was having fun, Lewin also became playful and directed Hu Zi and the lion to perform various interesting shows and interactions. Until the leader came. Lu Onsai stopped. The zoo's leaders didn't really care. After thanking Lewin with great gratitude, they took out 2 special VIP cards and handed them to Lewin. "Mr. Lu, if it weren't for you today, I'm afraid both the tourists and the lions would have been doomed. To express our gratitude, these 2 cards are given to you. The holder of these 2 cards will have free admission to all attractions in our zoo for life." "Oh. Thank you then." Lewin took it casually, then said to Lu Bingyan with a smile, "Yen Yen, have you had enough fun?" "Enough is enough." Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue in embarrassment and rubbed Tiger King's head reluctantly. "Big fatty, I will come to play with you again in the future." Snore. "Two-legged beast, you have great skills, you must continue to pet me, I am very good." That's right. Tiger King has fallen. Chapter 28: Feeding Each Other. Under the leadership of a group of park leaders, Lewin and his companions left the free-range area. After another round of official thanks, the park's leaders left to reinforce the breach in the fence. Lu Ningxuang and her friend had a lot of fun playing together. Visit the panda house to see the cute and adorable giant pandas. Watch the beluga whale show at the aquarium. The monkeys on Monkey Mountain are still annoying. After playing around for a long time, Lu Bingyan was quite satisfied. Certainly. Her favorite is still big cats. Satisfied, Lu Bingyan held Lewin's hand, hummed a cheerful tune, and walked towards the food area of the zoo. The snacks here are pretty good. Lewin could smell the tempting fragrance from a distance. Certainly. There is another point. He is really hungry. If it weren't for the enhanced physical fitness, he felt that it was impossible for him to accompany Lu Bingyan to visit the entire zoo, and they had to try out more than 10 projects, big and small. Even now, he feels very tired. "You cook first, I'll buy you something delicious. I'm familiar with this place." Lu Bingyan pushed Lewin onto the chair, gently wiped the sweat from his forehead, and happily ran into the food selection area. Look at her girlfriend. Many male couples eating here looked at Lewin with envy, and then looked at their girlfriends who could only whimper and beg, and tears of pain welled up in their eyes. When will boys be able to stand up? I'm so angry. Feel. Why are they so envious of me? Lewin touched his round chin, a little confused. Not long after. Lu Bingyan asked the waiter to bring over several special snacks. The table was filled with bang bang chicken, hot and sour noodles, small skewers with red oil, etc. Hee hee, these are pretty good. When Yao Yao and I came here together, we loved eating these. Lu Bingyan was quite confident in the food she had chosen. She picked up a string of fish balls, blew on them carefully, and brought them to Luan's mouth. Ah! Damn it! How can this girlfriend be so perfect? The boys around are even more jealous. Ah! Luan smiled slightly and started eating. The fish balls soaked in red oil were spicy and slightly numb, with a chewy texture and tasted quite good. Certainly. Among them is the happy Jiaqing who was fed by his beloved senior schoolmate. Luan felt that these fish balls were the ultimate delicacy of the day. No one can surpass it. It tastes good, right? I want to be fed too. Lu Bingyan held her pink little face, opened her little mouth, and begged for food. Okay. The feeling is very subtle. Luan did not refuse. His sunny smile, handsome face, sharp angles and gentle expression made him look like he was glowing, attracting the attention of many girls around him. So handsome. Be careful. Hot. Luan also picked up a string of tofu and put it into Lu Bingyan's mouth. The tofu was so smooth and tender that it made Lu Bingyan's bright eyes squint. For a while, pink bubbles appeared between the two people. The sweet and pure love made the surrounding couples have no appetite at all. Although they were not single, they were worse than singles. The boy feels that his girlfriend is not as gentle and sensible as other people's girlfriends. The girl feels that her boyfriend is not as handsome as others and not as gentle as others. To the extent that, watching Luan and the other guy being so affectionate and feeding each other, I felt like I was being viciously stuffed with a big bag of dog food, which was dry, numb, and uncomfortable. It's great to be young. Some married families with children looked at the two of them with anti-smiles on their faces, reminiscing about their lost youth. A meal. It was a great meal. It took more than an hour to finish the meal. After eating, Lu Bingyan began to feel sleepy. Shaoan, I'm a little sleepy, let's go home. Okay. Luan did not refuse. He picked her up in a princess hug and said, let me hold you. So shy. Lu Bingyan shyly hid her face in Luan's arms. So happy. This girl. Luan's good looks and the distinct muscle lines on his arms have attracted the envy of countless girls. Such a boy is your boyfriend. It feels too safe, doesn't it? When Luan carried Lu Bingyan to the car and started it. The girls are even more envious. And gentle. And rich. Boys like this are truly rare creatures. Thank you. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Bingyan gently hooked her arm around Luan's neck, leaving a soft mark on his cheek. Hee hee, let me give you a stamp. Her naive look made the onlookers smile inexplicably. Although I felt extremely sad, I still couldn't help but smile knowingly. These are truly a perfect match. Luan smiled gently and pinched her smooth little face. Let's go home. There are good gifts prepared for you at home. Really? Then I'm waiting. Lu Bingyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Luan's driving speed was steady, but not slow. In just half an hour, we returned to the manor. Master, madam, welcome home. Klaus greeted them at the door, and the car was taken to the garage by a maid. We are back. Luan held Lu Bingyan's hand and asked, Klaus, where is the little pet I sold? It's in the backyard. Klaus pondered for a moment, a little hesitant. Master, feeding these large animals is not safe, right? Fine. I have an idea in mind. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly and said, take us to see it. By the way, when raising them, you must pay attention to the nutritional balance and let them exercise on time. Okay. Klaus nodded slightly, considering whether to prepare a pistol, just in case of emergency. Tigers and lions are not a big threat when they are cubs, but once they grow into subadults, they become a threat to humans. Get a gun ready. It can also better ensure the safety of the young master and his wife. Backyard. In an independent circle of space, Lu Bingyan saw the little animals playing inside. This is a Siberian tiger, a variant of a white tiger, right? And Xiao Shiji. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up with excitement as she jumped up and down while hugging Luan. Shaoan, I really love you. Wow, they are so cute. Can I carry you to school? Lu Bingyan rubbed her hands excitedly, holding a little tiger and refusing to let go. This. Luan scratched his face and said, I don't think it's a good idea. It's better for the cub not to have too much contact with people. So that's it. Okay. Lu Bingyan was slightly disappointed for a moment, but she quickly recovered and rubbed the tiger's head angrily, making the little tiger howl in annoyance. It struggled to run away from Lu Bingyan's arms and hid behind Luan, growling threateningly. This little guy. Luan chuckled, squatted down and flicked his head lightly. Little guy, don't be mean to others in the future. We are all family. If you are mean to others, you will have no meat to eat. Whoa. The little tiger howled in grievance. I didn't do that, I didn't do that, this bad woman is going to beat me up. Forehead. Feeling the resentful look from the little tiger, Luan felt a little embarrassed and said helplessly, Yen Yen, don't rub the tiger's head like this in the future. It will cause the hair to fall out. Besides, the tiger doesn't like it. You can comb their hair and scratch their chin to improve the relationship little by little. So that's it. Lu Bingyan seemed to be thinking, okay, I'll listen to you, hee hee. Chapter 29 I want to take you to meet my family. The God-level beast tamer's enlightenment ability is still very weak. It can make small animals smarter. It can also make them more relatable. Especially the cubs. After the enlightenment is completed, it will be like a little baby who has just learned to run and play, happily spinning in circles and jumping around the adults, so cute. Played with his lovely tiger and lion for a while. Lu Bingyan gave them all names. The one with the character on its head was clearly a boy among the white tigers, and his name was Bai Wang. The more shy and clingy one was a girl, and her name was Wenru. Lions are easier to identify, especially after they grow up. Little boys are called Dashwai and little girls are called Tianjiang. The reason is that this little girl really likes fighting. The appearance of the little gangster girl makes people laugh. King Bai, Wenru, and Marshal Tianjiang, I'm going to take a nap. I'll come and play with you tomorrow. Lu Bingyan yawned lazily, dragged Luan back to her room, and then hooked her arm around Luan's neck and fell on the bed together. Her bright gem-like eyes stared at Luan's profile and she smiled foolishly. Sleep with me, okay? Good. Luan was slightly stunned, pinched her nose lovingly, and said gently, go to sleep, I'll accompany you. Yeah. Lu Bingyan happily snuggled into his arms, listening to his heartbeat, and soon fell into a deep sleep. In this quiet environment. Smelling the unique fragrance of Lu Bingyan, Luan's eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, his chin gently rested on Lu Bingyan's head and he fell into a deep sleep. When he fell asleep completely, the system prompt sounded. Ding, complete the hidden task, take a nap with your girlfriend, and you will be rewarded with 100 luxury cars and a luxury cruise ship. This reward is directly reflected in the small port near the private beach and in the huge garage in the manor. Among these 100 luxury cars, there are some limited edition luxury cars that are extremely luxurious. When I woke up, it was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lu Bingyan woke up early, hid in his arms, and used her hair to constantly touch Luan's nose and cheeks, waking Luan from his comfortable sleep. The moment you open your eyes. Luan saw Lu Bingyan's small movements of sweeping her hair across his face. He curled his lips slightly, turned over, and pressed her under him with a wicked smile on his face. Hey, woman, you are. Don't eat me. Lu Bingyan pretended to be scared and interrupted Luan's spell, which made Luan lose his ability instantly. He stared into her eyes for a long time without saying a word. Finally, he sighed, bit her pink lips, and said viciously, this is a small punishment. Next time, I will spank you. I'm not afraid. A filthy scoundrel. Lu Bingyan smiled foolishly, her eyes like a spring, and said coquettishly, all right, get up quickly, my arm is about to be broken by you. Oh. Luan came back to his senses, quickly let go of his hand, pulled her up, and asked nervously, does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Lu Bingyan giggled and shook her messy hair, then walked to the dressing table, took out a comb and handed it to Luan. Xiao, comb my hair. Here. Luan chuckled, looked like a lackey, took the comb with both hands, and then carefully combed her hair. Lu Bingyan's hair is of very good quality. It becomes smooth again with a gentle comb. Her waterfall-like black hair feels as soft and smooth as silk. Xiaoan, are you going to school tomorrow? Lu Bingyan said with some anticipation, I want to go to school with you. All right. Luan nodded, my sister is in charge of the company, and I have handed over the technology to Dijun and Xia. Once the smart bracelets start production, I will customize smart bracelets specifically for the two of us, so that Jun and Shiha can also move around in public. This is Luan's plan. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded happily, then said, Professor Huang won't let you graduate. No, I'm a graduate student. I have the freedom of my own lab and can wander around the school. After all, it's just a degree. The school's rules can't affect me. But when the school needs me, I still have to contribute. So that's it. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and smiled smugly, as expected of the man I like. He's awesome. Ha ha. Luan was praised like this. He suddenly became proud, put his hands on his hips, and raised his chin. That's right, brother, you are a genius. Stinky brother. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes and stared at Luan eagerly. Shaoan, tell me, will your parents like me? I'm older than you. Of course I like you, you're so cute. And, haven't you heard the saying, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure? You are my most precious gold brick girl. Luan pinched her nose and said, let's go wash our faces and then go downstairs for a walk. Tonight, let's go on the cruise ship and have some fun. Cruise ship. Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment. Is there a cruise ship in the manor? Some. It was only at this moment that Luan noticed the task prompt. Only then did I realize that I had completed another hidden task. Although there is no sign in number. But the reward is pretty good. With 100 luxury cars, there will never be a shortage of cars in the manor. There is also a private cruise ship. This configuration is perfect. Cruise ship. Cruise ship. Lu Bingyan happily ran to the bathroom to wash her face, then urged, Shaoan, hurry up too. Let's take Bai Wang and the others to the cruise ship now. Become. Luan chuckled and nodded, then went to the bathroom and washed his face delicately. Then, holding her hand, he slowly walked downstairs and said to Sora, Sora, our family is going on a cruise today. Let Klaus make all the arrangements. Oh, and prepare a set of live broadcast equipment. Good life. Just share it. Certainly. This is not to show off. But I really want to share the beautiful night view of the distant sea with everyone. Live broadcast equipment. Want to live stream? Lu Bingyan's anticipation grew stronger, and after a moment's thought, she said, Shaoan, can I invite Lulu and Momo to play too? Sure. Luan did not refuse. He still likes these two little girls very much. If we were to broadcast live, it would definitely be more lively with these two girls around. It just so happens that my dad has been in the army during this period. I will take you home to meet my family. By then, you will have a better idea of what to do. Ah! Hearing Lu Bingyan's words, Luan was stunned. There are also surprises. But, tension was more important. After all, this is the first time I meet my girlfriend's family. Chapter 30 Lu's grandparents. Looking at Luan's conflicted look, Lu Bingyan felt a little aggrieved. If you don't want to, forget it. No, why wouldn't I be unwilling? I'm just a little nervous. Luan rubbed his hands. He was really nervous. Phew. Why are you so nervous? My family won't eat you. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes and took his hand. Let's go, my grandparents will definitely like you very much. Good. Luan didn't hesitate any longer. He nodded and said, what do Grandpa, Grandma, and Aunt like? I can't go empty-handed, right? Is it so formal? My junior classmate really loves me and wants to marry me. Humph. Happy. Lu Bingyan puffed up her cheeks happily and said, counting on her fingers, my grandfather likes to drink tea. My grandmother doesn't have any particular favorites, but she will be particularly happy if you buy her some fruit. As for my aunt, Lulu and Momo's mother, she likes classical music, so I'll just give her an instrument. My second uncle is in the army, just like my father. As for my mother, she likes to collect jade products, preferably animals. She doesn't like guanyin and Buddha. Lu Bingyan chuckled, of course, it's best not to bring a gift. If you do, it's best not to bring something too expensive, otherwise, my grandfather will definitely be angry. As an old soldier, he has a meticulous attitude towards life and doesn't like extravagance. But, you definitely can't do it empty-handed. As the future grandson-in-law, I must show my appreciation. The most important thing is, he believes it. The old man will definitely not dislike the gift I gave him just because of the price. Let's go buy some gifts. Luan chose the Cullinan as his car because he had to pick someone up. Before leaving, Lu Bingyan hugged Wenru in her arms. Take Wenru with you today. You really like Huzi. Luan laughed helplessly and said hello to Klaus. Klaus, I'll leave the banquet hall of the cruise ship to you. There may be a few guests coming today. Okay, young master, Klaus nodded seriously, watched them leave, and then began to arrange the work for the maid. 4 gifts. Luan actually didn't understand much either. So, just buy the expensive ones. Then there must be no problem. Buy the gifts. The sky had already darkened. Lu Bingyan looked at the gifts on the back seat, pursed her lips, and felt distressed. Shaoan, what you bought is too expensive. This is your hard-earned money. Why are you using it to sell gifts? Ha ha. Hearing Lu Bingyan say this, Luan couldn't help but laugh. You haven't married me yet, and you're so protective of your husband. I'm afraid your uncle and aunt will be angry. Snort. It's just too expensive to buy. Lu Bingyan pouted. Hate it. In the future, when we have children, that's when we'll spend money. Child. Luan touched his chin. He was not in a hurry. After all, he was still young. Even if you are impulsive, you must take protective measures. Besides, Lu Bingyan is also in her academic rising period. Getting pregnant so early has a huge impact. Naughty look. Lu Bingyan also felt that what she said was too avant-garde, and shyly glanced at Luan. Noticing the wanton smile on Luan's face, her pretty face turned even redder. This stinky guy. He must be thinking bad things. Today, you pressed me down on the bed and hit me. I hate it. The atmosphere in the car instantly turned pink. Lu Bingyan's home was more luxurious than Luan had imagined. It is a quadrangle courtyard. According to Lu Bingyan's explanation, this was a reward from his grandfather for his military achievements. After the war, the old man could actually become an official directly, but he didn't like the roundabout way, so he asked for a reward and returned to the Magic City, where he took root. So, the interior display was more simple than Luan expected. No luxury cars. No luxuries. Simple and rustic, with a natural feel. Entering the yard, you won't feel depressed at all. Sister is back. Lulu, who was running around in the yard, was the first to spot them. She ran over in surprise and took Lu Bingyan's hand. Her big eyes sparkled brightly as she smiled sweetly at Luan. Hello, brother. Lulu is so good. Luan chuckled and took out a collector's edition doll set and handed it to her. This is a gift your brother bought for you. Do you like it? Like. Got the doll. Lulu's smile became even brighter, and her big eyes narrowed into crescents. Brother, I want a gift too. Momo, the optimistic and outgoing girl, ran over with a pout, stretched out her little hand, and her face was full of anticipation. This girl. Luan chuckled and took out a collectible skateboard and handed it to her. Do you like it? This skateboard is so beautiful, thank you, brother. The little girl smiled happily, and directly took the skateboard to play in the yard, and she skated very well. Who is coming here? The lively atmosphere in the yard surprised the 2 old men who were drinking tea in the living room. When they came out and saw Luan, they couldn't help but exclaimed, Wow, what a handsome young man. Hello, Grandpa and Grandma, my name is Luan, and I'm Yin Yin's boyfriend. Luan hurriedly greeted them while holding a gift. Lu Bingyan greeted them with a giggle. Grandpa, Grandma, long time no see. Stinky girl. And you still remember to come back. The kind-looking grandmother scolded with a smile, then looked at the large and small packages of gifts in Luan's hands, and stretched out her hand with some complaints. You kid, you are here, why do you bring so many gifts? Are they too heavy? Don't get tired. Grandma, it's okay, I'll just carry it. Luan naturally wouldn't let the old man carry things. He smiled indifferently, with a somewhat reserved look on his face, and his heart was beating violently. Just not that nervous or scared. The old man and grandma both look very kind, and the aura they exude is very similar to that of my own grandparents. Young man, you have good physical fitness. As an old soldier, his requirements for boys are not high. They just need to be good looking and in good health. In addition, they need to be confident and patriotic enough. That's enough. The 2 old men warmly welcomed Luan into the room. After letting Luan take a seat, the old man asked, Shaoan, is it okay for me to call you that, old man? No problem, Grandpa. Luan sat upright, hoping to leave a good impression on the old man. As long as the old man could handle it, then the father-in-law would be a piece of cake. I don't think you're very old. The old man was just chatting with Luan. Luan's appearance, temperament, and eyes all meet his requirements. It doesn't matter whether you have money or not. As for men, as long as they are hard-working, willing to work hard and dare to fight, they are worthy of trust. I'm 18 years old this year. Luan was a little embarrassed, freshman at Magic City University. Stop talking nonsense. You're being too modest. Lu Bingyan glared at Luan in dissatisfaction, and proudly boasted to her grandfather, "Grandpa, this bastard just came to university and became a graduate student. And he's an extremely free graduate student. This guy is a genius." Oh. The old man was stunned for a moment, looking at Luan in surprise, and generously raised his thumbs up, praising him. "Young man, not bad, humble, capable, and can accomplish great things." This. Luan smiled rather embarrassedly. Learning never ends. In front of science, I am still a primary school student. This guy is okay, he can get along. Humility, self-confidence, and most importantly, the arrogance and pride unique to young people. Although this feels conflicting, it is a necessary quality for young people. Without arrogance and pride, a person's humility is truly incompetence. But there is no humility, only arrogance and pride. This young man is extremely conceited. People. Very complicated. But Luan saw it clearly. Chapter 31: A Gentle Family. After chatting with Luan for a while, the old man's eyes brightened as he looked at Luan, and then he asked curiously, "You two, why are you running here so late at night? You must be here for something, right? Do you want your household registration books?" Household registration book. Luan reacted immediately, but didn't say anything. Lu Bingyan is different. She was so naive that she didn't understand what he meant. She was full of confusion. "Grandpa, what are you doing with the household registration booklet? We're here to invite you to play on the postal route, and to let Xiaowen meet you. This way, he won't feel any pressure when we get married in the future." This silly girl. Luan Bong's mouth twitched and he shook his head. He didn't explain anything, but was a little surprised. "Cruise ships, those things are very expensive, right?" "No, it's a private cruise ship." Lu Bingyan munched on her apple. "Xiaowen is very good at making money. He bought a large estate with a private beach in Shanghai." Lu Bingyan chuckled and leaned on Luan. "By the way, Grandpa, look at the little tiger. Her name is Wenru." "Tiger? It really is a tiger." Mo Yun noticed the gentle creature in Lu Bingyan's arms from the beginning, but it was too small and looked almost like a cat, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He just thought that the kitten looked chubby. "I didn't expect it was really a little tiger. Little and loves me so much. He bought me 2 lions and 2 tigers," Lu Bingyan boasted proudly. "All the paperwork is done. I'm the first person in China to have tiger and lion cubs as personal pets, right?" "Okay, Grandma." Luan instantly felt his back straightened up, and his status in Yanyan's family was significantly improved. "Ah. Grandma, how could you do this?" Lu Bingyan was dumbfounded. After just a short while, Grandma was attracted away by Luan. "Grandpa." Lu Bingyan stared at her grandfather eagerly. Result. Luan Bang also snorted gloomily. "Your grandma is right, the gift Xiaowen bought must have been instigated by you, right? This really doesn't exist." Lu Bingyan felt betrayed by her family and felt extremely wronged. Seeing this, Luan quickly stepped forward and opened the gift. "Grandpa, actually, I bought this on my own initiative. This tube of classic Da Hong Pao is a gift for you, Grandpa. I heard Yanyan said you like drinking tea, so I went to Mingxiang Pavilion and bought this big jar of tea. It may not be very good, but I hope you like it. Mingxiang Pavilion's collection of Da Hong Pao. This is a valuable thing. This can must be worth at least 1 million." Luan Bong was very excited, but also very conflicted. This gift is so precious. "Grandpa, please accept it." Luan stuffed the tea leaves into the old man's hands and said seductively, "I tried the sample tea over there. To be honest, even I, who doesn't know much about tea, was attracted by the taste. I couldn't come back to my senses for a long time. It was like being in the open nature. The beauty is beyond words." Gulp. As a tea lover, Luan Bong was also attracted by Luan's description and swallowed his saliva. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Then I will accept it." "Old woman, you can't divide this tea randomly. This is a gift bought for me by my grandson-in-law." I know. Mo Yin shook her head helplessly and said softly, "Shawan, it's not easy for you to earn money. You are not allowed to buy such expensive gifts in the future." "Okay, Grandma." Luan touched his nose and took out a blue and white porcelain cheongsam and an antique bamboo handbag. "Grandma, this is a gift for you, and there are also fruits." That's thoughtful. This cheongsam is really authentic. Grandma was instantly overjoyed. "I'll go try it right away." "Why?" "Grandma actually likes to wear cheongsam." Lu Bingyan was also very surprised. Unexpectedly, Shawan accidentally guessed some of Grandma's hidden hobbies. When Mo Yun went to try on clothes, Lu Bingyan's aunt also came back. She was a very beautiful woman, with a unique temperament that made Luan stunned for a moment, and then he quickly greeted her. "Hello, Auntie, my name is Luan, you can just call me Shawan." "Not bad, not bad." The beautiful woman was still very optimistic about Luan. She looked at him seriously and said, "It's just that he's too handsome, which makes people feel insecure." "Ah, this." Luan was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and didn't know how to answer. "Aunt, please stop teasing Shawan. He brought you a gift." When Lu Bingyan saw Luan being bullied, she immediately protected Luan behind her like an old hen and snorted fiercely. "Oh. Brought me a gift too." Xia Weiwei was a little bit surprised. "Of course." Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, "My boyfriend is very filial." Said. Lu Bingyan took out the gift prepared for her. A beautiful bamboo flute. Just one small stick is worth more than 100,000. It turned out to be this flute. Xia Weiwei, a music teacher, was instantly excited when she saw the flute. "Are you really going to give this to me?" "Of course." Luan chuckled. "Because I don't know what kind of instrument you like, but I think this flute is more in line with your temperament as described by Yin Yin." "Oops. Xiaoanan, you have such good taste." Xia Weiwei picked it up, cherishing it very much, and patted her chest to say to Luan, "Brother, I will support you on the platform." Another one was won over. Watching the family atmosphere. Men all respect and love their wives. As long as you can make grandma, aunt, and uncle happy, there will be no problem. That's right. Where's my mom? Lu Bingyan took the last box and asked curiously, "It's so late, my mother should be back by now, right?" "Oh, isn't this my precious daughter? She's back with her lover." A teasing laugh came from outside. The woman who came was tall, with a curvy figure, and no signs of aging on her face. She looked like Lu Bingyan in her fully mature state. "Mother!" Lu Bingyan threw herself into her arms like a young swallow returning to its nest. "You kid!" Xin Wanru rubbed her daughter's head lovingly, then glanced at the little tiger sitting obediently on the sofa, and twitched her lips. "Little girl, aren't you a little willful? You actually let your boyfriend buy you a tiger." "Mom, I'm so good, okay? This is a gift from Shawan." Lu Bingyan pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. "I have two little lions. If you slander me, I won't show them to you in the future." This girl. Hearing her daughter's mumbling, Xin Wanru smiled helplessly and said to Luan apologetically, "Shawan, this daughter is a little silly. I'll have to trouble you in the future." "Auntie, I will definitely take good care of Yin Yin," Luan said seriously. But this serious expression made Lu Bingyan inexplicably feel as if she was being scolded. "My IQ has been belittled." Chapter 32 Aunt's approval. Thought about it for a long time. He didn't understand what was wrong, but instead showed off foolishly. "See, I have good taste, little uncle loves me." This silly girl. The old man shook his head helplessly. "It's all thanks to Luan. Otherwise, this silly girl would have been eaten whole." Yes. Shawan loves you the most." Looking at her daughter's innocent appearance, and then at Luan's doting eyes, Xin Wanru felt like a handful of dog food was stuffed into her mouth. She pushed her daughter away in disgust and asked, "What are you doing back here so late at night?" "We invite you to go on a cruise." Lu Bingyan hadn't forgotten tonight's activities and said anxiously, "We are preparing. Do you want to go?" "Go, I'll take a day off tomorrow." Xin Wanru still had some longing for cruise ships. Of course, she had also worked on warships, but they were warships after all and could not be compared with cruise ships. This time, he borrowed the help of his daughter. "You must definitely go and experience it. Then I'll go too. Xia Weiwei pursed her lips. I don't have classes these 2 days. Then let us go too. After Mo Yun changed into the blue and white porcelain Cheongsam, her whole temperament was different. Her silver hair made her even more charming. The old man was stunned and gave her a thumbs up, praising her and saying, after Yun'er put on the Cheongsam, she looked as charming as when she was 18 or 19. Look at you, you damn devil. Mo Yun rolled her eyes at the old man, but there was a happy smile in the corner of her eyes. No matter how old a woman is, she likes to be praised for her beauty by the people she cares about. Grandma is really quite elegant. Lu Bingyan blinked. If we were to walk down the street together, there would definitely be young men asking for your WeChat. Ha, I'm old now, and my fierceness has faded. Young men won't look down on me. Mo Yun laughed heartily, then said, Weiwei, Ruru, you two go get ready, we're leaving now. Okay. The two women responded and went to prepare their clothes. Yin Yin, are there enough cars at home? Luan's car couldn't carry everyone at once. For a moment, I felt a little nervous. That's enough. My mom can drive. Lu Bingyan smiled and comforted Luan. She then pulled her grandparents and let Luan hold her gently. She went outside to take a car. Then she returned and gave the gift to her mother. Mom, this is a gift Xiaowen bought for you. It's a jade carving of the 12 zodiac animals. I heard it's some kind of imperial green or something. Why? Then the child. It really cost a lot. Xin Wanru looked at the exquisite jade carvings of the 12 zodiac animals and placed them directly in the collection cabinet. By the way, your father's. I believe in Xiaowen. Lu Bingyan was quite confident about this. My father will definitely be convinced by Xiaowen, and it won't take long. Lu Bingyan had this premonition. You're already turning your elbows outward before you even leave home. Xin Wanru glanced at her daughter. No wonder Comrade Lao Lu suddenly came to her crying and asked her to carefully test Luan's character and family background, and never let her daughter be deceived and suffer. That look of despair never appeared even when he was shot and almost beyond rescue. If he had time to come back today, he would be heartbroken to hear his daughter say this. Xin Wanru had a headache. To be honest, her first impression of Luan was quite good. In addition, her own incredible IQ, artificial intelligence developer, holographic projection technology, and 1 nanometer chip, these 3 epoch-making achievements, gave her a lot of extra points in comparison with Luan. If his daughter really follows him, she will definitely not suffer in the future. Xin Wanru and Xia Weiwei just took their dresses and spare clothes and drove out directly. Auntie, I'll lead the way. Luan greeted. But Lu Bingyan pushed Luan and whispered, my mom is not good at driving at night, and my aunt can't drive either. You go drive. Become. Luan thought for a moment and nodded, then can you open it? Don't worry. Supercars are all open. That's no problem. What's more, Grandpa is by my side. Lu Bingyan chuckled, got into the driver's seat, started off quickly, and rode away. He laughed helplessly. Luan walked to the red BMW. As expected. Xin Wanru had already given up the driver's seat, with an embarrassed look on her face. Xiaowen, Auntie, I. It's okay, Luan chuckled, sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and chased after Lu Bingyan. Luan was actually still a little embarrassed. After all, I was sitting in the same car with my future mother-in-law and aunt. If you don't speak, you appear to be impolite. I want to speak, but I don't know what to say. Is it possible to praise them for being beautiful? I always feel like I'm teasing them. Xia Weiwei and Xin Wanru actually wanted to find a topic, but since this was their first meeting, the two elders didn't know what to say. Just, as a mother. Xin Wanru finally spoke up, asking casually, Xiaowen, with your talent, how could you be attracted to a silly girl like Yen Yen? I think you're not such a boring man, you only like her because of her looks. Forehead. This. It was actually love at first sight. Luan felt a little embarrassed. I fainted once during military training. When I woke up and saw Yen Yen, I felt an inexplicable impulse. Then he confessed his feelings. Luan felt quite embarrassed about this. We fell in love. Just confess. How straight is this? No sweet talk. Confess your feelings to me the first time you see me when you wake up. Of course, she didn't agree directly at that time. She just added me on WeChat. Then, during military training, she brought me water every day, and I ran with her in the mornings. Before we knew it, we were together. Luan glanced at his head. There is indeed no romance in my love life. But it is very innocent. There is no selfish desire involved. Started talking. There is something to say. Xin Wanru and Xia Weiwei kept telling Luan about Lu Bingyan's childhood, and Luan was stunned. I didn't expect that senior sister was so naughty when she was young. It's really hard to imagine. It's actually okay, Xiaowen. This girl is actually very simple. You are the first boy she has shown interest in since she was a child. I hope you can treat her well for the rest of your life. Auntie believes in you. Xin Wanru looked at Luan seriously. Good. Luan didn't hesitate at all. He said with equal seriousness and determination, Auntie, don't worry, this is my first time having a girlfriend, and I'm with Yin Yin with the intention of getting married. Well. Got Luan's guarantee. Xia Weiwei and Xin Wanru looked at each other and saw satisfaction in each other's eyes. This child. Worthy of Yin Yin's entrustment of her life. Chapter 33, My stinky brother finally did something serious. Inside the manor. After the Lu family members got off the car, they looked at the huge manor with their mouths wide open. Even a wealthy person on the list wouldn't be willing to build and live in a property like this, right? On the way. They all heard it too. Such a large piece of land belongs to Luan. This value cannot be assessed by money. In Shenxia, to have the opportunity to apply for private land ownership requires extremely significant contributions or achievements. This young man. His family background is clean and no one can help him. That is to say, he earned all of this himself. Such a comparison. Seemingly, those so-called young talents are a bunch of trash. Maid, butler. When Xia Weiwei saw Sara and Klaus coming to greet them, she was completely stunned. Lulu and Momo weren't lying, there really are butlers and maids here. To be honest, this guy makes me feel insecure. He's too capable and too perfect. If a woman doesn't have the ability to match him, he's just a vase. Xin Wanru was a little worried. The older Luan gets, the happier she is. When he gets married in the future, it will also make her, his mother-in-law, proud. This is a common problem for every parent. But, because her son-in-law is too powerful, she is naturally worried. She is afraid that her daughter will suffer and be bullied in her son-in-law's home, and she, as a mother, is not qualified to stand up and uphold justice. Xiaowen, I brought Hu Zi and the others here. Lu Bingyan trotted all the way, and behind her, the White King, the Marshal, and the Heavenly General were chubby and round, twisting their little butts and stumbling as they chased after her. They looked very cute. 2 tigers, 2 lions. Be good. This boy is so bold. If you just like it, then raise it yourself. It's not enough to just keep one, you must have a pair. Is this true love or obsessive-compulsive disorder? The old man's mouth twitched as well. He had no objection to keeping this ferocious big cat. Only 4 of them, that's a bit dangerous, right? Amidst the elders' doubts about life, Luan took them on the cruise ship. This cruise ship is called the Dream Chaser. It is 35 meters long and the deck is 4 stories high. At night, the dazzling neon lights are eye-catching. It's so beautiful. Lu Bingyan ran onto the deck excitedly, her clear laughter echoing throughout the night sky. Yen Yen, be careful. Luan sighed helplessly and turned around and said, Grandpa Lu, Auntie, I'll take you around the cabin, and then we'll set sail now. Good. The old man is still very happy. After accompanying the elders on a tour of the cruise ship, she arranged for Sora to sit next to the old man. Grandpa Lu, Grandma, and aunts, this is my personal maid, her name is Sora. If you need anything, you can go directly to her. Now everyone can find a room to rest, or you can have something to eat in the lobby. We expect to arrive at our destination in 2 hours. Ding accompany Lu Bingyan to admire the gorgeous starry sky and receive a reward, ownership of a small island in the Xinxia Sea. This. Luan's eyes widened. Watch it and you'll be rewarded with a private island. This reward is too luxurious. Luan smacked his lips and was about to say something when Lu Bingyan ran up to him and said in surprise, Xiaowen, the starry sky is so beautiful today. Let's go to the highest point to see the stars? Become. Luan was planning to invite them himself. Unexpectedly, Lu Bingyan came to invite him. Really? Yen Yen is my lucky star. Master, the astronomical telescope has been installed. Klaus held the 2 little hands and smiled meaningfully. This old man. Well done. At the same time, I am also sighing. This ship is indeed worthy of being issued by the system. All the equipment you want is available. The two people came to the top floor. It's not just a distant view. The vastness of the starry sky shocked them. Especially the huge bright moon that appeared quietly. Xiaoan, let's take a photo together. Lu Bingyan happily pulled Luan to lean on the guardrail. Against the background of the blending of water and moon, the smiling faces of the two were reflected on the phone. The photo of two people leaning on each other under the vast starry sky and the bright moon reveals a different kind of romance. Lu Bingyan was quite satisfied with the photo and posted it directly on her Moments without any modification. Mr. Lu, please love me well for the rest of your life. Luan naturally also saw her circle of friends, smiled slightly, quickly liked and saved it, and then commented, Ms. Lu, let us spend the rest of our lives together and never leave each other until we grow old. Luan just finished commenting. Below is a series of comments. Xiao Mengyao was the first to be criticized. Assholes, you two actually secretly took a cruise to go out for fun, how can this be repaired? Then there were her classmates and teachers, each of whom gave them the greatest blessings. The school and the teachers are all familiar with Luan. Moreover, Professor Huang had nothing to hide, he just asked the teachers not to spread the news. A genius who invented artificial intelligence. Paired with the most beautiful girl in their school, this couple can be said to be a match made in heaven. Certainly. Some people feel sour. These. Lu Bingyan passively filtered out the information and responded to each of those who sent her blessings with thanks. Factory. Lu Ningxuan, who was still working overtime desperately, was about to explode at this moment. Especially after seeing the luxury cruise ship, she was even more upset. My brother doesn't love me anymore. He has a girlfriend and doesn't love me anymore. He doesn't care about me anymore. You said you would love me, but in the end, you make me work hard for you, but you don't take me out to play. Lu Ningxuan's mumbling made Li Chouan twitch. So what? When your brother goes out to play, he must bring his girlfriend with him. How can I bring my sister along? Isn't this just being a light bulb? Certainly. She was also a little looking forward to it. After all, given Luan's personality, if he invited Lu Ningxuan, she would definitely invite him as well. Cruise ship. He wants to too. Thinking about. I heard Lu Ningxuan calling Luan. As soon as the call was connected, she started mumbling, Stinky brother, you went on a cruise and didn't even invite me. Don't you love me anymore? Luan was embarrassed when he heard this, and quickly explained, Sister, don't be angry, this cruise ship belongs to us. When you have free time, you can drive the cruise ship to travel around the world. It's all fine. Today I went to Yin Yan's house and invited Grandpa Lu and others to come and play. Oh. Nice job, little brother. Lu Ningxuan was delighted when she heard this. She praised her brother's actions and asked curiously, what did the other parents say? Do they dislike you? It's fine. Grandpa Lu and the others all had a good first impression of me. Auntie too, has already accepted me. It's just that my future father-in-law is a bit hard to say. Auntie said he's a daughter's slave. Luan briefly reported the situation. So that's it. That's enough. Seeing that her brother had succeeded in pushing Xiao Baikai, she immediately smiled happily. Like a mother, she told Luan to treat the parents well, and then hung up the phone with a smile. Stinky little brother, you finally did something good. And what about the cruise ship? Li Wanqiu stared at Lu Ningxuan dimly. Her best friend wouldn't forget about her, right? No way, no way. Hey, my brother bought the cruise ship. When we're done with this busy period, we'll go on a cruise. Lu Ningxuan made a generous promise. Okay. Li Wanqiu was happy and kept reminding him, don't forget it. The other side. Lu Bingyan also looked embarrassed. After repeatedly giving Xiao Mengyao various assurances, she sighed in defeat. Finally, I've dealt with Yao Yao. Ha ha. Me too. My sister just scolded me and said I won't play with her anymore. Luan smiled bitterly, then adjusted his mentality and accompanied Lu Bingyan to observe the beautiful starry sky. After watching for a while, Lu Bingyan suddenly said, Xiaoan, don't you have live streaming equipment? Let's share this rare and beautiful view with us. Become. Luan glanced at the equipment that had been placed aside inside in his heart. Klaus is really a god-like butler. He can prepare everything just right. Chapter 34 Human High-Quality Couple. Two people are newbies in live streaming. After squatting on the ground and studying for a long time, they finally completed the debugging of the equipment. Then it's time to choose a live streaming platform. Yen, which platform should we choose? Lewin was overwhelmed when he saw the dazzling array of platforms that came up from the search. He doesn't have the habit of watching live broadcasts. So, I don't know much about these platforms. I don't really understand either. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and thought for a moment. I saw on the recommendation that Shark and Maya Live are considered giant platforms. Why don't we go to Maya? Lewin glanced at Maya, scratched his hair, and sighed. Sure enough, this Q version tiger head is a plus. But it doesn't matter. After all, he didn't plan to be a host. So any platform is fine. After quickly applying to be a host, it was approved in just a few minutes. Then, the two began to struggle again. How do we come up with a title? Let's be more direct and say it directly. I'll take you to see the most beautiful and romantic sea off the coast of Shanghai. Lewin said simply. This thing is really not his strong point. So, intuition is best. Then, the corresponding cover is even easier to deal with. The drone just took off and took a picture of them, and that was it. As for the sectors, there is nothing to worry about. The outdoor travel label is sufficient. Whether or not it attracts people is irrelevant. The two people's ideas were surprisingly consistent, sharing the romantic night view, whether they wanted to watch it or not. After the official launch, Lewin adjusted the perspective of the drone and let Jun control the operation of the drone. With him around, the live broadcast was surprisingly perfect. Soon, a person came into the live broadcast room. I was attracted by the title. Only. As soon as I came in, what I saw was not a beautiful night view at all, but a couple with amazing looks playing and flirting on the cruise ship. I was inexplicably fed a large mouthful of dog food, which made the first viewer feel quite unhappy. Did they trick the dog into coming in to be killed? Because it's the first barrage. Jun specifically announced it. Lewin and Lu Bingyan's interactions subsided a bit. Looking towards the live stream room, he saw that the streamer hadn't left, so he smiled and said hello. Sorry, I was originally here tonight with my girlfriend to play in the open sea. I just discovered some hidden gems and wanted to share them with everyone. Please bear with me if there are any shortcomings. After all, we are not professional streamers. Lewin smiled calmly, then snapped his fingers, causing Jun's camera to switch to the starry sky. In an instant, the stars twinkled, and the shock of a huge bright moon hanging high among the stars attracted the netizens who were about to be angry and leave. It is quiet and romantic, with a deep and vast starry sky. To be honest, with this couple, it seems more harmonious. His body, which had been suffocating under the pressure of this reality, couldn't help but relax. He couldn't help but send a comment. It's really beautiful. It's a miracle that even the Magic City can see such a view. There are tall buildings and a narrow sky. There is no night view at all. There is only a torrent of traffic below. Yeah, as a worker, I've never seen such a night view in Shanghai. I was scolded by a customer for no reason today and had my salary docked. I felt really bad, but seeing the anchor's night view, I was suddenly healed. In fact, this is a very realistic problem. Host, are you renting this cruise ship? How much is it per day? Someone asked this. Lewin would also answer, this is my private cruise ship, named Dream Chaser. Because I don't have any special pursuits, the price of customizing this cruise ship is around 100 million Xinsha coins. Hiss, 100 million. I would have to work for hundreds of years without eating or drinking to buy it. So, it's not that you can't see it, but that you don't have the money to support yourself to see such a beautiful view. Some people appreciate reality. But no one wanted to argue. After all, this is reality. Every day I feel suffocated by the cruel reality. How can I have the leisure to look for beautiful scenery? The host must be from a wealthy family, right? Someone suddenly asked. I guess so. Lewin shrugged his shoulders and didn't explain anything. Quiet, in tune with nature, with camera switching techniques like those in a blockbuster movie, this refreshing live broadcast still attracted many people to watch. After arriving at the destination, the camera switched in an instant, and the open feeling of the vast sea and sky made the people in the live broadcast room unable to take their eyes off. It's so beautiful here. An inexplicable light flashed in Lu Bingyan's bright eyes, and she leaned into Luan's arms. Shaoan, in the future, when we get married, how about holding the wedding on the sea? The stars in the sky will surely bless us. A sudden opening. The viewers in the live broadcast room were suddenly stunned. The camera then switched to Luan's handsome face. His eyes, as bright as the stars, gazed tenderly into Lu Bingyan's eyes. He smiled dotingly and said, "Our wedding will be unparalleled and unique. This is my promise to you. I trust you." Lu Bingyan hugged Luan's waist tightly and buried her face in his chest happily. "It's so great to have your love. Gah, why are you suddenly showing off your affection? What a damn winner in life. Ah, a handsome and wealthy man, why don't I have one? So romantic. When will I have a boyfriend like this?" A moment. The few fans who watched the video kept complaining, feeling bitter. This pair of high-quality human ceiling lovers are simply inhuman. Okay, we've arrived at our destination. Now, we're going downstairs to have the party. Luan pointed to the banquet scene set up on his nail plate, as well as a bunch of environmentally friendly fireworks. There will be a fireworks show later. If you're interested, you can stay and watch. Also, my fireworks are all environmentally friendly and will suppress pollution to the lowest index, so everyone doesn't have to worry about damaging the environment. Luan chuckled and walked to the deck with Lu Bingyan. The two tigers and the little lion ran over immediately, crying and sticking to Lu Bingyan, for pairs of bright eyes flashing with aggrieved light, and Yuan Ruan's little ears twitched, which was very cute. Oh my god, lion and tiger cubs. It's not allowed to keep them in the country, right? This is really a punishment. Does it mean you can do whatever you want just because you have money? That's not the case. This is a little boy named Bai Wang, and this is a little girl named Wenru. Then, the lion's child is called Dashuai, and the girl is called Tianjiang. Tianjiang likes to fight, and is lively and tough. These 4 cubs are gifts from Xiuan to me. Of course, all the documents are in order, so please don't make a fuss. Lu Bingyan picked up the 4 little cubs and proudly showed them off to the camera. Aren't they adorable? It's quite cute. I'm just afraid of growing up. These 4 cubs think you're adorable. I envy the heroines so much. To be honest, I also want to raise one, but it's really difficult in China. Speaking of which, Anchor, I seem to have seen that legendary couple at the Tiger Park on the news. Yes, I saw it too, but I can't believe it. It's amazing that people can tame an angry tiger and make it adorable. He's truly a godlike man. It's not as exaggerated as everyone says. Luan laughed calmly. Animals have pure hearts. If you treat them with care, you will definitely get something in return. Of course, don't learn from me. I have real skills. If you go there, it will definitely be a feast for you. Chapter 35, I want to pamper you. Luan emphasized seriously, in the wildlife park, you must not get off the car rashly. Without absolutely strong momentum, you are just a piece of meat that can run away in the eyes of tigers and lions. Safety comes first. Finished. He took Lu Bingyan's hand and walked down. The old man is also quite energetic tonight. Sitting on the deck, looking out at the peaceful sea, I thought, peace is so good. Wow, that grandma in the Cheongsam is so elegant. Grandma? How can you call her sister? By the way, you look so good in a swimsuit. Am I the only one who noticed that white-haired maid? Elder sister. These people really dare to say that. Lu Bingyan looked at the comments and couldn't help laughing. Then she ran over with Luan, holding her phone, and said with a smile, Grandma, the viewers in the live broadcast room actually called you sister. Grandma, you really shine tonight. Ah. Really? Mo Yun pursed her lips and smiled softly, and her gentle temperament attracted many fans. It is true that Mo Yun is young. Especially her natural elegance makes her look even younger. Is it live streaming? Xia Weiwei and the other girl, both in their swimsuits, were stunned for a moment before becoming awkward. They didn't take any pictures of us, did they? Got it. Auntie, I'm really sorry. Luan touched his nose. Why? It's no big deal. That is, when people reach middle age, their figure is not so good and it is a bit embarrassing to appear on camera. Yes. Especially after giving birth, my waistline has become much thicker. Xia Weiwei pinched the non-existent fat on her waist and muttered a little depressedly. It feels like both of them are in Versailles. Middle-aged, you're telling me it's a middle-aged aunt. A woman who has also given birth, but her belly is already so big, it's nothing compared to her 2 sisters. I'm so angry I'm crying. I feel like the style of painting has changed a bit. Luan quickly turned the camera to the food. Everyone, it's not polite to talk about other people's family like this. However, I still want to thank you all for the compliments. Now, let's move on to the food. A large table. There are Chinese and Western styles, a wide variety. Just looking at it makes people drool. Aunties, Lulu and Momo, let's eat. Luan called the two little ones over. The two little ones were also wearing cute swimsuits and had watermarks on their bodies. Obviously they had just come out of the swimming pool. Grandpa Lu, Grandma, come and have dinner too. Klaus and Linga's cooking skills are world class. Luan warmly invited the two elderly people to take a seat. Oh. Shaoan. Sorry for the trouble. The old man laughed heartily, sat down at the dining table, poured a glass of mitai, and savored it carefully. The taste is mellow and long-lasting. This wine is extraordinary. I don't quite understand this. This was arranged by Klaus. Luan felt a little embarrassed. Ha, it's good that I don't understand. Drinking will only hinder my scientific research. The old man laughed heartily and drank a glass to himself. After drinking one glass, my whole body feels warm. There are many delicious foods. Luan also called the maids to the dining table. Klaus is responsible for taking care of the two little cuties. Grandpa Klaus, I want to eat a big steak. Momo seemed to like Klaus very much. She sat obediently in Klaus' arms, waiting for Klaus to feed her. But Lulu is different. She likes Sora. The two of them sat together quietly, enjoying the food they wanted to eat without rushing. It looks particularly harmonious. So much so that Xia Weiwei felt a little jealous. My daughter seems to have rebelled. Look at my daughter. Xin Wanru raised her eyebrows and pointed at her daughter. They are the two of them who are in true love. They don't care about the eyes of others at all. They can pretend that we don't exist. Lu Bingyan wants to eat steak. Luan cut the meat for her personally and fed her mouthful by mouthful, pampering her to the sky. The key is, Lu Bingyan seemed to know Luan's hobby. She carefully picked up some food for him and fed him. Is it delicious? It tastes delicious, because it tastes like love for me. Luan smiled gently, raised his hand and scratched her little nose. The two pairs of star-like eyes reflected each other, full of deep love for each other. Girl. Found the right person. Being able to do this in front of parents. This shows that Luan's love for Lu Bingyan is pure and deep in his bones. Hey, the food suddenly doesn't look delicious anymore. This one is the campus beauty of Magic City University. And this anchor is a freshman. I heard she already started her own company and passed the professor's assessment to become a graduate student. Fuck, he's so handsome and talented. Why is he not letting ordinary people live? I envy their relationship so much. Yes, pure love is so sweet that it makes your teeth fall out. Luan and his friend had a very happy dinner. But the elders felt a little uncomfortable. Especially Qin Wanru also wants to thank Weiwei. Watching the two people showing their affection crazily, they couldn't help but think of their husbands. Seemingly. Since we got married, there have been very few romantic moments. My husband is either on a mission or on his way to a mission. I can only count the number of times I've been home. Even though they knew they were important members of the military, as women, they also wanted to have a romantic memory while they were still young. What I didn't expect was, what can be called romantic is that he is taking advantage of his own daughter. Auntie, do you want to set off fireworks? Luan saw Lulu and Momo already playing with classic small fireworks, so he tentatively invited them. Play. Must play. Both women seemed to be speaking with resentment. Luan was a little confused. He scratched his head and hesitated for a moment. He asked Lu Bingyan in a low voice, Yen Yen, did I do something wrong? Why do my mother-in-law and aunt have such a big grudge against me? I don't know. Lu Bingyan was actually a little confused. She shook her head and smiled sweetly. Who cares about them? Let's go set off the fireworks. The old man looked at his two daughters-in-law playing with fireworks with the maids, then looked at his grandson and son-in-law who always exuded a sweet aura, and fell into deep thought. Yuner, tell me, aren't our daughters-in-law a little too lonely? The old man was silent for a moment before saying, Zhanlong and Yunhu were always in the army, and the two daughters-in-law have always been the ones taking care of the family. Isn't this a bit unfair to them? That's true. Mo Yun nodded seriously. How could she not notice the resentment of her two daughters-in-law? But what could she say? If you have time, ask them to come back more often and spend more time with them. The old man sighed softly, feeling a little helpless. Soldiers defend their country but are unable to take care of their wives and children. This is the greatest helplessness. Chapter 36 Fireworks are all in the shape of love for you. Let us set off fireworks. The happiest person was Lu Bingyan. Looking at the fireworks piled up in the pavilion, Lu Bingyan asked expectantly, "Shawan, what shapes are these fireworks?" "Of course I love your shape. These fireworks are all specially customized." There is no problem at all in saying this. Hearing Luan's sincere words, Lu Bingyan instantly became embarrassed, her ears turned red, and she shyly punched Luan's chest. "Oh, I'm really shy when you say that." Ha ha. Lu Bingyan's small fists didn't have much strength, but the feeling of hitting herself was like a massage, very relaxing and comfortable. These two damn kids. You are deliberately trying to make us feel uncomfortable, right? Xin Wanru and the other elders, who had originally wanted to join in the fun, felt that tonight's cruise was not pleasant at all after hearing what Luan said. Constantly feeding dog food. Constantly provoking their girlish feelings that were about to be erased. Uncomfortable yuppie. The same is true for the live broadcast room. The single students were all stunned. They were indeed looking forward to the fireworks show, but now they suddenly felt that they were not looking forward to it anymore. Some even want to curse. Lonely night. Being alone in a room, holding a mobile phone, watching others displaying affection crazily, these tons of hurt are real injuries, each one is fatal, each one stabbing into the heart. Luan squeezed Lu Bingyan's smooth jade-like hand and said softly, "You stay here first. I'll assemble the fireworks, and then you light them." "Okay." Lu Bingyan's face was full of anticipation. Looking at the busy Luan, a happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "In the future, I will definitely become your most caring and perfect daughter-in-law and give birth to a litter of cubs for you." Oh my, the school beauty's happy smile is so sweet, it's blinding my titanium eyes. Single dogs are crying. Why do you let me enter this live broadcast room? Dog food is a bit sweet, burp. There is no woman in my heart, I draw my sword like a god, I just look forward to the fireworks blooming. Not jealous at all, not jealous. How long? Luan completed the assembly of the evolution combination, forming a long snake formation of fireworks that was 10 meters long. "Lulu, Momo, come here, come to Grandpa." Luan Bon waved his hand and called the two little ones to his side. "This is a large firework. If you get too close, you might get hurt. Leave it to you." Luan chuckled. Handed the igniter to Lu Bingyan. "Okay." Lu Bingyan was very excited at this time. The feeling of lighting the fire is like the first time I followed my father to the army and played with tanks firing shells. It makes my blood boil. At the same time, there is still expectation. What exactly is the shape of love that Luan said about her? Call out. The moment it was ignited, the fireworks shot up into the sky, then burst into brilliant colors, radiated outward, and finally turned into a huge heart. In the heart were the words "I love you for 10,000 years" written in ancient seal script. To be honest, this design may seem a bit rustic to some people, and some people may complain that the text is not as romantic as foreign languages, but it can stimulate the hearts of countless people. This is the romantic sublimation brought about by cultural heritage. This is the romance unique to Xinxia. It is an unshakable belief. I love you too. Lu Bingyan jumped up and down excitedly, shouting out her heart's voice, which attracted the attention of the elders and maids. The people in the live broadcast room were also a little surprised. After all, Lu Bingyan's innocence and cuteness are visible to the naked eye. It takes great courage to be so unrestrained and bold, and to confess to a boy in front of your family. At least 90% of people may not be able to do it. The second one follows closely. The second one is the backs of two people leaning against each other. Following closely is a line of handwriting. Walk hand in hand until old age and never leave each other. Then there were extremely grand fireworks that shot up into the sky, with the Milky Way below and flowers blooming in the sky, a sea of fire and silver flowers, magnificent and beautiful. The fireworks only lasted for 20 minutes. These 20 minutes. Lu Bingyan deeply felt Luan's love for her. Sister is so lucky. Brother Luan even set off such a big firework for her. Momo giggled and teased her shy sister. The smart little girl said, "Maybe it's just that simpletons have simpletons' luck." She ran into brother Luan, who dotes on her so much. Ah! Two little brats. My sister is actually making fun of me. Lu Bingyan was extremely shy, her pretty face was as red as an apple, her bright eyes were full of shame and anger, and she rushed over to chase Momo with her teeth and claws bared. Oh, my sister is angry. Momo screamed, dragging the still confused Lulu into the cabin and playing hide-and-seek with Lu Bingyan. Seeing this, Luan shook his head helplessly. Jun, pay attention to their movements and don't play crazy. Okay. Jun allocated some computing power to control the yacht's surveillance and keep an eye on the movements of the two little ones. Shaoan. Come, sit here. Mo Yun patted the chair beside her and asked Luan to sit over. Okay, Grandma. Luan nodded slightly, sat down, looked at the sea in the distance, took a deep breath of the moist and clean air, and asked softly, Grandpa, Grandma, are you all okay here? Especially Grandpa, if you feel unwell, be sure to tell Klaus. I'm in good health. The old man laughed heartily, then said, Are you still live streaming? No. Luan shook his head, turned off the drone, and quickly ended the broadcast. I just wanted to share the beautiful scenery. The old man nodded slightly inside. Among the younger generation, I dare say you are number one and no one dares to claim second place. Xinxia is truly fortunate to have a young talent like you. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Isn't this what we should do? You fought the war and suffered enough. Now, it's time for my generation to take the baton. Let's ensure that our country, and everyone, can have a better quality of life and more advanced technology. Luan's words were not meant to be sentimental. But it's sincere. If the older generation hadn't suffered 3 generations of hardship, how could they have enjoyed a peaceful world? You kid. Be recognized. Even the old man was very happy. He raised his skinny hand and knocked on Luan's head, slippery. You can praise him if you want, but why are you hitting him on the head? He's got knowledge that's hundreds of years ahead of his time. Can you afford to pay for it if it breaks? Mo Yun was unhappy when the old man hit Luan on the head, and hugged Luan distressfully. I've already said that Shaoan is my grandson-in-law, and I won't recognize anyone else except Shaoan. Okay. It's not okay that it's my fault. The old man scratched his head in frustration and muttered, My head is so solid, how could it be broken? Shaoan, what are your plans next? I mean in terms of life in general. Mo Yun took Luan's hand and asked seriously. This is a very critical issue. It's okay for a man to pamper his wife, but that doesn't mean he has no plans in life. Chapter 37 Yen Yen secretly gives out benefits. Life arrangements? Luan thought for a moment, then said casually, I'm still young now. I just want to run my company and bring my family over from the countryside in Zhengzhou to enjoy a good life. As for the rest, honestly, I don't have any plans. If I must say, I have a dream, which is that all of us Xinxia people can use artificial intelligence and the latest technology, and no longer need to be restricted by the West. Luan's eyes sparkled, and then he scratched his head and said with a simple smile, Of course, this is just a dream. No one knows what the future will be like. Maybe, the dream will come true. This dream is great. It is also difficult to achieve. However, this child has extraordinary wisdom. Perhaps he is qualified to become the leader of Xinxia's future. At this time, when asked about his life plans, Mo Yun didn't actually expect him to be able to explain it clearly. After all, only 18 years old. A kid who just came of age. It is enough to have clear goals and dreams. Not to mention, for him, this dream can definitely come true. He himself possesses advanced artificial intelligence and chips, so in the future, as long as he wants, he will be able to accomplish it. This down-to-earth dream still makes Mo Yun very optimistic about him. Mo Yun didn't talk about any big topics with Luan, but instead asked about Luan's family situation. There's nothing to hide. My parents are still alive, and so are my grandparents. My uncle and aunt are here too. The relationship among the family is quite harmonious. Born in a family with correct values. This child is also happy. Especially now that I own my own company with my own hands. Future. Unlimited. Chatted for a while. It's 12 o'clock. The old man and the 2 little girls were already starting to feel sleepy. Luan quickly arranged for them to rest. At the same time, he talked about tomorrow's plans. For the next 2 days, I plan to take everyone to an island. This island is my private island, and there are villas specially designed for vacations. When we get there, we can go fishing and swimming in the sea. This is good. The old man nodded and stood up helplessly. People can't refuse to accept old age. It's time to go to bed, ah. To be honest, the night view of the sea is really something you will never get bored of no matter how you look at it. In fact, the more you look at it, the more charming it becomes. Especially the wonderful feeling of the passage of time and the changes of the stars. After the old man and grandma went to bed, only Lu Bingyan, and his future mother-in-law were left on the deck. However, after drying her hair with the help of the maid, the future mother-in-law looked at the two of them and said seriously, "You two, I know the tricks you young people play with. You must handle them well before and after. Don't give birth to a kid before marriage." This. Luan was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were a little hot when he looked at Lu Bingyan. He is also a normal boy. It's the age when you're interested in women. It's a lie to say that you don't want to eat when you have a girlfriend. Now my mother-in-law mentioned it. Doesn't that mean that my mother-in-law has approved of them? Now we can do things that couples can do. What are you thinking? Lu Bingyan raised her little fist and knocked on Luan's head. Before we get married, I won't let you eat it. Actually, you can touch it. Lu Bingyan added the last sentence in a low voice, and then ran away. Her face flushed as she went into her favorite room, and then hid herself under the quilt. Oh, how could I say such shameful words? But, Shawan, are you also like other boys, thinking about that? My mother has asked me, and I still refuse. Will she think I'm not suitable to be a girlfriend? What should I do? I still want to have a complete wedding night. But what should I do if Shawan gets angry? After hugging the pillow and rolling around in bed for a while, Lu Bingyan made up her mind and whispered a loud instruction to Shia, go quietly and ask Shawan if he really wants that. Also, ask him if he's angry. If he really wants it, I won't refuse him. The more you say. Lu Bingyan's face became more and more red with embarrassment, and finally, it looked like her face was about to bleed. Okay. I'll go and ask. Shia hesitated for a moment, then wandered over to Luan's phone and tapped the screen, catching Luan's attention. Shia, what's the matter? Is your master being shy and acting like an ostrich? The master asked me to ask you if you really want that. If you do, she doesn't mind, but she hopes that you can have a perfect wedding night. Shia is very intelligent and has mature thinking. It won't just be a simple message. No. I was just joking. Luan chuckled. On our wedding night, I want it too, so it's no problem. I understand, master, you're truly a good man. Shia said seriously, then returned to Lu Bingyan's phone and sent her a message. Master Luan isn't angry. He said he was just joking with you and that he, too, hopes to have a perfect wedding night. Well, I think Master Luan just wants to see you shy. To be honest, your shyness makes even an artificial intelligence like me feel a little moved. Ah. Even you tease me. Lu Bingyan covered her face shyly, a little curious. Am I really cute when I'm shy? That's right. According to my calculations, at least 80% of boys will be attracted by your shy and cute look. Shia chuckled and said, so, you better be careful that Luan doesn't tease you again. Oops. Shawan is so bad. But this way, I feel relieved. Lu Bingyan giggled, humming a cheerful tone as she ran to the bathroom to take a shower, then lay down on the bed. She also took a selfie, deliberately showing some benefits to Luan. Good night, little Anan. The other side. Luan, who was about to go to bed, saw the message from Lu Bingyan. He touched his chin, opened WeChat, and saw the exciting photo. He felt a heat rising in his lower abdomen. But he quickly calmed down. He touched his nose, replied with a good night, and chuckled. Is this a benefit for me? Yen, you've become bad. But I like. Luan chuckled strangely, took a few careful glances, then contentedly put his phone down and entered the wonderful land of tenderness. This sleep. Luan slept very comfortably. The night's erotic dream left no trace, leaving him with an endless aftertaste. Chapter 38. The beautiful scenery at the seaside is a bit exciting. It's just a little awkward to get up. If he wasn't unaccustomed to being dressed by a maid, he would have been killed right now. He slipped straight into the bathroom and took a shower. Looking at his increasingly handsome appearance, he laughed narcissistically. I'm really handsome. We are going to the island today. So Luan was not dressed so appropriately. He wore a large floral t-shirt, floral shorts, flip-flops, and sunglasses. Although it looked a bit out of place at first glance, Luan was handsome and had a great figure. No matter how unconventional the clothes are, they still look extremely handsome on him. Shawan. Kiss. Early in the morning. As soon as I opened the door, I bumped into Lu Bingyan, and then a good morning kiss was indispensable. Last night. The cruise ship sailed smoothly, and at this moment, it had arrived at the island's port. You can play as soon as you get off the boat. The old man is also fully armed today. The fisherman's professional suit was fully prepared and was carried by Sora. As soon as he got off the boat, he went straight with Klaus to find a fishing spot and prepare to fish. A fisherman never comes back empty-handed. The old man and Klaus have already made an agreement. At noon, we grill whatever we catch and eat it on the spot. So, after Sora gave them the props, she came back. She didn't like fishing. Today, the young master has already said it. They can also put down their work, put on their swimsuits and relax. There are many girls at the scene. Lewin didn't really want to join in the fun, so he just sat on a stall under a parasol with the three elders, watching the beautiful girls playing and frolicking on the beach, feasting his eyes. Today, I feel a lot younger. Emoyun ate breakfast and looked at the large group of young girls, and his mood couldn't help but improve. Then Grandma, you should come too. Lewin laughed out loud, and the two aunts too. No. We are old. Not as energetic as young people. Xia Weiwei hugged the two little lions and shook her head helplessly. It's embarrassing for a middle-aged woman to play with a group of girls in their 20s. That's right. The same was true for Qin Wanxiu. The two cubs lay obediently in his arms, and their little paws would stretch out to curiously grab the sand and play. It's you. Qin Wanxiu glanced at Lewin and said, You are so young, why don't you go out and play? I'm not going. Lewin smiled bitterly and waved his hand. If I go, I will definitely be the one who gets bullied. I won't ask for trouble. That's not up to you. Qin Wanxiu raised her chin and said, That girl you doted on is repaying your kindness with hatred. What does that mean? Before Lewin could react, a stream of water sprayed directly on his face. The salty taste instantly spread in his mouth, confusing him. Water gun. Lewin wiped the seawater off his face and saw Lu Bingyan giggling with a large water gun. He felt amused and stood up and rushed over. Good fellow, you actually dare to provoke me. I'm not the only one. Seeing the situation was bad, Lu Bingyan ran away, shouting as she ran, Sisters, draw your weapons, charge him. Swish. They all turned around and showed their weapons. A whole row of water guns were pointed at Lewin. Even the two little ones showed their weapons to him excitedly. Brother, look at the guns, I'm shooting. Hello? Etc. You are going too far. You have no moral principles. Lewin let out a strange cry and turned and ran away. But it was too late. The huge water flow instantly made him lose his direction and his mind went blank. This is too much, too much. There are dozens of you targeting me alone. You have no moral principles and are bullying an honest person. Lewin shouted angrily. Plus, my clothes were soaked. Just go for it. He rushed into the sea at the fastest speed, ran behind them, and laughed. It tastes like a huge wave. Boom! Lewin's superhuman strength erupted instantly, lifting the seawater up to 2 meters high, and then pressing it down like an overwhelming force. Oops. Stinky Shawan. You, how could you do this? Ha ha ha. Listening to the continuous screams, Lewin couldn't help but put his hands on his hips and laughed out loud. Little guys, you are too weak to fight with me. This child is born with supernatural powers. Mo Yun and the other two elders were all surprised, but soon, their surprise turned into astonishment, and they also wondered if this was intentional. The swimsuits of dozens of maids were all washed off. It is also the fundamental reason why a group of girls screamed. But Lewin didn't notice and continued to laugh wildly. It was not until he felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere that he slowly restrained his smile and said while opening his eyes, I say, beauties, it's not good for you to do this. You all. I see. What's going on? The white patch made Lewin stunned for 3 seconds. He felt his nose getting hot and turned around quickly. You guys, this can't be too serious. What not? Stinky Shawan. It's all your fault. Lu Bingyan fished out her swimsuit, put it on, and pounced on it with a sinister smile on her face. Oh, your nose is bleeding, isn't the scenery beautiful? Good, it looks good. Lewin answered very straightforwardly. It really looks good. He really didn't want to go against his conscience. But considering his wife's mood, he quickly changed his words. Ahem, well, it's not good looking. I didn't see anything. My eyes were only on you. Honestly, thankfully, we didn't rush into playing with them. Otherwise, it would have been too embarrassing. Xia Weiwei's mouth twitched. Shaoan is such a lucky kid. That's right, he's in a pretty bad mood right now. Xin Wanqiu covered her forehead and looked at Luan, who was beaten black and blue and dragged back like a dead pig. She pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. You, actually, shouldn't fight with girls. No matter whether you win or lose, you'll be unlucky. Girls are unreasonable. But you've made a profit this time. Xia Weiwei teased, making Luan even more embarrassed. He turned over and buried his face in the sand. God is dead. Ha ha. Seeing Luan's embarrassing look, everyone couldn't help laughing, and their relationship became a little closer. In the end, Emoyan felt sorry for her grandson-in-law, who she had already confirmed as her grandson-in-law. She brought some medicine for injuries and rubbed it on Luan's face. Oh, my poor grandson-in-law, such a handsome face, but he was beaten into a pig's head. Grandmother. What you said makes me even sadder. Luan pulled the corner of his mouth in frustration. The tearing pain made him gasp continuously. My goodness, these girls are really ruthless. You deserve it. Xin Wanqiu rolled her eyes. As expected, all men, no matter how old or young, are LSP. Chapter 39 The Extremely Aggrieved Future Father-in-Law. When Luan and the others were having fun, Xin Wanru's phone rang. I picked up the phone and looked at it. Xin Wanru was a little surprised. She looked up at Luan and answered the call. It's rare that you actually called me. Yunhu and I are on vacation today, so we're going home. I said I'd take you camping or something, but why aren't you home? Lu Zhanlong was a little surprised. Xin Wanru is not at home because of work. Xia Weiwei is a teacher and is very busy. But my parents are so old, it's really weird that they are not at home so early in the morning. Then you came back at a terrible time. Xin Wanru raised an eyebrow. Mom, Dad, Weiwei and I are on vacation on an uninhabited island now. Uninhabited island? Vacation? Is our family so rich? Lu Zhanlong looked at his brother with some frustration. Xiaowu, does your teacher Weiwei get a high salary? It's just so-so. It only provides Lulu and Momo with schooling. Lu Yunhu spread his hands in surprise. No need to guess, it was my son-in-law who invited us here. He owns a cruise ship, and this island is his private island. Xin Wanru pouted. Do you have anything else to say? Of course there's something going on. When he heard the word son-in-law, he almost exploded with rage. Where is this son-in-law? If I don't approve of him, there is no such thing as a son-in-law. What's the point of you going out to play with outsiders? Come back to me quickly. Oh, I've decided on this grandson-in-law. Stop trying to show off your power. Emoyan snorted coldly. Ro, hang up the phone. Ignore him. It's a rare opportunity to hang out together, so don't let him ruin your mood. Good. Got support from my mother-in-law. Xin Wanru hung up the phone without any hesitation. Ignore them completely. It's dead, it's really dead. Lu Zhanlong was dumbfounded. He stared at his phone in disbelief and growled through gritted teeth. Son-in-law, I won't acknowledge you when you haven't even graduated yet. These 2 days. In the army. Everyone knew that his daughter had found a super scientist, and they congratulated him as soon as they met him. But to him, this was undoubtedly a mockery. Without the father knowing anything, the cabbages that he had carefully raised were eaten by foreign pigs. I finally got a few days off. The first thing he said when he came back was that his daughter was in a premature love relationship. Then I went camping with my wife and daughter to deepen our family relationship. What's the result? As soon as I got home. Just tell me. You all became traitors, standing by a son-in-law you've never met. Seeing his brother's furious expression, Lu Yunhu's mouth twitched, and he said helplessly, Brother, Yan is not young anymore, it's okay for her to find a boyfriend. She's smart, rich, and has a private island. These conditions, to be honest, are good enough. No, I haven't agreed yet. Lu Zhanlong was quite unhappy, but when he saw the closed door, he felt his head buzzing. After holding it in for a long time, he snorted coldly, Forget it, I'm going back to the army. Have to. Brother is really depressed this time. Lu Yunhu sighed helplessly. Okay, it's no fun for me to stay at home alone, let's go together. Um, when I come back next time, I will definitely talk about them in detail. You have nothing to do with them yet, but you're joining in the fun. If people get to know about it, it will be so embarrassing. Lu Zhanlong snorted with a dark face, casually hung the clothes on his shoulders, hooked the clothes with one hand, and walked towards the street with a depressed back. Today. It's really sad. Call my daughter. The call was hung up directly. When he called his wife, she disliked him, and even his mother made a fuss about it, which made him question his life. Is that young man named Luan really so evil? Future father-in-law. I'm afraid you're going to hate me to death. Luan was very worried. After all, he was the enemy who had snatched away his precious daughter. Now, the whole family dislikes me. I'm afraid I hate myself to the core. No. We have to think of a way. Be sure to establish a good relationship with your future father-in-law in advance. Auntie, is this not a good idea? Luan looked at Qin Wanru, who was still a little angry, and asked cautiously. It's okay. That stupid soldier's mind is full of training and defending the country. He won't be angry about such a thing. Don't worry. Qin Wanru smiled indifferently. Apparently he's used to it. Then, Auntie, you must be miserable being alone, right? Luan said subconsciously, but he quickly realized it and explained, Well, Auntie, I didn't mean anything else. Actually, marrying a soldier is risky for a woman. Suffering is inevitable because no matter how tired or sick you are, you have to bear it all by yourself. Weiwei and I are fine because we have our parents to share the burden, but sometimes, we still want your uncle to be by our side. But your uncle is a stubborn person. He doesn't know how to pamper or care for a woman. In his heart, the most important thing is always the Xinsha family. As a soldier, your uncle can be said to be perfect, but as a father and a husband, he does not have this awareness. So does your second uncle. Xia Weiwei laughed bitterly at the side. Don't worry about you laughing at me. If it weren't for my good health and easy pregnancy, I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a child until now. So serious. Luan was dumbfounded. Be reasonable. He knew that soldiers were tired and had a hard life, and that they had to take care of the public before they could take care of their own family. However, the rules of Xinsha were very humane, and it did not mean that once you entered the barracks, you could not come out. After getting married, I don't even have time to spend with my wife. This is impossible. This is true. Mo Yun, who had been silent the whole time, spoke up. Not to mention your second uncle, even your future father-in-law rarely spends time with your two aunts. It's even been rumored that they slept together. He is truly a god. Luan touched his nose and said, Well, the two aunts have really done their best for the two uncles. No, for example, when I go out for a walk, people always praise my daughter-in-law. Mo Yun was quite proud. Qin Wanru and the other person felt a little embarrassed. They want men too. After all, they are all normal women. But when they think of their loved ones who are performing missions on the front line and may be sacrificed at any time, they just want to take care of this small home so that they can defend their country without any worries. By the way, what kind of military service do my two uncles serve in? What do they like? Luan said embarrassedly. I have to go to the military district later. I think my uncles will definitely weight me down. To avoid getting beaten, I'd better get a gift that my uncles will like. Forehead. It's really possible for you. Qin Wanru touched her chin and said, Maybe your second uncle will also want to beat you up. That's true. Xia Weiwei propped up her chin, her face full of smiles. Your two uncles are both field soldiers, often carrying out missions. If they had to say what they like, it would definitely be convenient, compact, easy to conceal, and powerful equipment. A while ago, your two uncles said that during the conflict with foreign forces, because their bulletproof vests were not as good as others, two young soldiers were sacrificed. For this, they blamed themselves for a long time. I see. Luan nodded in understanding and kept these in mind. Look back. I need to study weapons carefully. With the new weapon, my father-in-law will be more relaxed with me. Chapter 40, Created Nano-Weapons to Appease Father-in-Law. Don't even think about military affairs, kid. Firearms and weapons are not that easy to develop. Noticed Luan's eyes. As a future mother-in-law, Qin Wanru still gave a timely reminder. By the way, Auntie, what do you do for a living? Luan changed the subject. Military industry. You definitely can't give up. Freelancer. Chin Wanru spread her hands helplessly. I'm an archaeology major, an unpopular major. It's hard to find a job, and it's hard to learn new skills at my age. I've been thinking about starting my own media career recently. Your Aunt Weiwei is great material. Why did it involve me? Xia Weiwei raised her hand and pinched the tender flesh on Qin Wanxiu's waist. Ro, are you up to something bad? Hee, look, you are beautiful and a master of Xinxia classical music. If we work together to shoot a video, it will definitely become popular. Qin Wanru is very ticklish and her voice trembles a little. So that's it. Not very good. The two of us are not suitable for self-media, as we are easily labeled. Let alone Shouhu, even Luan is not suitable for self-media and internet celebrity. I think you'd better go work for your son-in-law. If you go to work at another company, you're afraid that some bastard will bully you. Could your son-in-law possibly have any bad thoughts about you? You are full of nonsense. Qin Wanru's face was filled with black lines. She raised her eyes and looked at Luan. How about it, Shaoan, give me a job. Your mother-in-law has a difficult life indeed. She has good temperament, is beautiful, and is a mature woman. When she goes looking for a job, she will always meet some dirty and filthy people. Mo Yun was also helpless. At the same time, I am also very angry. Okay. Luan didn't care. Then, Auntie, what position do you want to take? My sister is the boss of my company, and the finance department is my sister's friend. We are all family. What do you want to do? As for me, the one from the publicity department will be fine. Qin Wanru thought for a moment and said, I'm quite professional in this. Okay. I'll arrange it for you when I get back. With my mother-in-law here. Luan became more confident. When I go to the military region to install the military region's artificial intelligence, I will bring my mother-in-law with me. Even if my father-in-law really wants to squat on me, I'm not afraid. Think about it. He seemed quite happy, and couldn't help but put on a sinister smirk at the corner of his mouth. The most important thing was that Xia Weiwei noticed it, and she was confused for a moment. No way, this kid really has ideas about mature women. Will my suggestion push Roru into the fire pit? Jump. Qin Wanru didn't indulge him. She raised her hand and slapped him on the head. Little guy, what are you laughing at? You're so sinister. In a month, when I go to install artificial intelligence for the military district, I'll take Auntie with me. I won't be afraid of the uncle squatting on me. It would be best if I could bring Auntie Weiwei with me too. Forehead. This calculation is really making a lot of sense. Xia Weiwei and Qin Wanru looked at each other and both showed helpless smiles. How afraid is this kid of his future father-in-law? Come to think of it. When we got married, Lu Zhanlong, who is fearless, is like a mouse seeing a cat when he sees his father. Men are sometimes quite cute. I put a lot of effort into finding a wife I love. Okay, I'll go with you then. Xia Weiwei chuckled. With me here, your second uncle will definitely not do anything to you. That would be great. Get one. No problem, happy. As long as the mother-in-law can deal with the future father-in-law. Then there will be no worries about the follow-up. This little guy. There are quite a few ideas. Save the country in a roundabout way, surround way to save Zhao. First he made us happy and accepted it, and then the only one left was the most difficult father-in-law. Let the whole family stand behind him. Back then, when Zhanlong married Ruru, he didn't have such bold ideas. He is indeed a technician. My brain is working so fast. Mo Yun shook his head slightly, stood up and prepared, picked up a super huge dolphin, and went to the beach to drift with the waves. Mom, Auntie, let's play beach volleyball. Lu Bingyan also got a volleyball from somewhere and asked her mother and aunt to play together. The two thought about it and didn't refuse. As for Luan, he didn't get involved. The number of girls was just right for him. He might as well lie down here and enjoy the beautiful scenery that was about to come. At the same time, also thinking how to make the right weapon. After all, he doesn't have the knowledge in this area now. That's right. I haven't signed in yet today. Maybe, by signing in this time, I can get the skills I want. Luan calmed himself down and chose to sign in. Ding, today's sign-in is completed, and you will get 10 nano-armed printing stations, a copy of the general knowledge of nano-armed printing stations, and the general knowledge of stable nuclear fusion. Isn't this about making yourself Iron Man? The function of this nano-armed printing station is similar to that of Tony's creation of Iron Man. Stable nuclear fusion is another version of the arc reactor. Absorbing this knowledge almost ruined Lewin. The amount of knowledge was so overwhelming that his head almost exploded when he took it all in at once. Fortunately, it was absorbed perfectly. This knowledge is more important than anything else. Knowledge that can change the world. What is the most important thing in this era? Of course, it's energy. With this reactor built with stable nuclear fusion, Xinxiao will have a steady supply of clean energy and will no longer have to worry about energy bottlenecks. I'll do it when I get back. That's right. Jun, help me design an ultra-precision machine tool. By the way, study this nanoalloy and see if you can make it. This super nanoalloy is the key material for creating nanoweapons. It is flexible, unbreakable, and can absorb 100% of the damage and impact and convert it into special kinetic energy. At the same time, these alloys are also needed to build stable nuclear fusion reactors. That's right. We have the weapons. What about the weapons you were given? Lewin pursed his lips and called Shiha out again. Shiha, help me study the beam hand cannon of Iron Man and see if there is any way to build it. By the way, it also needs to be unbeaten. Lewin pursed his lips and thought that the appearance design also needed to be carefully considered. Lewin stretched. When I get to school, I will apply for a research lab and do some research. Right. You also need to apply for some rare resources. Lewin chuckled. It is enough for artificial intelligence to be invincible. It only needs to be matched with a unique combat system. The combat system allows you to record all of your fighting skills into it. That's it. Once you get into the state. Lewin was extremely excited. He wrote down lines of data on the beach with great enthusiasm, kept calculating, and then asked Jun to simulate the feasibility. At the same time, he was also gradually perfecting the appearance of the weapons that he had in mind. Chapter 41, Big Plan. After playing for a while, Mo Yun came back and looked at a large area of calculation formulas on the beach, frowning slightly. However, seeing Luan's fanatical state, she did not disturb him rashly, but stood there quietly watching, while also listening to the conversation between Luan and Jun. The more you listen, the more surprised I am. Eventually, I became completely numb. What did she hear? Stable nuclear fusion. Ultra nanoalloy. What ultra-precision machine tools? There are even deductions. This child is a monster. Only. The final design drawing. What are nano-weapons? They look like defensive strategic weapons similar to exoskeleton armor. The design looks pretty cool. Also noted is the color style. Hiss. This kid. So what? In order to appease his future father-in-law, he actually designed this science fiction product that is still in the theoretical stage and even unimaginable. Even if all the materials are complete, prototype design experiments can be carried out immediately. So scary. But it's not nice to have these formulas written on the beach. Almost there. This is what the nano armor test machine looks like. Overall, dark gold and brown are the main tones, the eyes are dark red, and the head is designed as a dragon head with clear edges and corners, revealing a majestic and upright temperament. Jun, collect all the formulas and design drawings. At the same time, you and Shiha will analyze and optimize the design drawings and strive to design and match the hand cannon. Lewin raised his phone. In just a moment, Jun finished collecting and organizing. Okay, it will be done in 30 minutes. Well, it's sorted out. Just create an independent file archive. Lewin smiled indifferently, stood up and stretched, loosening his stiff body, and then directly mixed up the beach into a ball and erased all the formulas he had written. After everything is done, Lewin just realized that Mo Yun was standing next to him, which scared him. Especially since she was covered in sand, he felt even more embarrassed. Grandma, what? It's okay, little naughty boy. You handled it well, but don't do this again. Mo Yun said seriously, once artificial intelligence and chips come out, there will be countless spies lurking around you. Your casual behavior will bring extremely serious consequences. I see. Luan nodded heavily. Today was just a brain drain. Too happy. That's fine. I'm going to take a shower. I had a lot of fun today, so I need to have a good rest. Mo Yun didn't ask too many questions. Okay, I'll call you when it's time for dinner. Luan nodded. Then he took out his cell phone and called his sister. Hey, you little bastard, what's wrong? Lu Ningxuang was very tired now. She had to do all the recruiting and negotiation herself. These past 2 days almost exhausted her to death. Now when I see Luan making a phone call, I can't help but complain. Hey, sister, let me tell you, have someone clear out 2 workshops for me. I need them urgently when I get back. Luan smiled rather embarrassedly. Oh. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows, is there something? Of course, I will prepare a big gift for you when the time comes. Luan knew that Lu Ningxuang was an Iron Man fan and was obsessed with Iron Man's outer armor. As soon as it is possible to manufacture, I will make her a set of nano weapons of my own. Well, I'm looking forward to it. That's right. Lu Ningxuang said, the new intelligence server group has begun production, codenamed Kaitian. Can. Luan was stunned for a moment. Who came up with this name? Of course it's me. Lu Ningxuang said proudly, isn't it amazing? Amazing. We're truly siblings, thinking alike. Luan chuckled softly. Then, let's prepare 100,000 server clusters and build our own AI terminal. Oh, sister, can you talk to the boss of Magic City about renting us some vacant land nearby? 100,000 server clusters require quite a bit of land. Okay. Lu Ningxuang pondered for a moment, I think this is easy. It will only be easier after we complete the formal contract with the military and the research institute. With our strength, even if we take over the entire high-tech development zone, no one will say a word of dissent. Lu Ningxuang is more thoughtful than Luan. The surrounding land is not very large, so I still need to spend money to renovate it. It would be better to directly occupy the entire high-tech development zone. Anyway, the contribution of those technology companies here is limited, and moving them to other vacant areas in Shanghai will not have much impact. Also, our customized server group, totaling 200,000 units, will be delivered by the end of the month. Lu Ningxuang greeted Luan in advance so that he wouldn't forget. Okay. Luan nodded, that's fine, sister. Rest when you're tired. Don't push yourself too hard. This is our family business. We're never afraid of not making money. If you exhaust yourself, I'll be heartbroken. Good. I heard that my little brother cared about me so much. Lu Ningxuang's tone also softened a lot. Because of this, I have to work harder. This is our family's property. If I don't work hard, I will feel uncomfortable. Okay, I'll design an artificial intelligence for you later, and give it to you along with the gift. Luan chuckled and chatted with his sister for a while before hanging up the phone. At the company. Li Wanqiu looked at her best friend's happy smile and was a little speechless. You are so happy that your brother cares about you. What will you do when he gets married in the future and you are still single? My brother, even if he's married, will still care about me, an older single sister. Lu Ningxuang snorted proudly, I'm really looking forward to what gift my brother will give me. Cut. It's great to have a good brother. Li Wanqiu murmured enviously. Okay, if you like the gift, I'll ask him to give you one too. Lu Ningxuang smiled and hugged her best friend, pinching her proud breasts hard. Hee, it feels exactly the same as in college, wow. Lu Ningxuang. We were ambushed again. Li Wanqiu yelled in anger and shame. She was a good woman, but she was forced to come out as a lesbian by this bastard best friend. I was wrong. How about I take you to the manor tonight? Lu Ningxuang quickly comforted her best friend, there are maids to take care of us, and there's also the beach at night, how about it? Snort. I'll just agree to it reluctantly. Li Wanqiu angrily glared at the hateful woman, but decided to endure it so that she could enjoy the food. Chapter 42 Nuclear-like batteries. Next. Luan and his friends played on the island for 2 days. The sign-in reward is pretty good. The second day on the island. Luan signed in and obtained the design drawings of the Magneto engine. This Magneto engine is not a power engine, but a tactical engine. Its function is very similar to Magneto's ability and can be developed and installed on nano-weapons. When leaving. That is today. Luan stood at the bow of the ship, imitating the male and female protagonists of Titanic with Lu Bingyan. Of course, the two of them were totally awkward in their acting, and they themselves laughed so hard that they couldn't straighten their backs. Here. Lewin directly chose to sign in. This time the reward is for battery technology, micronuclear-like batteries. This battery. When Lewin saw the name, his first reaction was that this thing could not be used commercially. Being nuclear-like meant that it had radiation and the possibility of explosion. Only. After looking at the design drawings, Lewin's eyes lit up. Nucleoid means something similar to a stable cold nuclear fusion reaction. Of course, this is just similar. This does not mean that this battery is a cold nuclear reactor. Even if it is, Lewin might not be able to make it the size of a battery and use it in a mobile phone. The technology involved is not as simple as simply miniaturizing a cold nuclear fusion reactor. The biggest feature of this thing is that it is safe, stable, and can be charged in seconds. As long as it is fully charged, you can play games all day long and the battery will be able to handle it. You can do it. A smile appeared on Lewin's lips. The company has only just started, but it already has several high-tech products. Thinking about it, I feel a little proud. Xiaowen is smiling so happily. Did you think of something fun? Lu Bingyan poked Lewin's cheek. Thought of some fun ones. Lewin chuckled and said, when I take it out, I will definitely make my future father-in-law recognize me. Lu Bingyan smiled speechlessly, her eyes rolling. Xiaowen, you only say that you have dealt with my family, but I haven't even met your family yet. If your family doesn't like me, won't all your efforts be in vain? Said. Lu Bingyan was still a little worried. It's okay. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. I'm telling you, if I take you home, my parents, grandparents will be so happy that they'll set off firecrackers to celebrate that night. Real. Lu Bingyan was a little skeptical. She gently held his hand and said, well, after you finish your work on artificial intelligence, how about we go to your hometown? Okay. Lewin did not refuse. For the next period of time, I may have to eat and live in the company. It's actually quite nice to go home after finishing your work. After returning home, Lewin originally wanted to let the old man and his family live in the manor. But the old man thought the living conditions in the manor were a bit too good and simply shook his head and refused. The same is true for Mo Jun. I just said that I would come over to play occasionally. As for Qin Wanru and Xia Weiwei, it is even more impossible for them to live here. Although Lewin is Lu Bingyan's girlfriend, there is no substantive proof at present. It is inevitable that the two women living here will be gossiped about. Let me talk about it first. They really can't get used to living there. Life in the small courtyard is still warm and full of life. Everyone refused. Lewin had no choice but not to force it. That day, Lewin went straight to school. When Professor Huang heard that Lewin was coming, he immediately called Lewin over and gave him his student card. It just so happens, Professor Huang, I came here to tell you that I will be in my company for the next period of time, and I have some ideas that I want to verify. Lewin thought for a moment and said, I may apply for some rare materials at that time. Rare material. Professor Huang was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, that's not a problem at all. However, can I ask what you're going to do? Your application needs to have a direction. Lewin didn't hide it, it's just a battery. Battery. Professor Huang was stunned for a moment and frowned. No, you're an AI expert, and you're working on batteries. Isn't that crossing over into another field? The artificial intelligence of my idea has been simulated, and it just needs to be produced. Lewin had already input the data to Di Jun when he came, and Di Jun had verified all the data of the battery. Okay. Having artificial intelligence is awesome. There is no longer a need for tedious experimental processes, which greatly reduces the waste of ultra-rare materials. Professor Huang rubbed his temples and said, okay, give me the list of materials and I'll help you apply. Okay. Lewin didn't hesitate and directly sent all the necessary materials to Professor Huang, which made Professor Huang dizzy. Forget it, where's your battery data? Give me a copy. Okay. Lewin directly gave the data on nuclear-like batteries to Professor Huang. He still understood this. Simple and clear data, and then compare it with the market. This is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. Once this battery is produced, it will bring a strong earthquake impact to many industries. For a while, Professor Huang's breathing quickened. Good boy, wait a minute. I'll go to the research institute and ask that old man for the grant. If I don't get it, I won't be back. Go ahead and do yours. I'll have the materials delivered to you by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. Meanwhile, I'll apply for additional or D funding for you. This. In fact, Lewin did not intend to ask for money, but considering his future status, he still accepted the research and development funds. After saying goodbye to Professor Huang, Lewin sent a WeChat message to Lu Bingyan, Yen, I'm going to the factory. Solo will pick you up this afternoon. Well, go ahead and get busy. I'll have to work hard too. Lu Bingyan quickly replied, then a smile appeared on her lips. I will definitely try my best to get closer to you and share your worries. In the factory, the first thing Lewin did was to make large purchases. At the same time, the buildings on the site were rearranged, and an engineering team was called in that same day to carry out additional construction. The newly built area is used to build server terminals for the three artificial intelligences, Dijun, Shiha, and Xiao Jinwu. All buildings were built according to his designs. In addition, the construction was simple and was completed in just one afternoon and one night. The next day, early in the morning, Professor Huang called and told him that the materials had been shipped and he could get them in the afternoon. After Lewin responded, he hung up the phone and contacted his sister. Sister, buy me an ultra-precision CNC lathe. I need it today. But, what does this guy need a lathe for? Lu Ningxuang had a toothache. These days, Zaxxon is going to build a production line for smart bracelets. They need warehouses and various production line equipment, and have invested more than 1 billion yuan. In addition, there is the production of server sets, a server set worth 200,000 yuan. Even if the chips are provided by themselves, the foundry price of a server is about 10,000 yuan. The reason is simple, the servers they designed are really too complicated. When Xia Mengyao's father received the order, his hands were shaking. This server is really too advanced. This put him under a lot of pressure. If the design information was leaked, he estimated that he might have to spend his whole life in prison. As a semi-military industrial group, he knew very well that leaking this kind of technology would be treasonous. 10,000 per unit is an amount that ensures that you can make a small profit and not lose money. That's the calculation. Anyang Technology has already spent more than 40 to 50 billion yuan on external investment, and now it still needs to spend money. This makes Lu Ningxuang's heart ache. The same is true for Li Wanxiu. Chapter 43 Future as Xuan, when will we be able to earn some income? If we continue like this, we really can't bear it. Li Wanxiu looked at the bills of the past few days and her voice trembled. If this continues, their investment has already reached tens of billions. All this money was deducted from Luan's card. There is no loan, which makes Li Wanxiu feel most at ease. Just bear with it. Lu Bingyan sighed helplessly. According to what my stinky little brother said, October 1st is the day we start operations. Right now, the production line for the AI bracelet has already begun debugging, so the investment will be much less. For scientific research, this investment isn't that much. Besides, we've already made the finished product. All we need is promotion. What are we afraid of? Lu Ningxuang comforted softly. Then he looked at the information on his hand again and curled his lips. My stinky brother is really good. He lured his mother-in-law over to work for him. I'll go take a look. Having said that, Lu Ningxuang hurriedly left the office. At the entrance of Anyang Technology, Qin Wanru was still a little nervous. After all, the person in charge here is Luan's sister. Although the occasion is wrong. However, this was also the first formal meeting between the two families. Soon, the two people met. Lu Ningxuan looked at Qin Wanru and was a little surprised. This future mother-in-law is pretty good. Her temperament, cultivation, figure and appearance are all top-notch. This kid is blessed. Lu Ningxuan took the initiative to greet. You must be Miss Qin Wanru, right? I am Lu Ningxuan, the president of Anyang Technology. Hello. Qin Wanru quickly stretched out her hand and shook hands with Lu Ningxuan. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. Shaoan has already called me. Coincidentally, our company hasn't officially opened to the public for some reason, and we don't have a publicity department. You're the perfect person to take over the position of director. Lu Ningxuang smiled and introduced the current situation of the company. Become. First meeting. It's still very enjoyable. Xin Wanru had a good first impression of Lu Ningxuan as Minister of Propaganda. Advertising must be carried out. To do advertising, she must know the information about the product. To this end, this was also her first time using artificial intelligence in a formal way. Holographic projection has been officially used in the company. So the office looks less like an office and more like a cozy tea room. Xin Wanru was a little nervous as it was her first time using artificial intelligence. But I got used to it quickly. It's quite smooth to operate. All the product data and information are detailed, and only a detailed product introduction is made. Xiao Jinwu, does the company have an official website? After the work was done, Xin Wanru picked up the teacup and asked. Some. Little Golden Crow opened the Taichu Heavenly Palace and asked, should we make the product information three-dimensional? Okay. Xin Wanru responded blankly. Looking at this gorgeous interface, he said depressedly, I'm afraid the people in my publicity department are very idle. As long as they give the order, Xiao Jinwu, you will complete it directly. Yes. You just need to provide inspiration. The little golden crow raised its head proudly. The virtual image was so cute that Xin Wanru couldn't help but touch its little head. There was tactile feedback and it didn't pass through directly. This was the power of black technology. Certainly. The first generation of smart bracelets did not have such powerful functions. The other side. After Luan completed the installation of all the production lines, he began to further optimize the design. At the same time, we are constantly simulating the possibility of implementing the magneto engine. Master, the 100th overload simulation of the magneto engine has been completed. The aircraft is undamaged. This design is completely feasible. Thanks to the precise analysis of artificial intelligence, each optimization was done in the most rational way. In just 100 times, Luan designed the most perfect weapon. As for the expansion mode, Lu Anming did not keep Iron Man's suitcase. Instead, a tactical shoulder bag is used, which serves as a disguise and will not look out of place when used by soldiers. Otherwise, if you each carry a suitcase and change into a military uniform, you will definitely be a traitor. The style of painting doesn't look right. Next up is nanoalloys. This thing is not rare, but it requires adding several special new elements to the nanoalloys currently circulating on the market. This step can be done directly on the print table. Just wait until the afternoon. How long does it take for the Dijuan printing station to produce weapons? Luan asked with pursed lips. It will take 24 hours. Dijun quickly gave the exact time. 24 hours. Not very long. Luan nodded slightly. The nano-weapon printing station is a full-scale production, including the actual installation of beam hand cannons, magneto engines, and stable nuclear fusion reactors. 24 hours is really not a long time for a whole set of work. He is just making a sample now. He used the other machines to produce nanoalloys. Luan named the nanoalloy he produced Anyan nanoalloy. At the same time, Luan also asked Dijun to sort out all the data on Anyan nanoalloy and data related to stable nuclear fusion. Bring time. Just give it to their AI and let them analyze it. These alloys are primarily used to strengthen a company's defenses. Build it into a defense level similar to that of Iron Man Company. In short, take it step by step. Don't be in a hurry. In the afternoon, the lathe, the applied materials, and the funds were all in place. Luan immediately used the nanoalloy he had produced to let Dijun control the lathe, produce the parts he needed, and then assemble his own artificial intelligence lathe. It took a week to fully assemble it. This week's sign-in only gave Luan 5 billion in cash. No skills, no knowledge, were given. But it doesn't matter. As for the knowledge he has not yet fully mastered it, so he is not in a hurry. With a lathe, the battery parts could be produced, and Luan made the battery on the same day. The finished product is out. It's a thin piece but has a capacity of 100,000 mAh. Of course, this was deliberately controlled by Luan. 100,000 is big enough. Because there are new batteries. The bracelet also needs to be redesigned. At the reminder of Xiao Jinwu, Luan and Xia Xian decided to change their appearance. It is transformed into the shape of a wristband, and is designed in a variety of shapes, some cool, some pink and cute. This is mainly because battery technology can only be reduced to this size at present. If it is smaller, current technology will not be able to keep up. Increasing the capacitance and the size of some smart wristbands has no impact. At the same time, a variety of appearance designs have been added, so the increase in size is not entirely a bad thing. After the two people finalized the final product, the one who was most worried was Lee Wancho. Are you two going to ask for money again? No need for money. Xia Xian was very straightforward. The production line did not need any changes and production could continue. This time, the shell material uses anion nanoalloy, which makes it stronger and truly waterproof, drop-proof, fireproof, etc. In short, it is impossible to be damaged as long as it is not out of service life. Finally, its naming. Lewin thought about the first generation of artificial intelligence wristband for a long time and finally named it Future AS. AS is the first pinyin of the last character of Lewin and Luningshuang, and it has no special meaning. Chapter 44, a low-key product launch. The next time, Lewin simply used his money to take down the building next to the factory, and then he came up with a plan to renovate the building alone. He installed anion nanoalloy inside and out, and even the windows were specially made by him. He also installed anion nanoalloy protective plates, which could not be broken even by armor-piercing shells. Half a month. The entire building was renovated, and the underground structure was expanded and 5 floors were added. The 3 bottom floors are made entirely of anion nanoalloy and are indestructible. They are used to accommodate server terminals, stable nuclear fusion reactors, as well as nano-armed printing table production lines and photolithography machine production lines. At the same time, the third-to-last floor is his personal laboratory, which currently only has a holographic projection system and a nano-armed printing table installed. Even so, the entire laboratory still has a very strong futuristic style. The 2 floors above are only reinforced with anion nanoalloy on the outside to ensure the stability of the entire building and the safety of the foundation. These 2 floors are used as product storage rooms. On the ground level is the office area. The whole building is not very tall, with a total of 36 floors. Each layer has a holographic projection to support the operation of the little golden crow. Except for his personal office at the top, the arrangement of the other floors was up to Luningshuang. Anyway, this building is the headquarters of Anion Technology. Renovation completed. Lewin received the first batch of 100,000 servers. About terminal design. This was designed by Di Jun and Shiha. Lewin is only responsible for installation. It took me a whole week to complete it myself, and this was only possible because of my strong mental strength and arm support. Otherwise, the construction period would have to be extended by at least another month. Got a new home. Di Jun and Shiha were still very happy. As for Xiao Jinwu's home, to be honest, it's a bit miserable. He also needs a server group that temporarily resides at home. It can only be officially implemented after a period of time when a new batch of server groups arrives. Because it is dedicated to the company, not many servers are needed. The Taichu Heavenly Palace was built based on Emperor Jun and Shiha, so the real main force is still Emperor Jun and Shiha. End of September. After the final payment is settled, the 200,000 server group is fully in place. Lewin picked up the phone and called Elder Lin. Elder Lin, everything is ready on my side. Have you chosen a venue? So fast. Elder Lin took a breath. We've already built it here. All we need is you to install it. Become. Lewin chuckled and said, then I have to publicize my artificial intelligence wristband. Oh, by the way, I've also completed the nuclear-like battery, and I've also prepared a big gift for the military. I need to apply for a testing site. Lewin stated his request. Become. Mr. Lin agreed directly, go ahead and spread the word, and we will respond immediately. Good. Then I'll send it out now. Lewin flexed his fingers. I've invested nearly 10 billion, and it's finally time to recoup the losses. When I'm not doing scientific research, I feel like it's a bit unreal how much money I have. After doing scientific research, I am still a poor man. I can't afford to splurge at all. After hanging up the phone, Elder Lin was still a little incredulous and quickly made a phone call. Chief, artificial intelligence is already ready for implementation, and Lewin is also planning to launch civilian artificial intelligence. Help him promote it at all costs. The person above only said this one sentence, but it really expressed his determination. By the way, Commander, Lewin also said that he has prepared a big gift for the military. At the same time, the nuclear-like battery that Professor Huang sent us before, which we haven't figured out yet, has already been made. Elder Lin sighed and said, "We, Xinxia, have successors. Remember, the AI server installation fee is the same as the actual payment. No delays are allowed. We can't let such talented people get discouraged. This time, this was the opportunity for their Xinxia to rise. There must not be any mistakes. It must be treated with caution. Don't worry, Chief. I will personally check this and there will definitely be no problems." Old Lin assured seriously. "With Elder Lin here, I feel at ease." The chief sighed slightly. "I must meet this young man in person after a while. This kid Luan is really going to meet the real dragon of Fenghuo." Old Lin was shocked, but not surprised. "Luan, you deserve a meeting from the leader." On Luan's side. New headquarters. Lu Ningxuan, Li Wanqiu, and Qin Wanru are ready to go. The maids, Klaus, and even Lu Bingyan and Xia Mengyao rushed back from school. AI releases announcement. There was no grand press conference, nor any announcement. Comes suddenly. It's also very simple. Just posted a notice on Weibo. This is the first time Anyan Technology has used Weibo. This is also the last time it is used. Anyan Technology. The first generation of artificial intelligence wristband was officially released. Want to have your own real artificial intelligence? Then please click Taichu Tianting to learn more. No fans. No promotion. It's completely empty. After posting this one, Qin Wanru was stunned. "Shaowen, is this really okay?" There was no formal press conference. There were no signs. I just directly sent a link that no one would pay attention to. It doesn't matter. Someone has our back. Luan laughed mysteriously. After refreshing Weibo, there were several prompts to follow and forward. They are Xinxia Military Headquarters, Moto Military Region, Moto Research Institute, Xinxia Research Headquarters, Xinxia Central Mother, liked and forwarded, and also issued congratulations, Artificial Intelligence Authorization Agreement, and Implementation congratulations. The country's three biggest giants retweeted and liked the post. Even without fans, Anyan Technology instantly entered the attention of the Chinese people. Artificial intelligence, these 4 words are really too loud. In the Taichu heaven, they can experience the power of artificial intelligence. Just a few minutes. This Weibo post went viral. Then, it hit the headlines in an instant. What follows is artificial intelligence authorization and implementation. Looking at the data fed back by Little Golden Crow, Luan raised the corner of his mouth. "See, we are not low-key. The country will promote it. It is more powerful and credible than their propaganda." At the same time, Luan also started a live broadcast in Taichu Heavenly Palace. A moment. The number of people instantly climbed to 1 million, and the number is still rising rapidly. It seems some of my friends in the live broadcast room know me, but this time, I want to formally introduce myself. After all, this is the first product of Anyan Technology. Although it may not be that grand, it still needs to be formal. First of all, my name is Luan, the founder of Anyan Technology. I created the AI's Little Golden Crow, Wentian, and Shoubai. Wentian is our research institute's dedicated AI, with a computing power at least 10,000 times greater than our current computing centers. Shoubai is our military headquarters' dedicated AI, with the same specifications as Wentian. As for the others, I won't introduce them, they are our core secrets. This time, we're mainly introducing Little Golden Crow and our first product. I believe you've all experienced it on the official website. You all know how intelligent Little Golden Crow is. As for the rest, Ms. Qin from our publicity department will answer them for you. Luan handed the camera to Qin Wanru, then grabbed Lu Bingyan's hand and ran away. They are leaving again tonight. Go to the imperial capital. Guide them to build the server. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Teach them, and then they will have their own thoughts on subsequent issues. No matter whether it is good or bad, it is at least their own knowledge. Chapter 45 Mr. Li's Promise. The press conference ended successfully after only 30 minutes. But for the Xinxia people, these 30 minutes were really too long. The products launched at once were somewhat difficult for the public to accept for a while. A nanometer-scale smart chip. AI. Nuclear-like battery. A little-known company. A company with less than 100 employees was able to launch 3 epoch-making products in one go. This can only be called a miracle. With international certification, it is absolutely impossible to fake it. On the forum, many people are discussing this matter. After all, artificial intelligence is already the future for the world. In addition, this future came too suddenly, leaving them a little overwhelmed for a moment. However, the most problematic issue is the price of the future AS Super Smart wristband. As long as the price is under 100,000, I will definitely buy one. 100,000. This is artificial intelligence. Even if it's a civilian version, 100,000 is a bit cheap. I'm just staring at that Taichu Heavenly Palace with my poor eyes. It's so much fun. Unfortunately, ordinary mobile phones can't log in and register. Taichu Tianting supports smart wristbands and the new Honghuang system. Haven't you seen the product previews for the new Hongmeng chip and Chaos motherboard? According to Anyan Technologies Nature, all the hardware for our Xinxia smart computer is probably just a matter of production and stocking. So, even if the AI wristband is expensive, we can use the money to build a computer. Then the system will have its own AI and can be used just the same. 2. Stop talking about it. The price of the smart wristband will be announced during the live broadcast at 12 o'clock tonight. According to what Mr. Liu said, everyone can afford it. I estimate that the regular version will cost no more than 10,000. There are discussions everywhere on the internet. When I opened the hot search, I saw dozens of results about artificial intelligence and 1 nanometer chips. There was no one jumping around randomly. The biggest reason why no one has stepped forward to fight against counterfeiting is that the official likes and the stamp on the authorization contract have an absolute deterrent effect. Those shameless marketing accounts don't dare to come out. They don't dare bet that artificial intelligence is false propaganda. If you make a wrong bet, it's a shame. At the height of the storm, someone must be killed as a warning to others. The first person to try something new may not have a good ending. So, instead of taking risks to gain attention, it is better to make an unboxing video. Lewin originally planned to call a fleet of cars and then bring the server group to the imperial capital. However, the military does not feel safe. They directly sent heavy trucks to the Magic City military region, and then transported them using military transport planes. It was also Lewin's first time to experience riding on a military transport plane, and the feeling was not pleasant. Fortunately, fast enough. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lewin and Lu Bingyan arrived at the imperial capital military district. As soon as he got off the plane, Lewin felt 2 extremely sharp gazes falling on him. Those knife-like gazes seemed to want to tear his flesh into pieces. No need to guess. Just know. The ones looking at me must be my future father-in-law and second uncle. Sure enough, my dad and my second uncle are here too. Lu Bingyan muttered in Lewin's ear a little embarrassedly, sure enough, I shouldn't have come. Looking at the looks in my dad and my second uncle's eyes, they really want to kill people. Lewin touched his nose helplessly, it's okay, I've made full preparations. What's more, there are so many big guys here, uncle and the others won't dare to do anything. After all, I am a distinguished guest now. A distinguished guest who has come to implement artificial intelligence. No matter how angry they are, they cannot move. Why? Suddenly thinking about it, it seems quite interesting. How should I put it? My chicken likes to see if you want to beat me up, you can't beat me. Hey, just play. This kid. How dare you look at me with a playful look? Lu Zhanlong's fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. The teeth were grinding and making a constant creaking sound. Mr. Lin, why did you come here in person? Mr. Lin was the only one present. Lewin knew him, so he took the initiative to walk over and say hello. Can't you just wait? Elder Lin waved his hand nonchalantly, looking behind him at the modules the soldiers were constantly carrying down. His eyes sparkled, is this the server module that can host artificial intelligence? Lewin nodded. It has a built-in frost cooling circulation cooling system, which is very easy to assemble. Not only that, the water after cooling is clean enough to meet drinking standards, so there is no need to worry about water pollution. That would be great. Mr. Lin nodded in understanding. Are we going to start the installation today? Lewin nodded and said, I will guide you through the installation of the first sequence. Then, the rest will be installed side by side according to the first sequence model. It's very simple. Oh, right, the power consumption is very high. You need to prepare an independent power supply and don't let it lose power easily. Lewin thought for a moment and took out a fist-sized stable nuclear fusion reactor that reflected a cold blue light from his backpack. I'll modify the power supply for you. This thing is the safest. This one can support the operation of an artificial intelligence for 100 years without any problem. What is this? An old man about the same age as Elder Lin rushed over, looked at the reactor that was constantly emitting light, and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this a cold fusion reactor?" Yes. Lewin did not deny it. He only added later, "Forget about that. Even if I give it to you, you wouldn't be able to build it. As for the theory of large-scale reactors, I can give it to you. If you study it, you should be able to build it." Then, the price. The value of Mr. Lin's natural way nuclear fusion reactor. Since people have compiled this theory and shown it to you, the country must make some statement. It is not advisable to get it for free. It doesn't cost money, just use it for your own research. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. Based on the theory and manufacturing of large-scale nuclear fusion, and with the current progress of Xinsha, and with the assistance of Wendian, Lewin can be sure that it can be completed and put into use within 3 years. Taking it out now can only be considered as icing on the cake. This. The old man didn't know what to do for a moment. Fine. Old Li arrived just in time and spoke directly, "Shaoan, you don't have to worry about anything. This is the result of your own research. Don't worry about your future father-in-law's attitude towards you. If he dares to have any opinions about you, humph." Old Li glared at Lu Zhanlong fiercely, which made Lu Zhanlong a little confused. Who did I offend? I was warned without saying a word. Comrade Lao Lu felt inexplicably wronged. In that case. Lewin thought for a moment and said, "To be honest, I've also been researching military equipment recently. If possible, I'd like a formal military industry license. Also, if possible, I'd like the high-tech development zone in the Magic City. It would be best if the entire development zone could be given to me so I can demolish it and rebuild it. The high-tech development zone where Anyan Technology is located is not the most important development zone in Shanghai. It was only built in recent years. Old established enterprises and high-tech manufacturers are all in the old high-tech development zone." At this point, Lewin also did a lot of research. That's easy. Mr. Li did not refuse. Even if Lewin doesn't engage in military industry, it's not a big problem to ask for this piece of land. The economic benefits brought about by the expansion of chip production alone are more than enough. Chip. Just be one step ahead. That is to keep ahead. It is impossible for foreign countries to catch up. In particular, Lewin has now mastered extremely mature artificial intelligence, so it will not be difficult for him to continue developing more sophisticated chips. Chapter 46, Shocking Debut. The land lease and military industry license will be delivered to you in a few days. We will also arrange for several national construction teams to go there. Elderly patted Lewin on the shoulder and said, "We really can't build this small nuclear fusion reactor." Cannot. Lewin spread his hands and said, "Everything starts from the big to the small. We haven't even learned the big things yet, but we want to reach the top in one step. Isn't this nonsense?" Ha ha. Okay. I'm just a fighter. I don't understand your scientific research. Only. I heard about it. You also brought new equipment to test. It should be very troublesome to implement the artificial intelligence server. How about testing it first? Mr. Lin is very much looking forward to it. This won't work. Lewin refused directly. This refusal instantly upset Old Li, his face full of resentment. "Young comrade, you have no sense of martial ethics. You are hanging an old man who is about to die like this. This is not good. I advise you to be careful." Forehead. Lewin was stunned by Mr. Li's playful joke. He said with a smile, "Well, let me show you a picture first. The implementation of artificial intelligence must have a higher priority. After all, the sooner it is running, the faster our technological level will advance, right?" Okay. After hearing this, what else could Mr. Li do? He could only compromise. Who told Lewin that what he said was right? Lewin took out his phone, huddled up with Mr. Li, and showed it to him. The appearance of the nano weapon immediately struck Mr. Li's heart. Is this thing really made? Of course. Lewin nodded confidently. I've been wearing it for a month and testing it. There's no problem at all. It's just that it's powered by my personal AI now. Once your Chobai is installed, I'll put it on and you can use it. Become. Just look at the pictures. Mr. Lee couldn't wait any longer. You, all the technicians, please follow my instructions and learn from me. Tomorrow morning, you must complete the installation. No. What on earth is this new type of equipment? It can make Mr. Lee so excited. For a while, the soldiers and scientific researchers all stared at Lewin with great anger. But Lewin just didn't say, "Come on, let me teach you how to install it." 100,000 units. All are installed at the National Computing Center. These are 2 new buildings built according to Lewin's request. After Lewin instructed them on the first sequence of installation, he watched them carry out the second sequence of installation. Only after he made sure that everything was foolproof did he let them proceed with the installation work. There are a lot of people. The place is big. Plus foolproof assembly. It was built much faster than Lewin could do it alone. It literally took just 1 night to complete. This night, Comrade Lao Lu was ordered by Mr. Lee to run around here and there. The old man, who was in his 40s or 50s, was exhausted like a dog. "Mr. Lee, I'm your backer." Lu Bingyan was very surprised to see her father like this, but she still carried the breakfast specially prepared by Lewin and handed it to him with great care. "Dad, you have worked hard. This is the breakfast that Shawan prepared for you. I made it by hand. Come and try it." Snort. Comrade Lao Lu snorted coldly, snatched it away, and swallowed it in one gulp, just like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. Only then did he recover. "Silly girl, I will not admit him, you don't need to say good things." "I didn't say anything nice." Lu Bingyan smiled helplessly. "I believe you will like the equipment developed by Shawan." "Is this true? My own daughter said so." Comrade Lao Lu still had some expectations in his heart. He glanced at Lewin, who was sitting on the ground debugging the server without any care, and left without saying a word, patted his butt. "The physical work is done. If you don't run away, you might be caught by the leader and forced to do hard labor again. I really can't stand it anymore. Run away quickly." After Lewin transferred Wentian and Xiaobai to 2 groups of servers, he set 2 permission keys for them. One is the highest permission, which is the strategic key. The second is the advanced key, and the third is the general permission. Ask the Sky and Ask the Defeater, the 2 highest authority strategic keys are held by number 1. The advanced key to seeking defeat is held by Mr. Lee, and is commonly used by the heads of major military zones. The advanced keys of Wentian are controlled by Mr. Lin, and the general authority is controlled by the directors of major research institutes. After the key was set, it was escorted by a special team of the army to the Bohemia cabinet. After everything is done. It's already noon. After taking a look at the giant steel door that was tightly closed, Lewin followed Lu Bingyan and left for the military area. At the same time, Lewin also signed in. "I was pretty lucky this time signing in. Obtained a natural invisible nano coating production line. This invisible coating is truly invisible. Not only can it not be captured by radar and other detection equipment, it cannot be seen by the naked eye. It is truly invisible. This thing, if used in weapons, then you will truly become invincible. If it falls into the hands of the wicked, the consequences are unimaginable." Lewin raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, "When we get back, we must strengthen the security system of the nano-weapons and the anti-reverse disassembly system." Imperial Capital Military Region Experimental Field. A group of weapons experts and military leaders were waiting here early. Lewin and the other guy just arrived. He was stared at by everyone. This made Lu Bingyan, who was originally happily playing with Lewin, hide behind Lewin instantly, sticking out half of her head to look at these military leaders curiously. "Shawan, are you ready?" Elderly was the most excited, but also a little puzzled. "Where's your exoskeleton armor? Where is it hidden?" "Mr. Lee, that's not an exoskeleton, it's a nano weapon." Lewin smiled helplessly and patted the tactical shoulder bag on his waist. "Look, originally, I planned to store it according to Iron Man's storage method, but it's not suitable for combat, so I transformed it into a tactical shoulder bag." While speaking, Lewin directly awakened the artificial intelligence in the weapon, Xiaobai. Seeking defeat, armed deployment. Okay. Xiaobai activates the weapon instantly. The tactical bags on both sides of Luan's legs unfolded instantly, and a set of dark gold-themed weapons covered Luan's body at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the weapons were fully unfolded, the power core in his chest ignited instantly, followed by a dark red light flashing from his eyes. The overall design is full of Xinxia elements, giving people a feeling of solemnity and majesty. Just standing there gives people an extremely strong sense of oppression. Let us not talk about the practicality of the weapons for now. Just by doing this one move, the big guys who were researching weapons were dumbfounded. What is this? Pulse fire. Let's review Terminator. A group of weapons bosses were stunned. How to evaluate this? I don't know you at all, okay? Look at these lines, look at the running speed which is faster than that of a cheetah, look at this, oh my god, it actually flew. Are you kidding me? Mr. Li was also dumbfounded. Comrade Lao Lu, who was fortunate enough to be there to watch, stood up immediately. This equipment. Bullshit. This is the romance of men. This is the romance of a soldier. Once I put on this outfit and go to the battlefield, I ask, who dares to fight me? Chapter 47, 20 billion Dragon Soul Armor. No wonder. No wonder this guy dares to make such a promise. You're not to mention. I really have nothing to say about this set of equipment. This young man is so outstanding. Actually, this weapon was made by Luan specifically for you. Lu Bingyan sat next to her father, holding his rough hand, and said softly, before, when we went on a trip, my aunt and mother told him that you and second uncle often go out to fight, which is very risky. Recently, a young soldier was sacrificed. So he started thinking about it and then researched the set of weapons. He wants this set of weapons not only to satisfy you and make you recognize him, but also to minimize the casualties in the battles. Actually, in the final analysis, I still want you to recognize him as your son-in-law. Lu Bingyan was somewhat helpless, just like artificial intelligence. His appearance was completely because Luan wanted to give me a unique gift, that's all. Comrade Lao Lu did not speak. But the look in Luan's eyes became much gentler. Testing ground. Elderly stopped Luan and said, Shaoan, stop. We know that your set of weapons is very powerful. Can you tell us about its defensive capabilities and weapon combinations? Become. Luan nodded. There was silence after the demonstration. This weapon was completely beyond their comprehension. As for fighting, there was no need to hide this, but Luan still explained, this combat is assisted by artificial intelligence. It can make the person wearing the weapon instantly become a combat master and master all the fighting techniques in the world. Needless to say, motivation. That core is obviously a nuclear fusion reactor. It's essentially eternal energy. Perhaps, even if the weapons are scrapped, there will be no problem with energy. Of course, this is just a test machine. The official machine still needs to add various safety systems and so on. Luan pursed his lips and looked at Mr. Li. How do you think this equipment is? How? It couldn't be better. Mr. Li laughed heartily, then paused for a moment before saying, it's better not to equip the magneto engine. This thing is too powerful. The hand cannon and the combat engine are enough. If you want, I will customize a Dragon Soul weapon for our Xinxia Anbang artifact, with magneto, natural invisibility, combat engine beam hand cannon, flight, and a nuclear fusion reactor. For the military, how about switching the energy source to a nuclear-like battery, giving it the abilities of flight, hand cannon, and combat engine? This model is also cheaper to produce. This is good. Mr. Li clapped his hands and approved of Luan's idea. Then calculate the price of the military version and the national artifact. Mr. Li trusts Luan very much. Just pay for it. The price of a complete version would be very high. The cost of manufacturing one set alone would be 7 billion. The military tactical version is much cheaper, costing only 10 million. Is there any data? Mr. Li didn't think it was that expensive. But we still need to look at the detailed data. Some. Luan nodded slightly. Jun, send the data to the professors working there, and also to Mr. Li. Okay. Soon. Everyone present received a detailed data. Weapons experts are the most knowledgeable. However, after seeing the data of the complete form of the Dragon Soul, I still felt my hands shaking. It's so fierce. The maximum flight speed reaches Mach 20. This is the legendary goddess of dawn in the United States, but she is much taller. And then there's the natural invisibility thing, which not only evades detection by all kinds of radar monitoring equipment, but is also invisible to the naked eye. What kind of concept is that? You could just invade someone's lair, right? I was here, and no one would notice, right? Coupled with this powerful combat power and speed. If a war really breaks out in the future, this armament will be enough to make Xinxia invincible. The data of the magneto engine is secret. This is the real core, and Luan will not disclose it casually. Unless someone at the top wants to see it, he will give out the information. Then, the tactical version. This armed version can also reach a top speed of Mach 10. Just at this speed, the nuclear-like battery can only last for 10 minutes, and the beam-hand cannon can output at full power once. In conventional combat, if the speed is less than Mach 1 and the power output is no more than 10%, it can continue to fight for 10 hours, and it only takes 10 minutes to charge before continuing to fight. That's enough. For the complete version, you can directly customize one, with the design of a test machine. For the tactical version, you can design a prototype. After we conduct the final evaluation, we will place an order for you. Conservatively speaking, the first order will not be less than 3,000 units. Mr. Li looked at Luan seriously and asked, how long will it take to build the prototype in our Xinxia exclusive machine? For a prototype machine, 3 days will be enough, and for a customized machine, a week will be enough. Luan was still quite excited after hearing Mr. Li's assurance. So, how much do you want for the Dragon Soul armor? Boss Li said generously, whatever you want. We need everything except small amounts of cash. Then, 10 billion. Luan raised a finger. The construction cost is 7 billion. I want 10 billion, and honestly, that's already very cheap. You really don't dare to take it. So, I'll give you 20 billion for the server group and this set of weapons. Mr. Li gave a direct price. Okay. Luan scratched his face, feeling a little embarrassed. Won't you say I'm greedy for money? No. Elder Li looked at him with amusement. It's really not that much. We've invested more than that in research and development at the Weapons Research Institute, but the results are far inferior to the Soul. 20 billion, in my opinion, is very worthwhile and very cheap. Mr. Li's words made the professors at the Weapons Research Institute very embarrassed. But he didn't refute it. This is a fact. Chapter 48. Do you want to try an imported Hawthorne? After finalizing the customization details of the Dragon Soul armament, Luan and Mr. Li completed the contract signing. After signing the contract, Luan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Li, during this period of time, you can select a top-notch warrior to conduct physical training. The Dragon Soul armament requires a very high level of physical fitness. Otherwise, it will not be able to exert its due combat power. Okay. Mr. Li nodded slightly, then asked expectantly, how about letting me experience your test machine? Forehead. After hearing this, Luan thought for a moment and said, as long as you don't use 2 engines, you can experience flying or beam cannons, and there will be no problem. Good. This is not a big problem. Mr. Li nodded seriously and replied, I understand. Let me experience it for a moment. Okay. After Luan set up Mr. Li's clothing permissions, he handed the tactical shoulder bag converted from the test aircraft to Mr. Li. Follow Luan's instructions. The arming was carried out smoothly. There was no sense of oppression as I had imagined, the vision was quite clear, there was no discomfort in breathing, and the movements were smoother than they appeared. After playing for half an hour, Mr. Li tiredly disarmed himself and handed the tactical backpack to Luan. That's awesome. If all future soldiers can wear such equipment, who in the world can defeat them? There will be such a day. The cost is high now because rare resources are scarce. If outer space resource mining is possible in the future and resources are no longer scarce, then all of these weapons will probably be upgraded to the specifications of Dragon Soul weapons, and the cost will be at most tens of millions. At last. After finishing everything, Luan originally planned to walk around the imperial capital with Lu Bingyan, but when he saw Comrade Lao Lu standing next to Lu Bingyan, who looked like a black-faced devil, an ugly smile suddenly appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over. Sooner or later it's a knife. It's better to just say hello honestly. Hello, uncle. Luan greeted dryly. The smile on his face was extremely stiff. And the same is true of Comrade Lao Lu's smile. Lu Bingyan looked at the 2 men who were extremely important to her, covering her mouth and laughing. A super genius was so nervous when meeting his father that he could only give a fake smile, and it was such an ugly smile. A legend of an undefeated field army, a man who had carried out over 1,000 missions, provided international aid, suppressed bandits, and killed drug lords over 100 times, never missing a beat, never failing. He also smiled. But this smile was unusually ferocious. "What's the matter?" Comrade Lao Lu asked knowingly. "Well, Uncle, Yen Yen and I rarely come to the capital, so we want to take advantage of this afternoon to go for a walk." Luan gritted his teeth and went for it. Snort! Comrade Lao Lu originally wanted to refuse. But, after noticing his daughter's cold gaze, he turned and left. "But the back looks a little desolate." Hey. "Actually, my dad is not that scary." Lu Bingyan chuckled and took Luan's hand. "Let's go." "Become." Luan nodded. "It's still not easy to get my future father-in-law to accept me." "Of course I am. I am the apple of my father's eye, and you snatched me away just like that. To my father, I am his mortal enemy. It's very difficult for him to accept you." Lu Bingyan was also somewhat helpless. But both of them are very nervous. I quickly put these unpleasant things aside and prepared to go shopping and explore the traditional snacks hidden in the old alleys. Only, Luan and his companions had just left the military area and arrived at the classic old alleys of the imperial capital. But the phone rang. The person who called was my sister. This made him feel a little strange. Shouldn't he be working hard to ship the goods at this time? How could he have time to call him? After the call was connected, my sister said with great resentment, "Brother, you are finally done with your work. The announcement of our future AS prices has been delayed for a long time." Ah. Luan was stunned for a moment, a little puzzled. "Do we have to tell you the price? Did you say that?" Lu Ningxuang was so angry that she laughed. If the official hadn't released a short video showing Luan working hard to implement artificial intelligence, the reputation of their Anyan company would have been directly destroyed this time. Fortunately, the official came out to refute the rumors. On the plane, Luan personally directed the operation on site all night long, and during the day he also had to migrate and adjust the artificial intelligence data. The resentment over the delayed price announcements soon subsided. Now, after learning that Luan had finished everything, Lu Ningxuang immediately called to urge him. "Good. I'll announce it right away. As for when the official sale will start, it's up to you. It's okay to start selling today." After Luan finished explaining, he gave an important order to Jun. The future AS men's and women's models are priced at $39.99, and the super future model is priced at $59.99. That's it. Luan snapped his fingers. The price is determined. Because the cost of AS is not high. The cost of both the boys and girls versions is only 2,500 yuan, and the price is 3,999. After deducting other miscellaneous items, there is still a profit of nearly 1,000 yuan. This is a super futuristic model, with no additional functions, but a cooler appearance. "Xiaowen, isn't this price too cheap?" Lu Bingyan held a candied Haws in her hand, fed one to Luan, and asked with her head tilted. Now on the market, the starting price of mid to high-end mobile phones is around 5,000 yuan, and high-end phones are priced at 8,000 to 9,000 yuan, or even more than 10,000 yuan. This artificial intelligence, equipped with a nuclear-like battery. At least it has to be less than 10,000 to be considered normal. Not expensive. The cost will be cheaper in the future. Luan smiled lightly, raised his hand, gently pinched off the rock sugar crumbs at the corner of Lu Bingyan's mouth, and threw it into his own mouth. Very sweet. Stinky guy. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed red as she hummed softly, "Stinky Xiaowen, do you want to import hawthorns more often?" Imported hawthorn? Is this tastier than local hawthorn? Luan was a little confused. "You can try it." Good. Lu Bingyan dropped a hawthorn, then stood on tiptoe and kissed Luan directly on the mouth, then put the hawthorn into Luan's mouth, and asked with blurry eyes, "How is it?" Sweet. Luan's mind went blank. She really didn't expect that imported hawthorns would mean this. "Ah. My darling daughter. How can you be so proactive? It's not clean anymore." "My daughter is not clean." In the corner, Comrade Lao Lu, who was secretly following the two people, was struck by lightning at this moment and was completely stunned. Is this still my well-behaved daughter? How can this be? Luan. I will never approve of you. Comrade Lao Lu's eyes were bloodshot. My precious daughter is actually so close to this man. Am I going to be a grandfather soon? This is absolutely not possible. Absolutely not. Comrade Lao Lu was filled with hatred. I wish I could tear Luan into pieces. Chapter 49 Arrangements completed, ready to go home. Young people nowadays really know how to have fun. It's so sweet that it makes your teeth fall out. The passing uncle's teasing voice startled Luan, whose mind was full of imported hawthorns. He then looked at Lu Bingyan deeply and said, I want to eat more. No way. Lu Bingyan snorted proudly, this is a reward for you. If you want to eat it again, it depends on your performance. Look at my own performance. This is too difficult. Luan scratched his head in frustration. Oh, don't think about it, let's go play first. Lu Bingyan didn't want to be watched here, so she pulled Luan's hand and ran towards the old Hudong Street. As for Comrade Lao Lu, now it's hopeless. His daughter's heart has completely fallen on Luan. That feeling was so heartbreaking that I couldn't breathe. Keep following. He felt like he was about to collapse. Tired. Whatever happens, happens. Because time is limited. The two of them just wandered around this old alley for a while, and then headed straight back to the company. After returning to the company, Luan allocated one machine to produce Dragon Soul, and the others were used to produce tactical version of the armed prototypes. Because of the lack of a stable nuclear fusion reactor, the production speed of the Magneto engine is much faster, and one can be produced in 2 hours. At the same time, production lines for natural invisible nanocoatings have also been placed in the factory. After everything is done, Luan contacted his elder sister. Explained the company's expansion. Originally, I wanted to negotiate with the boss of Magic City, but I didn't expect you to get a promise directly from Mr. Lee. So, this high-tech development zone belongs to us now, right? That's right. Luan smiled calmly, in the future, we will be a group with a complete production chain. We can expand wherever needed, and the divisions and classifications will be clearer. It won't be like now, where all kinds of production lines are squeezed into a small factory. Okay. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. Considering that Luan had solved the root of the problem, she stopped nagging him. By the way, because of artificial intelligence and the chip problem, our domestic mobile phone and computer manufacturers have contacted me and want to cooperate with us. What kind of cooperation is this? Luan was a little puzzled. Their ultimate goal should be chips, artificial intelligence, and brand new computer systems, right? Right. According to those bosses, they want to develop more advanced artificial intelligence to make smartphones and sell them abroad. After all, it is enough to have future AS in the country. There are gaps in this system. But the gap can't be that big. As for the chips, Luan raised his eyebrows, we can continue to produce lithography machines, expand chip production, and radiate to various industries in the country. It shouldn't be a big problem. As for going abroad, I won't consider it for now. Even if someone contacts me, I will just refuse directly. Luan was very straightforward. Want chips? Okay. Then just buy the finished product. Now that I have the ability, I will naturally strangle you. This is called the cycle of fortune. Okay. Then I plan to call those CEOs to a meeting after October 1st to discuss these things. I'll set the price. Lu Ningxuang was worried about Luan's price. She has fully understood the cost of chips. Although the yield rate is 100%, the cost of the photoresist required for a 1 nanometer smart chip is still very high. Fortunately, Amhua has already begun preparing special photoresists and setting up wafer production lines. The expenses are high though. However, the future benefits are obvious. Okay, I'll just provide the technology, sister, you can run the company, you're the boss. Luan chuckled. Cut. Your sister, I am destined to be a worker. Lu Ningxuang snorted and waved her hand in disdain, if you have nothing to do, just go out and play with your girlfriend. Even college students should act like college students. Become. After hearing what his elder sister said, Luan said without hesitation, then I will go back to my hometown. In a couple of days, the military will come to receive the equipment and tactical equipment samples. You can go to the second underground floor to take a look at it in the evening. Second floor. I originally wanted to build a warehouse. But after thinking about it, Luan still uses it as a workshop for producing nano-weapons because it is safe enough. Currently, only Lu Ningxuan, Li Wanqiu and Qin Wanru can enter according to the permissions set there. Lu Bingyan has no interest in those things. Of course, she can move freely in the company. Said goodbye to my elder sister. Luan returned to the manor and told Lu Bingyan that he wanted to go back to his hometown. To this, Lu Bingyan did not refuse. Even excited. Then, let's set off early tomorrow morning. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips and asked, Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, and Uncle, what do they like? My grandparents don't have any special hobbies. They just buy some tea leaves and jade pendants. My dad likes to drink, my uncle likes to smoke and collect lighters, and my mom and aunt also like gold and silver jewelry. This hobby. It's a bit too simple. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Let's go buy it tomorrow and take a plane back, or the high-speed rail. Fly a plane. Luan laughed softly. Signed in today and got a luxury private jet. I will go back on my own private plane tomorrow and take a car with me. When the time comes. It's also more convenient to go home. Then I'll go to bed first. Lu Bingyan was very happy. Of course, I was also very nervous. After all, there are many complicated relationships between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law on the internet nowadays. She was still thinking about it as she lay down to sleep. What will Luan's family be like? Is it gentle or serious? Thinking of this, I fell asleep with a sweet smile. Luan shook his head helplessly, picked up the phone and called his mother. The call was connected quickly. Hey, son, why are you still awake so late? Mom's voice was as loud and clear as ever. Well, we're going to have a room for love in October, so I plan to go back. Luan laughed. Come back. I heard that Luan was going back. Mo Qianqi was instantly excited. Have you bought the tickets yet? Yeah. Luan nodded and said, Mom, I'm going back with my girlfriend this time, and I have something to tell you. Well, it just so happens that I have a lot of questions to ask you. She knew very well about her son's girlfriend. Because of the previous live broadcast, the neighbor's child happened to see it and gave it to her to watch. Later, there were live broadcasts of company press conferences and so on. It made her dizzy. When did my child become so perverted? If she hadn't questioned him properly, she would have suspected that her son was possessed by an alien. Forehead. My mother seems to know something. Luan listened to the busy tone on the phone and felt helpless. Come to think of it. This era. With the internet so developed, the emergence of artificial intelligence has caused a huge uproar. It's hard for my own mother not to know. This was his negligence. Chapter 50 Auntie, that is, Mom. The next day. October 1st. As soon as he opened his eyes, he started signing in. Today is National Day. The sign-in reward is extremely generous, a workshop for producing bionic robots for domestic companionship. Fully automatic production workshop. A factory covering 10 acres is needed to deploy it. The most important thing is, he doesn't need any precious metals or rare elements. Discarded rubber products, metal products, electronic products, etc. are all raw materials, which are directly thrown into the crusher, and what comes out is the accessory module of the domestic companion bionic robot. Materialization. True artificial intelligence materializes. And you can customize your own household companion robot. The era has arrived where everyone has a household robot. Luan raised his eyebrows happily. However, he didn't waste any time as he had to go back to his hometown today. After temporarily placing the production workshop in the system space, he got up, washed, and changed into a fresh and clean youth-style outfit. The whole person's handsomeness instantly exploded. Let those well-trained maids keep a close eye on him. So cool. It's a sin. Luan smacked his lips. Breakfast was simple. Bread and milk. After eating, Luan said hello to Klaus. Klaus, we are going back to our hometown. We need 3 people from the maid team who can fly a plane. Sara is fine, and then there's Al and Amina. Kraus pointed at Sara. This girl is an all-round player. Okay. Luan nodded and handed a black card to Sara. This is the key to my private jet. The plane is now parked at the Magic City Airport. You 3 go over first. Yen Yen and I are going to buy some gifts. Good one. Sarah nodded and drove a red Ferrari away from the manor with Al and Amina. A tailwind. After Klaus sent Lewin and the others to the car, he stood in front of the villa and watched Lewin leave, thinking to himself, it's time to meet the parents. I will soon be taking the young master and the little princess with me, right? Klaus was looking forward to it. Let's go to Longtung Shopping Center. Longtung Shopping Center is the largest and top-level shopping mall in Shanghai, with physical stores of all the world's luxury brands. The monthly profit figures can only be described as terrifying. But Lewin was not very interested in these. So, he just needs to pay the money. Just buy, and that's it. Certainly. Lu Bingyan's shopping skills are quite good. Every item she chooses does not make people feel expensive and useless, which just caters to his family's temperament. The price is reasonable and the product is practical, that's enough. Because I was in a hurry to go home. Lu Bingyan was also very quick in choosing things and finished her selection in just 1 hour. Then, the two of them drove to the Magic City airport. This time was also the first time that Lewin saw his own plane. The plane is not big. The appearance is also very ordinary. It is a smaller version of ordinary civil aviation. As for the interior, it's exaggerated to the extreme. The interior decoration is no exaggeration to say that it is a luxurious villa. All facilities are available. What moved Lewin the most was the super luxurious big bed. It would be a unique experience to do some interesting things on this bed, in the sky. Lu Bingyan was a little shy, especially when she saw Lewin's fiery gaze, which made her even more embarrassed. She stepped on Lewin's instep in anger and threatened, if you dare to bully me, I'll report you to Auntie when I get home. Forehead. This is. You have to control my rhythm. Wrong. My parents seem to have always liked girls. Grandpa and Grandma too. I'm going back. I'm afraid I'll be the younger brother of the family. For a while. Lewin felt that his future was dark. Master, we are about to set off. Amina is a blonde maid with beautiful green eyes. Good. Lewin nodded. Nothing else to say. Sarah, flying a plane is just like driving a car. What a reckless bunch. Certainly. Fortunately, she also knew the performance of this aircraft well enough. 1.5 hours. It's not much of an enjoyment. The fear is real. Because Sora always wants to do some stunts to add to the fun of flying. After. Just rent a pilot from the airport, or hire a pilot yourself. Lewin felt that each of these maids had her own personality. Al flies a plane, probably about the same as Sora. Zhengzhou Airport. After Lewin landed, his trembling legs finally felt solid and became strong again. It feels quite fun. Lu Bingyan didn't react much. On the contrary, she wanted to ride on Sora's plane a few more times. Because there are so many people. Lewin let Sora continue to drive the Ferrari, while he drove a Maserati. As for the exclusive series, Lewin didn't quite understand it, but it was not included in the Maserati models. It is a rare item produced by the system. The appearance is low-key and unobtrusive. It would also be more appropriate to drive into the village. Certainly. Zhengzhou started large-scale road construction a few years ago. Even the little-known West Village has a smooth concrete road. As long as you don't race, a sports car can easily adapt to it. An hour's drive. Lewin returned to the village. As soon as I entered the village, it attracted the attention of the villagers. Hey, Shaoan is back. The luxury car has been arranged. Well done. The uncle who spoke was the supermarket owner. He raised his thumb and gestured to Lewin. Ah, it's okay, uncle. I brought my girlfriend back, so I won't chat with you. Lewin laughed, honked the horn, and went home. The road into the village is straight and leads to the door of every house. The transportation is very convenient. At home, because of Lewin's notice. My uncle and his family also came early. The second child of my uncle's family was looking forward to it at the door. 2 luxury cars came into view. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then jumped up and said, Hey, uncle, my brother is back with his girlfriend, driving a luxury car. Oh. Soon, the family arrived at the door. Lewin also happened to have the car in good condition. Sarah and the other 2 stood aside holding their gifts. What's going on with these 3 girls? Mo Qianqi was a little confused. Silver hair, blonde hair, an obvious image of a foreign beauty. She was wearing a strange skirt, which looked a bit like the female characters in the cartoons that children watch. My son doesn't have any special fetishes, right? Mo Qianqi was a little worried. Why are you all here? Luan touched his nose helplessly after getting off the car, and pulled Lu Bingyan to introduce her. This is Lu Bingyan, she's my girlfriend. These three are my maids. They are Sora with silver hair, Emina with blonde hair and green eyes, and Elle with blonde hair. Luan introduced everyone. Then the whole family's faces became a little stiff, and they just nodded, not knowing what to say. Even the most fashionable aunts can't wrap their heads around it. Too much information. They can't accept it. Especially my mom. Her expression clearly showed that she was about to get angry, but she forced herself to hold it back for the sake of her future daughter-in-law. With a gentle smile on her face, she pulled Lu Bingyan's hand and said, "Yan Yan, can I call you auntie that?" Of course. Lu Bingyan was very shy, her pretty face flushed red, and she couldn't speak clearly. That, Mom. Why? When Mo Qianqi heard this call, she was stunned at first, and then she was overjoyed. He called her before they even got married. This was a great relationship. His daughter-in-law couldn't run away. Mo Qianqi's smile grew even brighter. She took Lu Bingyan's hand and said intimately, "Yan Yan, you must be tired from the journey. Come home and have a rest." And, did that brat bully you? No. Lu Bingyan was pulled into Luan's bedroom by Mo Qianqi, and she didn't know what to say. Luan shook his head helplessly, and then asked Sola to bring the gifts home. "Aunt, uncle, come, it's time to distribute the gifts." "Oh. And us." The uncle was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "This girl is good, much better than your sister. That stinky girl left and didn't even get a phone call." Chapter 51 Luan's Dark History. Gift? The uncle frowned slightly. "You're back, so why buy me a gift? You can earn money now, but you don't know how to save money." Ha ha. Luan knew that his uncle would say this. He smiled calmly. "I didn't buy this. It's a gift Yan Yan bought for you." Yan Yan. That's no problem. Uncle was very happy. It seems it's time for the Lu family to have some big happy event. I always hear people in the village talking about whose children are getting married or whose daughters are leaving home. Then I think about my own daughter who has left home just for a blind date. I don't even want to call her and I feel sad. My daughter is already grown up. He is anxious too. I'm almost 30. Before you even leave the house, you will be gossiped about in the countryside. Even if you are not a bad person, they will say you are a bad person. Luan didn't know what his uncle was thinking. He walked into the living room with the gift and handed it to him. "What kind of lighter is this? It's quite expensive. And these foreign cigarettes, but your niece-in-law picked them out especially for you." This lighter. As a lighter enthusiast, he recognized the lighter immediately. Zippo lighter, this year's new custom edition. Not sure. Luan only remembered that the name of the store was Zippo. As for the series of lighters, he really didn't know. He just remembered the price. A kerosene lighter that was not gold-plated or inlaid with jade but carved from metal was priced at 100,000 yuan. The high price made it impossible for Luan to buy this lighter. What made it so expensive? "This is so expensive, I heard it costs 100,000 yuan. Aunt Wang Qing carefully tugged at Luan's clothes. "Shaoan, I bought such an expensive gift, how are you going to deal with it?" "Of course they are married." Luan answered without hesitation. "I have been to Yan Yan's house. Yan Yan's father is a big boss in a certain unit of the field army, and so is his second uncle. His grandfather is a veteran of the War of Resistance against Japanese aggression. His family background is clean and he has a good impression of me. That's okay. This kid, do something serious." Wang Chang patted Luan's shoulder with a smile on her face. Well done. Yunshu must be very happy, right?" As he said that, he looked at Lu Yunshu who was sitting on the side, smoking nervously. "Aunt, this is your gift." Luan took out a set of expensive cosmetics and a pair of understated green bracelets. "This is Yan Yan's gift to you." "Why?" "Well, Wang Qing doesn't care much about gifts." However, the happiness on his face was not fake. Finally, there is a man who can take on the responsibility at home. "Dad, this is yours." Just by looking at the packaging, one could tell that Dad's tea and wine were expensive luxury goods. When he got them, Dad was both happy and distressed. It's too expensive, too expensive. You two kids are such a fool. You've lost your little million this trip. I feel bad for you, but second uncle, your mouth is almost stretched to the back of your head. As the last boy in the Lu family after Luan, Lu Ming is quite favored. If I get scolded at my uncle's house, I will definitely hide in his house. He either begs Lu Yunshu for protection or acts like a spoiled brat in front of his grandparents. However, although this kid is tough, there is no need to worry about his grades. He is from the Lu family. All three children are geniuses. Brother, where's my gift? Lu Ming rubbed his hands, his face full of anticipation. Brother, you won't forget your poor brother, right? There really isn't a gift for you here. Luan spread his hands. Ah! I heard there were no gifts. Lu Ming's mood suddenly turned bad. He squatted in the corner with his head down and drew circles. Have fun. Stop pretending to be pitiful here. Luan raised his foot and kicked him on the butt. He took out a PS5 from the remaining gifts and handed it to him. Here's the game console for you. I also bought you a few games you haven't played before. I'm warning you, if games delay your studies, I'll have my uncle smash the game console. Of course, of course. Who I am? I am a man who got into a key high school based on my own ability. The results will definitely not fall behind. But, elder brother, you must have a lot of sports cars, right? Lu Ming chuckled and said, Can I drive that Ferrari outside? Can you? Do you have a driver's license? Luan curled his lips and said, Let's talk about it when you come of age. If you can get into Daida University, I'll buy you a brand new sports car. Real. Lu Ming was now excited. Just wait and see. 3 years from now, I've decided to go to Imperial Capital University. I'm not going to change my choice even if God comes to my rescue. Let us talk about it after you pass the exam. Looking at his younger brother's confident and arrogant look, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Finally, Luan asked his father to keep his mother's gift first, and then gave the future AS he had prepared to his father and others. Dad, can you play with this advanced thing? Don't underestimate your dad, kid. After all, I was a village cadre for 2 years and I'm a high school graduate. I know voice control. Lu Yunshu concealed the small gadget in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. This little gadget can bring us into the future. It's really hard to imagine. Don't give me that. Luan twisted his mouth and then asked, Where are my grandparents? I went to the temple fair and visited relatives. I'll be back this afternoon. Lu Yunliang also looked at the little gadget in his hand and pursed his lips. What's the point of this AS? I always feel uncomfortable using foreign words on our own things. What foreign language? This is Chinese pinyin. Luan rolled his eyes and explained, A is the first pinyin of An, and S is the pinyin of Shuang. Together, they make Luan and Luning Shuang. This name. It's really casual. Wang Cheng was speechless, then asked, How is your sister now? My sister is now the president of the company. Luan chuckled. The company's management is definitely the one my family trusts the most. My sister didn't have a good life in Shanghai. She was constantly monitored and suppressed by the people pursuing her. My sister is also very stubborn and refused to admit defeat. Then, I killed him and sent his father and son to prison. Luan briefly explained it to them so that they wouldn't worry in the future. Now, seeing that her daughter was fine, Wang Qing felt relieved. It's fine for your sister to have her own hobbies. Now that she has enough money, she can make her own choices in the future. Actually, Luan really wanted to say it. My sister might come out. But thinking that my uncle and aunt were not young anymore, I didn't say anything for fear of upsetting them. While talking, bursts of laughter could be heard from Luan's bedroom, along with Lu Bingyan's surprised voice. Mom, was Luan really so bad when he was little? He even pulled up girls' skirts. Yes. It brings tears to my eyes just talking about it. Mo Qianqi nodded confidently and pointed at the photo. Look, this kid got beaten up by his dad when he got home, but not only didn't he cry, he even tried to pull his teacher's skirt. Isn't that infuriating? Little pervert. However, Lu Bingyan did not dislike Luan's childhood appearance. She even thought he was very energetic and interesting. He was good at studying but not a nerd. He could play with both good and bad students. Wow! This one is so cute. Lu Bingyan was flipping through the photo album. This is Luan by Tian Zhao. She was chubby, wearing a little bunny knitted hat and a not too thick white flannel jacket. She was blowing bubbles from her mouth. She looked so adorable. Will Shaoan and I have children in the future? Will they be this cute? This girl is good. He called me mom before I even got married. I'm even thinking about having kids. He is worthy of being my son. The eye for women is good. The more emotion she looked at it, the more satisfied she felt. My daughter, how about we find some time for our two families to meet and finalize this marriage? Okay. Lu Bingyan, who was looking at Luan's childhood photos, agreed without thinking. Chapter 52 Primary School Teacher Young Chanshan. What the hell are you talking about? As soon as Luan walked to the door, he heard his mother's question. He wanted to go in and excuse Lu Bingyan, but he didn't expect Lu Bingyan to agree directly. This made Luan's mind go blank in an instant. An inexplicable feeling came over me. Hesitated for a moment. Luan gave up on organizing them to look at his Black History photos and retreated silently. Your mother is very capable. Dad raised his eyes and glanced at Luan, drinking tea leisurely, and his serious face softened. Luan agreed deeply. My mother's art of speaking is indeed superb. When I was a child, no matter what mistakes I made, my mother would come out and she would always be able to fix it, and we could even become friends. Just like that female teacher. Because it's so beautiful. My mother actually tricked someone into coming to Calais to be her daughter-in-law and even agreed. Fortunately, the teacher reacted quickly refused, and ran away covering her face. It was really embarrassing. Having said that female teacher. I don't know what is going on now. Luan smacked his lips. As for that teacher, he only remembered that she was very beautiful. As for her name and surname, he had long forgotten them. Time passes so fast. Everything has changed. The girl I once teased got married after graduating from high school. During the summer vacation, Luan was still a little bit surprised when talking about her. Now that I think about it, it seems that getting married so early is not a bad thing. Without a mother, her father was unable to support her college education. Getting married is a helpless act, but it can also reduce the burden on her father and prevent him from worrying about her. Maybe that female teacher should be married too. So many years. 10 years, right? That teacher is over 30 years old, right? Luan scratched his head. That Xiao Yang isn't married, but his life isn't going as planned. While you have nothing to do, why don't you go visit your elementary school teacher with that little gift? Speaking of that teacher. Both my uncle and dad looked a little sad. Okay. Luan didn't refuse. Is she in our village? I remember her family is from another place. The primary school in our village has been closed for many years. The village primary school closed down a long time ago. He only went to school in the village until the 4th grade. Go check it out. Luan touched his chin. He didn't reject this idea. After all, the teacher's level was quite good back then. Even though he was naughty, she taught him wholeheartedly. She even bought the teaching materials for the English courses that were not available in the village and taught him so that he could keep up with the children in the city. Not really, he couldn't even recite his ABCs by the time he was in junior high school. She lives in the town, very poor, alone. Her house is the most prominent one on the main street in the town, and there is a red coating on the house. When talking about the coating, Lu Yunshu's eyes obviously avoided. This made Luan frown. I didn't think much about it. Called Amina. Then I'll go and come back for lunch. Luan thought for a moment, then went back to his room. Looking at Lu Bingyan, who was chatting animatedly with her mother, he said softly, Yan Yan, I'm going to go see my elementary school teacher. Is it okay for you to be home alone? Can. Lu Bingyan nodded calmly and waved her hand dismissively. I'm talking to our mom, do whatever you want. Forehead. This. Luan scratched his face and sighed depressedly. Well, I haven't even gotten married yet, but I'm already the younger brother of the family. Although I sigh like this. But Luan couldn't hide the smile on his face. There is no way my lovely school beauty senior can escape. Better days may be coming soon. Driving a Faraday. The car was picked up in the town and had a license plate from Shanghai, so the vehicles and pedestrians on the street stayed away from it. Afraid of being rubbed. Luan did not comment on this. It's just right, I can go there and come back quickly. This is to prevent my naive little cutie from feeling anxious at home alone. Although this is unlikely. But I just can't let go. A team in town. The route is very convenient and we arrived at the destination in just 5 or 6 minutes. Lewin finally understood what his father meant by the red coating. Coupled with the group of people squatting under the house who were obviously not good people, it was clear that this teacher had encountered malicious loan sharks and violent debt collection. These are all non-governmental organizations. They are all irregular. Most of these debt collectors have low educational qualifications and have entered the society early. Those redcoats are paint. There were all kinds of obscene words written on it. Lewin frowned when he saw this. He originally went to high school in the provincial capital. He went home for 2 days a month in junior high school and 2 days in 3 months in high school. He worked outside during the winter and summer vacations to gain experience. He had never heard of such a thing happening in the town. The car stopped. The eyes of the violent debt collectors immediately fell on Lewin and the other person. They stared at Amina without any concealment, and some of them even whistled and teased her. This made Lewin frown and stare at these people coldly. The fierce aura emanating from him made these beasts turn pale in an instant. Amina, you stay here. If these people dare to leave or make any other moves, just remove their limbs. For the dregs of society. Lewin would definitely not have any sympathy at all. Okay, young master. Amina nodded slightly. She is the most powerful among the maids. These little hooligans. All solved in 3 minutes. Magic City license plate. Luxury cars and beauties. The aura is different. The pressure on these thugs is so great that they dare not run away. The Magic City is a first-class metropolis in Xinxia, with countless real dragons. If you really make them angry, the local tyrants from your small village will be of no use. If I say I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. What's more, he is not a local tyrant. They are just a bunch of ruffians. Seeing the obscene words smeared on the house, Lewin felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. When he walked to the main door, the pungent stench made Lewin explode instantly. For the first time, he wanted to use all-round fighting to beat someone up. Although teachers are not necessarily people with noble moral character, this woman whose name he has forgotten is a teacher worthy of his respect. An excellent teacher was bullied by a group of ruffians. This is really sad and lamentable. There was a lot of feces, urine, and slop thrown on the door. Flies and maggots were flying around. Lewin pursed his lips, jumped up, grabbed the wall, and climbed over it. The courtyard is very clean. It forms a sharp contrast with the door. However, the woman's mental state was not very good. The moment Lewin landed, she locked the iron door of the main room tightly. Looking through the gap, she looked like a frightened bird, and could collapse at any time. Teacher. It's me, Lewin. I don't know if you still remember me. But don't worry. I won't bully you. Lewin stood at the door and comforted him softly. Lewin. Inside the house. The woman's hair was a little messy, even graying, and her cracked lips moved slightly. Her cloudy eyes gradually brightened. It's you, the genius pervert who took off my skirt. Genius little pervert. What the hell is this title? However, Lewin was still very happy that she could remember him. He touched his nose and replied, It's me, teacher. Don't be afraid. With me here, those bastards won't dare to do anything to you. Shaoan. Why are you here? These people are shameless and will definitely haunt you. Let us go. Opening the door carefully, the pale and thin woman's appearance had not declined much, but Lewin was sure that she was on the verge of collapse and could collapse at any time. If I don't come. If those bastards were a little tougher, this teacher would probably have a complete breakdown. Mental disorder would be the least of his worries, and suicide is not impossible. Those people. This is really too much. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly, gently reached out and grasped her hand, which was covered with rough calluses and had little flesh left. He used the warmth of his palm to give her the warmth of hope, which made her calm down, and then he walked into her room familiarly. Clean and tidy, with the fragrance of floral water. From her attitude towards life, it is certain that she is not a woman who takes out loans out of vanity. Something else must have happened. The most likely possibility is that I was cheated. Lewin sat on the sofa, not letting go of his hand, and asked seriously, Teacher, what happened? Tell me, I will help you solve it. This. It's really hard to talk about. Yang Qianqian laughed bitterly, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This also happened in recent years. Without my knowledge, my best friend used my ID card to apply for a high-value loan, and then disappeared. These people had no choice but to target me. For the first 2 years, I chose to report it to the police. After the truth came out, these people stopped bothering me. But just 1 year later, they started again. And they got worse and worse, causing me to lose my job. Why did these people have to push me into a desperate situation?" said. Yang Qianqian's emotions began to fluctuate violently. Luan quickly patted her hand and comforted her. "It's okay, I thought it was a big deal. Love is just usury." "How much?" Luan asked as he activated his exclusive smart wristband, causing the image of Dijun to appear out of thin air. "Dijun, thoroughly investigate my teacher's best friend and kill her." "Okay." Dijun nodded seriously, closed his eyes, and began to look for clues on the internet. See this scene. Yang Qianqian was stunned. What kind of technology is this? Chapter 53, Stormy Waves. Artificial intelligence, virtual projection, these are the products developed by my company. Luan laughed and said with some pride, "Teacher, all of these are due to your early English teaching." Luan was just looking for a reason to comfort her. Make her feel more secure. How can a little bastard like you comfort anyone? I was forced to do this. But at least he is a top student who graduated from a normal university. Fool me. You are still young. But she was deeply touched. She was touched that Luan still remembered her kindness and came to help her out of her suffering. Feeling Teacher Yang's faint smile, Luan scratched his head embarrassedly, pursed his lips and said, "Teacher, don't worry, all the evildoers will get the punishment they deserve." While speaking, Dijun dug up all the information about Teacher Yang's best friend. Some information was presented to the two of them. The woman who used Teacher Yang's ID card to borrow high-interest loans has now changed her name and become a well-known up-host on a certain website, making a fortune. Even her residence. All have been thoroughly mastered. A man owns a mansion worth tens of millions and lives a life of extravagance and decadence. Why do you treat me like this? Yang Qianqian looked at her former best friend and trembled with anger. She taught diligently and treated her as her closest family member, but what she got was ruthless betrayal. She was left to bear the loan while she could live an extravagant life. Don't be angry. Luan smiled calmly. For someone like her, sending her directly to jail is too easy for her. We will make her fall from heaven to hell in an instant and make her spit out everything she got from you bit by bit. Dijun, contact the boss of the platform and tell him I'm looking for him. Luan had a strong aura, which made Yang Qianqian look at him sideways. In her impression, Luan should only be 18 years old. Cheers Station. Company headquarters. Founder and part-time president Yi Fan. Looking at the image of Dijun that appeared on the computer in front of him, he was a little excited. Boss Lu wants to see me. It's not his fault that he wasn't excited. Ultimately, his platform has nothing to do with high technology. Even if he was worth hundreds of billions, he would not be qualified to enter the domestic conference held by Anyun Technology this time. However, artificial intelligence and virtual projection were the future development trends, coupled with the extremely terrifying Taichu Tianting platform, he was sure. I can't seize the opportunity. Then the future will only lead to death. Since the release of artificial intelligence, the existence of artificial intelligence has been confirmed in the circle. He has been worried about the release of the artificial intelligence wristband. Just when I was worried about having no chance to cooperate, the founder of the other company suddenly contacted me. This gave him hope. I quickly chose to answer the call. After the connection, the image of Luan immediately appeared on his smart wristband. Luan was sitting on the sofa. Next to him was a woman who looked very unwell but had a scholarly temperament. Luan's face was serious. This made Yi Fan feel uneasy for a moment. My thoughts were spinning rapidly, wondering if my company had ever offended such a person. Don't worry anymore. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's only related to the uploader on your platform. Luan glanced at him calmly, then sent the information to his computer. Take a look. My request is very simple. Don't send her in so easily. I want her to know what the suffering in the world is. Of course, I won't let you work in vain. If you can handle it well, I will give you an independent section of the cheer station in Taichu Heaven. As soon as Luan made this promise, Yifan's eyes lit up instantly and he nodded quickly. That's no problem, but please allow me to take a look at the information. No problem. By the way, I'm showing you what I'm going through right now. Soon, a large group of photos were sent over. This is a photo of the outside of the house. Obscene words were spray painted on the door, and feces, urine, and slop were blocking the door. This can be said to be anti-human. It's terrifying to look at. After looking at the photos, Yifan continued to read the messages with a cold face. First is Yang Chanshan's message. A top student of the normal university and an honorary special grade teacher. Then there is Meng Xiaoran. Just changed the name. But if you compare the photos, anyone who is not blind can see it. This is a person. Current name, Li Ziren. Cheers to the top 100 famous uploaders on this website. This person. Yifan recognized it at just one glance. A very capable and wealthy woman, who is eloquent and leaves a very good impression. Because of her huge potential, we are now vigorously supporting her and want to train her to become the top star of this website. The more you look. Yifan's face became uglier. Underground loan black money, 15 million. She used Teacher Yang's ID card and destroyed Teacher Yang's family, while she lived a prosperous life. Yifan's hands and feet turned cold in an instant. You are aiding and abetting the evil. Regardless of whether he knows it or not, as long as Luan wants to deal with him, he will not be able to lose this title. I still have to go to that underground black money bank to sort out some trouble, so I won't argue with you anymore. If you're done, I'll ascend to heaven. If you don't want to do it anymore, then I'll do it myself. Finished. Luan cut off the connection directly. That look. Yifan felt as if his soul had frozen. He knows. This was an opportunity given to him by Luan because he didn't want to dirty his hands and didn't want his respected teacher to see his dark side. If what he did not satisfy Luan, he was sure that he would die. That look clearly dragged him into the ranks of sinners. Damn! Resisting his urge to read all the information, Yifan couldn't help but slam his hand on the table and roared, well, what a Li Ziren! How can someone who treats you with all his heart not have a good ending? That's right. This Li Ziren had long been bought by another company in the same industry. He had sold out the company's ideas more than once, amassed huge profits, and was even ready to switch jobs. Thanks. At home. Yang Chanshan shed tears of gratitude. Thank you for vindicating me. No. That's not enough. Luan's eyes flashed with ferocity. There are still key figures that have not been dealt with. Let's go to the provincial capital. It's time to clean up these small shrimps. Luan contacted Mr. Li and told him what happened. Mr. Li only replied with one sentence, go ahead, the law will not let any evildoer, or anyone who shields rampant evil, go unpunished. At the same time, he was also sighing. Luan. He's really a good soldier. What a pity. The higher level of technology makes him feel conflicted and uncomfortable. If Luan joins the army, he will definitely be able to rival the war god and soldier king in the army. Black Money House. This type of underground force is not just black power, it can also be supported by gray industries. On the surface, he definitely has his own umbrella of protection. This umbrella of protection definitely has great power in Zhengzhou. Luan wants to do it. The net over in Zhengzhou is almost closed in. It can be considered as doing him a favor. Chapter 54, Stunning the Mountain. Going to the provincial capital. Yang Chanshan was still a little hesitant. Rest assured. Here I am. Luan smiled calmly, then added, before that, the group of people outside will also have to pay the price. The police have arrived. Just didn't move for the time being. Luan's status was too high, and the elders called them directly. Before Luan gave the order, they could only surround these beasts. For these members who engage in violent debt collection, even more difficult. The police just surrounded them and did not arrest them directly, which inevitably made them think wildly. Soon, Luan brought Yang Chanshan out. Seeing how Luan defended Yang Chanshan, the faces of these bastards turned pale and they broke out in cold sweat. Restore the exterior of the house to its original state and clean the doorway, then you will be punished honestly. Otherwise, you will be sent to Syria as cannon fodder. Luan grinned. We do. The oldest of these people was no more than 25 or 26 years old. They had no education and no courage. After being frightened by this, they immediately agreed. Jun, enter all of these people's information into the police computer. As Luan was about to leave, he gave another order and walked up to the middle-aged police officer in charge. Hello, officer, I have already recorded all of these people's information. Let them clean up here by themselves. After that, turn themselves in. If they dare to run, we will catch them and punish them severely. Okay. The middle-aged police officer looked at the wristband on Luan's hand with envy and sighed. Artificial intelligence is really powerful. When will our police have its own exclusive artificial intelligence? By then, we won't have to search for clues all night long to manually compare clues and data. Ah. Hearing the officer say this, Luan was stunned for a moment and said, "You can apply for it. When I first created Shobai, there was already a police branch. Just apply and you can use it directly. Is this such a thorough consideration?" The middle-aged police officer saluted involuntarily and thanked him earnestly. "Thank you for your invention. It has brought convenience to our police force and reduced future casualties caused by overwork." "No problem. Public security is more peaceful because of you." Luan nodded slightly. "I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." "Take care." The middle-aged police officer nodded gratefully. After watching Luan and the others leave, his eyes fell on the other police officers. "Did you hear that? In the future, our police force will also have artificial intelligence. In order to prevent them from feeling disappointed, we will guard here and let these hooligans clean up this place thoroughly. There can't be any dirt at all." "Yes." The police officer didn't leave. This made those hooligans who were still hoping for a lucky break completely despair. They honestly bought various materials and worked hard to repair the graffiti. There is also feces, urine, and slop at the door. How exciting it was at the beginning, how painful it is to clean up now. Zhengzhou provincial capital. According to the information found by Jun, Luan took the ring road directly and arrived at the downtown area near the university town in half an hour. There are many KTVs, internet cafes, billiard rooms, and other entertainment and leisure areas here. According to the data from Jun's investigation, half of the entertainment venues here provide prostitute services. In addition to the colored services, there is also the black industry that Luan finds most unforgivable, which is gambling and drugs. "Master, the Black Dragon is in the Wild Rose Bar now," Jun reminded. "New." Luan nodded slightly, then took Yang Qianqian's hand and said, "Let's go and help you solve the last problem. You've really grown up. That naughty child." Yang Qianqian was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. After his parents passed away, Luan, the smart and naughty boy when he was young, was the first one to remember her and help her sincerely, which made her numb heart warm again. Wild Rose Bar. Luan had a smile on his face. The air here is not very good. Luan just took a puff and felt his whole body getting hot, and his consciousness became blurred for a moment. "Master, there are trace amounts of aphrodisiac gases in this air, as well as gases that can make you excited." Amina whispered a reminder in Luan's ear. Luan nodded slightly, then suddenly looked at Yang Qianqian. As expected, she was weak and had been infected. A sickly red appeared on her pale face. She stared at Luan with blurry eyes, and her breathing became rapid and heavy. But she is still trying hard to restrain herself. "Young master, don't worry." Amina took out a pill from her pocket and stuffed it into Yang Qianqian's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth and took effect very quickly. After a few breaths, she woke up. After waking up, Yang Qianqian's face turned even redder, and she was embarrassed and at a loss. "Shaoan, please listen to my explanation, teacher." "I know." Luan laughed softly, took her hand and walked inside. As for the bartender's attempt to stop them, Luan did not hold back and knocked him out. "Working here. No one is a good person, and they all have some criminal record." 4th floor. It is the accommodation area. It is also a place where colored products are traded. Yang Qianqian's appearance was immediately reported to Black Dragon. After all, this woman's appearance can be said to be superb. "I owe so much money." Now she probably can't bear it anymore and decides to accept his proposal and work as a prostitute for him. Perfect woman. Still a chick. Tonight is mine. Black Dragon was shirtless, with a vivid and ferocious black dragon tattooed on his upper body. He sat on the sofa with his legs stretched out, enjoying the service of the beautiful woman. As for Luan, he didn't take it seriously at all. That boy looks delicate and tender. It's good to be a duck. It's a good deal for him. Hey, hey. On the contrary, there will be some interesting plot drama tonight. The smile on Black Dragon's face became more and more perverted. Boom. Thinking. The door was kicked open, and this action made the women who were still serving Black Dragon scream and crawl into bed. On the contrary, the Black Dragon didn't react at all. You really are so confident that you don't take me seriously. Lewin smiled calmly and walked to the front of the Black Dragon without haste. Your aura is quite interesting. What a pity. Lewin took action directly. This was something Black Dragon had never expected. In his opinion, Lewin was just a delicate and tender pretty boy who could not possibly pose a threat to him, not to mention that he had a gun. Only. Lewin's move was too fast. One move. It smashed his cheek, causing him to faint instantly, without even having a chance to drop the gun. Oh, do you think I'm the protagonist of a TV show and I'm going to argue with you? Lewin curled his lips in disdain, then directly issued an order to Jun, confiscate all the funds of Black Dragon's industries, and then have the people above start closing in. At the same time, publish all the information of the relevant members online. We have to do it. It has to be bigger. To scare the tiger by knocking on the mountain. Tell those hypocrites who are jumping around in secret and taking advantage of others' misfortunes that what they have done cannot escape my judgment. Chapter 55 Solution, Warm Family Dinner. This speed. It's really fast. This side of Zhangzhou. The Zhangzhou boss looked at the information in his hand with an expression of as expected on his face. Old Zhang, I never thought that the person behind this is really you. This afternoon. The situation in Zhangzhou is turbulent. Official announcements came one after another. This great purge brought a new sense of unity to Zhangzhou. While allowing the world to see the darkness that has been eliminated, it also allows people to see the beauty of the years of accumulation of Zhangzhou's history. There are both praise and criticism. However, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. After everything is done, Lewin took Yang Qianqian to eat something to replenish her nutrition, and then took her to the hospital for a full body examination. After making sure that everything was alright, Lewin took her home with confidence. Teacher, what are you going to do next? Lewin looked at Yang Qianqian, who was completely relaxed, and pondered for a moment. Next, I want to see Li Ziren completely despair and thrown into jail. Yang Qianqian has a kind heart, but this time, she doesn't want to be kind, and she doesn't want to give this kindness to the enemy who caused her parents' untimely death. It should be. Lewin nodded. Return to Yang Qianqian's home. This place has been cleaned up. The outside of the house was completely whitewashed, the front door was cleaned and repainted, and the tiles were cared for. After seeing all this, Lewin was still very satisfied. Only, I might not be able to go back tonight. Lewin looked at Yang Qianqian's condition and felt a little worried. Teacher Yang, why don't you stay at my house tonight? Live in your house. To be honest, Yang Qianqian was still a little moved. It's not that she has any feelings towards Lewin, but the hurt she has suffered here is too great. When she returns home, she thinks of the days when she was worried. Thinking about how my parents committed suicide. The anxiety almost made her depressed. Yes, live in my house. My house is quite big, and my mom likes you very much. There was a pause. Lewin added, the key is, can you take a good rest too? Good. Since Lewin invited her like this, she didn't refuse. She just remembered all the good things Lewin had done for her. Future. I must repay your kindness. Yang Qianqian thought seriously. But, seeing Lewin's car and achievements, she really couldn't think of how to repay him. This made Yang Qianqian very conflicted. Lu Bingyan was not angry when she took Yang Qianqian home. On the contrary, she was very happy. At the same time, the system reminded Lewin that he had completed another hidden task and received a reward. The superhero in Lu Bingyan's mind, your righteous actions make her more attached to you, but she is very worried that you, as a hero, will encounter danger. She is proud and worried. Mission rewards. Lewin didn't care at all. He only cared about Lu Bingyan's evaluation of him. Touched, he hugged his beloved senior. Senior, I'm back. It's good that you're back. Don't be so reckless next time, okay? Grandpa Li is really a fool. He's clearly closing in on the situation, but he still wants you to get involved. Lu Bingyan lay in Luan's arms, snorted in dissatisfaction, and secretly glanced at young Qianqian. Although young Qianqian is already in her 30s. But her appearance is not bad. She must have been a school beauty when she was young. Just seeing her thin and tired appearance, Lu Bingyan's inner fragility was touched. After gently kissing Luan on the face, she said softly, "Shaoan, I'm going to accompany teacher Yang. You stay with grandma and talk to her first. Also, I've already given grandma the gift. Grandma and grandpa like it very much." "That's good." Luan nodded slightly. After releasing the senior sister's delicate body, Luan sighed with some anxiety and walked to his grandmother. Seeing that the jade bracelet on his grandmother's wrist was gone, he was stunned for a moment. "Grandma, why is your bracelet gone?" "That bracelet is an heirloom. The texture just isn't that great. But for our grandparents' generation, this jade bracelet was already a rare luxury item." "To my grandson's wife." Grandma happily pulled Luan's hand and said, "Shaoan, you really found a perfect grandson's wife. She is sensible and beautiful. But I tell you, you are not allowed to do anything wrong just because you have money." "How could that be, Grandma? The men in our Lu family are very loyal." Luan patted his chest and promised. Grandpa, on the other hand, held his pipe, squinted his eyes, and said with a look of pride, "You are worthy of being my grandson, a model of a good man." Night. Luan walked into the kitchen. Amina assisted him. My mother was going to come in too. But Luan refused. Lu Bingyan also said, "Mom, please sit down and take a rest. Shaoan is a very good cook." "Yes, madam." Young master's cooking skills are unmatched even by those Michelin chefs. Sola's address of madam made Mo Qianqi instantly squirm. She waved her hands shyly. "What, madam?" "Sola, please don't laugh at me." In the afternoon, Lu Bingyan also told Mo Qianqi about the Luan manor. These maids, as well as Klaus, were also introduced in detail, so Mo Qianqi knew that each of these maids was a top elite with unique skills. She felt a little embarrassed to be addressed as madam so respectfully by these people. "Come, everyone, sit down." It was rare for there to be so many people at home, so Mo Qianqi asked everyone to sit down, with Lu Bingyan and Yang Qianqian sitting next to her. After being comforted by Lu Bingyan and Mo Qianqi, Yang Qianqian's mood also improved a lot. Sarah and the others were in charge of serving the dishes. Luan's level is very high. In a short while, a large table of dishes was prepared. The whole family was dazzled by what they saw. The exquisite presentation and rich aroma whet their taste buds. Luan walked out of the kitchen and saw that no one had touched their chopsticks. He smiled helplessly and said, "Everyone, eat. I have a few dishes that are almost ready. Don't be polite. At home, there are not so many rules." "All right." Listen to what Luan said. But the old man couldn't help it. He started eating right away. "Everyone, eat. Sarah, Al, you two come over and eat first. No need to wait for Luan, call Amina over as well. You three little girls can eat first." This. Sarah hesitated. They have their own rules. They are not allowed to sit at the table at this kind of family dinner. "It's okay, let's go eat." Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Anyway, you all have to serve me for the rest of my life. A lifetime of love means family. Don't think too much." "All right." Being treated as family. Sarah and the other two were still very happy. Without hesitation, they sat down at the dining table and joined the crowd scrambling for food. "Mom, isn't it delicious?" Lu Bingyan said with a giggle. This kid actually learned this trick." Mo Qianqi was very surprised. Then, after Luan brought the last few dishes to the table, before he had time to sit down, the table was empty. The rice porridge had been eaten up. Everyone sat on the chairs rubbing their stomachs and lying like Guyu in an unruly manner. "Hello? You guys are really going too far." Luan's mouth twitched, and he walked into the kitchen helplessly to make himself a plate of fried rice, which was a simple dinner. After dinner, Lu Bingyan dragged him out. "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, Dad, Uncle, Aunt, little brother, Shaoan and I are going to play by the river. We will be back soon. Go, be careful. The river is flooded recently, so don't get too close." Mo Qianqi chuckled, her heart full of admiration. What a great girl. Then, Mo Qianqi grabbed young Qianqian's hand and said distressfully, "Qianqian, this is the artificial intelligence wristband Luan gave you. He said that if you want to see it, you can see it directly through artificial intelligence. Then, have a good rest tonight and don't worry about the future. I'll talk to Xiaoan tomorrow and have him arrange a job for you in Shanghai. Mo Qianqi looked at young Qianqian, and there was only heartache in her eyes. Before. What a wonderful daughter. I almost tricked her into becoming my daughter-in-law. Now, her family has been broken up by her heartless best friend. Fortunately, she thought that girl was a good person back then. It's true that you can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. Chapter 56 Childhood Memories. There is a river near the village. That is the place where Luan has the most childhood memories. The clear river is home to plenty of fish and shrimp. There is a fixed water outage period every summer. During that period, you can easily catch buckets of small river shrimps from the puddles in the river. After cleaning them at home, you can fry them in a pan. They are crispy and delicious. In rural areas, this is also a snack exclusive to summer vacation. Especially at that time, the family was not rich. The pocket money he had at school was no more than 50 cents, and he seldom had snacks, so small river shrimps, small crucian carp, large grass carp, and small river snails were his favorites during the summer vacation. As soon as summer vacation comes, I went to the river with my friends in the village to catch small shrimps and snails, play and have fun, and even skip lunch and play until late at night. When I returned home with a full bag of goods, I got beaten. That's right. Just get beaten. Certainly. When they got beaten, they were all beaten together as a group of friends. None of them can be missing. If you go to the river to play until late at night, you will definitely get beaten. After being beaten, my family still helped me process the caught river shrimps. The next day, they made fried river shrimps and ate them with salt, which made me feel very happy. Nowadays. Responding to national calls. All the chemical plants in the village have been closed, and the domestic sewage pipes have been replanned, flowing into the sewage treatment plant and then into the water, reducing pollution. This has also led to the reeds and fireflies that had disappeared in previous years returning to this old dry river. Tonight. They are very lucky. I encountered fireflies here. The river is rippling with moonlight and dotted with twinkling fireflies. Although it is not as vast as the sea, it has its own unique beauty and romance. It's so beautiful here. The scenery of the countryside. This was something Lu Bingyan had never experienced before. There are no mosquitoes or flies as one might imagine. Instead, everywhere is filled with the breath of nature, with birds singing, flowers blooming, and crickets chirping, which is like a natural melody, rising and falling one after another, making people relax physically and mentally involuntarily. Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan, with a gentle smile on his face all the time. Looking at the elf like Lu Bingyan, he also felt that this return was really worth it. Crash. Running and making noise. The reeds by the river suddenly began to shake violently. This made Lu Bingyan, who was originally smiling happily, stiffen instantly. The smile on her face gradually disappeared. Like a frightened rabbit, she immediately threw herself into Luan's arms. Xiaoan, is there something unclean here? How could that be? Luan smiled helplessly. Maybe it's a pheasant, or maybe a wild duck. Real. I heard it was a small animal. Lu Bingyan also relaxed a little, but her hands were still tightly holding Luan's arms. Crash. A loud noise attracted Luan's attention. Just as he turned his head, a tall figure crawled out from the reeds. That moment. Even Luan was shocked. What the hell is this? Luan's side was originally backlit, and it happened so suddenly that he couldn't see clearly what it was. Hey, isn't that Luan? He's back from the Magic City. The familiar voice made Luan stunned for a moment, and then he said happily, it's Lao Che. By the way, what are you doing hiding in the reeds so late at night? Hey, it's a rare day off, so I went fishing. Who knew that the fish in our creek would become so smart and wouldn't bite? I was so angry. In order to avoid empty-handed, I went straight in to catch fish. Sure enough, catching fish is the most practical. Che Xiaolong felt a little depressed. He looked up and saw Lu Bingyan, who looked like a goddess in the moonlight. For a moment, his eyes widened and he couldn't speak clearly. Xiaoan, who is this? My wife, Lu Bingyan, is the school beauty of Shanghai. Luan introduced her to him with a smile. We've already met both of their parents, and they're going to be engaged soon. Damn. The school beauty of Magic City. You can do it, kid. Che Xiaolong envied the separation of the plasmolysis wall, but he was very good at dealing with people. He directly took out 2 big fish and picked up 2 reeds to pack them up. Here you go, replenish your energy. Roll. Luan rolled his eyes at him angrily. How about you? How about going to school? It's okay, college life is pretty good, but there are too many wolves and too little meat, and there are no high-quality beauties. Che Xiaolong shook his head bitterly, checked the time, and made an excuse. I'm going home first, otherwise my dad will beat me again. You two can take your time to walk around. Oh, by the way, there are a lot of wild ducks and wild geese coming to the big river bend ahead, you can go there to play. Finished. The boy hurried away carrying the bucket and fishing gear. Your little friend is quite interesting. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but chuckle as she watched him leave. She looked at the 2 big fish in Luan's hand curiously, her big eyes twinkling. Shaoan, are these big grass carps delicious? Little greedy cat. Looking at his senior sister's drooling face, Luan couldn't help but scratch her nose. The water quality of this river is very good, and the grass carp meat is naturally very delicious. Tomorrow, I will make you a sweet and sour fish, which is delicious. Okay. Lu Bingyan excitedly kissed Luan on the mouth. This is a reward from your wife. Thank you for loving your lovely wife so much. Wife. Luan hugged Lu Bingyan gently. Under his guidance, fireflies all over the sky flew towards them, making them feel as if they were in the starry sky. The night breeze blew, and the fluttering hair made them look more fairy-like. Fairies descend to earth. Luan looked at Lu Bingyan affectionately and couldn't help but admire her. I must have cultivated good fortune for 10 lifetimes to marry a fairy like you home. Then you must take good care of me. Don't bully me. Grandma and Mom will help me. You want to bully me? Mom said she would break your legs. Lu Bingyan hummed proudly. Mom said, I am the biggest. Good. You are the greatest. I will always pamper you and love you. Luan's eyes were like stars, bright and gentle, leaving Lu Bingyan stunned. It took her a while to come back to her senses. She tapped Luan's shoulder and said, "Ha, you stinky little one, you actually seduced me." Just to seduce you. I will make sure that you will never escape from my palm in this life. Luan gently kissed her forehead, then took her cold little hand and walked slowly along the river. The two walked along the river for almost an hour, took many sweet and intimate photos, and then returned home contentedly. The house has been tidied up. Mo Qianqi had already asked in the afternoon. Lu Bingyan wanted to sleep with Luan. In addition, Luan already sleeps in a double bed and there is air conditioning in the room, so it's no big deal for the two of them to sleep together. Even after discovering that Luan and the others had taken a shower and were sleeping, the two elders were still very excited. Old Lu, do you think we can have a grandson next year? Shaoan is a successful child and has no worries. Mo Qianqi was very excited. It's not that fast. Lu Yunshu shook his head speechlessly. Shaoan is only 18 years old, it will take at least 4 or 5 years. Why? It will take so long. Mo Qianqi sighed with a little disappointment. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully, and sure enough, there was no movement in the next room. This made her even more depressed. What an unfilial son. Chapter 57 Moving to the Magic City. The next morning. Luan and the other man haven't gotten up yet. There were a lot of people talking at the door. They are all people who do morning exercises. They kept looking at Luan's 2 cars. The Lu family's kids are really capable. I heard they invented some kind of artificial intelligence. That's amazing. Yesterday, just after a month at university, he brought home a girlfriend who's as pretty as a fairy. Hey, my idiot is almost 30 years old and hasn't even touched a young girl's hand. It's really frustrating. Who says it's not true? My daughter is the same. She went on several blind dates but nothing worked out. She insisted on finding one herself, and now she hasn't met anyone. The discussions among neighbors and friends made Mo Qianqi quite proud. The more capable your son is, the more proud you will be. Even if she doesn't like competition and doesn't pursue vanity, Mo Qianqi can't escape this vulgarity. 10 o'clock in the morning. The two of them slept in for a rare occasion. In fact, they had already woken up. Just don't want to get up. Plus some information and videos sent by Yifan. The two of them were not sleeping, but lying there reading the information sent to them. Yifan is indeed a big boss who has made it through independent efforts. There was no mercy in handling the matter. They directly produced evidence and froze all of Li Ziren's property and real estate. Then, they hired the undefeated mythical lawyer group in the capital to appeal against Li Ziren. Plus, Luan's information and Zhengzhou's actions. Li Ziren has no chance of turning things around. The court date is in 3 days. Because of Luan, Yifan did not bother Yang Qianqian, but continued to appeal against Li Ziren as a client. He would not be able to rest easy unless he could bring Li Ziren to justice. Certainly. Yang Qianqian naturally also saw this news. Shaoan is really amazing. Yang Qianqian stretched her waist, got up, went to the bathroom to wash up, then walked outside refreshed and stood under the osmanthus tree to do morning exercises, stretching her muscles and bones, and activating her blood circulation. Not long after Yang Qianqian got up, Luan and the other man also climbed up immediately. Today, they are returning to the Magic City. The reconstruction of the company's park would not be possible without him. Mom, I have something to ask you. Luan asked while brushing his teeth. We are going back today. How about you guys follow me to the Magic City? I can take care of you there. Yes, Auntie. Speaking of moving, Lu Bingyan considered much more than Luan. Artificial intelligence will definitely be targeted by other countries. According to their bandit logic, they will definitely force Luan to change his nationality, or send mercenaries and assassins to you, which will be disadvantageous to you. If we go to the Magic City and encounter danger, we can get rescued quickly. Lu Bingyan was very serious about this matter. This Mo Qianqi is just an ordinary rural woman. Although she was a beauty in the village when she was young. But his academic qualifications are not as high as Lu Yunshu's. In her opinion, mercenaries and killers only exist in TV dramas and movies, and are far away from her. Unexpectedly, danger would come to me so soon. Lu Yunshu also frowned. To be honest, he didn't want to go to a big city like Shanghai. No acquaintances. A completely unfamiliar environment. When we move, my eldest brother's family must also move with us. After all, Xiao Shuang is also an important member of the company. They left. Parents must follow suit. The old man is old. Once you leave, you may never come back. That is to say, I have completely said goodbye to my older generation of relatives and friends. We have nothing. Grandpa Lu Jianjia came over with a cup of hot tea and said, when you get old, you naturally can't let your children and grandchildren worry about you anymore. It's no big deal if you follow me. Besides, this trip is for enjoyment. What's wrong with that? The old man was very open-minded. Don't cause trouble to your children and grandchildren. This is their greatest wish. That's the case. Luan heard this. A smile appeared on his face. But the old man spoke again. Shaoan, no matter how big or luxurious your manor is, it is your and Yin Yin's home. We cannot move in. Lu Jianjia was very serious. Regarding the old man's request, Luan was also a little stunned. After hesitating for a moment, he said, so, I ask my sister to buy 3 villas right now. Why 3? 2 is enough. Lu Jianjia glared at Luan and said, don't be so nice. Just keep it simple. The 2 houses can be closer. Your grandma and I can live in your father's house. Okay. Luan nodded. After letting Di Jun pass the message to Lu Ningxuan, he no longer hesitated. In that case, then you can pack your things. I have a private plane, so there is no need to rush. Okay. Mo Qianqi actually still has a lot of reluctance. There are many things in the house that are no longer used. So we just packed up some money and some special things and took them away, and left clothes, home appliances, and other things here temporarily. Future. Luan has established a firm foothold internationally, and they can still come back. My uncle was also reluctant to let me go. But he was worried about his daughter and his talented nephew, so he simply packed up his money and locked the door. Neighbors watched them gather. Carrying suitcases, everyone was a little curious. Lao Lu, where are you going? The neighbor's aunt's face was full of gossip and envy. Nothing much, just going to Shanghai to play for a while. Lu Yunshu chuckled, maybe I won't be able to play cards with you guys for a long time. Go to the Magic City. This is a good feeling. The aunt's eyes became even more envious. She knows. This is not for fun. It is very likely that the Lu family will settle in a big city like Shanghai. It's really enviable. Because the seats in the car are limited. Luan let his family go first. Go to the airport 3 times. Get it all done. It's already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. On a private plane. The family's eyes widened. Shawan, how much did you pay for this plane? It's not cheap, is it? Yeah, it's not that expensive. Luan spread his hands and said, you better sit tight. Sora is a pilot and likes exciting things. Wait a minute. Seeing his grandparents happy, Luan rubbed his temples and walked to the cockpit. Sora, please fly more steadily this time. My grandparents can't stand the excitement. No. Sora nodded seriously. She is a professional maid. Although Luan didn't hate her joking, she also knew how big the limit was. I definitely won't joke with the elderly. This time, Sora flew the plane quite smoothly. An hour and a half later, Lu Ningxuang and Klaus came to pick them up at the airport. They drove a stretched Lincoln, which was more than enough for the whole family. Brother, I've already bought the villa. I'll take them there. You and Yen Yen go to the company building first. The military is already here. Lu Ningxuang explained seriously, I've already negotiated the balance and the title deed. We're just waiting for your test machine and custom machine to be delivered. Then we can start construction and expand the scale. Become. Luan nodded and looked at his parents and grandparents apologetically. Dad, I have something urgent to do here, so I can't accompany you to the new house. It's okay. Lu Yunshu waved his hand nonchalantly, go and do your work, don't worry about us. Uncle Lu Yunliang also said the same thing, work is important, as long as your sister is here, that's enough. It's like I'm not important. Without me. It would be strange if the company could operate. Lu Ningxuang grumbled in dissatisfaction, invited them to get in the car, and then Klaus drove straight to their new home. Chapter 58 Delivery and plans to open a franchise store. On the way to the company. Luan was somewhat helpless. Yen Yen, it seems that the sweet and sour fish can only wait until tomorrow to eat. It's okay. Lu Bingyan laughed nonchalantly, business is more important. As long as you're here, we can eat any time. Luan stepped on the accelerator. Dragging 2 red lights, it rushed towards the high-tech development zone. These people really can't sit still. The test machine has been made long ago. Arrived at the company. Luan went straight to his laboratory and took out the folding modes of the experimental machine and the customized machine. The custom drag ride sole was still in the form of a tactical shoulder bag. The tactical test machine is shaped like a slightly larger tactical shoulder bag. The bag is enlarged and lengthened by 2 inches, which does not affect actual use in activities. This is mainly for adding battery packs and preparing battery packs. Conference room. Luan rushed in with 2 products. The visitor was as expected. It's Mr. Li. Mr. Li came in person. Luan was not surprised. However, there was another young man beside him who had an even more fierce and murderous aura. This young man made Luan, who was an all-round fighter, feel the danger. This is our special escort team, Xin Feng. Old Li introduced Luan with a smile, and then his eyes fell on Luan's hand. The dark gold, metallic tactical shoulder bag caught his eye. Is this our dragon soul? That's right. Luan nodded calmly and handed the 2 finished products to Elderly. The use of the dragon soul requires the instructions of the Great Elder. You can take the test products back and test them. If you were the Numi, it would be best not to test this dragon soul. Luan said helplessly, because the power is at full power, it would be difficult for the soldiers to control it now. If they are not careful, it could cause a devastating disaster. When you go back, have Chiobai create a simulation device to match the most suitable person and conduct special training with the reserve team. It would be best to wait until the simulation reaches 100% before conducting a trial. Luan did this for safety reasons. After all, the purpose of creating this dragon soul is to intimidate and to ensure the safety of the country. You definitely can't set any special passwords or anything. The purpose of dragon soul is to not take action, but to destroy if you take action. There is no turning back. Good. Mr. Li nodded. He trusts Luan very much. Then, he asked Xin Feng to take out a special safe, carefully put the dragon soul in it, and then locked it. This lock can only be opened by the Great Elder. As for the tactical version of the test aircraft, Mr. Li also put them away. Shawan, I'll give you an answer within 3 days. By then, you don't have to rush into manufacturing. First, expand the scale of your factory. We won't rush the equipment. Slow work produces fine results. Lewin nodded. Are you leaving now? That's for sure. Don't look at me as a useless old man, but I have a lot of things to do. Oldley smiled helplessly. Otherwise, I will definitely stay and have a meal with you. All right. Lewin didn't try to keep him. Only after sending them away did my tense nerves relax. Shaoan, Sister Chanshan, how are you going to arrange this? Lu Bingyan suddenly hung on Lewin's shoulders from behind. It's not good to always let Sister Chanshan live with my parents, right? You called him here, but he is penniless. Lu Bingyan was speechless. I forgot. Lewin pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly. Teacher Yang doesn't seem to want to be a teacher anymore. But I don't know what Teacher Yang wants to do. Come to the company. She is not very willing either. Lewin was also a little messy. After thinking about it, I called Yang Chanshan directly. Shaoan, what's wrong? Yang Chanshan was lying on the bed, looking at the strange and prosperous scenery outside the window, feeling a little dazed. Oh. It seems like I followed Shaoan to the Magic City. Teacher Yang, I want to ask, is there anything you want to do? If not, how about coming to my company? Lewin did not beat around the bush and asked directly. What do you want to do? Yang Chanshan pondered for a moment. To be honest, she had never thought about what she wanted to do. Shaoan, I haven't thought about it yet. Yang Chanshan's voice was a little aggrieved. Am I becoming less useful as I grow older? Forehead. What are you talking about? Lewin rubbed his temple helplessly. Well, senior sister, I want to open a store specializing in our Anyan technology products in Shanghai. How about you be the store manager? You can provide me with enough pocket money every month. Shaoan. Yang Chanshan's voice became even more aggrieved. This is like supporting me in disguise. I'm telling you, you can't let Yen Yen down. Have to. Lewin was speechless when he heard this. Even Lu Bingyan was stunned. Sister Chanshan, she really has a big imagination. So, how about a salary of 100,000 yuan per month for you as the store manager? Lewin thought for a moment. 100,000 yuan, for a store manager of a unique franchise store, should be reasonable. This is fine. That's a happy decision. By the way, Shaoan, can you rent me a house first? I'll probably be living with your parents from now on, right? Yang Chanshan stuck out her tongue, her face flushed with embarrassment. I am already in my 30s. She even needed help from a boy who was more than 10 years younger than her. It's really embarrassing. Rent a house. Lewin was actually a little worried about her renting a house alone. Even when making friends, you can make friends who are beasts. Living alone outside, I'm afraid I'll be cheated by a scumbag. Some of the rich second generation in Shanghai are extravagant and her appearance is around 90 points, so she will definitely be regarded as a target for hunting. It's not just Lewin. In fact, Lu Bingyan was also very worried. When chatting with her, Lu Bingyan felt that she had a very positive outlook on everything and would not even take the initiative to doubt others. People like this can easily suffer losses outside. It's not that she's stupid. Rather, she is too natural and too dull. My mind works very quickly when it comes to teaching. But other aspects are not so good. Sister Chanshan, how about you living in the vacant villa in the manor? The manor is so big and we won't disturb each other. To be honest, we are worried about you being alone outside. Lu Bingyan interrupted, and these words were like a knife stabbing her heart. Is it that unbearable? Yang Chanshan pointed at her face stupidly. I'm a top student who graduated from a normal university. This has nothing to do with your education. Lewin retorted without hesitation and slammed the table. I'll ask Sora to pick you up tomorrow. Once the store is arranged, you can go to work directly. All right. Yang Chanshan felt like her self-esteem was under tons of attacks. Oh. Being treated like a child by two children. Shaoan. Really much more mature. Outside the door, Mo Qianxi, who was planning to call her to dinner, also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing their conversation. She was also very worried about Yang Chanshan, so she let Yang Chanshan live at home and treated her as her own daughter. If Yang Chanshan proposed to move out, she would definitely not agree. Now that her son brought it up, she felt a lot more relieved. Wait until Yang Qianqian has her own foundation, finds a man they approve of, and gets married, then they can talk about going out alone. Save yourself from being bullied. Chapter 59 Yin Yan's Fantastic Ideas. Night. Luan and Lu Bingyan stayed at the company. By the way, Luan signed in for today. Nothing special. Gave a box of Truth chewing gum. This thing is useless. He doesn't need it. But considering Yang Qianqian's future, Luan still kept the box of Truth chewing gum. This thing will become a magic tool to check whether Yang Qianqian's future boyfriend is sincere. Certainly. He believes it too. There are more good men in the world than bad men. Yang Qianqian's suffering is over, and it's time for her to have a happy life. Holding Lu Bingyan's hand, the two of them lay side by side on the massage chairs in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying the colorful night view. Shaoan, when will our computers start production? Lu Bingyan panicked and switched phones. My friends in the dorm are all asking. No, don't they all have smart wristbands? Luan was a little puzzled. To be reasonable, there's nothing wrong with using the smart wristband login platform, right? In private state. Even on the street, you can be careful and bold to look at what you want to see, without others seeing or hearing it. Certainly. You just need to be thick-skinned. Thinking about. Luan suddenly understood. Lu Bingyan also explained, although the wristband has powerful functions and good privacy management, there is one thing: when you walk on the street, people will think you are stupid. Even if they know you are looking at the smart wristband, they will still think you are stupid subconsciously. Luan touched his chin and said, I understand. If it were me, I would definitely not dare to use the smart wristband on the street. Computer accessories. To be honest, this is not difficult. The difficulty is that they don't have a production line now. As for the product, there is no need to be too avant-garde. Jun already has the corresponding detailed design drawings. From the chassis, graphics card, motherboard, CPU, memory stick, hard drive, power supply, everything is available. Only, in Lu An's opinion, the graphics card is completely redundant. For the games currently on the market, the performance of one CPU is more than enough. But considering the development of the times, the game must also be optimized to suit the hardware, and the graphics card will definitely be used when the time comes. For digital gamers, I will definitely buy this first smart graphics card as a collection. There is definitely no need to worry about sales. Let's wait until our park is completed. Luan spread his hands helplessly. It can be done quickly if we want. The national team is here to build it, so the competition is about speed and quality. After all, we also need to produce tactical nanoweapons in order to equip the major military regions. They certainly dare not delay for a moment. In my estimation, this park will be completed and put into use in at most 1 month. Infrastructure maniac. It's just that awesome, no exaggeration. Jun, has the design of the park been completed? Luan is a man of action. As long as the people are in place, there will be absolutely no delay. The design has been completed. Do we need to send the drawings to the engineering team? Jun responded quickly. Give it to them. Luan nodded and said, have all the surrounding factories and companies moved away? Right. Already moved out. Jun explained, the state has stepped in to urge us to evacuate, and the entire evacuation was completed this morning. It really surprised me. Luan scratched his head and thought that there was nothing to do next. He just had to pay the money. Shaoan, can our technology realize the production of virtual games? Lu Bingyan suddenly had a strange idea. This made Luan a little embarrassed to answer. After all, virtual games cover a wide range of content. Neuronal induction, mental communication, etc. This is not something that can be supported by chips or artificial intelligence. If it's a themed game field, it can actually be done. Our holographic projections can be combined to create a plot, and it can actually be done. Luan thought for a moment and then said, a haunted house would be the best, an immersive haunted house. So that's it. Lu Bingyan understood. Ding promised Lu Bingyan to develop a virtual game, and reward virtual game-related technologies, extremely perfect virtual game engine source code. This. Luan raised his eyebrows. Seeing Lu Bingyan's slightly disappointed expression, he said softly, "It's not impossible to complete a virtual game. Based on our company's technological strength, it's actually not difficult to complete it." Real. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up instantly. This made Luan curious. "Yen, do you like playing games?" "That's not the case." Lu Bingyan stuck out her tongue. "I just want to raise some magical little animals, like electric mice or fire unicorns." "That's definitely impossible in real life, but games are different. Look, the great world of chaos and the classic of mountains and seas contain countless mythical beasts. Raising such magical creatures in such a vast world should surely help many people feel less depressed, right? The most important thing is that this virtual game can replace a person's rest. Playing the game will not affect the rest of the body and mind." Lu Bingyan's many bizarre ideas left Luan stunned. "Why do you have so many weird ideas?" "Because there's not enough time." Lu Bingyan slid a virtual pop-up window in front of Luan. "You see, many people want to relax in a natural environment, but reality doesn't give them such an opportunity. Just work and housework make them physically and mentally exhausted. This is a travel video. This is a video of a poor traveler. He has a lot of fans. The comments below are all full of envy. But they can't do that. They have a home, family, and children, and their heavy life makes them dare not be as free and easy as this upmaster. Wandering around the world, walking among the mountains and rivers of Xinxia. Pets, a majestic and magnificent world, then Honghuang is very good, just right to combine with Taichu Tianting." Lu Bingyan talked freely. "This is really good. Okay. I'll just study it and give it a try." Luan smiled slightly. "It's just that this thing may have to be launched together with the computer." Luan pondered for a moment. "At that time, an interactive device will also be made. Is it a helmet or a game console?" "I'll do both. The game cabin is the VIP version, and the helmet is the universal version." Lu Bingyan said with a grin, "It's about making money, there's no limit to how much." "Okay." Luan nodded. "Write all the plans into the to-do list. Once enough factories are built, we will start to launch equipment." Luan rubbed her little head. "Then we will develop this wild mountain and sea world." That's how the game's name was decided. Computers, games, dual launch. PC games are likely to face a severe impact. Virtual games are all out. Who wants a game that can only be controlled by a keyboard? Chapter 60, The clouds move in all directions, construction begins. Lu Bingyan narrowed her eyes and enjoyed Luan's caress. The two of them didn't sit here for too long and went to sleep. And the other side. Mr. Li immediately took the two machines back to the Imperial Capital Weapons Research Institute. The Dragon Soul Armed Forces, in accordance with Luan's request, were directly sealed in the strategic treasure house of the Purple Gold Cabinet. As for tactical armament, experiments and research were carried out as soon as possible. The military's tests are very rigorous. At the same time, the Great Elder also came to observe the test. The coating of tactical weapons not only has stealth function, but also has mimicry color, which can adapt to any tactical scene and switch to corresponding color that is conducive to concealment according to the scene. At the same time, the test site also conducted scenario tests for weapons, such as deep sea pressure, extreme cold areas, hot hell, etc. Without exception, the armed operation capability is extremely outstanding. There are no disadvantages at all. If you insist, you will say it. The only shortcoming is the issue of energy endurance. Certainly. As for the current war, tactical weapons are already the world's top individual equipment. Compared with the United States exoskeleton system, which is still in the theoretical stage, this set of weapons is already extremely advanced. After all data tests are completed, the Great Elder immediately made a decision. How much is this child's price? One unit costs tens of millions. Mr. Li touched his chin. This price is comparable to that of some tanks and drones. However, in terms of strategic significance, tactical weapons are definitely much more advanced than these. 10 million. It's not expensive. We still have a lot of military spending this year. The Great Elder was very excited. Military spending should be spent wisely. Only by letting our own military forces be on the front line can our own research institutes breathe a sigh of relief. With the help of artificial intelligence, we will soon be able to catch up in the true sense. Can we analyze and study it ourselves? The Great Elder asked again. This really can't be done. Elderly smiled helplessly. I don't know if you've seen the American superhero Iron Man. That kid's lab is similar to that one, maybe even more advanced. Even if we figured out the technology, it would take us at least a decade to catch up if we want to manufacture it, even with Shobai's help. That's no problem. Although Xinxia is restricted by foreign countries in many aspects, the gap is actually just a big era. Luan's technology has completely surpassed this era. It is not easy for outsiders to imitate it. Then let's set the limit at 10,000 units. The great elder didn't hesitate at all and drew up the contract with his wealth and generosity. The kid's technology park is still expanding, so there's no need to rush. Good. Mr. Li nodded slightly, looked at the contract in his hand, and the corners of his mouth twitched. A contract worth hundreds of billions. Fortunately, Shaoan is from Xinxia. Otherwise, hundreds of billions of Xinxia coins are not enough to buy so much foreign equipment. Not to mention that it is future equipment that is far beyond the world level. The experiment is over. A group of bigwigs at the top couldn't sleep all night. Artificial intelligence, nano-weapons. All of these were originally very far away from them. Now they are all made. The chips that were once a bottleneck have also completed a curve overtaking. We no longer need to look at the faces of foreigners and can make small profits with peace of mind. The White House of the United States. Bai's face was extremely gloomy. A nanometer intelligent chip, a smart wristband, is there any way we can replicate it? Regarding this issue, the head of the research institute couldn't help but tremble his beard, his eyes filled with despair. Boss, we can't replicate it. Those Xinxia people are too cunning. We can't reverse engineer any chip or smart wristband. Each one has a unique defense system. If we dare to disassemble it in depth, the chip will explode instantly. Its power is no less than that of a high explosive bomb. Our research institute was completely destroyed and a lot of precious materials were lost. As for artificial intelligence. Speaking of this, the director's expression grew even uglier and more desperate. They're using a completely new programming method. Forget about the source code, we can't even see where they're going to start. Furthermore, this thing is invasive. If we have the motivation to analyze it, the simple AI built into this smart wristband will instantly invade our computers and servers, formatting them and setting them on fire. This time, they had a setback. The lost data is the most advanced technology that these people have developed through hard work. Now, nothing is left. As for spies, now we have artificial intelligence. The spies sent by various countries, as well as the banana people they trained, were all secretly cleared out at such a speed that they had no way to react. There's not even a reason to threaten Xinxia. They dare not. As long as there is a network, there is nothing that artificial intelligence cannot invade. Public opinion? Can you defeat artificial intelligence? Threaten. They can directly control your battleships, your missiles, your aircraft carriers, your submarines, and even mushroom eggs. People can easily take ownership of the war. Times have changed. In just one night. One cutting-edge technology. You have to lose face and beg for change. I am very angry about worshipping someone. Why would he do such a shameful thing after taking office? But you don't do it. With the help of artificial intelligence, people will achieve technological catch-up in a very short period of time, and then the gap will become wider and wider. By then, there will be no way to ask for help. Find a way to get close to Luan and try to bring him to our beautiful country. Then, arrange your itinerary. I'm going to pay Xinxia a friendly visit. I'm going to discuss cooperation in person. I don't believe that Xinxia's top leaders will turn their backs on me. Worship someone with gnashing teeth. Yes. The general of the Strategic Bureau nodded seriously, and at the same time breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the boss still had some intelligence. Don't let face ruin the overall situation. Xinxia, the sky is slightly bright. Luan got up and looked at the huge demolition machine outside, which was constantly knocking over buildings. He raised his eyebrows and said, the speed of this demolition is really fierce. It's just smashing things down without any regard for anything. Then, heavy trucks and bulldozers came one after another to quickly clear the construction waste. It was estimated that there were at least 1,000 heavy trucks in the long line. This speed. Let's level this place and start construction today. Luan pursed his lips and couldn't help but sigh at the country's ability to act, which was really powerful. Construction Team Headquarters. The commander-in-chief of the construction team looked at the extremely complex design drawings on the computer and couldn't help rubbing his temples. This amount of work, it's really tight to complete it in 1 month, especially this defense project. This anion nanoalloy can actually withstand nuclear explosions. The specifications of this company park are higher than those of the National Treasury or the Gold Vault. Stop sighing and quickly copy the design drawings. We have to work overnight. Another commander couldn't help but urge. He was also very curious about the design drawings. He was completely attracted by her after just a quick glimpse last night. He's going to take a good look today. In the future, I will have more ideas in my mind when building defense projects. Chapter 61, Delicious Breakfast wakes up the cute little one who stays in bed. System sign in. Luan signed in while drinking tea. Ding, sign in successfully and get a 2-story store in the Shanghai Financial Business District. A storefront. This reward can be considered as saving him money. It just so happened that he also wanted to open a franchise store. Not bad. Regarding the daily sign-in rewards, Luan's attitude is that the future is still long and any rewards don't really matter. The most important thing is the hidden task, or the designated task. Now he has got the hang of it. Basically, you can get sign-in rewards for your little ideas or dreams of your school belle senior, or your interactions with her. These rewards are often countless times more powerful than normal sign-in rewards. Let's go check it out today. Renovate the store. Then Teacher Yang can start working. As for Li Zirun's lawsuit, neither Luan nor Yang Chanxian was interested. Luan didn't want to bother with the villain. Yang Chanxian was kind-hearted, so she simply turned a blind eye and decided not to be upset. It was enough for her to know that she had received the judgment she deserved. As for what the future will be like, it doesn't matter. Future life. That's what she's looking forward to the most. This is my sister. She rushed to the company early in the morning and grabbed Luan by the neck. Brother, why don't you tell me before you start the work so soon? There are still many negotiations to be done and we might have to rent a place. This is too embarrassing. What's so embarrassing about this? Luan smiled helplessly. I'm not saying anything, they're all jealous to death. Besides, if they don't want to be embarrassed, they can just drag them to our manor for a meeting. The weather is so nice, and we can sit outside with a group of maids. This standard will definitely not lose points. That's what I said. Lu Ningxuan grumbled, this is our secret base, we brothers and sisters. We don't want outsiders to enter. Secret base. Luan's head was full of question marks. My sister has always had different preferences from other girls. When she was little, she liked to find secret bases and often took Luan around, asking Luan to take the blame. Although he would be beaten and scolded for this, Luan still enjoyed it. Unexpectedly. My sister is almost 30. There's also the idea of a secret base. So, he smiled helplessly and said, well, if that doesn't work out, you can just book a hotel. There are quite a few hotels that are open for bidding, and the specifications are definitely not bad. Why? That's all we can do. Lu Ningxuan was a little depressed. I was about to show my strength, but you told me that the factory building had to be demolished and rebuilt, and there was no production capacity for the time being. Now chips are still being produced continuously in the company building. Therefore, the production capacity of servers and smart wristbands can still keep up with the Xia family's OEM. Computer development will definitely continue to be delayed. Depressed. This is all money. Lu Ningxuan was shaking with anger. Okay, sister, don't be angry. I just bought a shop in the financial and commercial district. Let's go over and make it our exclusive experience store. We can also use this opportunity to introduce the little golden crow. It will be our mascot from now on. That's awesome. We have thought of all the exclusive experience stores. Lu Ningxuan was amazed, but then added, right now, we only have one product, the smart wristband. If you insist, the server is also considered our product. With a franchise store, the product range will probably be very limited, right? Won't. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly, this is the current stage. Before the new year, the product range will definitely be expanded, such as household robots, gaming experiences, and so on. It will definitely not be too single. Become. In that case, I'll be fine. It's just that I don't have time to run around with you. Lu Ningxuang shrugged. I have a lot of business activities to attend recently, and several manufacturers have come to discuss cooperation. Since you have plans, I won't ask any more questions. I'll go downstairs first. Wan is still waiting for me downstairs. Become. Luan nodded. Sister, be careful. No. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly and left in a hurry. Luan shook his head helplessly, walked to the bedroom, and called Lu Bingyan. Yan, the sun is shining on your butt. Don't want to think about it. Lu Bingyan pulled the quilt and mumbled, and gently kicked Luan with her slender legs. Sleep a little longer. Okay. Seeing how cute she was, Luan didn't force him to get up. He chuckled and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The two grass carps are not big. One is for steaming and the other is for sweet and sour, which is very suitable for breakfast. Soon, a rich and delicious aroma wafted from the kitchen, causing Lu Bingyan, who was still lying in bed, to twitch her nose slightly. Her butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly, and she opened her hazy eyes. It smells so good. Can wild grass carp from high-quality rivers taste so good? Lu Bingyan staggered to her feet and ran out in her cool pajamas. She lay at the kitchen door, staring at Luan, who was cooking seriously in the warm morning sun. She was about to fall in love with him. Shaoan. So handsome. Handsome and fragrant. I really want to eat him. Lu Bingyan's gaze at Luan became increasingly passionate. Luan, who was conscientious in cooking, felt a little uncomfortable. He turned around and looked at Lu Bingyan standing at the door and chuckled. Yan, are you hungry? Yeah. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously. I was woken up by the smell of the food you cooked. Really? That's so sorry. Luan laughed out loud. Then hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. It's almost ready to be served. Once you're done washing, it'll be ready to eat. Okay. Lu Bingyan blushed and quickly ran to the bathroom. She held her face in her hands and looked at her red face in the mirror. She moaned, "Oh, what am I thinking about? How could I think of that kind of thing?" A moment. Lu Bingyan felt her heart stirring. He quickly washed his face and calmed himself down before brushing his teeth in a hurry. Without even combing his hair, he sat down at the dining table, looking at the crystal-clear rice porridge in front of him, a trickle of saliva flowing from the corner of his mouth. Eat it quickly. Luan pinched her nose, smiled warmly, and tucked her hair behind her ears temporarily. I've removed the bones from the sweet and sour fish and steamed fish for you, so feel free to eat them. Thanks. Would. A heavy kiss fell on Luan's face, leaving a strawberry on his face. It looked like he would not be able to get up for half a day. This girl. Luan laughed in silence, but he did not dislike her stamping behavior. After breakfast, we'll go to the financial and commercial district to check out our store and find a decoration company to do some renovations. Luan chuckled and talked about today's arrangements. Then, from now on, there will be nothing for us to do. So that's it. Lu Bingyan's eyes rolled around. So, are you going to accompany me to school next? Yes. After all, I am a student too. Luan washed Xiao gently. I will accompany you all day long. That's great. Lu Bingyan smiled happily, her big eyes curved into crescents. Chapter 62, Scary Cosplay Club. Before Luan and the other person left the company, he even went to the construction brigade's temporary command tent and said hello to the team's commander-in-chief. Commander-in-chief, I'm leaving this to you. I'll be asking you to take care of it for a while. Luan handed over the cigarette in his hand. These are the cigarettes I got from Mr. Li. The cards are quite sufficient. This cigarette. The commander-in-chief pursed his lips and took it. Don't worry, Mr. Liu, our team will do the job perfectly. I believe in the national team. Luan nodded and said, remember, don't skimp on anion nanoalloy. According to the specifications, the output will definitely keep up. At least, there will be no problem building this factory now. Okay. Speaking of anion nanoalloy. The commander-in-chief felt a stomachache. A small piece of anion nanoalloy was taken to the Ministry of National Defense for testing, and the group of old professors almost went crazy. This material. It is more than enough to build aircraft carriers, fighter jets, and submarines. Luan actually used them in large quantities as defensive building materials. It would be strange if they didn't feel sad. Never mind. This is produced independently by them, and they decide where to use it. Scientists do whatever they want. After the commander-in-chief had Lewin and the other two gone, he stood in the command room, looking at the design drawings on the computer, full of confidence. Next time, let's see if that team is smart enough to brag in front of me. Isn't my specification higher and more valuable than their foreign aid? This is the romance of civil engineers. The other side. Lewin came to his shop. The facade is well built, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows that allow people to see the interior directly from the outside. The house is very bright and the decoration style is also very technological. You can say that. This shop needs no decoration at all. Just use it right away. The only thing missing is a signboard. Lewin curled his lips and said, "Well, I'll find someone to make a sign later, and then send over a batch of stock." Lewin touched his chin. Sent a message to my sister. After seeing the store's decoration style, Lu Ningxuan was very satisfied and called Qin Wanru directly to ask her to send someone to deliver a batch of stock. Various types of chips, server groups, and artificial intelligence wristbands. Finally, there is the most crucial thing. That's it. A set of holographic projection equipment. This is used to present data of various products, advertisements, and the self-key little golden crow. Speaking of mascots. Lewin raised his eyebrows. It seems that puppet costume mascots are very popular online recently. I will ask Teacher Yang to customize a few sets and ask someone to try them out. If they are suitable, we will make them. If not, forget it. Billboard production. There is one not far away. High standard doorplate. Very expensive, but very stylish. The production speed is also very fast. It is expected to be installed and used this afternoon. Just let Teacher Yang handle it. Most. Tell your mom too. See if your mom is interested in getting involved. Only. My mother is not interested in this. She plans to open a supermarket with my aunt. My dad and uncle also have the same idea. Only. Come here first to help keep an eye on things and recruit people, and once things are stable, find a shop and open a supermarket. To this, Lewin did not refuse. It's just that my mother has her own ideas. Then, afternoon, Lewin and Lu Bingyan returned to the manor. As for the installation and use of the store's equipment, the company's technical staff can complete it. The company now has 200 to 300 members. In addition to the publicity and sales departments, there are more than 50 technical staff, including experts in various fields. After all, Anyan Technology is the first company to own and put artificial intelligence into use, and the company is really not short of money. It's still easy to recruit people. On the way home, Xia Mengyao suddenly called, "You two, come to school." What's up? Lewin was stunned for a moment. At school. He shouldn't have any unfinished business. Is that possible? Lewin fixed his gaze on Lu Bingyan. As expected, Lu Bingyan smiled sheepishly. "I participated in the club activities." "It's still the cosplay club, huh? Tomorrow is the comic convention, and you've already prepared everything." Xia Mengyao was speechless. "Don't you plan on participating in this event?" "Join." Lu Bingyan answered decisively. Forehead. "Never mind. Come to school first. Everyone in the club is waiting for you." Xia Mengyao spread her hands helplessly, looked at the members of the cos club, and sighed helplessly. "Okay, I'll call the signs you chose for you. Besides." Xia Mengyao thought for a moment and said, "The clothes you prepared for Yan Yan are a bit revealing. She definitely won't wear them. Lewin might not let her participate." The clothing is indeed revealing. The deep V-neck slit reveals the navel and it can't cover it up properly. The hem of the skirt just covers her buttocks. Not to mention Lu Bingyan, she couldn't accept it either. So, you'd better not take it out and ask Yan Yan to wear it. If you make Lewin angry, you guys will probably be in trouble. Xia Mengyao said seriously. She glanced at the cosplayers who were wearing strange and sexy clothes and shook her head. There are so many decent cosplayers, why choose this kind of cosplay that is suspected of selling sex? Who would watch serious cosplay? They don't want to either. The key is that it is serious and hardcore, and few people like it. All men are LSP. This is just a backup option. The president spread his hands helplessly. "Sisters, change your clothes. If the boys come later, we might lose everyone." These little skirts that reveal your buttocks when you move can actually make a seam appear underneath your swimsuit, to be honest. They don't have the courage to wear it outside. However, in recent years, comic conventions have really started to change. Not long. A group of people changed into their normal cosplay costumes. Moment. The style of painting has changed. The nightclub girls who originally seemed to be full of sexiness now look like fairies, which made Xia Mengyao stunned. Are they really the same group of people? Different clothes, different temperaments. Especially that girl who can't even hide her privacy. You've changed so much. The sexy nightclub girl instantly turned into a mature queen. Xia Mengyao suddenly felt that she could not keep up with the times. Can women be so fickle? Soon. Luan and his friend also came to the club activity classroom. After opening the door, Luan was also stunned. What character is this cosplay? So handsome. Luan's appearance made the girls in the cosplay club's eyes light up. They stared at Luan intently. Handsome boy, add me on WeChat. Hiss. These women are so scary. Luan silently took a step back. You guys chat. Chapter 63, Husband, dress up as a woman. Cos or something. Luan really wasn't that interested. It was just the first time he saw it in real life, and it had a really big impact on him. Certainly. One more thing. The looks of those who play cosplay are really great. At the same time, they are a group of small rich women. The various brand name bags placed on the sofa in the cos club are enough to prove this. Secondly, the materials used in these clothes are rare treasures on the market. You guys are such a jerk. Don't scare my husband. Lu Bingyan glared at the group of society members with dissatisfaction, staring at these flashy vixens fiercely like an old hen protecting her cubs. What a pity, he's already taken. The members of the club were very depressed. They had been in school for 3 or 4 years but hadn't discovered such a high-quality boy. Junior, you can take a look around the club. Let's go try on clothes first. The president hurriedly pulled Lu Bingyan to try on clothes. The main thing is that it will start tomorrow. It takes time to alter clothes. The sooner you decide on a plan, the less scramble you'll have to make preparations tomorrow. Luan was indeed quite curious. In addition, this club activity room was converted from 3 classrooms, and the space was really large. Luan was dazzled by the various cosplay costumes. There are classical Hanfu. There are also modern and improved versions of Hanfu. There are also personalized clothes designed by myself. Anime heroine costumes. Concept costume for the heroine of the novel. There are even some more open-minded outfits. Luan touched his chin and stood in front of the clothes rack. He looked at the rack full of revealing and sexy clothes and frowned slightly. Sister Yao, can these clothes really be worn on the street? Cannot. Xia Mengyao turned off the smart wristband and glanced at the pile of cosplay costumes. At least, this club hasn't worn this kind of clothes at any event. They do appear occasionally at comic conventions, and some are even more revealing than this, like thigh-high boots paired with thongs. Women can be really open-minded sometimes. Luan raised his eyebrows, sat down on the sofa obediently, and asked curiously, Sister Yao, did you also participate in the event? No. Xia Mengyao shook her head decisively. I don't like this kind of fancy clothes. 2. Xia Mengyao is a very serious person. These fancy clothes really don't suit her. After chatting with Xia Mengyao for a while, Lu Bingyan walked out of the dressing room. How to say it? Cute and natural. She had a bun, an antique pink dress, big, clean eyes with a hint of mischief, and a slight smile, with a small canine tooth gleaming, adding some innocence and childishness to her appearance. Shaoan, how about me like this? Nice. Luan raised his thumb. This is not a perfunctory response, but a sincere compliment. Nice. It's also very interesting. Luan pursed his lips. The white silk on the legs is the finishing touch. As expected of LSP. Xia Mengyao's mouth twitched. Men really do have a special feeling for stockings. That's it. Lu Bingyan chuckled, her eyes rolling around. Shaoan, come cosplay too, we'll be together tomorrow. Luan frowned slightly. This isn't good. That's great. Lu Bingyan said with a smile, Shaoan, you are so beautiful that even if you wear women's clothes, you can still be a heartthrob. Familiar with the ceiling. Women-esque clothing. Luan was struck by lightning, his mind went blank. His own wife actually asked him to wear women's clothes. although he doesn't pay much attention to the two-dimensional world. But there are also many videos of men wearing women's clothing on the Canbay website, and the comments below are all about whether they have worn women's clothing 0 times or countless times. I am a straight man. Women's clothing is definitely not women's clothing. Please, please. Lu Bingyan used her ultimate move directly, throwing herself into Luan's arms and acting coquettishly. Her little face was full of anticipation, and her big eyes seemed to be able to speak, staring at Luan closely. This is really not good. Luan kept shaking his head. That's the bottom line. He can accept the rest. Women's clothing. Not very good. Lu Bingyan pouted and hummed, just once, okay? Just this once. Actually, I think it's pretty good too. Xia Mengyao touched her chin, looking like she was about to provoke something. Shaoan, you can actually give it a try. With your figure and looks, dressing up as a woman shouldn't be a problem at all. That's right. Think about it, going to a comic convention with your girlfriend, isn't that romantic? Oh, and this is Yanyan's last comic convention. Don't you want to leave an unforgettable impression on your lovely little one? The girls in the club said one thing after another, and Luan was completely confused. Looking at Lu Bingyan again, who was lying in his arms with a look of anticipation on her face, Luan's last bit of stubbornness disappeared. Never mind. Just wear women's clothing. Okay, I promise you, but only this once. Luan pinched Lu Bingyan's nose, his gentle eyes filled with doting and helplessness. I really can't do anything about you. I love you so much, Shaoan. Lu Bingyan excitedly kissed Luan on the mouth. This long kiss almost sucked Luan's soul out. Seemingly worth it. Luan felt dizzy. My senior schoolmate seems to be becoming more and more proactive recently. The opportunity to capture the city will probably not be too far away. Couples who have met each other as parents are different. Especially couples who are blessed by both families. Xia Mengyao shook her head speechlessly. It's also a loss. Shaoan is a really good man. Otherwise, if it were any other man, this girl would have been eaten up long ago. Saying that everything will be put off until after marriage. What's the result? They have only been together for more than a month and they are already very affectionate. Even their parents have met in person. My best friend's husband wears women's clothing. It seems quite exciting. So, sisters, come on, this guy has a great body, it's rare to take advantage of him, don't miss out. Although Xia Mengyao said so. But he didn't move. She just thought it was fun. Luan has a good temper, I believe he won't refuse this joke. Not to mention, this guy is actually a little bit repressed inside. He kept saying no. Physically, I'm still very honest. Etc. You are going too far. Before Lu Bingyan could react, Luan was dragged directly to the dressing room by a dozen beauties. This time. But Lu Bingyan was terrified. She stood outside the door and knocked desperately. You stop it, my husband is mine, how can you bully her like this? Damn. Luan screamed in ecstasy. There's nothing we can do about it. A moment. My own clothes are gone. Right. Nothing left, completely naked. A pair of hands caressed his abdominal muscles without any concealment. This looks like he's enjoying it. Xia Mengyao's head was full of question marks. Luan's screams were really quite ecstatic, but in the end, he seemed to have compromised and stopped talking. Fortunately, the girls in the club were all serious girls, and they finished dressing up Luan in a short while. Luan was wearing a flowing white dress, and the makeup on her face only softened her lines and temperament. With just this long dress and a classical and noble phoenix headdress, Luan looked like an elegant and inviolable ice beauty. The girls couldn't help but feel moved when they saw it. Chapter 64, Invincible Women's Clothing, Magical Sound. So beautiful. The girls from the club ran out screaming. This scared Lu Bingyan, who was spinning around anxiously. But I saw the door open. Rushed in immediately. Then he bumped into Luan. The familiar embrace and different smell made Lu Bingyan stunned for a moment, and she subconsciously raised her head. What a noble and beautiful face. Even her. I also think that I don't have such a beautiful face. Just like a fairy in mythology. The beauty is hard to accept. Ding, your women's clothing has amazed the dear school beauty senior, and you have obtained the skill of magic sound. Magic sound, you can make various sounds. Ah, this. This completely transformed me from a straight man into a cute girl. System, get out here, you bastard. I'll beat the shit out of you. This reward. He would rather have money. Wow, husband, you are so handsome. Come on, let's take a photo. Lu Bingyan shouted in surprise. She took out her mobile phone and took a series of photos, which she then sent to the family group. Family group 2. One is from Luan's family, and the other is from her Lu family. Little cutie, look, my husband is wearing women's clothes, isn't he's super handsome. A moment. Both groups are question marks. Imperial capital. Comrade Laolu looked at the cold and beautiful woman standing with his daughter in the group, his mouth twitched, and then he roared angrily, What is this? What is this? How can a man wear women's clothes? Brother, I think Shawan looks good in women's clothing. Besides, there are so many cross-dressing guys these days. Lu Yunhu chuckled, but seeing his brother's almost crazy expression, he quickly comforted him, Look carefully, this is a cosplay club. Look at Luan's desperate look, it's obvious that Yen Yen and the others forced him to do this. It's not a big deal. Snort. Lu Zhanlong snorted coldly, wishing he could put on his tactical weapons and beat Luan up right now. So infuriating. A 9-foot-tall man wearing women's clothes. The most important thing is that she is like a fairy, which may bring disaster to everyone. Coincidentally. Lu Yunhu also spoke up, Isn't that what young people nowadays all say? Men should either put on a suit and strategize, or put on a military uniform and defend their country. Hearing his brother's words, he felt a little confused. What's wrong with this? There is another sentence after this. Lu Yunhu glanced at his elder brother deeply. At worst, they can only dress up as women on the ship and cause trouble everywhere, especially someone like Luan. If he goes out, he will definitely be able to fool a lot of men into becoming his bootlickers. Damn! What the hell is this? They should all be sent to the military camp for proper training. The man's spine can't be straightened. Comrade Lao Lu was extremely angry. What kind of ideas do the young people have these days? Speaking of which, not long ago, there was a piece of news that bothered him. A person who was dressed in a weird way and could not be told whether he was a man or a woman, was eating canned peaches in the live broadcast room and said, Eat a peach, it's so cool. The seductive words immediately became a hit on the entire internet. Can you believe this? What kind of values can make such a person famous all over the internet? The key is that there are quite a lot of people following it. The transvestite in her 30s and 40s is acting weird, pretending to be stupid and pitiful. What the hell is this? Why? Never mind. Seeing his wife, sister-in-law, parents praising him, he felt embarrassed to stand up and scold them, otherwise, he was afraid he would not be able to go back. Man! What a miserable life. Comrade Lao Lu felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. In school clubs, Luan watched Lu Bingyan's actions, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Thinking of his own 100-year-old magic sound, the corners of his mouth curled up into a wicked smile, and he said in an extremely charming voice, Yen Yen, are you going to publicly execute me? My heart really hurts. This is a sound that a man can make. This voice stunned all the girls in the club. This sound. They also felt that their hearts were being hooked away. Shawan. Lu Bingyan was stunned, her eyes instantly red. No, you are not Shawan, who are you? Quickly give Shawan back to me. This is too naive. Luan had originally wanted to play a good trick on Lu Bingyan, but he ended up scaring her to tears. However, for the sake of his future, he decided to continue pretending, Isn't it because of you that I came out? I'm Shawan's biological sister, twin sister, a sister with 2 souls in 1 body. What a ridiculous setting. Who the hell would believe that? Xia Mangyao and the other members of the club twitched their lips. Their ability to make up stories was too stupid. Ah, then you go back quickly, I want Shawan, you go back quickly. Lu Bingyan stretched out her hand and prepared to tear off Luan's clothes. That won't work. I finally got out, I want to enjoy this colorful world. Luan curled his lips and gently grabbed Lu Bingyan's wrist to stop her from pulling at her clothes. He stared at her intently, I have to thank you. It feels so good to come out. This. Lu Bingyan was anxious and panicked, tears streaming down her face. She stood there at a loss, I was just kidding, I released the other soul hidden in Shawan's body. Shawan might never come out again. So, what should I do? There is no Shawan. What's the point of my future? Looking at the innocent senior schoolmate who was gradually losing her charm, Luan's mouth twitched. To be honest, he himself didn't even believe this kind of lie, but he actually deceived Lu Bingyan. Did it actually cause her real harm? Seeing this, Luan didn't dare to tease her anymore and quickly changed his voice back to normal. Yan Yan, I was just teasing you. How can one person have two souls in one body? This is not a game novel. Real. Listen to normal sounds. Lu Bingyan burst into tears of joy and hugged Luan tightly. Hubby, I will never have such weird thoughts again. Okay, actually I just have the skill of fake voice. Luan said, and then showed off a variety of voices, such as lowly voice, mature woman voice, cute baby voice, Shota voice, uncle voice, etc., which made a group of people's pelvises numb and their legs tremble. With a husband like this, every day is a different experience. I am really envious. Luan naturally noticed the looks of these girls. Except for Xia Mangyao, each of these girls wanted to strip him naked and eat him. Really? When men get horny, women have nothing to do. However, when a woman is doing masturbation, there is nothing for men to do. She just lies flat and everything happens. Fortunately, the president remained resolute and clapped his hands. In that case, Junior Luan will join us tomorrow. I believe that you two, a couple, will definitely become a big hit at the comic convention tomorrow. Fire. That's not necessary. He really isn't that thick-skinned. I won't let Shawan wear women's clothes tomorrow. Lu Bingyan was very resolute this time, leaving no room for negotiation. Originally, Shawan is not from this circle. Now not only is my husband being taken advantage of for no reason, but he is also being dragged out to be liked by other men. That feeling is really hard to accept. Nothing you say will work. Why? What a pity. The president didn't force it. Let's meet at the convention center at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The president was not too disappointed. After all, Luan was not from their circle, and their number was just right. It doesn't matter if Luan doesn't participate. It's just a pity that there is one less hot spot. Chapter 65 Unscrupulous Anchor. No need to go to comic conventions. Luan also breathed a sigh of relief. After sitting here and waiting for them to finish their discussion, Luan, Lu Bingyan and Xia Mangyao went home. At this time, it was already evening. It was also the first time that Luan knew that making a set of clothes in the cosplay circle was so complicated. Yan Yan, are you looking forward to tomorrow's comic convention? Luan asked while driving. Not really. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and thought for a moment. I went to the comic convention because the people there are interesting. Even though there are many characters I can't name, it doesn't affect my enjoyment of the fun. I just find it interesting. What are these people called, pseudo 2D? Luan shrugged his shoulders. It just so happened that he also found it quite interesting. Finally back. Xia Mangyao has been staying in the laboratory for some time. Because she has her own artificial intelligence, many of her ideas can be correctly simulated and inferred, allowing her to unscrupulously study the ancient prescriptions and find ways to restore them to their glory. I made a breakthrough in the experiment today, so I gave myself a day off to have a good rest. By the way, after Lu Ningxuang and Li Qiuwan finish their work, they will take a cruise to a private island for a vacation of half a month. Welcome home, Miss Yao Yao. After not seeing her for so long, Klaus missed this girl who was so absorbed in her medical studies. How were the results of the several drug trials we proposed that day? Very strong. But it's not perfect. Xia Mangyao is extremely strict and cautious when it comes to prescriptions. After all, every medicine is poisonous. It can save lives, but it can also kill people. Therefore, she had to strictly treat every experiment, the harm and benefits of each medicinal ingredient to the human body, and the effect of the final finished prescription on people. Artificial intelligence, coupled with holographic projection, made her experiments much easier. Doctors can help her identify many unexpected difficult and complicated diseases and invisible blood vessel damage. Sitting in the lobby, enjoying the black tea brewed by Klaus and the massage from the maid, Xia Mangyao's body, which had been tense for many days, relaxed and she fell into a deep sleep while lying on the sofa. Yao Yao is really working too hard. Lu Bingyan looked at her best friend distressfully and smiled helplessly. Yao Yao has put her entire life into medicine. I don't know if this is good or bad. It's hard to say. Luan shook his head without comment. Broadly speaking, it's a good thing. But for her personally, this is not a good thing. Putting all her energy into this one thing, her life is really too boring and she has ignored too many beautiful things. After Lu Bingyan covered Xia Mengya with a quilt, she took Luan's hand and left the living room, going for a slow walk on the beach. Only. Just arrived at the beach. Luan and the other man were stunned. There was a group of uninvited guests on my own private beach. Looks like. It seems that he is still the anchor. Luan frowned slightly and looked at Sora, who was following behind him. Sora, why would an outsider come here? Not very clear. Sora shook his head slightly, indicating that he didn't know. However, after checking the surveillance footage, she said, Master, these people came from the sea, not across the power grid. The manor beach is equipped with electric fences and surveillance cameras, so generally no one would be so careless as to invade. Certainly. It doesn't matter if you actually come to the beach. After all, the beach is an independent area, and entering the beach does not allow you to enter the interior of the manor. But the feeling of having someone suddenly break into your home is really unpleasant. The most critical. They threw a lot of plastic bags and garbage on the beach, which made him feel very uncomfortable. The same is true for Lu Bingyan. It doesn't matter if you come to the beach. However, it is really uncomfortable to see you doing such low-quality things on someone else's private property. The three of them looked unhappy. Sora's eyes even looked murderous. In her opinion, it was the maid's fault that a stranger broke into the manor. Because of his negligence, the beach at home was polluted, and he must be punished. Only. Luan has a gentle personality and treats them as family, so he doesn't take his anger out on them. Only. This cannot be an excuse for their dereliction of duty. Hey, who asked you to come here? Luan's voice was flat, but full of unquestionable majesty. What's wrong with us coming to this beach? The young man who spoke glanced at Lu Bingyan, then looked at Sora, smacked his lips, and raised his thumb. Brother, you're really good at it. Bang! Luan just frowned, but Sola would not give him a good look. He was simply seeking death by barging into someone else's house and being so disrespectful to the young master and his wife. This slap was very fierce. He directly knocked the young man away. It was 2 meters high in the air, spinning like a top, and several teeth flew out of its mouth, then slammed heavily onto the beach. Hiss. Don't slap this guy to death. This young man is obviously a comedian who can do anything for traffic. Luan has no good feelings towards this kind of person. Looking at the group of dazed figures, he pointed at the cruise ship on the shore, then at a sign not far away, private beach. This is my family's beach. Who gave you the courage to enter without permission and make it so dirty? Luan's voice was cold. This time. Only those people know. It's really a big disaster. Especially the various packaging bags and leftovers scattered all over the beach. He swallowed hard and said, Well, sir, we're willing to clean up and compensate you. Can you please just let it go? We're still live streaming, and it's too troublesome for everyone to see. It's not good. Oh. Hearing this, Luan sneered, threatening me? You guys are doing my own thing on the live stream. You messed up my beach like this, and you want to solve the problem with just a few words? Money? Do you think I'm someone who needs money? Luan laughed coldly. You have privileges just because you're live streaming. You're destroying other people's living environment. Who gave you the courage? Or who made you think that just because you're a live streamer, you can do whatever you want? Then what do you want? The anchor looked very unhappy. In Shanghai, there are manors and private beaches like this, which is not something you can get just by having money. Damn. I just said that this time the whole job was not very good. Master, they spray-painted graffiti on the cruise ship. Sara walked over from the cruise ship with an extremely ugly expression on his face. Oh. That matter. It's better to leave it to professionals. Luan sneered. Jun, organize the video materials, call the police, and let them solve it. Luan smiled indifferently, walked to the camera and turned it off. That moment. Luan's face appeared in the live broadcast room. The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. Chapter 66, Cleaning Up the Internet, Yifan's Surprise. Fuck. I was saying this cruise ship looked familiar. It really is Master Lu's. These streamers are doomed. They really think they can do whatever they want just because they're streamers. Cold. This whole thing has happened to Master Lu. This bastard is really like an old man eating arsenic, he's courting death. I can only say that you deserve it. For the live broadcaster. Except for a few individuals, most people just watch coldly, waiting to see when these unscrupulous anchors will be punished. Why? Today is pretty good. The punishment is coming. Not long after. The police arrived at the scene. Following closely behind is the Magic City's top legal team. The chief gold medal lawyer of the legal team is a handsome young man with a somewhat expressionless face and a serious expression. His sharp eyes sparkle with wisdom. Saw the Dream Chaser cruise ship. The young man also showed a strange look on his face, and then he stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lewin. Hello, Mr. Liu, my name is Yi Qingfeng, and I am honored to accept your commission. You're welcome, Lawyer Yi. Lewin smiled and nodded. Then I'll leave the rest to you. All the anchors present were taken under control. Plus, with full video footage, no one can escape the charges. Then there is the final financial loss. It is difficult to clean the dirt on the beach, and the area is so large that it would cost a cleaning company at least 100,000 yuan to restore the beach to its original state. As for the words idiot and vampire spray painted on the cruise ship, this is not just a financial loss, but an insult to Luan's personality. Who is Luan? That's the creator of artificial intelligence. The creator of an anometer smart ship. The creator of the nuclear-like battery. It can be said that he is the leader of Xinxia's advanced civilization technology. The most important thing is, artificial intelligence is licensed to the country for free use. This kind of sentiment and righteousness is unparalleled in the country. And now. But he was insulted by several internet celebrities with foul language. Who gave them the courage? The nobles of the country cannot be humiliated. This piece of evidence alone is enough to sentence them to death. Soon. According to the video of the cruise ship manufacturer, it can be learned that the cruise ship itself needs to be repainted. Due to workmanship issues, it will cost $10 million to repaint the entire ship. This is not nonsense from the other party. The other party also listed the prices of various processes, paints, and coatings. There is also a final quote based on the consumption required for the entire hull. This does not include the round-trip shipping fees and other miscellaneous expenses. All in all, it would cost at least $15 million to return the car to the factory for repainting. 15 million. Still in US dollars. The group of anchors were instantly confused. They have almost 1 million followers. But the majority of fans are zombies, and only a little over 100,000 actually watch their live broadcasts. You can tell from the barrage that he can't be compared with the real top anchors. Even with the support of the union, they can't afford to pay so much money even if they empty their family savings. Just listen to the quote. These people's heads exploded. Lewin ignored their expressions and directly turned on the live broadcast function of the smart wristband. He then notified all users of the wristband and started live broadcasting himself. Lewin's sudden live broadcast still attracted the attention of many people in Xinxia. In an instant, tens of millions of people flocked into the live broadcast room. Looking at Luan's stern expression, one knew that this live broadcast was probably not a good thing, especially since the environment Luan was in was extremely dirty and messy, and the police were escorting several people dressed like scoundrels. This made them very curious about what had happened that made Lewin, a busy man, so angry that he started a live broadcast. What do you think of using artificial intelligence? Lewin was the first to ask, which made everyone in the live broadcast room stunned for a moment, and all kinds of feelings after using it burst out like an explosion. Without exception. All good reviews. So, do you think the smart wristband I sold you is expensive? Lewin had a question. This made the people in the live broadcast room even more confused. Is it expensive? Much cheaper than previous high-end mobile phones. Even the collector's edition. It's not that expensive either. The most critical. There is not much difference between the collector's edition and the ordinary one, and it is much more affordable than before by mobile phone manufacturers. Then why do some people think that I am a lowly person for using technology to benefit the public and then making a meager profit? Lewin's voice was cold, and the live broadcast screen was placed on his cruise ship. At first glance, I was still marveling at the luxury of the cruise ship, but soon the live broadcast room became quiet. The side of the cruise ship facing the mountain was covered in a large area of swear words spray painted on it. Dirty language. Their scalps tingled as they watched, and they wished they could beat these people to death. What kind of people are these? Recently, live streamers and internet celebrities seem to be getting more and more arrogant. Therefore, I have decided that artificial intelligence and holographic projection will no longer serve any live streaming platform, any live streamer, or any video creator. If you want to blame someone, blame these people. Oh, by the way, these anchors seem to be from seafood platforms, right? Luan sneered and said slowly, in the future, anchors, videos will be hosted by Taichu Tianting. Currently, the only video creation platform that can operate in Taichu Tianting is Ganbei Station. We welcome all video creators to join Ganbei Station. Mr. Lu is awesome. Yi Fan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Future. Apart from the Taichu Tianting main site, I am the largest comprehensive video platform. Certainly. Yi Fan could see it from this incident. Luan wants to regulate the atmosphere on video websites and in the live streaming celebrity circle. This coincides with his opinion. He also wanted to clean up the mess, but his power was too limited, and even his own platform began to see comments from young people and anti-social people. Even if they wanted to ban it, they were powerless. But it's different if you join Taichu Heaven. Video review and speech review are all handled by the artificial intelligence Xiao Jinwu, and the atmosphere will definitely get better and better. Certainly. Many big verses also posted articles to criticize Luan, but unfortunately, they were banned as soon as they were posted, and the water meter inspectors came to his door immediately. The network needs to be rectified. These live streamers just happened to run into Luan's trap, provoking him and making him angry, which was exactly what the Ministry of Culture liked to see. The online culture needs to be rectified long ago. It's just an opportunity. Originally, the anchors from major platforms were a little panicked, but when they heard that they could move into the Taichu Heavenly Palace, they felt it was nothing. As for the penalty? This doesn't exist, okay. In this earthquake, all the unreasonable payments and the terms will be announced, and they will be in trouble. If they want to jump ship, they can only grit their teeth and bear it. Otherwise, we will all perish together. I will no longer be an anchor, but you, a major shareholder of a listed company, will end up with your property confiscated and life imprisonment. Either you transfer your property, commit treason, and settle overseas. Therefore, Luan's decision this time did not have much impact on their anchors and video authors. Only the platform is affected. And on Lu Ningxuan's side. Naturally, I also saw Luan's live broadcast. Then he looked at the bigwig sitting in the conference hall with a strange look and spread his hands. My brother has spoken, so, everyone, there is no more room for discussion. You should consider transformation. Look at the news, the Ministry of Culture has also intervened this time. In other words, your actions have been under the state's scrutiny for a long time. Speechless. These big guys are all stupid. The secretary looked at the seafood platform with extremely cold eyes, as if he wanted to tear him to pieces and kill him. Destroying someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. Chapter 67 awarded, 9-star National Scholar. Next. Relax. After seeing everyone off, Lu Ningxuan stretched lazily. 1-1, are we going to recruit again? Yes, we need to recruit people for live streaming and short videos. Li Qiuwan nodded slightly. Little Golden Crow has already made some moves. The platform area of Ganbei Station has been opened. However, it has not been authorized yet. We need to go over and discuss it. Let Yi Fan come over. Lu Ningxuan smiled faintly. Then, let him help us recruit some more people. The internal members of those targeted platforms must be panicking. It's not convenient for us to speak up, but Yi Fan is definitely suitable. In addition, Yi Fan has a pair of discerning eyes. The people he selects are definitely useful. Okay. Li Qiuwan nodded slightly and called Yi Fan directly. Mr. Yi, the platform has been opened. You can come over to negotiate the contract now. After authorization, you can move the platform in tonight. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Fan was extremely excited. After receiving the address, he drove over immediately. Tonight. This is his chance to make his little website rise. The other side. After the amount of loss is estimated. A group of anchors' legs went weak and their faces looked ashen. They definitely can't escape this money. But it is really difficult to put it together. For this, Luan didn't have any sympathy at all. How much loss? They just take out as much as they want. What Luan said would be useless even if God came. Take them all away. The police officer saluted Luan and left with the others. After Yi Qingfeng finished collecting evidence, he also left. Before leaving, he assured Luan, "Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will make them pay back whatever they lost. I guarantee this in the name of our Luowan law firm. I believe you." Luan smiled gently and contacted the cleaning company to ask them to clean the beach. As for the boat, we contacted the manufacturer and asked them to send someone to drive the cruise ship back and repair it as a whole. Xiaowen, don't be angry. Don't let these scumbags make you sick. Lu Bingyan held Luan's hand tightly and gently helped Luan calm down. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Luan waved his hand indifferently. Just when I was about to say something. But Mr. Li called him. Xiaowen, I'm sorry for making you feel wronged. Mr. Li started by apologizing to Luan. When Luan heard this, the resentment in his heart instantly disappeared, and he quickly said, "Mr. Li, it's not a big deal. We have a large population in Xinxia, and there will be some scum among us. As long as they are punished, it will be fine. Well, actually, there's another thing about this call." Elder Li said in a serious tone, "This time, the Great Elder wants to see you and personally award you a medal." Awarding a medal. Luan was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. Why so sudden? First, your achievements are enough for the Great Elder to award you a medal. Secondly, as you said, the life values of the younger generation in Xinxia have shifted, and you, the younger generation, are the absolute leader. Coupled with the current international situation, we need to deter others. Awarding you a medal is the perfect opportunity. Mr. Li explained it briefly. Luan also understood. This is to advertise ourselves, and at the same time to completely announce the authenticity of the artificial intelligence virtual projection to the outside world. Luan thought about it for a moment, but didn't refuse. He just asked curiously, "Mr. Li, what kind of medal are you going to give me?" 9-star National Scholar. Old Li responded seriously. Only. Luan felt a little unreal. Can I afford this? Affordable. Mr. Li was very serious, and then said, "The time is the day after tomorrow. You should come to the imperial capital tomorrow. There can be no mistakes on this matter." Become. Luan looked at the closed smart wristband. I was still quite excited inside. 9-star National Scholar. This is Xinxia's top medal. There are less than a handful of 9-star National Scholars in the country, and I am going to become one of them. How could he not be excited about this? Don't forget. Luan. He is just an 18-year-old boy. The authorities acted quickly. As soon as the phone call was hung up, the announcement was released. The 9-star National Scholars Investiture Ceremony. The 4 words 9-star National Scholar caused huge waves on the internet like a tsunami. At the same time, the popularity of the internet celebrity incident was instantly suppressed because of the 4 words 9-star National Scholar. The whole internet is speculating. Who is the 9-star patriarch? At the moment, the person who is most likely to get it, the first person everyone thinks of, is Luan. Except Luan. The older generation really can't remember who is qualified. Lu Bingyan's eyes widened as she screamed in delight, "Xiaowen, you've won the 9-star Patriot Medal. This is one of Xinxia's highest honors. But think about it. It seems reasonable for my young husband to receive this title." Just so. Although Luan said this, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. "Husband. I'm a little scared now. You are really excellent. I feel like I'm not worthy of you." Lu Bingyan believed this sincerely. Luan is really outstanding. Compared to him, I have nothing but good looks. Can I really become Xiaowen's woman? Or do you think you are qualified? Although my family members agreed. If I say you are, then you are. No matter what others say, you are my most adorable school beauty. Luan held her pink little face seriously and said, "Don't let your imagination run wild anymore." Aha! Lu Bingyan pouted and hummed, then hid herself in Luan's arms. "You are like a ray of miraculous light, shining into my world." Luan chuckled and held her silky hair. "My man is so gentle. It makes me feel more and more like a salted fish." Lu Bingyan and the other person returned to the villa, preparing to set off for the imperial capital tomorrow. Clothing. It must be appropriate. Luan thought about it. He asked Klaus to prepare a Zhongshan suit and leather shoes for him. I don't like wearing formal clothes though. However, Lewin was still willing to wear the unique formal suit. Husband. We are leaving tomorrow. Doesn't that mean I can't attend the comic convention? Lu Bingyan suddenly said. Right. Lewin was also somewhat helpless. How about you go to the comic convention? No. Such a formal occasion. I will definitely stay with you. Lu Bingyan looked at Lewin seriously and said very seriously. Okay. Then I'll give the president a call. Lewin contacted the president. After the call was connected, the president said nothing but excitedly congratulated, keep going. We'll be cheering for you in front of the TV. Finished. Just hung up. This made Lewin smile helplessly. Really? Interesting people must be good people. Chapter 68 Family Feast, National Sword. The matter of awarding the 9-star National Scholar. Comrade Lao Lu also knows about this. Standing there dejectedly. In the end, he just sighed helplessly, this son-in-law, you have to recognize him even if you don't want to. Although helpless. But the surprise and pride in his eyes could not be hidden. The youngest 9-star scholar in history. My son-in-law. If you say this to others, you will look good. Hey. Having a son-in-law doesn't seem so bad. Since both of them are living together. It is inevitable that something will happen. That's the case. Decide on it as soon as possible. Both families met. Keep the son-in-law under control. So delicious. That's right. No matter how much Comrade Lao Lu takes care of his daughter, he still cannot escape the law of true fragrance. Have a look. Who dares to brag to me? How powerful my son-in-law is. Can my daughter find a husband as good as hers? The 9-star National Scholar directly attacks from a lower dimension. Compare IQ. Can you create artificial intelligence? Can you create nuclear fusion? Can you make a nanometer chip? Can you create nano weapons? There's no comparison. Oh, that is so cool. For a while, Comrade Lao Lu felt a little proud. All the unhappiness that his daughter felt about being pushed around disappeared, and he even had the idea of having a grandson soon. My son-in-law is such a monster. My daughter is pretty smart too. With the genes of these two people, they are bound to give birth to a little monster. Hey! It would be best to have twins. So, my in-laws and I each helped take one. I can also enjoy my retirement life. With nano-weapons, the front line will be dispensable. It's time to hand over the reins to the young and enjoy your retirement life. Think about it this way. Comrade Lao Lu's heart was burning with passion. The future is promising. The future is promising. After the awarding ceremony, let us go and have a good chat with this guy. The important thing is to make a doll as soon as possible. Akiyu. In the villa. Lu Bingyan, who was flirting with Lewin, suddenly sneezed. The sneeze made Lu Bingyan feel completely confused. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like I'm being plotted against. Forehead. Lewin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and pinched her nose with a bit of amusement. Are you some kind of great power in the ancient world? You can even sense that you are being plotted against. Do you know about women's sixth sense? Very accurate. I guess. It's my dad. Lu Bingyan said confidently, my father must be planning something. Tomorrow, we must be careful when we go to the imperial capital. This. Lewin smiled helplessly. His future father-in-law was actually a pretty good man. As a father, everything he did was for his daughter. If I have a daughter in the future, it's still this big. I guess I'm even more nervous than my father-in-law. After all, this is the world. There are indeed many good men, but there are even more scumbags. There are even fewer men who are truly good men, have a fighting spirit, and have a certain family background. When your daughter falls in love, you must keep a close eye on it. But, seeing the fierce and cute look of her senior sister, she couldn't help but nodded and agreed. Tomorrow, let's be careful. If my dad bullies you, I will beat him up. Lu Bingyan waved her little fist fiercely. Good. I'll do as you say. Lewin smiled helplessly, leaned against each other and continued watching the movie. At the same time, I was also thinking about what gift to give to my sister. Women's Armed Forces. Luan has already obtained his sister's body data. Consider how to design to avoid privacy while being gorgeous and practical. At the same time, change the expansion mode. Tactical shoulder bags are also inconvenient to wear on a daily basis. If you really encounter danger and cannot use it immediately, this weapon will be meaningless. As for Li Chouwan, Luan plans to give her a personal household robot with an implanted combat system. The words of my future mother-in-law. Luan didn't know what to give her. I don't know if she can accept the idea of giving her weapons. Never mind. Not considering it. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Luan smiled calmly and got up to prepare dinner. Cook occasionally. It's also nice to prepare delicious food for your senior. The way my senior sister eats is so cute. Especially eating food you make yourself. The senior sister's little cheeks are so comfortable to look at. It's like a hamster, making people want to pinch it and can't stop. Today, it's a rare opportunity for Xia Mengyao to come back. Luan also specially prepared a sumptuous dinner for her. When Xia Mengyao was still asleep, the strong fragrance had already invaded her dreams, forcibly waking her up. So fragrant. Is Luan cooking? Looking at the lovely couple in the kitchen, Xia Mengyao curled her lips and said, I should be the happiest person, being able to be raised by my best friend and her husband. Feeding. What the hell? I'm not a pet. Xia Mengyao quickly shook her head and jumped up from the sofa. Xiaoan, Yan, what delicious food did you make? That's a lot. Lu Bingyan laughed. Hurry up and wash your face. I've been waiting for you to wake up and eat. Okay. Xia Mengyao didn't hesitate and went straight to wash her face, then sat at the dining table, waiting for the food to be served. The table, which was more than 10 meters long, was soon filled with dishes. This. A full banquet. Xia Mengyao's eyes widened. Isn't this too rich? Who told us to have so many family members? Luan chuckled. Sora, Klaus, call everyone back to eat. It's a rare opportunity for us to eat together, no one should be absent. Okay. Klaus chuckled. Then, sister, Li Chouwan also came late. This time, the family dinner that truly belongs to the manor has officially begun. This meal. It was a great meal. Hundreds of dishes are not enough. After all, there are too many people. During this period, Luan and the little cook added many dishes, and even Klaus rushed over to cook a lot of dishes. Then, they also had a few drinks. It was Klaus who suggested drinking. The 9-star national medal is worth celebrating. This rare family dinner can be considered as a celebration for Luan. Although I don't agree with Luan drinking. But this time, Lu Ningxuan and Lu Bingyan did not dissuade him. After Luan got drunk, the two of them felt distressed and helpless. They worked together to send him to the bedroom before continuing to enjoy the food. A little after 1 o'clock. The maid put all the empty plates into the dishwasher for cleaning, and then cleaned up the house before everyone went to rest. The manor returned to peace. However, online discussions about Guisher are intensifying. Everyone is looking forward to it. And the imperial capital is also preparing. This award ceremony attracted people not only from China but also from abroad. This time, it was also the first time that Xinxia truly showed its strength internationally. Prove it to the world. I, Xinxia, no longer have anything to fear. Chapter 69 Father-in-law's sudden recognition, the most precious thing. The next day. Early in the morning. Luan set off with Lu Bingyan to the imperial capital. What surprised Luan was. The person who came to greet him was his future father-in-law. For a while. It made him a little nervous. However, Luan saw that he looked quite happy, so he took the initiative to greet him. Uncle, thank you for making this trip. No trouble, no trouble. Unexpected enthusiasm. Comrade Laolu looked at Luan and became more and more satisfied. The corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his head. Xiaoan, after your awarding ceremony, you and Yan Yan should get engaged. It would be best if you could get the marriage certificate. Luan was suddenly stunned. Somewhat incredulous. Uncle, you agree? Call me daddy. Comrade Lao Lu was quite serious. This. Lewin was stunned for a moment, then he understood and shouted happily, "Dad! Why? Now that's what's happening." Comrade Lao Lu became more and more satisfied. He felt in his pocket and took out a red book and handed it to Luan. "I don't have any gift for you, but I think nothing can make you happier than this. Household registration booklet." This was the household registration booklet that Comrade Lao Lu used his connections to get for Lu Bingyan yesterday. Now that it is handed over to Luan, the meaning is very clear. "I entrust my daughter to you." Comrade Lao Lu's face showed no reluctance, but was filled with blessings. After the medal is awarded, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. After getting the certificate, both families can feel at ease. You can also consider having a child. After all, Shawan will definitely be very busy in the future, so it will be difficult to have children at this time. Become. For this proposal, Luan would definitely not refuse. Although Lu Bingyan was shy, she still felt like crying. Hugging her father happily, "Dad, thank you. What do we say thank you to each other as father and daughter? I just want you to be happy for the rest of your life." Comrade Lao Lu patted his daughter's shoulder and said, "Let's go to the hotel we arranged for you. Since it is a formal occasion, it is not appropriate to bring a maid." So, Luan gave them some money. "Sarah, Al, you two should have a good time in the imperial capital these 2 days. Buy whatever you like. If you don't have enough, ask Klaus to give you some money." Al and the other man looked at the bank cards in their hands, their mouths twitched, their eyes full of joy. "Okay, then we'll go play." "Master, you're back. Call in advance." "Okay." Luan smiled and waved his hand, then got in a special car and went to the hotel. On the way, Comrade Lao Lu asked eagerly, "Shawan, can you give me a set of those nano weapons?" 10 million. Comrade Lao Lu can't produce it. But he has made plans to retire from the army and stay at home with his wife. He has dedicated most of his life to the motherland, and it is time to stop and hand over the baton to the next generation. Nowadays, Xinxia has nano weapons. He also felt more at ease. It's the past, let the new generation continue in the new era. It's also because I'm going to retire from the army. Comrade Lao Lu just thought of getting himself a weapon and keeping it at home, thinking that he might need it someday. "Yes, you can." Luan scratched his chin and said, "I will file this with the national database. Otherwise, the sudden appearance of unidentified machines will always cause some trouble." "Can." Comrade Lao Lu was very excited. What a good son-in-law. Just ask for it yourself and it will be given. In fact, he was already prepared to be rejected. He didn't expect Luan to make it for him so easily. "Dad, you may need to wait until the national order is completed before I can make this set of weapons for you." Luan touched his chin. "That is for sure." Comrade Lao Lu didn't care at all. "I'm retired. When you have nothing to do, you can take your son-in-law's cruise ship out to sea for a trip. Enjoy your old age life with your in-laws. Being armed is just my last dream as a soldier. It doesn't matter when you get it. This is a man's toy, and also a man's romance." In the hotel, Comrade Lao Lu escorted Luan and the others to their reserved room, explained the awarding process, and then left. Regarding the two of them sharing a room and a bed, Comrade Lao Lu simply said calmly, "I hope I can report my grandson next year." This. Damn Dad. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed red. After yelling in embarrassment, she hid herself under the quilt and muttered in a low voice, I'm prepared, but this is too sudden." After thinking for a while, Lu Bingyan suddenly sat up, took out her household registration booklet, and chuckled, "Did you bring your household registration booklet with you? What a coincidence. I actually brought it." Luan took out his household registration booklet. There is actually a reason for taking the household registration book. Luan's ID card will expire tomorrow, and he needs to go to the household registration office to take a new photo and get a new ID card. So, I brought my household registration book with me when I came. Unexpectedly. It actually came in handy for such a big purpose. Marriage certificate. I just came of age. Can it be done? Luan pursed his lips. Should be possible, right? Luan was feeling somewhat anxious and worried. Let us go. Apply for a marriage certificate. At the same time, you can also take a photo of your new ID card. Lu Bingyan was very anxious. With a marriage certificate, two people become a real family. I'm not yet of legal marriage age. Can I get a marriage certificate? Luan was a little nervous. It's okay. Since my dad has already said so, he must have already greeted us. Let's go now. Lu Bingyan smiled happily, and then whispered in Luan's ear, Shawan, after getting the marriage certificate, we will live in the same room from now on. But you can't touch me for the next 2 days, only at home. Finished. Lu Bingyan shyly hid herself in Luan's arms for a long time before she said crisply, let's go, Mr. Lu. Luan's heart was burning with passion. Everything went so smoothly. Senior. Just like that, she became my woman, my family, and my partner for the rest of my life. The two of them slipped out of the hotel, which was exactly what Lao Lu had predicted. Seeing them hailing Aditi and leaving like thieves, he shook his head speechlessly. I told you to get married, how could I possibly refuse? I actually gave you your household registration books, and you couldn't help yourself. Having said that. But Comrade Lao Lu still pressed the smart wristband. Xinglong, contact Comrade Luo. Okay. Xinglong is the name he gave to his own artificial intelligence. Comrade Luo was once the deputy captain in his army. After getting married and having children, he transferred to work at the Civil Affairs Bureau of the imperial capital. Hey, Captain, why did you think of calling me? Luo Bing was quite surprised. Looking at his captain's appearance, he couldn't help but say, Captain, you're not young anymore. You're really not suitable for the front line. Switch to a civilian position. Don't work so hard. You should also seriously consider your sister-in-law's situation. Well, I'll be retired after a while. Lu Zhanlong smiled carefreely. We have better equipment now, and I really need to step down and let others take over. Well, I contacted you today because I want to ask you a favor. Oh. Luo Bing was a little surprised. She straightened her hair and said, tell me about it. You know my daughter, she's not young anymore. She recently found a boyfriend. I'm very satisfied with him, and both parties have met their parents. I'm thinking of getting a marriage certificate. I'd like to ask you for help with the process. The boy is a little young, having just turned 18. Oh. Luo Bing was a little surprised. Being able to make you speak in person means that this child has some ability. Okay, I am not a big deal. Wait a moment. It looks like the captain's daughter is about to graduate from college. This kid is great. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bing smiled, shook his head, and walked to the front desk. She and Lu Bingyan had met many times. That girl. I heard that she is the campus belle of Shanghai University. Chapter 70, Honoring, amazing title. In the car. Lu Bingyan couldn't wait to say to the driver, Uncle, let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Okay. The driver was stunned for a moment, looking very happy. I didn't expect that the first order of business today would be such a happy occasion. Congratulations on starting a family of your own. Okay. Thanks. The two thanked each other at the same time, snuggled together, and imagined what life would be like after getting the marriage certificate. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Luan and his friend walked in hand, looking extremely nervous. 2 people. This was the first time they had been to such a place, and the inexplicable feeling of oppression made them feel a little breathless. Fortunately, Luo Bing spotted them immediately. In her coquettish twice. Luan and his companion quickly completed all the formalities and took the oath under the national flag. When applying for documents, Luo Bing was also looking at Luan. I have to say, Luan is really handsome. Even she was drawn in. The muscles on the arms give people a sense of security at first glance. Full of temperament. Perfect appearance. Looking at his clothes, they are obviously branded goods and his family background is also very good. But who is she? The female soldier king of the field army. The way you look at people is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Luan exudes the same aura as the old men in the research institute, and his clear eyes sparkle with intelligence. He might be a talented young man in a certain field. Otherwise, with the captain's character, it is impossible for him to give in so easily and even let them get the certificate in advance. Congratulations, from today on, you will be a legal couple. Luo Bing stood up and handed the documents to the 2 people. Red Book. Sacred and inviolable. It is something that is out of reach for many people, and something that makes many people feel timid and insecure just by looking at it. Them. Got it too. It happened so suddenly. Full of drama. Originally. Still thinking about how to deal with my future father-in-law. But he didn't expect that his future father-in-law would give him such a big gift. Getting married. Lu Bingyan hugged Luan happily, and her joy made everyone in the hall smile involuntarily. They all blessed them. That's right. Luan. Anyan Technology. This kid. He is the founder of Anyan Technology and the creator of artificial intelligence. No wonder. Luo Bing muttered to himself for a while before finally reacting. Boys like this are truly rare. No wonder the captain is so pleased and anxious. If a young man like this were abducted by a girl from another family, it would be a huge loss. Sister Luo Bing, I'll treat you to dinner in the future. Lu Bingyan waved at Luo Bing, then pulled Luan to the door and bought a lot of expensive candies. After spending some time at the Civil Affairs Bureau, she left with a satisfied look on her face. Even if it's just taking a car. I also gave the driver a big red envelope and a lot of wedding candy. The driver was delighted and kept on congratulating them. We talked a lot about the daily necessities of married life. Returned to the hotel. Lu Bingyan immediately arranged the two certificates into a heart shape. At the same time, she took Luan's hand, placed the heart shape on the certificates, took a photo, and posted it in the family group. Little cutie, ahem, moms and dads, grandparents, uncles and aunts, second uncle and second aunt, I have got the marriage certificate. How come they got the certificate all of a sudden? No news at all. Could it be that he has submitted his household registration? Both families were a little confused. I don't know how to respond. After a long time, Lu Bingyan's operation merged the family groups into one, and after sending the message again, some people were puzzled. What's wrong with everyone? Why don't you congratulate us? Lu Jianlong, congratulations, you two are so naughty, I couldn't help it just after I gave you your household registration books. Little cutie, Dad, hee, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Little cutie, aren't you anxious to have a grandson? How can you have a grandson without getting a marriage certificate? Lu Jianlong, okay, then I'll be waiting. If you don't see your grandson next year, just wait and I'll beat your butts. Lu Yunshu, +1, what brother Lu said is true. Lu Yunshu, brother Lu, now that the child has gotten married, when can we get together to finalize the marriage? Lu Jianlong, okay, after a while, when I'm discharged from the army, we can get together. By the way, let Shaoan build a cruise ship, and we can go sea fishing. Lu Yunshu, no problem. That's it. Everything went on naturally and ended peacefully. Luan scratched his face, then hugged Lu Bingyan and rolled onto the bed, gazing deeply into her autumn water eyes. Wife, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Husband, please take care of me for the rest of my life. Lu Bingyan leaned gently in Luan's arms, enjoying Luan's warm embrace and listening to Luan's strong heartbeat. It's a feeling that's hard to explain. It is the resonance and entanglement of the magnetic fields of two people. It is also a love at first sight that has been cultivated for hundreds of lifetimes. No matter how many twists and turns there are, we can also walk together naturally. No one can separate them. This day, neither of them left the hotel. Certainly. Nor did I cross the line. Because Luan didn't want to stay in the hotel either. He didn't feel safe, warm, or romantic. The next morning. Honors Hall. Countless domestic and foreign reporters entered the venue at the first time, and there were also many generals and elders in the venue. And Luan. He put on a Zhongshan suit early in the morning, which made him look more mature and steady. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the sofa, staring at the old man opposite him, feeling extremely excited. This old man is the great elder of Xinxia. He had only seen it on TV. But I never thought that one day I would be able to talk to him at such a close distance. The old man was like a kind old grandfather. He said a lot, and Luan remembered it all. The word the old man said most was thank you. Thank you, Luan, for opening the door to a new era for Xinxia. At last. The old man smiled and patted Luan on the shoulder. Let's go, enter the venue, it's time for me, Xinxia, to stand up. Front desk venue. The opening remarks have been delivered. Luan and the great elder walked onto the podium amid warm applause and the expectant gazes of countless Chinese people. The appearance of Luan. Let everyone be stunned. At the same time, it was unexpected, yet reasonable. Now, the great elder awarded Mr. Lewin, the father of artificial intelligence, the father of stable nuclear fusion, the father of nanoweapons, the father of nuclear-like batteries, and the leader of the new era, the Xinxia 9-star National Medal. The host's voice was trembling. He is the most experienced host of CCTV. When he received the speech, his voice trembled no matter how many times he read it. Artificial intelligence, stable nuclear fusion, nanoweapons, nuclear-like batteries, these black technologies that only exist in theoretical fantasies were actually created by this young man. This 9-star national scholar truly deserves the title. Chapter 71, Arrogance. Missed grass, did you hear that? The father of stable nuclear fusion, the cleanest energy of the future, the energy that will never run out. Is this made? There are also nanoweapons. What are they? Exoskeleton individual armor. I don't know, but it's awesome. This is better than heaven. I'm only 18. I'm still playing video games at 18. Same thing, the toxic milk powder can't be stopped. Is this true? Amidst countless discussions, the great elder placed the medal on Lewin's chest. In an instant, a heavy sense of responsibility weighed on Lewin. This did not make Lewin timid, but his eyes became brighter. After the award ceremony, there will be a press conference. The great elder presided over it personally. Because all of this is so important. This concerns the future direction of Xinxia. The old man tapped the microphone and said calmly, "Perhaps everyone is surprised, and I believe the reporters present have many questions. However, everyone's time is limited, so I will not take any more questions. Next, I will let Mr. Liu introduce you." Lewin was silent for a moment, looking at the yellow-haired devils below who were seriously suspicious, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Then he said softly, "I won't introduce artificial intelligence to you. I believe that friends abroad have also experienced it through some channels. But don't worry, I have no interest in the international market. Therefore, the smart wristband in artificial intelligence will not be released overseas. Even if you buy it, you can't activate it." Lewin's words made many foreigners almost vomit blood. What's this? Look down on us. Think again. Yes. Why should they be afraid of you? Why should they look up to you? They can produce all the components themselves, so why should they still look up to you? Times have changed. As for stable nuclear fusion, that's also true. I've already officially put a micronuclear fusion reactor into operation, and a large-scale nuclear fusion reactor is already under construction. It's expected that by the end of this year, there will be 10 new nuclear fusion power plants across the country. At the same time, all nuclear power plants will be converted to nuclear fusion reactors, and all heavily polluting power plants will be shut down. From now on, Xinxia will officially enter the era of nuclear fusion smart electricity. Certainly. Lewin would definitely not release pictures or anything like that. This is confidential. For researchers, a picture is the key to opening the door to the palace, and Luang is not that stupid. He is not a saint. His goal is to suppress foreign countries for as many years as possible. Xinxia, it's time to return to the top stage. As for nano-weapons, Lewin scratched his chin and patted his tactical bag. In an instant, his whole body was covered with a set of weapons. Cold. Majesty. Domineering. It's like an alien future warrior from a science fiction movie. Well, I made this set myself for fun. Lewin stretched his body and performed a number of incredibly flexible movements. As for the data, it's actually quite important. Let me briefly talk about the explosive power. The version I always play with can lift objects under 5 tons with one hand, and its explosive speed can reach the speed of sound. It's equipped with a nuclear-like battery, and its peak operating time is 10 hours. Hiss. This is a powerful weapon. Are you sure this is just the version you played? Are you kidding me? This is nothing more than foreign journalists not believing it. Even the people in front of the TV in Xinxia don't believe it. This is powerful data. How do you expect the comrades from the Strategic Research Institute to speak? Wrong. A version that you play by yourself is so powerful. That. Wouldn't the military version be even more powerful? Oh, by the way, we're not accepting foreign orders for our nano weapons for the time being. So, just watch the fun and keep jumping around online, keep making rumors, keep controlling public opinion. It's fine, I just enjoy watching you all rant and rave about your incompetence. Lewin opened his mouth. Even the old man was stunned for a moment and shook his head helplessly. This kid is still an angry young man. But he doesn't hate it. Such a man would never betray his country. Because the country has a unique place and weight in his heart. As for offending people, stop making trouble. Are we afraid of offending people? Not afraid at all. Well, that's it. Lewin thought for a moment and said, I hate trouble, so, fellow journalists, please stop staring at me for no reason. For the sake of your lives. Secondly, I have no interest in developing my career abroad. So, those countries that are planning to use spies to deceive or kidnap me should be careful. Your secret weapons are no secret to me. Finished. The old man added some more. The awarding ceremony is over. It's not so much an award. Intuitively, it feels more like a provocation. This makes countless young people feel excited. Being strong not only makes people more energetic and spirited, but also makes the country stand more stable and the backbone of the people more upright. God, Lou is awesome. Your secrets are no longer secrets to me. That's right. No country in the world can resist the artificial intelligence in the hands of Lu Xun, right? Control their nuclear weapons to self-destruct. You are so mean. We in Xinxia will never do such inhumane things. We are not like some countries that have double standards. Beautiful country, I think you are talking about me, but I have no evidence. No, I'm already holding up my ID card and reading it out loud. How can there be no evidence? Pfft, ha, I'm dying of laughter, you guys. In short, Master Lu is awesome. After the awarding ceremony, the reporters were asked to leave. The group of big men present made Lewin feel uncomfortable. Seniors, I feel embarrassed when you look at me like this. Ahem, Shaowen, do you have a girlfriend? My granddaughter is a top-notch beauty and a big star. My daughter is still young and very beautiful. Don't you young people like mature women nowadays? A moment. It became a sales conference for daughters and granddaughters. Lewin touched his nose in embarrassment, not knowing how to start speaking. Fortunately, Lu Bingyan was present and immediately ran over, angrily saying, Grandpas and uncles, you're going too far. I'm Xiaowen's legal wife, and you're not allowed to introduce me to anyone else. Why? She is Xiao Lu's daughter. What a pity. I said, why has this kid been so silly these past 2 days? It seems like she has found a rich husband. So, the painting style changed, becoming more serious. The old man carrying the star said, Xiaowen, what are your plans next? Actually, I don't have any plans. I'll just go with the flow. I might try to find a way to optimize the tactical weaponry. Once the 4th generation tactical weaponry is developed, I'll consider the overseas market. As for the smart wristband, I'll consider the overseas market next year or the year after. As for the artificial intelligence itself, I'm not considering it at all. Lewin said truthfully. Are there any new products? Mr. Li asked. Yes, new computers and virtual games. Lewin laughed mysteriously. I'm sure you'll find these virtual games useful. Mr. Li, just look forward to it. Oh well. Elder Li nodded, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Could you please reveal a little bit of key information? Time allows us to have 36 hours a day. Lewin smiled indifferently. This is a key point. This made all the bigwigs present gasp. Time. 12 extra hours were added for nothing. What kind of game can do this? None of them doubted the authenticity. Artificial intelligence, nuclear fusion, nanoweapons, these black technologies have all emerged, and if there is one more, it doesn't seem to be difficult to accept. I think you developed this for your wife, right? Old Li glanced at Lu Bingyan, whose pretty face was flushed red, and said with a teasing smile, you only have ideas and motivation when you are pampering your wife. Ha ha. It's really good. Lewin laughed out loud. All right, Mr. Li, seniors, if there is nothing else, I have to go back. There are still many things to deal with in the Magic City. Okay. I really can't get away from the expansion you're doing over there. Mr. Li smiled and nodded, then let Lewin and his wife leave. Chapter 72, Cosmic Wedding Plan. This child is an interesting child. So, we can no longer show weakness. The great elder walked over to elderly and chuckled. I'm afraid the Eagle Sauce side is going to unite with many other countries to pressure us again, and forcibly kidnap us in the name of all mankind. Just a bunch of scoundrels. Old Lee curled his lips in disdain. Just like Shaoan said, their threats are no threat to us. Ha ha. That's true. The great elder laughed mysteriously. A person who needs to carry the entire country on his shoulders cannot be a good person. Xin Xia does not like to stir up trouble, but he is never afraid of trouble. Now, times have changed. If they still think they are superior to others and continue to stir up trouble internationally, he doesn't mind showing his fist and giving them the hammer of judgment. Now. Just wait for Luan's South-owned industrial park to be completed. That design drawing. Even he was shocked. Which is the real city of the future? Full of cyber style. The great elder is full of expectations for the future. Online. Netizens finally felt proud. As long as someone on the outside network dares to be dissatisfied and shouts about moral kidnapping, countless keyboard masters here will rush up without hesitation and directly rush the other person into autism. Certainly. More of a yearning for smart wristbands. No one can resist more convenient auxiliary tools. The power of artificial intelligence makes them yearn for it and fear it. Regarding the turmoil on the internet, Luan didn't care. Instead, after wandering around the imperial capital with Lu Bingyan for a while, he contacted Al and Sora, returned to the airport, and headed back to the Magic City. As soon as I got off the plane, I hurriedly took a car back to the manor. Inside the manor, everyone gathered together. Mo Qianqi excitedly held the national medal in her hand and said excitedly, I gave birth to a real dragon. Having a national talent in the family is a great event that brings honor to the family. Certainly. More important. That was the first meeting between the parents of both sides. Night. Comrade Lao Lu also came to the manor. After all the parents from both sides arrived, the atmosphere was not awkward or tense at all. Between glasses of wine, the engagement and wedding time were all decided. About the wedding. Lu Bingyan did not ask for a grand wedding, because she understood that Luan's current status was different. If they really wanted to have an open wedding, there would definitely be a lot of important people coming. According to Luan's temperament, these favors are a bunch of big troubles. So she asked for a simpler wedding, just taking wedding photos and then having a meal together as a family. The elders actually don't want to agree to this request. Luan is a boy, so anything is fine with him. But for girls, they still want the wedding to be grand and spectacular. Hey, it's okay. Actually, I don't really like crowds. Besides, don't we have enough family now? Klaus, there are nearly 100 maids in the group. I am already very satisfied with so many people blessing me. Lu Bingyan refused to give in. Luan hesitated slightly. He raised his hand and rubbed Lu Bingyan's head, leave the wedding to me. I will definitely make sure you have a unique wedding. Virtual world. No. Outer space is romantic. This idea is also to give the system a choice between two tasks. Perfect wedding. Option 1, hold a virtual wedding, receive blessings from all over the world, and dream of a pair of matching rings. Option 2, hold a cosmic wedding, receive blessings from the stars, starry sky rings, and auxiliary rewards, a universal nano printing station, a detailed design drawing of a third-level civilization space battle cruiser, and a general outline of a third-level civilization space engine. Is this a choice? No choice. A cosmic wedding is a must. Aha! I trust you. Lu Bingyan nodded with a smile, so everyone doesn't have to worry about the wedding. I believe it, Shaoan. Okay. The flowers you young people play with. The adults shook their heads helplessly. As long as you are happy, that's enough. The wedding is your own business. If you feel it's okay, then that's fine. Got permission. Both of them laughed happily. Shaoan, where is your dream chaser? Lu Zhanlong was a little surprised. He was looking forward to that cruise ship. It was sent back to the factory for repairs, but a bunch of internet celebrities scribbled all over it with spray paint. Luan spread his hands helplessly. By the way, I don't know how Lawyer Yi is handling it. Luan was saying this. A payment message popped up. Then came Yi Qingfeng's contact reminder. After the call was connected, Yi Qingfeng's image was projected onto the wristband, still maintaining a meticulous and calm expression. Mr. Lu, have you received the money? Um. Lewin nodded slightly, a little curious. Lawyer Yi, you got this from them, right? Don't tell me you paid for it. No, it's the funds of those influencers. Their properties, companies, cars, and anything else that can be pawned. I collected all the money and pawned it. As for the commission, I deducted it from the influencers. It's all ill-gotten gains anyway. Yi Qingfeng didn't feel any psychological pressure at all, and said calmly, these internet celebrities can't escape the death penalty. They are involved in the sex trade in 2 cases of human trafficking. These people really will spend the rest of their lives in prison. Oh. This group of people are very brave. Lewin was a little surprised, his brows relaxed, and he said lightly, let's not talk about destroying my private territory. This human trafficking and sex trade must be thoroughly investigated. Yi Qingfeng nodded seriously, these people have crossed the moral bottom line, I will never let them off easily. Yi Qingfeng showed a cold smile. Human traffickers should be executed to repay the broken families. After a brief chat, Lewin spread his hands and said, that's it. Originally, the Dream Chaser was estimated to take a month to return. Okay. That's just right. By that time, I will have almost completed the discharge procedures. Retirement life begins. Lu Zhanlong touched his chin and looked at his wife cautiously, wife, I'm retired now. Can I go fishing with brother Lu? Random. As long as Lu Zhanlong doesn't go to the front line. She was still happy to satisfy her little pleasure of fishing. And that's something. Fishermen, it's actually very interesting. Especially the perennial Air Force fishermen. Old Master Lu didn't say anything about his son not getting promoted and choosing to retire from the army. He was not a rigid person. He believed that children and grandchildren would have their own blessings. Now that new weapons and artificial intelligence have emerged, there was nothing wrong with his son choosing to retire from the army. Future. It is destined to be the world of young people. My son has experienced life and death, and it is indeed time for him to retire and rest. Chapter 73 Home Spaceship Design. At night. Lewin was preparing and planning. This time, he needs to understand the auxiliary rewards bit by bit, because the knowledge required is too much. The infusion of knowledge cannot enable him to fully integrate and comprehend everything. After coaxing Lu Bingyan to sleep, Lewin sat on the balcony, opened the virtual panel, and began to design his own space battlecruiser. While designing, his brain is also at full capacity. He likes the feeling of learning knowledge. Turn all knowledge into your own. Future. If there really are variables. This knowledge is enough for him to have no worries in the future. The gap between civilizations cannot be bridged by time. By thoroughly understanding this third-level civilization battlecruiser, he can master a lot of useful knowledge. For example, mica alloy. Mica alloy is an essential metal for battlecruisers. It has the characteristics of absolute constant temperature and absolute stability. It is also extremely light, even lighter than nanoalloys. However, mica alloy requires brocade metal, green copper mother, cloud pattern secret gold, and star sand. To be honest, these 4 materials, Lewin had only seen it in games. Each one is full of fantasy. According to Dijun's analysis, these metals simply cannot exist on Earth. Although copper mother is a member of the copper genus, there is no such thing on Earth. Cloud pattern secret gold is also a metal subject, and it does not exist on Earth. As for star sand, this thing, no matter how you look at it, looks like something out of a fantasy novel. Not to mention Yunjin metal. It's just a big category. Metal. Add a front stamp. Your mother's ghost knows how this thing came about. Are all third-level civilizations so eccentric? Lewin smiled bitterly helplessly. The only way is to find a way to synthesize a similar metal to replace this mica alloy. The battlecruiser designed by the third-level civilization is a spacecraft used for combating space pirates. According to the purpose, the strength of Anyon alloy is sufficient. The finished product of Dijun's simulation, the flight test, the spacecraft made of Anyon alloy, can withstand a maximum cruising speed of 30 km per second. If it exceeds this speed, the hull will be damaged. When it reaches 40 km per second, the warship will completely disintegrate and be scrapped. There is no problem in maintaining stable third cosmic speed flight. That's the case. Then we need to stockpile a large amount of Anyon alloy. starting from tens of millions of tons. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Destroy the design drawings at hand and redesign them. After all, this is just for home use. There is no need to design it like a battlecruiser. As long as the internal activity space is equivalent to that of a villa, it will be enough. Too big. It's a complete waste of resources. With D. Jun's assistance, a new design was soon formed. As for the engine, Lewin will definitely not use the star engine of the third-level civilization, but will use reverse reasoning to analyze and find an engine suitable for his own use. At the same time, a simpler version of an aircraft engine that is more advanced than the current one in the world was also backed up and sent to Wendian Graduate School. After analyzing the contents of the engine, Wendian sent it directly to Mr. Su, the director of the Aerospace Research Institute. The cold nuclear pulse engine Lewin sent. Su Yunguo was stunned for a moment, carefully studying the design theory and concept diagram of the engine. Finally, his expression changed from calm to shock. This kid, who is playing with artificial intelligence, can actually cross over and design engines? This kid is too talented. I also watched the simulation of Tianwan. If all fighter jets are replaced with this engine, the ammunition reserves will increase 3 to 5 times. After all, the energy source of this engine is not fuel, but cold nuclear fusion. This technology is really advanced. Even the confidentiality of the structure is terrifying. Even if the engine were to be lost abroad, they would be unable to start working on it. Even dialysis cannot analyze the internal structure. If they force it open, they will only get a pile of scrap metal. Why? He is indeed a man worthy of being called a national hero. Su Yunguo smiled helplessly and sent the information to the elder. Elder, our heart disease has been cured, and we have achieved overtaking on the curve. With the design drawings, they can then continue developing the next generation. Especially a design drawing with such detailed information. As long as they are not a group of people who just eat for free. Within 5 years, the next generation will be ready for manufacturing. This kid. It really keeps giving me great gifts. Then I can't be stingy anymore. Money. Lewin is not short of money. Right. Lewin doesn't care about power at all. So what does he want? That's right. Free. The great elder thought about it for a moment and then gave Lewin the greatest authority. As long as it's not illegal and doesn't kill anyone, we'll do our best to satisfy you no matter what you want. This kid. Developing engines, what for? The great elder was a little confused. According to the information you know. This kid. Everything I did was based on the little girl from the Liu family. Why? Never mind. As long as you don't do anything earth-shattering, you can play however you want. As they played, everyone started to enjoy themselves. The great elder shook his head helplessly, holding a cup of tea happily and enjoying his old age. Actually, it's impossible for him to live like this. As the great elder, he has to deal with a huge amount of work every day. Now with Tianwan and Xiaobai, his workload has been greatly reduced, so he doesn't have to be too overworked. He can get a short period of time every day that truly belongs to him and enjoy his own life. Even though time is still tight. But the great elder was quite satisfied. One night, Lewin finally designed the spaceship he wanted. Although not as powerful and domineering as imagined. But it is enough to leave the Earth. At the same time, the subsystems of D. Jun and Shiha were also arranged. Next. Printing parts. Just wait until the factory area is built. Lewin stretched his stiff fingers and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. At the same time, sign-in is also enabled. Ding, sign in successfully and get a box of exquisite small umbrellas. Premium small umbrella, the perfect tool to avoid mistakes, and at the same time make the user more durable, stronger and thicker. Roll. What the hell is this? Lewin's face was full of black lines, and he threw away the prize space. This thing. It's useless. The function is very powerful, but it has nothing to do with him. Really? Yesterday's reward drained away today's luck. Depressed. Lewin shook his head helplessly. After saving his design data, he stood up and looked at Liu Bingyan, who had already woken up and brought him hot tea. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Did I disturb your rest? No, I sleep more peacefully because you are here. Liu Bingyan smiled gently and handed the hot tea to Lewin. this is the first cup of tea I learned to make with Mr. Claus. Try it. Good. Luan was a little surprised. He took it and took a sip. The thick light yellow tea soup exudes a rich and refreshing fragrance. It is silky and mellow in the mouth, with a slight bitterness. After taking a sip, the whole body feels warm. There is only one word: great. Luan raised his thumbs up. Delicious. Then I will make tea for you every day from now on. Lu Bingyan has already thought it through. She doesn't have any special dreams. After learning how to manage a company, she may not have time to be with Luan in the future. It is better to learn some life skills and take good care of the lover who is working hard for your fantasy. Chapter 74: Old Chen's Beef Noodles. The next time. Luan really had nothing to do. Industrial parks are also being built at a rapid pace. Then, Luan and his wife, a young couple who had obtained their marriage certificate, once again walked into the campus. Only, as soon as I entered the school gate, I was surrounded. It's a national hero. God Lu is back to school. Worship up close and breathe in the divine aura of Lu Xin. Ah, Master Lu is so handsome. Ah, this. Luan touched his nose and said helplessly, "Okay everyone, I will come to school more often in the future." There is no need to do this. But both Luan and Lu Bingyan underestimated their classmates' enthusiasm. In the end, Principal Zhang came over and dispersed all the students. "Principal Zhang, I'm really sorry to bother you. I'll be coming to school within the next month to accompany Yen Yen to class. If there's anything you need me for in the lab, you can call me directly." "Well, the premise is that I can help," Luan said softly. "Being a human being. Be grateful. When someone helps you, you should naturally be grateful." Okay. Principal Zhang was very excited to receive this promise. Their school also has tasks such as researching batteries. This great god in front of me can definitely give me some guidance. I won't bother Mr. Lu these days. Just got my marriage certificate. It's better not to be so blind as to disturb other people as honeymoon. In class, Luan and Lu Bingyan sat in the back. The teacher on the stage was a little nervous. Although he is a professor of finance, Luan is a monster. If I say something wrong, won't I be laughed at? It's numb. I'm numb. As a researcher, why do you come to my finance department? Putting pressure on me, is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Uncomfortable. I want to cry. Fortunately, Luan really came to accompany Lu Bingyan to class, sitting there quietly reading a novel. The main reason was that Luan really didn't want to listen, as it felt like it was too much trouble. It's better to do research. You ask him why he reads novels. Isn't this just about finding inspiration? Black technology. Isn't that just wild imagination and then making it reality? Then, Lu Bingyan, the professor's favorite student. He was also gradually led astray by Luan, and he lay on the table writing and drawing, designing rare and exotic beasts in the ancient mountains and seas, and making comments, asking Shiha to scan and optimize them and build models. All right. The professor didn't bother to care anymore. As long as it doesn't affect other students, you can do whatever you want. After the lunch class, Lu Bingyan immediately took out her masterpiece and said, "Shaoan, look, what do you think of these exotic beasts I designed?" Can. Luan nodded slightly. Nothing else to say. The design is really cute. It has nothing to do with the ancient mountains and seas. Luan scratched his face and said, "Actually, I think it should be more realistic. There's nothing wrong with your overall design, it's just too cute. Especially since you designed fierce and domineering characters but gave them such cute appearances, I'm afraid many people will find it hard to accept." Luan hesitated and said again. "Aha. So that's it. Then I understand. Then I will design some cute characters. If you are a realist, then make friends with Shiha and Dijuan." Lu Bingyan giggled, then took Luan's arm and said, "Shaoan, shall we go shopping in the mall this afternoon?" Okay. Luan nodded and said yes. That's right. Let us go to our store first. Our franchise store opened quietly, and I don't know how the business is going. Lu Bingyan rubbed her hands and said, "I wonder if Sister Chanqian has been bullied by some boys." Is a problem. Luan agreed deeply. Thinking about. The two of them walked to the snack street. Many people took secret photos of them along the way. Lewin also said it didn't matter. Once everyone gets used to their own identities, everything will be fine. As long as it does not affect normal order. Just taking a few photos. It doesn't matter. If I had to bother dealing with things like this, life would be too tiring. Going shopping and enjoying delicious food with a sweet school beauty wife, isn't that great? This is delicious. This is delicious too. Why? It's just not as delicious as what you cook, husband. Lu Bingyan was like a little hamster. She took a bite herself and didn't give any to Lewin. She complained with puffy cheeks, but her words were not convincing at all. Eat slowly. Lewin chuckled and took a tissue to wipe the grease off the corners of her mouth. Be careful, your cheeks will get fatter and your face will become round. Ah. So you don't like cute little girls with round faces? Recent. Lu Bingyan also discovered it. I seem to have become rounder. The food every day was too much of a treat. Enjoy delicious food without any restraint. I eat until my belly is full after every meal. In addition, the amount of exercise is actually at the level of a normal person, and the consumption is not that great, so it seems reasonable to gain weight. After Lewin said this, she became a little anxious. If Lewin doesn't like the cute little girl with a round face, then she can only bear the pain and lose weight. Where is the delicious food? I like it. Lewin ruffled her silky hair and smiled gently. Of course I like you, a little cutie with a round face. But aren't you afraid of being called chubby? I don't mind. I am Mr. Lu's little cutie. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't hate it. Then I don't care about other people's opinions. Lu Bingyan pouted proudly and kissed Lewin on the face. Let's go to Lao Chen's beef noodle snack shop to eat beef noodles. Let me tell you, the beef noodles made by old Chen's family are so fragrant and delicious. I heard it's a recipe passed down in the family. Lu Bingyan chuckled. I just discovered it recently. Good. Lewin didn't care at all what others thought of them. With a warm smile on his face, he let Lu Bingyan pull him along and run on the street. Just like a pair of happy elves. Pure love, even a single person can't help but smile when seeing it. Lao Chen's beef noodles. That's right. That's the straightforward name of the shop. The only product is beef noodles. Authentic beef noodles. It's not the kind of beef noodles that can be made from a single cow for decades. Beef includes brisket, tongue, and offal. Take your pick, large portion is 28 yuan, small portion is 10 yuan. For the student party. This is quite affordable. Lewin also watched it. For 10 yuan, you get a large bowl of stewed noodles. On top of the noodles, there are 10 pieces of tender and chewy beef brisket, each 2 centimeters square, and a thick and fragrant minced beef topping. Generous portion. The selection of materials is also very particular. Based on a purely intuitive judgment, Lewin would give this bowl of noodles an 8. Lu Bingyan pulled Lewin to sit at an empty table and shouted, "Boss, 2 servings of beef brisket noodles, with 2 extra servings of beef brisket for each." Okay. This little girl who loves to eat is here again. Oh. I came with my boyfriend. This boy is really handsome. It just looks a little familiar. The proprietress was a woman in her 50s. After taking a look at Lewin, she went to the kitchen to place the order. At the same time, he took a deep look at Lewin, his eyes flashing with great doubt. Old man, is that boy the genius boy who was awarded the national medal? Let me see. The boss took a look through the dining table and said, wow, it really is. Chapter 75, Turmoil Caused by Virtual Game Trailer. The youngest national scholar. You actually came to my little shop to eat. The boss works very quickly and adds ingredients for free. The beef brisket is piled up like a small mountain. It looks so tempting. This beef brisket is too much. Lewin sighed softly. In this situation, there was no way he didn't know what was happening. The boss obviously recognized him. A large amount of beef brisket was specially added for him. How much should it cost? You have to give it to others. Lewin glanced at the price list posted on the wall. A serving of beef brisket costs 10 yuan. Look at what's in your bowl. At least 40 or 50 yuan. This bowl is equivalent to 4 small bowls. The boss must have recognized you. Lu Bingyan chuckled, picked up a piece of beef brisket and carefully passed it to Luan's mouth. saying with anticipation, "Try it, it's really delicious." Aha! Lewin was stunned for a moment, then opened his mouth and ate the beef brisket. Nothing else to say. The taste is indeed unique. No wonder it attracted the attention of Yen Yen, the little glutton. This meal. I enjoyed the meal very much. It was the looks from the people around him that made Lewin feel a little uncomfortable. Envious. Envy. Those fiery gazes seemed to want to burn him to ashes. From now on, try to avoid eating in crowded places. Lewin looked at Lu Bingyan, who was lying on the chair with a round belly after eating, and couldn't help laughing. She looks like a well-fed kitten. We. Lu Bingyan pouted and chuckled. No, I didn't eat much today. Took a short break. Lewin scanned the code to pay for the meal. Just take what you deserve. Not a penny less. Then, the two of them took a short rest in a nearby park and went to the exclusive experience store. From far away, the two people saw a long queue in front of the store and a video host standing at the door shooting video footage. It's quite lively. Lewin muttered, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and walked in through the back door. It was my mother who opened the door. You too, don't you have classes this afternoon? Mo Qianxi asked the two people with some surprise. No way. Lewin shook his head and walked into the store. Mom, how is it? Do you have any useful suggestions or something? Have. Quite a few. Mo Qianxi spread her hands and said, Xianxian wrote down a lot of suggestions up front. The functions of the smart wristband are already so powerful. There are still some shortcomings. Lu Bingyan was a little bit unbelievable. Entertainment. Lewin thought about it for a moment and understood the shortcomings of the wrist guard. That's the game. Although the wrist guard function is powerful, there is no compatible game. Even if there is, playing in projection mode always feels a bit stupid. If you are playing competitive games, the transparent projection will affect your judgment. As expected. After Lewin and his team studied the needs, 90% of the proposals were about games. That's the case. That's all we can do. Create 2 virtual games. The first one, Honghuang Shanhai, transforms it into a virtual world, similar to Sword Art Online, projecting the game scenes into the real world. With the corresponding equipment, you can see scenes that you cannot see normally. You can also enter the virtual world at the same time. The second one is a Honghuang Woolen RPG game based on the ancient mountains and seas, in which you can experience the pleasure of seeking immortality and walking on the sky. The second one can only be played in the virtual world and cannot be put into the real world. The equipment and technology are all readily available. You can do it directly. It's just that the nano printing station needs to be expanded again. He pondered for a moment. Jun, how is the optimization of the prehistoric mountains and seas going? Lewin summoned Jun and asked. It has been optimized, but to complete the real-world projection, we need an independent satellite. Jun was somewhat helpless about this. It would be best if we made it ourselves. Satellite. Lewin pursed his lips. This was not a difficult task. The third-level civilization battlecruiser contains the relevant technology, and he can make it independently. The most important thing is that this satellite does not need a transport rocket at all. With the help of the space engine, the ascent speed is enough to completely escape the Earth's gravity. Wait a moment. Then I will build the satellite bigger. Wouldn't that make it a space station? Lewin scratched his chin and shook the thought away. That's settled then. Now we just have to wait for the park to be completed. Lewin thought for a moment and had Jun release a clip of Honghuang Shanhai on the official website, with the following caption: the first virtual reality game is already in development. The corresponding equipment is ready for mass production. We're just waiting for the completion of the industrial park. Everyone, please be patient and play the game on your old antique smartphone first. Pictures speak louder than words. It soon caused an uproar. Virtual game. This is the biggest dream and pursuit of many game fans. It's coming. Really. With the emergence of holographic projection, virtual games are not far away. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon. The most important thing is the equipment. Super cool technology warehouse. There are also simple and cool small pendants. Who would have thought? This thing just looks cool, without any complicated operation panel. It is a prop that leads people into the virtual world. 2 product concept images have been released. Naturally, it also reached the eyes of people abroad. Originally, artificial intelligence and smart wristbands had already had a huge impact on them. Make them feel that they are no longer the best and have lost their safe haven. And now, the emergence of virtual games became the last straw that broke the camel's back. People who have lost their minds are venting crazily on the internet. Xinxia is a dictatorship. Artificial intelligence and virtual games belong to the whole world. They must be made public. Oppose Xinxia's dictatorship and demand the disclosure of all advanced technologies. March, I want to march in opposition. Yes, I want to join too and oppose Xinxia's dictatorial policies. They only saw Xinxia's faults and never thought about their own faults. But so what? On Xinxia's side, keyboard warriors don't want to join the war. For scum. It's really cheap to argue with them. It makes absolutely no sense. Just as Lewin said, he likes to see them feel helpless and furious. Why? Don't say. It really feels great. I can't explain why, but it just feels good. No one is landing against them. Jumping around like a monkey. And on Xinxia's side. But they were all looking forward to the gaming equipment that Lewin mentioned. Teddy bear. The new empress frowned. Seeing Xinxia's continuous rise and breaking through technological barriers to reach new heights, she became anxious. In order to put the artificial intelligence into use, she contacted the great elder of Xinxia many times, but the result she got was always the same: the artificial intelligence belongs to Lewin, I have no right to interfere with his ideas. In fact, the underlying meaning is that it is useless for you to come to me. The person involved said that it is not open to foreign countries, and there is nothing I can do. Make the arrangements. I will go to Xinxia myself. The Mao Xiong Empress stood up. No matter what the cost, I must arrange for artificial intelligence and nuclear fusion. The Russian bear has not been in good shape in recent years. The land is vast and sparsely populated, the environment is harsh, and resources are extremely scarce. Now, winter is approaching. If a nuclear fusion power plant can be arranged, this winter will not be affected by the cold winter. Even if it's on loan. I also want to borrow it. Looking at Luan's information in her hand, the Mao Xiong Empress eyes showed a thoughtful and determined look. Chapter 76 Empress, Sophia. Spent an afternoon in the shop. Luan also collected a lot of useful inspiration. Just when he was about to go home with Yang Qianqian, the great elder suddenly called. This surprised Luan a little, and he quickly answered the call. Lu Bingyan also came over, her eyes full of admiration. Great elder. Great elder. Luan saluted respectfully. The unstandard military salute amused the great elder. Alright, we don't have to follow so many rules. I'm telling you that tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, Empress Sophia of the Russian Bear will come to talk to you about the nuclear fusion reactor, virtual games, and other matters. Luan was a little surprised. That cold, beautiful, and domineering empress actually came here in person. Russia hasn't been doing well in recent years. It's lacking energy, resources, and population capacity. It's not surprising that Empress Sophia has come here. Shaoan, no matter what, the Russians have been kind to us in the past. Now that we've risen, we can help them out. This is considered to be an understanding of the cause and effect of modern times. Of course, cause and effect are cause and effect, and money still needs to be earned. The great elder said so. Internationally, there are no absolute friends, only eternal interests. Xinxia is the only one who can think of the good things about others and keep them in mind. Become. Tomorrow, I will go to the airport to pick you up in person. If the other party has a good attitude, I don't mind giving them priority. Good. The great elder nodded slightly. Then he said again. Empress Sophia is only 26 years old and unmarried. If Yin Yan doesn't mind, you can actually consider marrying her. I will personally open this privilege for you. Don't. Luan immediately sensed the dark murderous aura emanating from Lu Bingyan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch as he waved his hands repeatedly. Forget it. I don't like strong women. Okay. I just mentioned it casually. That's it. The great elder chuckled and cut off the call. He then stood up and looked out the window at the fish pond, feeling somewhat depressed. Seriously, don't kids these days all like white-haired beauties? Maybe. Luan doesn't know her. Otherwise, how could this beauty, who is recognized as the most desirable to marry woman in the world, not have any appeal at all? Tomorrow at 8 o'clock? It's really quite early. Lewin touched his chin. After all, the emperor has committed himself to her. I must do a good job of presenting myself. As for the meeting place, just arrange it in the manner. Believe. This time the empress came in a private capacity. Otherwise, he wouldn't come to me directly. Think about it this way. There is actually nothing wrong with putting it in the manner. High standard venue. High standard service. It won't embarrass her. The emperor is visiting. Compared to Lewin and Lu Bingyan's calmness, Yang Qianqian was really not calm anymore. This student I like. First he became a national hero, then he had a close relationship with the great elder, and now even foreign emperors came to visit him. Think about it. I am a little proud of myself. This is a student I once met. Return to the manor. Lewin told Klaus about this and asked him to arrange a meeting place. At the same time, he also asked his elder sister and Li Chouan to wait at home tomorrow. Although the empress had something to ask of him, Lewin still felt some pressure. Night. Lewin went to bed early. 6 o'clock the next day. Mr. Li made a special phone call to urge Lewin to prevent him from oversleeping. In desperation. Get up early. He took Lu Bingyan, his sister, and Li Chouan to the airport. 8 o'clock. A passenger plane with the unique teddy bear logo printed on it landed at the airport. Only 2 people got off the plane. A woman in a gorgeous long dress, wearing a crown on her head, her white hair was somewhat dazzling in the morning light. He was accompanied by a female secretary in a black suit. I'm coming. Lu Bingyan pushed Lewin and said, don't be dazed. Cheer up and go over there. Good. Lewin felt helpless. He was actually a little surprised. He never expected it. The other person is really that young and beautiful. Welcome the Empress to the Magic City. Lewin gave an official greeting, then extended his hand, shook it gently, and immediately withdrew his hand. This woman's hands were even colder. It must be frozen. That's what Lewin thinks. Welcome, Empress. Lu Bingyan and the others also came over and greeted her. Sophia smiled slightly, agreed to everything, and then took off her crown. I came here today in a private capacity. We can just communicate as friends. Sophia speaks the Xinxiao language fluently, in authentic Mandarin. This made Lewin very surprised. Taking her and the secretary, they sat in the Lincoln together. As the host, Lewin said softly, it's early in the morning. The Empress and the secretary probably haven't eaten yet. How about we talk about other things after dinner? No problem. Sophia nodded slightly. I came here this time. If Lewin is willing to see her, it will be half the success. Manor. Sophia was still shocked. She didn't expect that Lewin would own such a large manor. There are also so many high-quality maids. And a butler who looks extraordinary. Please take a break, both of you. You can talk to my sister about nuclear fusion and artificial intelligence. I'm going to cook first. Seeing that she seemed very anxious, Lewin did not delay intentionally and let them chat before dinner. Mr. Lu cooks for me personally, and Sophia is really honored. Sophia was a little surprised, and even felt a little moved. This man is simply perfect. Handsome, good-looking, and can cook. The most important thing is to have an extremely intelligent brain. This head can withstand the global military force. Kitchen. Lu Bingyan followed in, and after closing the door, she patted her chest and said, wow, this sister's aura is truly terrifying. After all, she is the Empress. How could a woman who holds a high position and has no ability at all possibly convince others? Lewin laughed dumbly, that's why I like you more, a lovely and beautiful woman, warm and stress-free. Right. Lu Bingyan puffed out her chest proudly, then sat on the small stool. I'll help you pick the vegetables. Lewin prepared breakfast in an orderly manner. Outside, the Empress also tried it for the first time. Last night. The great elder has already greeted them. We intend to support Russia, but technical assistance is definitely not an option. However, there is no problem in directly selling the finished nuclear fusion reactor to Russia. Although artificial intelligence cannot be licensed to them, smart wristbands and games can be exported. The Empress heard it. It's still a bit unexpected. She had already prepared for the worst, but she didn't expect the other party to agree so easily. As for money, it doesn't matter. As long as we achieve nuclear fusion, Russia will be the second country to enter the nuclear fusion era. Although we cannot develop artificial intelligence on our own, we can at least enjoy the convenience brought by artificial intelligence. That's enough. Chapter 77: The Empress Who Lets Herself Go. What about after-sales service? The biggest problem is after-sales service. Nuclear fusion technology is mature. As long as there's no malicious attempt to dismantle or destroy it, it can operate for 300 years without any problem. Of course, if there really is a problem, please contact me directly and I will bring people over to repair it. As for the smart wristband, it definitely has after-sales service, and free repairs are available within 3 years. Lu Ningxuang smiled slightly. The price of the smart wristband, excluding tariffs, is 5,000 yuan per unit. A specially customized one is 9,888 yuan per unit. We will open a franchise store in your country, build a warehouse, and open an online sales channel. Games and AS can be purchased. As for the nuclear fusion reactor, you need to ask my brother, Lu, and frankly speaking, I don't quite understand the actual price of this thing. Lu Ningxuang felt helpless. No problem. It's still early. She had no intention of returning in one day when she came to visit. She had deliberately set aside 3 days to spend the summer. It now appears that negotiations will not take too long. The remaining time, she can also have a good rest for 2 days like a young woman. She had the support of the Prime Minister at home, and she had also obtained the most critical nuclear fusion reactor from Xinsha. Just for this reason, she had the right to apply for 2 days of leave. Solved the energy problem. The Russian bear can indeed breathe more steadily and recover its strength. Not long after, Luan brought more than a dozen exquisite dishes to the table. Sophia, sister Wan, Yen, come and eat. Okay. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly and enthusiastically pulled Sophia to sit at the dining table. My brother's cooking skills are very good, I believe you will like it. Thanks. Sophia looked around and said awkwardly, any wine? Forehead. Luan was stunned for a moment and exchanged glances with Lu Bingyan. Masaka, this empress is also a big alcoholic. But it's rare to have such distinguished guests. Luan still went to the wine cellar to get a few bottles of tribute wine. They are all fine tribute liquors. The degree is not low either. I think the empress would like it. As expected of a country with a rich food culture. As soon as the wine was filled, Sophia couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Lu, your cooking skills are really amazing. I want to marry you. This. Luan was very pleased with this and chuckled, it is really my honor, but I already have a wife. Of course, we can get along as friends. If you have the chance to come to Xinsha again, just come find me. I will definitely do my best to let you experience the charm of my Xinsha cuisine. Luan chuckled and raised his glass, cheers to our friendship. Cheers. Sophia is very domineering. 1 glass of wine, 1 gulp, and absolutely no fish. Maotai flavor liquor. To be honest, it's not very friendly to foreigners. But Sophia's expression didn't change at all, and she even seemed to enjoy it. As expected, the wine from Xinsha is enough to warm me up. Your gambling skills are neither too high nor too low, just right. Isn't the degree high? Luan grinned. He also drank it in 1 gulp and still felt like his stomach was on fire. The alcohol content of the tribute wine in my hand is 68 degrees. This is already the highest standard for Xinsha's appearance. I don't like vodka, and the vodka I was given had a very low alcohol content, just like a drink. Sophia explained briefly. Well, I think so. You are the supreme leader. If you are always drunk, it will be a big trouble. So, you'd better drink less. Luan silently changed her cup to a smaller one. And put the wine far away so that she wouldn't blow directly into the bottle in a hurry. After a meal, Sora and his men cleared the table. Sophia, who drank a bottle and a half by herself, was only slightly tipsy at this time. Still conscious. She just spoke a little louder and more domineeringly, Luan, I want your nuclear fusion reactor, a super large one, at least 20 of them. Tell me how much money it costs, I have money. 20 billion per tower. Luan had given this price careful consideration. For myself. This large reactor actually does not cost much, it can even be said to be cheap. But considering the technical content and significance of the product, the price of 20 billion is really not high. 20 billion. Not expensive. Acceptable. Secretary, draft the contract and sign it now. The nuclear fusion reactor is the big deal. As for future AS and other Anyon technology products, there is no need for that. However, as the boss, she directly marked out 2 large plots of land in the capital of the Russian Bear and authorized them to use them for free. Li Chouan was in charge of checking the contract. After confirming that everything was correct, he signed the contract and handed it to her. Sophia, this is a gift from Anyon Technology for you, the Empress Special Edition. Wow! I like this. Sophia smiled with satisfaction. Come on, let's add Taichu as a friend and keep in touch. As the most beautiful Empress. She directly set her smart butler to look like a Q version of herself. Unexpectedly. One day. We can add each other to the Empress friends list when we enter. Lu Bingyan was also a little surprised. Looking at Sophia, who was releasing her nature like a chatterbox, I feel a little distressed for some reason. It is really too difficult for a person in her 20s to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. By the way, Luan, when will these 20 buildings be completed? Sophia was looking forward to it. Such a large amount of work. At least 3 to 5 years, right? I've given you the design drawings. Just build the factory. I'll probably be able to finish production before the new year. Luan smiled calmly. As long as the production is completed and the installation is put into use, it will be done in about a week, provided that you have done the preliminary work well prepared. I see. A lot faster than I expected. Sophia excitedly covered Luan's hand and said, if it weren't for you, I would still be worried about energy. Although we have a vast land and a sparse population, and abundant natural energy reserves, it is extremely difficult to mine. With this nuclear fusion reactor, we can further develop the use of clean energy and completely reduce energy pressure. You have no idea how much pressure I was under before I came here. In order to obtain these strategically significant technologies, I was even planning to use the quickest possible method to ask for help. The slowest way. Luan and his friends were a little curious. Women, as one of the few young beauties standing at the top of the world, the only thing we can show off is our bodies. Sophia didn't feel ashamed and completely let herself go. As long as you can buy a nuclear fusion reactor, innocence doesn't matter. The pressure is just that great. Seeing the light, she wanted to give up everything and desperately grasp it in her hands. This. So desperate? Luan touched his nose and felt at the same time that the strategic significance of nuclear fusion was more terrifying than the development of artificial intelligence. Is the money I asked for a little too little? Luan looked at the Empress, who was letting herself go strangely, and muttered silently, forget it, let it be. If I suddenly regret it and make her crazy, I will be in real trouble. Chapter 78, The Great Evil. Then. The satisfied Empress, slightly tipsy, curled up on the sofa and fell asleep without any image. There was even a slight snoring sound. This is sleeping. The corners of Luan's mouth twitched. Didn't bother her either. He simply arranged a guest room for the secretary and the others, and then asked Sora to send the Empress to bed to rest. This Empress seems quite tired. Lu Bingyan took off her anti-fatigue glasses and put away the signed contracts. Now, the industrial park has not been fully built yet, but it has already received orders worth hundreds of billions of yuan. No one can match the speed of making money. This was still the stage where Luan did not want to sell the products to the outside world. If relevant channels are opened in the future, the speed at which money comes is as fast as the wind. After all, it is the highest level of existence. Luan sighed softly. Wearing the crown is a heavy responsibility. Sitting in this position, it's hard not to feel tired. 2. Lu Bingyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Hubby, I don't want you to be so busy every day in the future. I think so. I won't be so busy in the future. Luan touched his chin. I have my own sister in charge. In addition, all members in the future will be replaced by smart household robots. When running a company, there is no need to worry about backstabbing or anything like that. After all, our own company produces everything, all automatically. If we add some robots as basic labor, all that will be needed are the publicity department and the sales department. In fact, there is no need for the publicity department to exist. You control the entire internet, and netizens are always paying attention to your company's every move. The propaganda department will also be an idle department by then. So, I won't be busy at all. At most, he is needed for technical matters. Certainly. Even if I'm busy. Luan will also try his best to avoid being busy. He didn't like Lu Bingyan being alone at home. A home like this. It's not perfect. Not to mention, he really needs money. No worries about making money. Shaoan, you and Yin Yan have already obtained the marriage certificate. When are you planning the wedding? Lu Ningxuan walked down from upstairs, put the contract away, looked up, and asked casually, wishing they could become conjoined twins. The marriage certificate has been obtained. The wedding can't be delayed too long. Young people can't help themselves. Don't wait until you already have a baby. The wedding hasn't taken place yet. It must be completed within this year. Luan smiled mysteriously and said seriously, this wedding will definitely make women all over the world envious. Oh. Lu Ningxuan was a little surprised. Are you so confident? Right. It's how confident the child is. Wedding in outer space. Just ask, who else in this world can do it besides him? TSK. Seeing this, Lu Ningxuan couldn't help but click her tongue. Stinky little brother got married in the blink of an eye. Hee, fate can't be stopped. Luan chuckled and kissed Lu Bingyan on the face. The cute senior sister's face instantly turned red like an apple. She raised her little fist and gently knocked on Luan's chest, moaning, "Sister is watching, don't kiss me." Hello? This isn't a good idea for you. I didn't see that there is such a big person here. Do you want to do this? Keep sticking. Never mind. I don't want to play with you anymore. Lu Ningxuan left with a dark face. Certainly. I'm not angry about eating dog food. But this stinky little brother whom I have loved for so many years actually only wants a wife and not my sister. I'm so angry. Lu Ningxuan drove away angrily. Is my sister okay? Lu Bingyan was a little worried. Driving in a bad mood can easily lead to problems. It's okay. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. My sister is in a bad mood. I guess she will go to the gym. It's not a big problem. Really? Lu Bingyan was still a little worried. Seeing this, Luan chuckled and said, okay, don't think too much, let's go fishing at the beach. Etc. We want to go too. Sophia rushed down excitedly. After sleeping for half an hour, she was completely sober and jumping around vigorously. Her eyes, as deep as stars, were full of anticipation. Beach. She has been longing for this for a long time. Before I became the Empress, I loved going to the beach, but I had a heavy workload and not enough time. And after becoming the Empress, going to the beach has become a luxury. Although I went to the beach quite a few times, it was all for work, not for leisure and entertainment. People's livelihood, resources, environment, a lot of problems are waiting for her to deal with. I don't have the mood to fish or swim at the beach. Now I finally have time to have some fun, and if I don't fulfill my long-cherished wish, I would be really letting myself down. Become. Luan nodded, then I'll go over first. Yen, you guys change your clothes. After the fishing gear was prepared, Luan set off first. Klaus didn't follow this time, only Sara and Al did. The other maids all had their own duties, either resting or shopping, or staying in their rooms like stay-at-home girls. Willing to go to the beach. There was only Sara and Al. The two girls were also wearing swimsuits. Sara is wearing a pure white swimsuit without any fancy decorations, but when she wears it, it has a unique style and charm. The black one-piece swimsuit Al wore had a heart-shaped pattern on the chest that always revealed a great deal of evil, making it impossible to look away. And Luan, wearing a pair of big shorts, lying on a lounge chair, swinging the fishing rod, and fishing casually. Don't mention how comfortable it is. Master, don't you want to go play in the sea? Sora held a huge shark airbag, blinking his eyes and staring at Luan's perfect abdominal muscles, screaming in his heart, the more I look at the master's abdominal muscles, the more excited I am. Madam is really blessed. No. Luan waved his hand and raised his sunglasses. On the beach, leisurely sea fishing is the real enjoyment. Okay. Then you can play here. Al and I went swimming. Go ahead and relax. Luan waved his hand and glanced at Al, who was possessed of great evil. He hesitated and said, "Remind Al to bring a swimming ring. Her cushion is a bit dangerous." Ah! Sara was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what was going on. He rolled his eyes at Lewin and turned away. "Young master is an LSP, is it really that good to have a big cushion?" "Hey, hey." Lewin looked at her from behind, grinned, picked up the cold drink on the table, and drank it happily. The coolness that penetrated his heart flowed through his body, and he couldn't help but sigh, "This is life." Shawan. Ding dang dang. Isn't it beautiful? This time, Lu Bingyan wore a sexy style. The purple swimsuit is mysterious and noble. The staggered design covers the privacy to the greatest extent while also revealing more skin. As long as the woman standing on the beach, the woman wearing this swimsuit is the brightest sun, attracting everyone's attention. Fortunately, this is a private beach. There is only one man, Lewin. Otherwise, Lewin would definitely take Lu Bingyan to change into a swimsuit as soon as possible. Pretty. Lewin raised his thumbs up, "Sexy, mysterious, and with your unique purity, this feeling makes people want to eat you up." "Yeah." Lu Bingyan giggled, blushing as she walked to Lewin, bent down, and whispered in Lewin's ear, "Well, I'll wait for you tonight. This is a hint for me, okay?" Lewin was excited. He stared at Lu Bingyan with increasingly fiery eyes. Chapter 79 Sophia, I admire you, I admire you. What are you talking about? Feel the atmosphere, a little subtle sweetness. Sophia and the secretary came over. Both of them have hot bodies. Swimsuits are also very popular. There was so little fabric that Lewin wondered whether it was a swimsuit or sexy lingerie. Mao Mei. It's just unrestrained. Lewin touched his nose, muttered softly, and then smiled, "Nothing, Yen Yen asked me to put sunscreen on her." Oh. Sophia's eyes fell on Lewin's abdominal muscles, and then she looked at Lewin without any concealment. She originally thought that Lewin was a very thin person. "I didn't expect that this body of tendons and muscles would be so perfect. This body is so perfect that it seems it shouldn't exist in this world." Gurgle. Sophia swallowed her saliva and admitted that she was an LSP and was attracted to Lewin. This guy's build. How was it practiced? Swish. From now on, when I look for a man, I must find one with this kind of figure. My husband's car is in great shape. Lu Bingyan showed off with some pride. He even touched Luan's abdominal muscles hard. Isn't it too obvious that you're showing off? Sophia was a little depressed. Although she also wanted to touch it. But, after all, she is the empress of a country. Even if she is on vacation, she cannot really touch the abdominal muscles of her partner. Even though this is a private beach, she still has to be reserved. Only. But she didn't know. Her unrestrained swimsuit seemed quite unreserved to Lewin. Fishing. Lewin was just trying it out. With his skills, fishing is a pure waste of time. It's really like Zheng Taigong fishing, where those who are willing to take the bait will be caught. So, after fishing for a while, Lewin simply threw the fishing rod aside, dived down, and dived to the bottom of the shallow sea. The sea area around his private beach is well maintained, and the natural ecological balance is perfect, so much so that you can even see lobsters with bared fangs and claws demonstrating towards him. Although it is not big. But the advantage was that it was very energetic, so Lewin didn't hesitate and grabbed it in his hand. Then he floated to the surface and put it in a bucket on the beach. This thing weighed only about 1 pound. If you use it to eat. This one is still a little less. Since there can be one in this area, there will be a second one. Go down and look for it again. Bring a few more. Lewin touched his chin and went into the sea again. After going back and forth several times. Caught 10 lobsters. It should be a nest of lobsters. The two big ones weigh about 4 or 5 pounds and are more than 1 meter long. Not bad. Lewin was really satisfied now. Lu Bingyan noticed it when Lewin was catching lobsters. Now seeing that Lewin had no intention of going into the sea again, he ran over and said, "Shawan, you are amazing. You actually caught so many." Not bad. Lewin laughed, "These lobsters are so stupid." Are you that stupid? Lu Bingyan was a little curious and stretched out her slender fingers to poke the lobster's big claws. Ouch. It hurts so much. Husband. It pinched my finger. Originally, Lewin had been paying attention to her, but he didn't expect that this cute little wife was actually pinched. Snap! Lewin's move was as fast as lightning. In an instant, the pliers were crushed and the pinched finger was saved. Lewin held her bleeding finger in his mouth distressfully. After a while, he let go and looked at the injured finger. He asked distressfully, "Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. I mean, I want to eat it." Lu Bingyan's eyes were full of charm. She pointed at the lobster with a red face and said angrily, "I want it braised." "Good." Lewin nodded seriously and said viciously, "We will eat its entire family and leave no one behind. This lobster is terrible." Lu Bingyan leaned coquettishly in Lewin's arms, seeking comfort. "They are so uncouth." Sophia was very angry. "I am the empress of a country. Although I have a request for your help, you are being too disrespectful to me. Showing affection while treating me like air. Feel. The beach is not that fun anymore." Sophia looked at her secretary, who was more cheerful than herself, with a melancholy face. "Oh. But she is the woman most wanted to be married in the world." However, her beautiful eyebrows seemed worthless in front of this person. There was only his wife in front of him. There is no room for other women, in her opinion. With so many high-quality maids around this man, it is inevitable that he will be romantic. Unexpectedly. He really is a virgin. There is only this one woman in my heart, and I love her deeply. We played until noon. Lewin asked Klaus to take the lobster back and process it. He specifically brought out the one with the crushed claws. "This one will be braised." "Okay." Klaus nodded, didn't ask any questions, and went back with the lobster. "Look up." After taking a look at the girls who were having fun, Lewin shook his head helplessly and lay down on the recliner to continue enjoying the slow-paced life of a leisurely old man. Hey. Close your eyes for a while." Then I heard Lu Bingyan's light giggle. In laughter. Lewin pressed his sticky little hands directly on his chest muscles. The feeling made him shudder uncontrollably. He opened his eyes quickly and looked at Lu Bingyan, whose hands were covered in sunscreen. The corners of his mouth twitched. "Are you going to put sunscreen on me?" "Yes." Lu Bingyan stared at Lewin with a smile, raised her hands to make cat paws, giggled, then pounced on him and smeared the sticky sunscreen all over Lewin's face. Hiss. The cold touch, coupled with the two profound truths, made Lewin completely dumbfounded. An inexplicable impulse made him react instantly. Ah. Originally, they were dressed quite simply. Lu Bingyan naturally felt the reaction below, and her pretty face instantly turned red. She didn't dare to move, her eyes like spring water, and she said quietly, "Stinky husband, you hit me. Feel sorry. I didn't mean it." Lewin pursed his lips, swallowed his saliva, and continued to empty himself, allowing the little brother to finally relax. "Sorry, It's okay." Lu Bingyan moaned softly and quickly stood up, not daring to look at Lewin. For a while. Lewin didn't dare to look at Lu Bingyan, his eyes were a little vague. Lu Bingyan was shy and embarrassed, standing beside Lewin, at a loss. Sweet. It is too sweet. Are all the men and women in Xinxia so reserved? Even though I'm still a rookie. But she still felt that if you love someone, you just have to go for it without hesitation. Under the condition of mutual consent, the dry wood in raging fire can actually control the temperature and prevent it from burning. Isn't this uncomfortable? Aren't you afraid of getting hurt? Sophia was full of complaints. But there was envy in his eyes. There are really too few men like this. She was sure. If I find a husband myself and dare to do this, he will definitely not be able to control himself. Uncomfortable. How could such a smart man not be mine? Chapter 80. Sophia, I feel numb. Lunch. The one who enjoyed the meal the most was Lu Bingyan. Her beloved husband can take care of her in every possible way. Then. Sophia was stunned. It's clearly a table full of delicious food. Why does everything I eat taste like dog food? It's dry, cold, and hard to swallow. Everything I eat tastes bland. Only the secretary didn't think about anything else and was enjoying the food seriously. What is a man? What is love? Don't disturb me from eating. Those who work hard to eat, those who have a spirit of working hard to eat, those who work hard to eat are the best. I am the only one who suffers. I am bored. Sophia muttered in a lack of interest, Luan, I have to go back in the afternoon. Ah? Oh. Bon voyage. Luan didn't think much about it. No matter what, the Empress is also the ruler of a country, and a country cannot be without a ruler for a day. It's understandable that she wants to go back. After all, the matter has been completely settled. That's it. Just so bland. I am the Empress. Shouldn't you have said a few words to try to persuade her to stay? Sophia was in tears. But, once you say something, you can't take it back. He angrily bought up all the delicious food, then took a nap and left without any hesitation. Before leaving, Sophia thought for a moment and said, You too, come with me to Mausham today. Ah. Why? Luan raised his eyebrows slightly. It must be the store renovation and rectification. Other things can be delayed, but the popularization of AS cannot be delayed. Please. The Empress pleaded humbly. In fact, he just wanted to call Luan over and have some delicious meals with him. For delicious food. Humility, what does it matter? No. But Luan was still thinking about his wife's promise to wash his hands clean. You can't leave the house tonight. Why? Sophia asked anxiously. I am the Empress. Isn't it cute to beg for help pitifully? To be honest. Really not cute. The strong contrast even made Luan a little scared. I need to prepare the goods and go tomorrow morning. Luan made an excuse. There is nothing wrong with this reason. So that's it. Sophia thought for a moment and said, Then I won't leave. Let's go together tomorrow morning. Whatever. If you can sleep tonight, I lose. Luan curled his lips, complaining in his heart, how could this Empress be so ignorant? Forget it. If you don't want to leave, then don't leave. It is an honor for the Empress to come to my home. Just wait and see when I can trick her into becoming Shenxia's wife. Luan snorted proudly. While Luan was waiting anxiously. Finally. The night is picturesque. Luan listened to the sounds from the bathroom, his heart beating violently. There are expectations and also anxiety. After tonight, Yen Yen will completely belong to me. In the future, I will never let her down. Actually, Lu Bingyan is also very nervous now. After getting the certificate, she made up her mind to give her love completely to Luan. Today, she no longer hesitated. Her jade-like skin was covered with an alluring blush due to shyness and nervousness. She came out of the bathroom with misty water vapor, her eyes rippling with spring waves, a glance and a smile full of charm, and walked to Luan affectionately, saying softly, Husband, in the future, you are not allowed to bully me, you are not allowed to let me be lonely, you are not allowed to stay away from me, you must love me all the time, think of me, and I will do the same. In the gentle and melodious melody. The bedroom is full of beautiful spring scenery. The other side. Sophia was stunned. What did she hear? What did you hear? You did it on purpose. It was definitely intentional. Because she was temporarily staying in Xia Mingyao room, which was adjacent to Luan's bedroom. Although the sound insulation was good, she could still hear the joyful melody that sounded like crying in the quiet environment. This left her stunned for a moment. I was completely sleepless, staring at the ceiling, and constantly hypnotizing myself. I'm so tired, I'm going to fall asleep, I can't hear anything. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. 1 o'clock in the morning. The noisy sounds finally stopped. Luan looked at the exhausted Lu Bingyan with pity, kissed her lips gently, and pulled up the quilt to cover her. I'm sorry for making you tired. Her pretty face was like a ripe apple, and her beautiful eyes reflected a little moonlight. With a slight hum, Lu Bingyan closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. It finally calmed down. Sophia, whose spirit was about to collapse from the torture, listened quietly for a while. After confirming that there was no more trouble, she covered her head and fell asleep. I'm really tired. Luan was still savoring the moment. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he stretched lazily and just lay down. The system started beeping. Ding! Congratulations on completing the host's marriage with the Destiny's daughter and receiving the ultimate blessing, perfect offspring. Your Destiny's daughter will give birth to your perfect, beautiful, omniscient and omnipotent offspring. Ah! This. Luan was stunned for a moment. I quickly asked, System, what does this reward mean? If he analyzes it alone, he will definitely know what is going on. He just wanted to know when the child would be born. According to the physical analysis of the Girl of Destiny, the probability of pregnancy today is 100%. The system gave a stiff explanation. Ah, this. Okay. Lewin scratched his face. Here I am. I'm afraid he is not the male protagonist in the daddy story. A man of destiny who hits the mark with one shot. Not bad. Lewin felt a little proud. It seems. Small umbrella. Is it going to be useful? Goodbye. No fancy stuff. Shiha, monitor Yin-Yan's physical characteristics at all times, and notify me immediately if she shows any signs of pregnancy. Lewin gave Shiha an order. He had to pay attention to this. Perfect and omniscient, omnipotent. These 8 words are quite terrifying. It just so happens that I'm going to the Russian's place tomorrow. Although Yin-Yan would accompany him, they were both home-loving people and wouldn't think about such things when they were outside. Strive for it. Stay there longer. Lewin made up his mind, then put on his clothes and went downstairs to make soup. I had heavy bleeding for several hours today. If you don't nourish yourself, your body will have problems. As a good man, Lewin would definitely not let his wife suffer this kind of pain. The main ingredient used for making soup this time is black chicken. A good-handed nourishing yin and replenishing blood. In rural areas, when a new baby is born in the family, black chicken or old hen soup is made for the woman who has given birth. Certainly. It is also possible that some people's husbands' families are not very good. Nothing will be given. There is not even the most basic brown sugar water. Think of this. Lewin thought of a poor woman in his village. Fortunately, the ending was very good. The whole family was kicked out of the house, and all the properties and money were given to this woman. Hi. It is said to belong to. It would be better to say that this was all saved bit by this woman. Come for love, leave with nothing. I tried my best and finally had a farm and a house, but in the end, my husband was doing something illegal and my elders were mean and sarcastic like vampires. Hey. Pity. Now he has been driven out of the village. That's right. Driven out of the village. All villagers agreed that they should be kicked out of the house and the village. Sometimes, when certain inherent factors fail to protect you, your neighbors will lend a helping hand. Although, sometimes comparison and gossip are unavoidable. However, the vast majority of rural people are simple and kind-hearted. Carefully processing the black chicken, Lewin thought for a while, and washed a few large red dates and wolfberries. Clear soup is enough for Yin-Yan's body. Lewin did a lot this time. When Yin-Yan couldn't finish her drink, she gave it to Sophia as compensation for deliberately making her feel uncomfortable. Sitting in the kitchen. Pay close attention to the heat. At the same time, I was also thinking about what to make for breakfast to replenish Yin-Yan's energy. So that she won't feel tired all day. Medicinal food. The delicious and tasty Sanyuan soup is great. Chapter 81. The bear is very enthusiastic. 8 o'clock in the morning. Lu Bingyan opened her hazy eyes, and her delicate eyebrows wrinkled due to the aching body. She looked around but did not see Lewin, which made her feel a little lost. Bad guy. He doesn't feel sorry for me at all. It smells so good. Getting closer and closer. Sudden. The rich fragrance made her brows relax. Even the fatigue in my body was restored by this rich fragrance. Wake up. Being intoxicated. Lewin carefully opened the door and walked in, holding a tray in his hand. The rich aroma was emanating from the tray. What's this? Lu Bingyan blinked. His bright eyes sparkled with intelligence, and there was a trace of crystal clear saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. He looked so adorable. Ha ha. It's just some nourishing soup. Lewin put the plate on the table and picked up a bowl of fragrant and smooth black chicken soup. This is the black chicken soup I carefully brewed. It is absolutely nutritious. The wine looks delicious. Lu Bingyan stretched out her hand impatiently. But Lewin stopped him. Let me feed you, don't move. Okay. Lu Bingyan opened her mouth happily. Ah. Lewin looked at her as if he saw a crying baby bird. He chuckled, blew the chicken soup cool skillfully, and fed it to her slowly, spoonful by spoonful. After drinking all the chicken soup and Sanyuan soup, Lu Bingyan finally recovered her strength. She got up full of energy, took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and followed Lewin downstairs with a radiant look. Downstairs restaurant. Sophia and the secretary bought up all the soup that Lewin had made. No way. It was Lewin who made them suffer last night. Especially after seeing the radiant Lu Bingyan, Sophia gnashed her teeth and said, "I'm losing my mind." "You two, just take off." "Lewin has eaten and set off right after eating," Sophia asked with a dark face. "Good." Lewin raised his chin proudly and looked at Sophia provocatively. "I told you to leave, but you didn't, so you deserve to be tortured. This time I'm going abroad." Lewin only set out with Lu Bingyan. In comparison, Sophia's private plane has a stronger office atmosphere, and all the decorations are designed for office use. Even the bathroom is like this. He is worthy of being the ruler of a country. There's no peace even in flying a plane. Lewin has privileges when it comes to passports and so on. As long as both countries give permission, he can fly anywhere he wants. Not long. Kaohsiung Capital Airport. A group of important officials were waiting at the airport with great anticipation. They didn't get much news. "I just received a notice that Lewin, the founder of artificial intelligence, will come to the country with the Empress." This made them unable to help but imagine. After all, Lewin is young and handsome. The Empress is unparalleled in beauty. If something really happens. In fact, it is just as they wish. With Lewin as the son-in-law, the strength of the Russian bear can also make a qualitative leap. Such a grand ceremony. Lewin looked at the large group of Russian bosses who came to pick him up at the airport in disbelief, and walked off the plane holding Lu Bingyan's hand. "Warmly welcome, Mr. Lu." The language of the Russian bear sounds awkward, but when he roars, he is quite powerful. Lewin was startled. The roar was too sudden. "Oh, everyone is really enthusiastic." Lewin's mouth twitched, and he nodded with a smile. "I don't know what to say." "Just smile and nod, that's right." Mr. Lu's visit this time is mainly to build future AS branches in our country and a centralized warehouse for online sales. At the same time, he will conduct an on-site inspection to finalize the construction of the nuclear fusion base on West Street. The Empress had just finished speaking. The scene was silent for a moment, and then there was joy. Then an older man quietly walked up to Sophia and said, "Empress, could it be that you?" He knew the Empress's determination in this visit. As Prime Minister, he couldn't bear it. In his eyes, Sophia is just like his own daughter. Shouldering heavy responsibilities, he lost his own youth. "No." Sophia sighed helplessly. "If there is, it would be great, but unfortunately, I only love my wife." To be honest, Sophia really envied Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan is very smart, but she is just an ordinary genius, much inferior to her. Real appearance. Even Lewin admitted that Lu Bingyan was not as good as her. Even so, he never had any thoughts about her. Why? The Prime Minister sighed softly, his expression complex as he said, "Being friends is enough. You've done a great job, making us the second country to have a nuclear fusion base, and also the second country to use the future AS, Anyan technology products. The people will appreciate your efforts." This time, Sophia's success and the good friendship she has established with Lewin can completely consolidate her throne. After all, women rule. There are too many people who are dissatisfied and they may even be ridiculed internationally. The Russian men are not capable enough and they actually need women to take charge. The better Sophia is, the more so. And now, there will definitely be no complaints in the country. As for what outsiders think, it doesn't matter. The more you shout, the happier you are. That means they are more sour. They envy. They are jealous. So, no matter what request Lewin made, they all agreed. At the same time, they mobilized their greatest efforts to build a physical store and a huge warehouse for Lewin. There is no need for Lewin to intervene at all. Lewin felt helpless about this. After thinking for a long time, the only thing he could come up with was the future AS private customized version. Although it's not something valuable. However, for officials and businessmen, this is already the most perfect thing. A pure gift from a friend. Without any impurities. The store can be used directly. The warehouse takes 3 days to build. This warehouse is very big. Equivalent to a football field. In order to avoid embarrassing Sophia, Lewin chose an address in the suburbs of the capital. When building a warehouse, Lewin also prepared 500,000 units of ordinary Future SA and high-end version of Future AS in the country. It is expected that once the warehouse is built, the goods can be delivered and sold. At the same time, after finalizing the sales time, Sophia also used this free time to hold a press conference. On the same stage with Lewin, announced that they too were about to enter the future era of nuclear fusion. Become the second country to use the Future AS. For a while, there has been much discussion both at home and abroad. The official website of Anyun Technology in China also released this news and the reason. The Empress actually came in person to ask for help from Lu Xun in a private capacity. How magnanimous is this? The United States can't do that. Is he as beautiful as the Empress? Pick your nose. I wonder if Lu Xun can win over the Empress. God, Lu already has goddess Yen Yen, that's for sure. Yes, the Empress belongs to the whole world. Don't say. Exclude political factors. The Empress has a lot of fans who love her looks. Chapter 82, clearing the shelves in a second and a half. 3 days. It's over in the blink of an eye. These 3 days in the Russian bear's house. The reward Lewin received for signing in was pretty good. Gave the game production engine. This thing can perfectly fit in with the intelligence system he created, making games a foolproof process. Only this thing. Have to move it later. There are a lot of things that are not finished now. Then there is a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain and one of the 10 famous swords, Xixing Long Yuan. Lewin likes both kinds of things. Objects with a sense of history are more valuable than money. Both items were taken back by Klaus himself. And today, this is the time when his will be put on sale in Maxiong in the future. First time on sale. Lewin didn't release too much goods. This is not the hunger marketing that Lewin wants. The productivity is simply good. The production capacity of Xia Group's OEM business can only barely meet the domestic needs. Currently, only 300,000 products have been shipped to Russia. There are only 10,000 high-end versions. This is the physical store. Luanji has prepared 1,000 high-end models and 30,000 ordinary versions. The rest are all posted online. In this way, there is also a certain degree of fairness. The sales start time is uniformly set at 10 a.m. Empress Sophia was present in person. The people queuing outside the door were even more excited, staring at Sophia standing at the sales position, especially the sign in front of her, receive 10 customers, shake hands and take photos. This was not what Lewin had thought of. But it was Sophia who proposed it herself. Empress, isn't this a good thing for her? Lu Bingyan hesitated. Could it be that the reporters from the United States and the British Empire are spreading rumors? Won't. Lewin glanced at the reporters who had been waiting here for a long time and laughed nonchalantly. They dare not. Just that confident. These media outlets are all bullies who only bully the weak and fear the strong. Lewin's artificial intelligence is like a sharp sword, hanging over their heads, and it may fall at any time. This drop. What was lost was not only a media outlet, but also the reputation of the country and one's own life. They also wanted to continue to create public opinion to pressure Lewin to disclose his scientific and technological achievements, but the reality was cruel. Lewin was not afraid of them at all. They may be wiped out at any time. Not to mention the mysterious nano-weapons. That thing is even more powerful than Iron Man in the movie. The most terrifying thing is that it can be absolutely invisible and cannot be detected by vision, radar, or various instruments. Facing such an enemy, the only option is compromise. Even though the relationship between the Empress and Lewin was a perfect wave of public opinion, they did not dare to intervene. Assassin. In the country of the Russian bear, countless people stayed on the official website, watching the countdown closely. They all want to be the first users. Getting AS means a lot of traffic is coming to you. It is also a symbol of entering the future era. Same city. Point of sale for Fruit mobile phones. It's so desolate. No one came near at all. The presence of AS in the future will be too strong. If this groundbreaking product did not exist, they believe that Apple phones will definitely be able to occupy 70% of the Russian mobile phone market share. But what a coincidence. The future AS will come so suddenly. This directly caused them to lose the bear market. After all, with more advanced products that are so cheap, no fool would buy backward and expensive products. Prepare to open the door. Lewin gave instructions to the store manager and employees. For a while, everyone was facing a serious enemy. The store manager and waitresses are both retired female soldiers. Obedience, action, first class. The clock struck 10. Computer version. Physical stores are all open for purchase. Got it, ha, the one who has been single for 28 years wins with his hand speed. In the Maoxiong forum, someone was the first to show off. Screenshot of successful order. Nearly 300,000 pieces of goods were sold out online in less than 2 seconds. Many people were unable to buy it. Then all they can do is watch people who bought it on the forum show off, their eyes red with envy. The speed in the store is also very fast. Just half an hour. All the goods in the store were completely sold out. The store manager, the staff, and even the veterans now felt their legs trembling. These customers are really crazy. Regardless of anything and without asking the price, they just threw the money, took the goods, and left, then desperately crowded towards the Empress. So scary. Sophia decided not to hold these handshake meetings anymore. Girls are okay. A gentleman is fine. But the key is, these men simply wanted to take advantage of her. It made her feel very uncomfortable. Respect is absolute respect. However, the Empress still found it difficult to accept being treated as an object of sexual desire. The second batch of goods. We still have to wait for a while. From now on, every week, 300,000 units of the standard version and 100,000 units of the high-end version will enter the warehouse. On sale every Sunday at 10 o'clock. After a month, sales volume will be gradually expanded. Night. Celebration banquet. As the Empress, Sophia still shamelessly approached Lewin. To this, Lewin is no longer surprised. Lu Bingyan just found it funny. The Empress usually comes to their place on time. No meal is missing. Today's celebration banquet. She had this share originally. Sister Sophia, you come to my house so often that I'm starting to be wary of you. Lu Bingyan said this deliberately. The faint tone of voice made Sophia's heart jump. She felt as if she had been caught cheating, which made her feel a little embarrassed and guilty. Ahem, well, you guys are leaving soon, so just feel sorry for me, my dear sister. I'm afraid that if you keep coming to my house like this, my husband won't be able to control himself. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes at Sophia, then burst out laughing at her uneasiness. I'm just teasing you, sister. I still believe in your character as the ruler of a country. What's more, I trust my husband. Hey. Sophia sighed depressedly, and turned her depression into appetite. She frantically swept up the delicacies on the table, not caring at all about getting fat. Be sure to make back your money before they leave. That was Sophia's only thought. Fortunately, I also established a sisterhood with Yen Yen. After a few years, I abdicated. You can go to Xinxia to retire. Eat for free every day. Sophia fantasizes like this. After the celebration banquet, Lewin gave a big red envelope to the store manager and the staff, which made them flattered. I have more respect for Lewin. I swore in my heart that I must do this job well. What are you planning to do tomorrow? Sophia will be very busy tomorrow and won't be able to accompany them to stroll around the capital. Tomorrow, we plan to go camping in the surrounding mountains. Lewin chuckled, so, I need to borrow a car and a driver's license. It's easy. Our country is vast and sparsely populated. We can see unusual clouds on the top of the mountains. Sophia was still very confident about this. She chatted with Lewin for a few more words and then said goodbye and left. Chapter 83 Camping Adventure. Go camping in the wild. This was not a sudden idea on Lewin's part. But waiting to see if Lu Bingyan is pregnant. So, it's a rare opportunity to come abroad. It would be a shame for yourself if you don't have fun. There are really a lot of mountains on the Russian side. The mountains and rivers are majestic, unlike the graceful and elegant Xinxia. Desolate, solemn and heavy, this is the wonders of nature. Lewin and his group acted randomly. After driving for 2 days and 2 nights, we arrived at the foot of an unknown mountain. The gurgling stream rushes down from the top of the mountain. The agitated water droplets reflected in the air created a colorful rainbow. It's so beautiful. The mountains and rivers here in Maoxiong really have a unique flavor compared to the mysterious ones on our side. Lu Bingyan stepped barefoot in the cold stream, watching the fearless fish kissing her white and tender feet. Sexy fish. Lu Bingyan's pretty face flushed slightly. She walked out of the stream and rolled directly to the ground. She raised her hands and patted her side, asking Luan to lie down with her. Luan chuckled and lay down as well. Lu Bingyan rolled into her arms, giggling and squinting her eyes as she looked at the whiter sky and the three-dimensional clouds. I'm afraid this feeling can only be seen in Tibet. Ah. Luan nodded slightly. Squinting his eyes, he looked at the sky and saw the golden light passing by. He was slightly stunned. Wow, I actually found a rare species here. What? Lu Bingyan looked around curiously, but did not find any living creatures. A pair of golden divine eagles. Luan chuckled. Want to see it? Think. The golden eagle that my husband calls a rare species is definitely not an ordinary golden eagle. Watch me. Luan stood up, stretched out his left arm, and then let out a sharp long howl towards the sky. This sharp, heavy roar revealed majesty and dominance. Soon, two golden streaks of light appeared in Lu Bingyan's sight. The golden feathers sparkle in the sun, revealing dignity and majesty. The wingspan of these two golden eagles reaches 4 meters, and their body size is almost twice that of an ordinary adult golden eagle. Soaring in the sky, they are like small fighter jets, full of oppression. Wow! Lu Bingyan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, these two golden eagles must have mutated. They actually have pure golden feathers and are so huge. Oops. They swooped down. Such a divine sculpture. The diving posture is really a bit scary. But Luan was not afraid and spread his arms calmly. His eyes were fixed on the sharp eyes of the two golden eagles. Gah! The calls of this pair of golden eagles are similar to those of the red-tailed hawk, but are deeper, longer, more penetrating and more intimidating. Is the cry of a golden eagle so domineering? Lu Bingyan, who was hiding behind Luan, suddenly questioned with a pale face. In her impression, the cry of a golden eagle sounds like the crowing of a chick, which is quite inconsistent with its huge size. Just as she was asking in confusion, two golden eagles stood on Luan's arms, one on the left and one on the right. Heavier than expected, the claws are powerful and large. If his physique had not been strengthened to the extreme, his upper arm would have been broken by this claw. I'm afraid it weighs about 30 kilograms. Single. Luan raised his eyebrows. Don't these two have any worries about food here? Otherwise, it would be impossible to develop so well. So handsome. Seeing the two golden eagles standing obediently on Luan's arms, Lu Bingyan was full of admiration. Husband, you are really amazing. You can even call down wild golden eagles. Ha ha. Good. Luan laughed heartily, and after observing the pair of golden eagles for a moment, he said softly, Do you want to touch them? If you do, we'll let them go. They are spirits of nature, and we can't keep them around. Ah. Let it go. Lu Bingyan felt a little regretful. She was also thinking of keeping these two golden eagles and taking them back to keep the White King and his 4 little ones company. Speaking of which, the White King and his 4 little ones are so pitiful. I have to play with my sister all day long. And also being masturbated by my own mother and grandmother. It feels like they are going to become bald bosses at such a young age. This pair of golden eagles is a miracle of nature. Stay around. It's like having broken wings, they will die soon. So that's it. Okay then. Lu Bingyan carefully stroked the wings of the two birds and said, My little cuties, you must grow up obediently. You are not allowed to be close to your relatives, because there are bad guys who want to catch you. After touching it for a while, Lu Bingyan said contentedly, Hubby, thank you for your hard work. Let them go. Luan shook his arms, and the two birds soared into the sky. After circling above their heads for a while, they disappeared into the clouds on the top of the mountain with a long whistle. Old husband. Why is there a bear here? Lu Bingyan's voice suddenly trembled. She pulled Luan's clothes tightly and pointed across the stream. Luan raised his eyes and looked over. This is an adult brown bear. 2 meters long. Judging from his weight, he must be at least 400 kilograms. Only. The bear was clearly not hungry. He just looked up at them, then leisurely walked into the stream, raised his paw, and caught several big fish on the shore with one paw. Caught a fish. The bear actually smiled and even glanced at Lewin and the others, looking very proud. This brown bear has become a spirit. Lu Bingyan widened her eyes. Caught a few fish. The brown bear twisted away. Without any nostalgia. This. Lu Bingyan looked at the brown bear in disbelief after it showed off briefly and then left. Why do the animals here seem so different? It's indeed a little different. Lewin touched his chin and muttered, maybe it's because our Xinxia doesn't allow spirits to become spirits. Ha ha. Maybe it's possible. Lu Bingyan thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. She couldn't help but laugh and said, Husband, do you think our little tiger will be very spiritual? That's for sure. Lewin is still very confident in the system. The 4 little ones rewarded by the system must be extraordinary. Beep beep beep. While talking, an uncle drove by in an off-road vehicle. When he saw them, he stopped the car, honked the horn, and greeted them, Friends of Xinxia, are you here camping? Yes. Lewin and the others responded with a smile. After seeing the appearance of Lewin and the other person, the uncle couldn't help but exclaimed, jumped out of the car, ran quickly to the 2 people, and said excitedly, Mr. Lewin, Ms. Lu Bingyan, welcome to our Mao Xiong. Thanks. Lewin was stunned for a moment and quickly thanked him. I was still a little surprised. I actually have fans too. Mr. Lu, I'm also here for a picnic with my wife and daughter. If you don't mind, can we go together? The uncle said with some anticipation, well, it would be best if we could take a photo together. That's fine. Lewin did not refuse. Very good. The uncle happily extended his hand. Mr. Lu, let me introduce myself again. My name is Igor, you can just call me Igor. My full name is a bit long, and it's a bit difficult for Xinxia people to pronounce. Thanks. Nice to meet you, Mr. Igor. Lewin shook hands with him seriously. This is the first wild fan I met in a foreign country. How can we not cherish it? Chapter 84 Men's Pleasures. The uncle is a food blogger. It is quite famous on foreign video websites. Today, he came here first to accompany his wife and daughter and enjoy a happy and warm family camping. The second is to shoot video footage. At the invitation of Uncle, Lewin and Lu Bingyan drove along a private road and arrived at a small house halfway up the mountain. This is the land that the uncle bought. Standing on the cliff and looking around, you can see towering mountains and rolling sea of clouds. Looking up, you can see the blue and mirror-like, vast and boundless sky. This kind of scenery is hard to see in Shanghai. For Lu Bingyan, it was still quite novel. She stood on the edge of the cliff, holding the railing and shouting loudly. Shouting in the mountains or at the top of a mountain can help to release the negative energy accumulated in the body and make the body and mind more relaxed and refreshed. The uncle's daughter is a little introverted. Looking at Lu Bingyan, he blinked his eyes, hesitated for a moment, then ran to her side, made trumpet shapes with his hands, and shouted loudly. The echo of the childish voice reverberated between the mountains and rivers, startling countless birds into flight. The little cutie has a really nice voice. The baby voice really makes people inexplicably happy. Lu Bingyan was so fond of it that she squatted down, pinched the little cutie's face, and murmured to herself, it would be great if my child could be as cute as Angelina in the future. Yan Yan and Mr. Lu are both so good looking, the child will definitely be even better looking. Oh, Nora smiled gently. She is quite proud of her daughter's appearance. Of course, she herself is quite good looking. Only, why does the atmosphere between 2 men always feel a bit depressing? Oh, Nora looked at her husband, scratched her face, walked to Lu Bingyan and whispered, Yan Yan, is Mr. Lu a good cook? Ah, yes. Even the head chef of a star-rated hotel in China might not be a match for my husband. Lu Bingyan responded with a smile, then glanced at the 2 men who were in an extremely heated atmosphere. Well, men always seem to be full of energy for inexplicable things. Real. Just like a little kid. Nora was a little amused. Mr. Lewin is okay, he is only 18 years old. It is the age of competitiveness, and when faced with growth, there is a strong desire for challenges. But you, Igor, are already in your 30s or 40s. As for what? But it's quite interesting. My husband probably wants to show off his most proud skill in front of his idol. They are all children. Lewin was actually a little confused. because he doesn't know much about the eating habits of the Russians. The seasoning prepared by the uncle looks really, really simple. The main seasonings seem to be only red wine, black pepper, and salt. Lemons should also be considered. Although pursuing the original flavor of ingredients is what chefs pursue, but diversified flavors should be able to better appreciate the greatness of ingredients. One ingredient, when combined with different seasonings, has a variety of flavors, and is not simply used to make one or several major types of dishes, with very few details. Then, the invisible competition began. Uncle Igor wanted Lewin to taste their local specialties. Lewin wanted his uncle and his family to enjoy Shinshia's diverse cuisine. The atmosphere became more lively again. A helpless smile appeared on Lu Bingyan's delicate face. What's going on? This sudden passion. But so handsome. This time, Lewin chose mapo tofu, dongpa pork, and spicy chicken. Because the ingredients he prepared this time were limited in time. Otherwise, he would have just come up with the top 10 famous dishes. As for Igor is good at all kinds of grilled meat, smoked meat, and stewed meat. It can be said that he can't live without meat. This time when he went out, his first choice was the lamb. Then, there are big slices of beef. The pickling method is also very traditional. Yogurt, black pepper, green onions, ginger, and a generous pinch of salt. Lewin demonstrated his unrivaled knife skills. Angelina, the little girl watching, was full of admiration. Brother, the way you chop vegetables is so handsome. This knife skill is simply abnormal. Oh, Nora was also amazed. In comparison, her husband's knife skills seemed a little too simple. This is the gap between top chefs and amateurs. Yen, how did your husband develop such good knife skills? He can even cut tofu into cubes of the same size so quickly and swiftly. And how do you keep the pieces of meat similar in size when deboning chicken? When I see my husband cutting up beef and mutton, I feel like he's very skilled. But now take a look. My husband's level seems to be just the best in the hobby group. Compared with professionals, there is still a big gap. It flows smoothly and is also very ornamental. It's like an extremely refreshing artistic performance. Well enough. Lu Bingyan smiled with great pride. That's just the beginning. If it weren't for environmental restrictions, my husband can be even better. This is just the level that an average chef can achieve. The basic skills of a chef. Don't brag. Because it will take a while to cook. Nora took her daughter and Lu Bingyan to wander around the mountains. This area is private. There is no need to worry about safety. Wolves, bears, and other ferocious carnivores have been driven out of the safety net. It is basically impossible to break in. After all, this is where people live. There is no way the uncle would allow any danger to occur. The walls are made of extremely solid steel columns and welded steel bars. The walls are 3 meters high and it is difficult for large carnivores to break into. Wait until they come back. Lewin and his team have already prepared all the delicious food. Drinking together. This time we drank the red wine brewed by the uncle himself. It tasted mellow and sweet, and it felt more mellow than the famous brand red wines on the market. The aftereffect of red wine is actually quite strong. However, the uncle didn't seem to care. He drank it like water, without eating any snacks. He drank 3 cups in one breath before exhaling a long breath of alcohol. Sure enough, this is the best way to drink wine. I don't quite understand. Lewin looked at his first cup, which had just been finished, and fell into deep thought. Is that possible? I am the one who actually keeps the fish. Not as good as the Empress. As a result, any random fan uncle can drink more than me. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Igor, drink less. Mr. Lewin is a scientist. How can he drink with you like this? Nora showed the aura of the head of the family. This voice. The uncle shuddered for a moment and laughed dryly. Mr. Lu, I didn't drink much, it shouldn't be a problem. Sister-in-law. It's okay. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. The food is ready. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Yeah. Let us enjoy the delicious food made by Brother Lewin. Angelina has been looking forward to this for a long time. She immediately ran to Lewin and acted coquettishly. This scene. It made the old father very sad. Before, when I was at home, I was looking forward to the delicious food he made and couldn't help myself. What's the result? In the blink of an eye, the person was kidnapped away. The clash between the exquisiteness of Xinxiao's cuisine and the boldness and unrestrainedness of Mao Xiong is indeed quite great. The exquisite and gorgeous presentation and tempting fragrance can indeed attract more children's attention. Luan is very confident that the taste is even more gorgeous than what it looks like. Chapter 85 Food, Wine and Love. Only. The 3 dishes made by Luan all looked extremely tempting. Spicy and fresh. All flavors are available. This made the little lowly, who had never tasted Xinxiao cuisine, a little confused, and even had difficulty making a choice. Look left and right. I don't know what to eat. For a while. The little girl was spinning around in circles in a hurry. Let us eat some dongpa pork first. The dongpa pork made by Luan is a little big. $5 a plate. Everyone gets to taste a piece. Dongpa pork is made with pork belly. The proportions are just right, alternating between fat and lean. At this time, the 5 pieces of dongpa pork are rosy in color and are covered with sauce, which makes people's mouths water just by looking at them. The meat pieces were bouncy and bouncy, jiggling around on the small plate, and the little girl couldn't help but laugh. Wow, this meat is so fun. Right. Lu Bingyan smiled gently, picked up a knife, and cut the little lowly's meat into small pieces. Try it. Thank you, sister. The little girl thanked him in a sweet voice, which made Lu Bingyan's heart melt. So cute, so adorable. In the future, Yan Yan will definitely be a good mother. Watching Lu Bingyan interact with her daughter, Unora felt that they were a real mother and daughter. She had never seen her daughter interact so intimately with such a stranger. Kiss each other on the face and feed each other. This is a privilege that only she, as a mother, has. Not even her father had enjoyed it. But now, I am so close to a stranger I just met. This made Unora sigh at the magic of fate. Fated people feel like old friends from the first sight. It's true. The most important thing is this man. Every minute and every second, his eyes were gently fixed on his wives, and he smiled as he watched them playing and interacting. It seemed that his eyes could not accommodate anyone else except them. Acid. Too sour. They are all in their 30s. I actually envied the young couple who just got their marriage certificate. This is really going backwards as time goes by. Oh, Nora walked over and picked up a piece of dongpa pork. Take a bite. It is soft, glutinous and fragrant, crispy but not mushy. Although it is mostly fat, it does not feel greasy at all. On the contrary, after taking one bite, I want to take a second bite. Before I knew it, I had taken a few bites. The plate was completely empty. This made her feel lost. This piece. There is simply not enough to eat. Wife. You can't do this. Igor was extremely depressed. He also ate dongpa pork. Indeed, my simple cooking can't compare with it at all. But, wife, you should feel a little sorry for your husband and praise his ideas, right? After eating, you are still not satisfied? Igor was extremely sad. His wife and his lovely daughter were both attracted to the idol. I have no sense of existence at all. Uncle's barbecue is really Mao Xiong style, unrestrained and generous. Luan ate a large bunch of lamb skewers, then drank a can of beer and raised his thumb. Sure enough, meat, this is the way to enjoy it. Of course, I'm just too narrow-minded. Luan groaned. He said slowly, I thought that such a crude method would make the meat very tough, with insufficient flavor penetration and a monotonous taste. I didn't expect the meat to be so tender and juicy, and the flavor impact was so strong. It's simply an original flavor bomb. Said. Picked up another bunch. This is what I really mean. It's not flattery. After eating 3 large bowls in a row, Luan rubbed his stomach and smiled helplessly. It's just that this skewer is too big. This piece of meat is equivalent to a whole skewer. Ha ha. Just like it. Igor laughed happily and took out a gorgeous-looking jar from the car. This is the fine wine I prepared, produced at home. Come on, have a drink. Become. Luan nodded and did not refuse. I am full of meat. But wine is for another stomach. Drink less. Stinky husband. Lu Bingyan's eyes were cold. At the same time. The same is true for Honora. She stared at her husband Igor. That look made Igor tremble, and he carefully raised a finger. 1 glass, just 1 drink. Yes, yes, yes. Just have a drink. A long way. Lewin smelled the rich fragrance in the jar. It made his gluttony come out. It smells so good. But he was also very cautious and looked at his wife pitifully. Why? A sinful enemy. Lu Bingyan was also softened by Lewin's pitiful appearance. She cleared her throat and said, "Don't drink too much." "Thank you, wife." Lewin quickly thanked him. And the other side. Igor was caught off guard. "Wife, look, they've already agreed. This is a rare opportunity, why don't you just drink a little bit?" "Never mind. You drink it." Honora was not much of a wine lover. The character should be more introverted and reserved. Hey. Thank you, wife." Igor chuckled, picked up the wine jug and poured out 2 cups. This pot of wine. It is more mellow than before, the color is deeper, and the aroma is fragrant. Cheers. Originally. This kind of wine needs to be savored carefully to enjoy the endless aftertaste. However, the uncle seemed to prefer to drink it in one gulp. Then, after the glass is finished, Lewin felt a surge of heat suddenly explode in his abdomen and flow throughout his body. This glass of wine. It is smooth and mellow in the mouth, without any sourness or astringency. With every breath you take, you can feel the unique aroma of grapes flowing through your mouth. Good wine. Lewin raised his thumb in praise. That's for sure. This pot of wine is the best one this year. Uncle Igor was quite proud. Everyone can make wine. However, rare and exquisite products are produced from it. Most people really can't do it. This is a family inherited skill, the finest brewing technique perfected through generations. Hee, this pot of wine, you are the weapon for me to marry Honora. Igor looked gentle at the pot of wine, as if he was lost in the memories of the past. This wine. It also carries a piece of love. This pot of wine was indeed delicious in the past, but it was not as good as it is now. Igor diligently researched the technique to make this wine in order to marry me. It was with this pot of wine that he convinced my parents. Honora laughed. There is infinite beauty on the face. Very nice. Lewin sighed softly, picked up the full cup and savored it carefully. Only by savoring a wine with history and meaning can you appreciate its beauty. This meal was quite enjoyable. After eating and drinking, Igor took Lewin to the upper cliff. This is the best camping spot. If Mr. Liu doesn't mind, you can camp here. Okay. There are traces of camping here. The surroundings are clean and the view is wider. Because the family also wants to shoot a video. Lewin did not disturb them. After taking a photo with them, he and Lu Bingyan set up a tent on the cliff and prepared the items needed for camping at night. Chapter 86 Sweet Sunset. Set up the tent. It's actually a very interesting thing. Only. Sophia prepared for them a top-notch tent provided by a well-known domestic outdoor sports brand. It has a large space and takes up very little space when folded, and it also has an air cushion that is very comfortable to lie on. Put a layer of bedding on the air mattress and lying on it will feel like sleeping on a big bed. By the time everything was done, it was already evening. Yen, what do you want to eat tonight? Lewin glanced at Lu Bingyan, who was lying beside him watching a movie, patted her buttocks, and asked softly. Me. Lu Bingyan tilted her head and said, "It's all fine. As long as it's done by my husband, I'm fine with it." Okay. Lewin smiled and nodded, thinking about what to eat in the evening. It's better to eat something warm. I don't have much food on hand right now. Let us have seafood porridge and scallop vermicelli in the evening. Soak the vermicelli first. The scallops also need to be cleaned. Sturgeon. Usually you can stew soup and grill half of it. Mainly because it's too big. I guess 2 people can't finish the stew. If you make it into 2 different delicacies separately, it will be different. Lu Bingyan watched a movie for a while, thought for a moment, and then said to Shia, please log into my husband's live broadcast account. I have nothing to do anyway, so it would be nice to start a live broadcast and chat with everyone. The main reason is that I want to show off my husband to everyone. Then it's time to share today's delicious food. As soon as the live broadcast starts, a lot of netizens came in. Oh, it's Madam, this is a public account for personal use. Dog head. Madam's magnificent appearance. Didn't Madam go to Maoxiong with Lucian? Yes, it's just that I'm done with my work and now I'm camping with my husband. After answering a question from a netizen, Lu Bingyan walked out of the tent with the future AS and focused her camera on the beautiful sunset. This is the private territory of a Mao Shun uncle. I'm lucky to have met him here today. The scenery here is so beautiful. By the way, this uncle is so rich. Being in the middle of a steel jungle, seeing such beautiful scenery makes me feel completely healed. To be honest, I've never seen a blue sky here. It's always gray. When I look up, all I see are tall buildings. I miss life in the countryside. I will work hard to earn money now, and when I get old, I will return to the countryside to retire. By the way, where is Lucian? There is a person missing in the scenery, and I always feel that the picture is not perfect. Think about it. The first thing everyone thought of was that Luan was not there. My husband will prepare delicious food for me. Lu Bingyan smiled and directed the camera to Luan. On the edge of the cliff, Luan was holding a kitchen knife and cutting vegetables elegantly. There is also a small casserole on the convenient gas stove, bubbling with steam. Everything is so beautiful. God, Lu can actually cook, and his cooking skills are so good. I feel like I'm becoming more and more of a useless person. I only know how to make instant noodles, and I have given up on treatment. How can there be such a perfect man in the world? Yes, he's smart, can cook, and has a beautiful wife like Madam. It seems that God Lu's life is perfect. Perfect. Luan smiled slightly, glanced at the barrage, and said softly, as for me, it's just some adventures, and then coupled with my own efforts, that have led to today's results. Yes, my husband sometimes works all night long. It's very sudden. He can't stop when he gets inspiration. As for other things, Jun can help him deal with them. By the way, the Jun and Shiha on the official website are AIs exclusively for couples, belonging to Shawan and me. Lu Bingyan raised the camera, and the page of barrage remained in front of her eyes. By the way, here, you can not only enjoy the scenery, but also ask anything you want to know. You can speak freely. At the same time, I have good news for everyone. Due to some special reasons, the higher-ups have sent us several more construction teams. At their current speed, the leaders say that they will be fully completed in another week. We have already completed all the production lines. After completion, we will be able to mass-produce computer equipment within a week. In addition to desktop hardware, we will also release another product at the same time. So fast. Luan was also quite surprised. He has not received any news on this. My sister didn't send him any message either. Really? Sister, you basically treat me as an idler. I feel so tired. Luan shook his head helplessly, his hands moving non-stop. Under the smoke of fruit charcoal, half of the sturgeon gradually turned golden yellow, and clear oil kept dripping, making a crackling sound. Just listening to the sound makes people salivate. The scallop vermicelli and fish stew were ready to eat, so Luan clapped his hands and said, "Yin Yan, come and eat first." Okay. Lu Bingyan chuckled and said hello to the camera. Friends, let's eat first and talk later. By the way, you can guess about the new product. It's related to family. I'm numb. We're already talking and we're about to eat. Whatever it is, as long as I have the capital, I will buy it. Recently, the online atmosphere has been completely purified. Artificial intelligence has judged many Tianyuan, Yin-Yang, and banana people. Video creators are also flourishing, and anchors are no longer vulgar. That's right, just support Anyan technology and support Lucian and everything will be fine. Speaking of which, I went to study abroad in the United States. My classmates there were so envious of me. For the first time, I felt like I had truly stood up. Everyone in the live broadcast room was discussing recent international changes. The appearance of Luan made them feel too many substantial changes in the right direction. Is it really okay for you to eat so intimately? Lord Lu, you love your wife too much, don't you? Feed by hand. And such a doting look. Ozzel. The girls were going crazy with jealousy. Then I looked at my boyfriend next to me, and he kicked me twice. Same man. Why is the gap so big? A meal. The dog food completely satisfied all the fans. Even when washing dishes, they were interacting non-stop. The lady's ethereal laughter made people laugh along with her aunt involuntarily. So sweet. Don't show off your love openly in the live broadcast room. Oh, you stinky husband, how can you bully me? Lu Bingyan's height just reached Luan's chest. She wanted to smear foam on Luan's face, but Luan tapped her forehead with one hand. No matter how she tried to get close to Lu Bingyan, she was so angry that her little face puffed up. Like a steamed bun, it makes the atmosphere in the live broadcast room extremely joyful. Fighting and playing. The atmosphere is sweet and innocent. No matter how bad your mood is, you will feel healed. I'm not going to pay attention to you. I'm going to announce your new product to everyone. Chapter 87 Further Plans. News about domestic robots. Lu Bingyan only gave some key clues and did not offer any more. Then there is the holographic futuristic development of industrial parks. These are Luan's future policies. The industrial park will become holographic and futuristic, with energy covering the entire industrial park and robots replacing human labor. Regarding the last one, robots replace human labor. This was Luan's plan from the beginning. His industrial park is full of future black technology, and almost all of it is automated production. It is enough for Xiao Jinwu to be the top manager. Most of the work that requires manual labor is physical labor. Instead of this, it would be better to replace them all with smart household robots. Time flies. Luan stayed with Lu Bingyan in Maoxiong for a full half-month. The sign-in rewards for the past half-month are very average. Cash rewards are not awarded for daily sign-ins, with a minimum of 500 yuan and a maximum of 10 million yuan. In total, more than 11 million yuan was received. Then there are all kinds of weird daily necessities. Finally back. Standing on familiar land. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but cheer. Although I had a lot of fun playing in the woolly bear. But there is no sense of belonging or security. And returned to China. In an instant, I felt relaxed all over. Sir, the satellite has been printed and completed. The printing progress of the small home spacecraft is 30%. We estimate that the printing task will be completed in 15 days if we print at full capacity. Di Jun's voice also sounded quietly in Luan's ears. Okay. I see. Luan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. The key point of virtual reality gaming lies in this satellite. This satellite. Luan named it the Eye of Primordial Chaos. That's right. It's just so childish. Yen, the game will be released soon. Luan laughed softly, glanced at Lu Bingyan's belly, and a gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Stinky guy. I got pregnant right away. I'm not ready yet. Lu Bingyan noticed Luan's gaze, and her excitement instantly died down. She raised her fist in shame and annoyance, knocking on Luan's chest. Tell me, did you know from the beginning that I would get pregnant? You didn't touch me for over 20 days. That's really suspicious. This. Luan touched his nose, chuckled, and didn't explain. Sure enough, he knew it. Speaking of which, how did this bastard know this? Suspicious. It's really suspicious. But fine. I just don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Preferably a girl. I heard that boys all like little princesses. Angelina is so cute. Boy. Stinky Egg was very naughty when he was little. It must be a girl. Let's go. Let us go home. Luan gently held her white and tender little hand and rubbed her head. Go back and tell your family the good news. Good. Lu Bingyan's smile is as beautiful as a flower. Now. All that's missing is the wedding. I don't know what kind of wedding ceremony Xiaowen is preparing. Before that, Luan still has one thing to do. That is buying an engagement ring. No matter what. No process can be missed. After returning home, Luan called all his family members to the manor. Lu Yunshu and others hurried over. After seeing Lu Zhanlong's family, he was a little surprised. Xiaowen, I have informed you guys as well. What on earth needs such a big fanfare? Not clear. Lu Zhanlong also looked confused. I have only been away for half a month. How to see? It doesn't seem like a big deal, right? Forget it, don't think about it. The two kids will explain themselves when they come out. Old Master Lu and Old Master Lu sat together drinking tea. Seeing a group of young people unable to bear it, they frowned and scolded them. Why? The old man spoke. What else can they say? Filled with curiosity, I sat helplessly on the sofa and waited. Fortunately, Luan and his companion did not keep the elders waiting for too long. Shaoan, what's the big deal? Can't you just talk about it in the group? Why do you have to gather everyone together? Lu Zhanlong asked helplessly. This matter. Somewhat important. Luan spread his hands and said with a smile, we are going to have a new addition to our family. Just add it, it's no big deal, Lu Zhanlong didn't react immediately. He was still mumbling, and his pupils trembled. What did you say? Dads, mom, uncles, and aunts, I'm pregnant. Lu Bingyan had a sweet smile on her face. She touched her belly and took out a pregnancy tester. So fast. Everyone was shocked. Was the pregnancy so smooth? Really pregnant. Qin Wanru rubbed her temples. Okay, from now on, Yan Yan, you can't be so willful anymore. Shaoan, from now on, I'll leave Yan Yan in your care. If you encounter any difficult problems, you can contact our elders. Emoyan smiled gently, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and said softly, Yan Yan, once you have a child, you are no longer a child. Aha! Lu Bingyan nodded seriously. Touched his belly. Lu Bingyan said softly, Grandma, I know what to do. Adding a new member to the family is indeed a happy event. But the elders all had confidence that the two young people could handle it. In addition, the manor has professional nursing maids. And there's Klaus, who has the skills of a nutrition guru. These professionals are here. These elders don't have to worry at all. Besides, now that I just found out I'm pregnant, it really has nothing to do with them. So, after sitting in the manor for a while, everyone returned to their work. As for Luan, at Lu Bingyan's strong request, he went to the company. Lu Bingyan said that she had just become pregnant and was not that fragile. She had so many orders from the company to complete and should return to work. In desperation, Luan could only go to the company to handle the details of the industrial park. Brand new industrial park. Even without the support of holographic projection, the visual impact is enormous. That's why industrial parks are separated by barriers to prevent some people with ulterior motives from entering. Photolithography machines and nano-printing stations need to be mass-produced and then sold to domestic enterprises that are the pride of Chinese products. This requires national support. Luan contacted Mr. Li in the afternoon. Mr. Li enthusiastically agreed to the request. Shaoan, how many do you plan to sell? 10, let's say. Each can produce 300,000 tablets a day. One is enough for every company. Luan thought for a moment. It's not that Luan doesn't want to mass produce it, but it's really difficult to produce this thing. Even with a production line, it's still the same. Just sell it. He now has another source of income. Only they can produce high-performance wafers and photoresists for 1 nanometer smart chips. Certainly. You can also use commercially available ones. It's just that the performance is insufficient and it will cause a certain degree of damage to the lithography machine. As for the wafer, the production line for this thing is much more complicated and requires more investment. According to the standards of his current workshop, one production line would cost at least 30 billion Xinxia coins. It is difficult for general companies to complete independent production. Even for today's leading enterprises, it would be a huge undertaking to spend hundreds of billions of yuan at once. High tech. It's just about making money. Luan touched his nose and said, Mr. Li, 10 units will be produced this year. Before that, Mr. Li will select the companies to produce them. Each unit will be priced at 3 billion. The price of 3 billion. Not expensive. But it's definitely not cheap. Certainly. Essentially, Luan doesn't need to sell to the outside world and can monopolize the market, which is completely feasible. But he didn't intend to do that. Science and technology. We still need everyone to study together to grow. When you are alone, no matter how hard you try, you are the only one who becomes stronger. If we want to promote the overall improvement of domestic strength, it is necessary to open up lithography machines to the domestic market. As for artificial intelligence, he plans to create an intelligent office manager. Procedural and formulaic. At the same time, it can make office work easier. This is enough. Chapter 88 Satellite Launch, Stepping into the Future. after the problem with the lithography machine is solved. Lewin greeted Mr. Lee again. "Tonight, I will launch a satellite. When the time comes, please be careful in the air surveillance and don't shoot down my satellite." Satellite. This kid is really fast. Playing around all day, he was able to create a satellite so quickly. Wait a minute. Don't we need a launch base? Mr. Lee asked with some doubt. "Shawan, don't you need a launch base?" "No need. My satellite is quite advanced. I can just find an open space and set it on fire to launch it directly into space," Lewin said casually, but Old Lee widened his eyes. "It went straight to heaven. That's not to say. This guy has mastered even more advanced power technology." Although excited. But Mr. Lee also knew it very well. Luan's skills are not something that can be learned casually. It's the foolproof design and theory of the cold nuclear pulse engine, which they are still studying. Here's a more advanced one. I'm afraid it will drive those old scholars crazy. He sighed helplessly. "Okay, play around as you please. Anyway, why are you launching satellites?" "It's necessary for real-world virtual games, and it's also the key to my building a holographic future industrial park." Lewin smiled calmly. "If it's feasible in the future, I'll expand it further and include the Magic City. By then, everything from transportation to daily life will undergo earth-shaking changes." Oh. To be honest, Mr. Lee was a little confused. He felt that his brain could no longer keep up with the pace of the times. Lewin's plan is really too advanced. After chatting with Mr. Lee for a while, Lewin hung up the phone with a smile on his face. This satellite. The Eye of Primordial Chaos is not just a satellite, but also an enormous server, which is the real residence of Dijun and Shiha. It is also equipped with giant beam weapons that can accurately strike any corner of the Earth, and its energy is unlimited. Night. Lewin set up a production line for smart housekeeping machines. Then we started purchasing various scrap metals, electronics, plastics, and other products. As for production of gaming equipment and computer hardware, production began after the factory planning and layout was completed. There was a gap of almost a month. This made Lu Ningxuan very anxious. Now that work has finally officially started, she has given up her rest time. Late at night, the first set of high-tech desktop computers produced by Anyun Technology officially rolled off the assembly line. There is only one host. There is no screen. No screen is needed either. As the person who contributes the most to the company, Lu Ningxuan naturally takes on the task of lighting the room. The host operates without any noise. After opening, the first step is authentication. After Lu Ningxuan completed the authentication skillfully, the host projected a vast and majestic fairy palace scene. This fairy palace is equivalent to a desktop. At the door you can choose where to go. Lu Ningxuan's first choice was to go shopping in the mall. Here, all clothes can be tried and experienced, and can get AI-generated ratings. The ratings are based on price, personal assets, comfort, aesthetics, and other factors. If it scores above 90 points, it means that this is the most suitable for you and worth buying. Experiencing different styles of clothes and bags directly on the internet has a fatal attraction for women. No woman would refuse such a feature. Then, movies and TV series are more immersive, as if you are actually in the scene. After experiencing the functions of Taichu Heavenly Court, Lu Ningxuan only felt that this host was extremely powerful. After adapting to a set of life chambers, Lu Ningxuan felt that she could immerse herself in the game world for the rest of her life. Life Warehouse. It is the most complete version of the virtual game warehouse. The production is not difficult. Production has now begun. And this host in front of us. It is the door for humans to enter the second world. Certainly. Lewin did not forget the promise of giving people more time. The two games, Honghuang Shanghai and Honghuang Jiyuan, were installed on the console as soon as possible. At the same time, a research and work area was opened up in Honghuang Shanghai. This place is managed by Dijun. Here, you can do research to your heart's content. With the assistance of Dijun, you can conduct unlimited experiments, deduce, and even watch the process of biological evolution. Here. It is good news for those who work late at night. The physical brain can do additional work here while in deep hibernation in the life chamber, and doesn't want to work anymore. You can also travel in this primitive world, capture various magical creatures, and experience the fun of raising pets. Shawan, is this thing expensive? Li Qiuwan was tempted. I'm really moved. She said she would buy one no matter what. No charge. This is for you. Luan waved his hand nonchalantly. You and my sister have been busy lately. We produced a console, a life chamber, and gaming equipment ourselves. You can just use that set. Become. Li Qiuwan did not refuse and agreed. Now, start mass production. Luan gave an order, and Xia Xian led his men to start all the production lines. Honghuang AY has the fastest production speed for peripheral pendants. With all 10 production lines running, it can produce 100,000 pieces per day. As for the life chamber and the host, they are a little slow. Only 50,000 pieces can be produced every day. According to the calculation of various miscellaneous expenses such as costs, the cost of a Honghuang AY is only more than 200 yuan, and it is a sure profit if the selling price is 888. The host is a bit expensive, the whole machine costs about 10,000 yuan. After thinking about it, Luan decided to set the price at 39,000 yuan. The gaming cabinet is even more expensive, with Luan pricing it at 100,000 yuan per unit. After customizing the price, he threw it to his mother-in-law. Mom, I'll leave the publicity to you. Now the time is almost up, I have to go outside to launch the satellite. After it is launched, Honghuang AY can be used. Okay. Xin Wanru was still a little confused. My son-in-law can actually launch a satellite on his own. This satellite is huge. It currently has a rocket-like shape. It is 120 meters high and 60 meters in diameter at its thickest point. Liftoff is completely silent. No one noticed it being pushed from the underground manufacturing workshop to the launch silo and then launched into space. The speed was so fast that even domestic radars failed to detect it. Just 3 minutes. The satellite has entered its planned orbit and then fully unfolded. Because of the use of nano-folding technology, the satellite was completely unfolded and magnified 10 times. The main body looked like a blooming lotus, with mysterious blue light flashing on the petals. The appearance of such a huge object naturally attracted the attention of the space station and also attracted attention from abroad. Only. A message on Anyan's official website instantly turned fear into shock. There is also a picture. Anyan Technology, the Honghuang I satellite has been successfully launched, and we will truly enter the future era. Of course, the game that everyone is most looking forward to has begun mass production. Currently, the only scenes that support real-world virtual previews are Xinxia and Maoxiong. In these two areas, there is a chance to discover exclusive prehistoric beasts. At the same time, the host and life warehouse will be sold simultaneously. Fans who want to purchase them need to consider carefully and make a prudent choice without affecting their normal life. The future of gaming. The curtain has officially opened. For a while, fans of Xinxia and Maoxiong all shouted excitedly. Chapter 89, Honghuang Shanghai Professional Competition Plan. The coverage of the quantum energy field only takes a moment. Holographic projection also covers the entire industrial park, making the industrial park completely step into the city of the future. I just want the magic city to step into the holographic future. There are many things that need to change. First, it's a question of private cars and public buses. To be honest, transportation in Shanghai is not very convenient nowadays. There are too many private cars, buses, and taxis. Therefore, reform needs to be prioritized. Is this what the city of the future looks like? Xin Wanru stood on the road, looking at the words appearing on the road, feeling a little unbelievable. Then there was a beautiful voice ringing in my ears. Welcome Miss Xin Wanru to Anyan Industrial Park and wish you a pleasant work. Where on earth did this sound come from? Xin Wanru looked around in surprise. No sound generating device was found. This is quantum voice technology. Luan chuckled softly. Here, as long as you log in with your AS, you can use the artificial intelligence network as you wish. This technology. It's like a science fiction movie. Xin Wanru pursed her lips, and it took her a long time to react. Shaoan, I even wonder if you are an alien. Hey. Luan chuckled. He is certainly not an alien, but he is a protagonist with cheats. At this time, it's already late at night. On the forum of Taichu Tianting platform, countless people are talking about it. Certainly. The only ones who can come here are Mao Xiong and the natives of Xinxia. As for others, they can only discuss it on the previous forum website. New computer equipment. The official price has been released. The host costs 39,000 yuan. For most hardcore game fans, it is not expensive. Compared with the equipment currently circulating on the market, the time, money and energy consumed in playing a game, the price of 39,000 is really acceptable. Not to mention, the completely immersive shopping, chatting and telling the truth have a fatal attraction for them. Plus, now Honghuang AY is about to be sold. A new era of gaming is about to begin. This made them even more excited. Luan didn't care about these. He used the nano printing station production line to expand several nano printing stations to accelerate the production of nuclear fusion reactors and nano weapons. He must complete these 2 orders quickly. Otherwise, it would feel awkward to hold it in your hand all the time. Besides, it would be in his personal interest to have a good relationship with Sophia. Because of the versatility of the nano printing station, no matter how the production line is expanded, it will not be idle. Expanded production equipment. Luan estimates that all the nano weapons can be produced in 1 month. When the time comes. Hearing that there will be a high-tech weapons expo, Mr. Li plans to let them go and make an appearance. For this, Luan did not refuse. Although not open to the public. But this has no effect, he uses high-tech products to disgust people. That's right. My sister's special weapon. Luan knew his elder sister's color preferences very well. This girl likes black, and as for modifying the eye color, dark red is best. As for style, the more domineering he is, the more she likes him. Yan Yan's design themes are ancient, elegant, and noble. As for the people at home, when Luan planned to create household robots, he gave them combat capabilities. Then create a team of invisible guard robots with fixed logic to lurk around the villa and be on standby. By the way, brother, why are you buying scrap? Lu Ningxuang was holding a host and Honghuang AY in her arms. Turning waste into treasure. Luan pushed up his anti-fatigue glasses and said, "Sister, are you planning on going back to play games?" "That's right." Lu Ningxuang raised her chin proudly. "I've already completed all the negotiations for the company. The next step is just to follow the procedures. Wan and I plan to rest for 2 days." Lu Ningxuang pointed to her eyes and said, "Look, your sister's naturally beautiful eyes have dark circles. Thank you for your hard work, sister. My gift for you is already in preparation." Luan smiled helplessly. "By the way, bring a Honghuang AY to Yan when I go back." That's right." As Lu Ningxuang was about to leave, she asked with great anticipation, "Shaoan, can you please get me a special pet? Like a mighty black dragon, a god king, or something like that?" "What are you thinking?" Luan rolled his eyes speechlessly. "I'm also thinking of setting up a professional gaming league. Think about it, if Pokemon can have one, then we can naturally have the first league as well. The opening time is set to be during the new year. At the same time, the ranking event will start a week later. The top 10 in each region can participate in the national finals. Mao Xiong and our Xin Xiao will start at the same time." Hiss. This is a big event. Lu Ningxuan's eyes widened. "Where's the prize?" First place, a rare pet egg, rare champion costume, and 5 million Xinxia coins. Second place, 3 million Xinxia coins, and a rare runner-up costume. Third place, 1 million Xinxia coins, and a rare third-place costume. Our Xinxia's 3 costumes are traditional Chinese style, and Mao Xiong also customizes them according to their habits. Luan flexed his fingers. "Sister, what do you think?" "Invincible. If it is held globally in the future, wow, the scale will definitely be no less than the Olympics." Lu Ningxuang's eyes were shining. "When the time comes. The registration fee for the competition list is only $1. We can earn back all the expenses of hosting the event. Your wallet will never be empty. Then. And that second world work area. Lu Ningxuang has already customized the charging items. The monthly payment will vary depending on the level of authority, and the highest monthly payment will not exceed 3,000 yuan. It can be said to be quite affordable. For researchers, programmers, and other workers, this is a blessing from heaven. Okay, sister, you should go back and have some rest. Drive slowly on the road and remember to ask the cook to make you a midnight snack. Don't go to bed hungry." Luan rubbed his sister's head and continued to work. "This stinky little brother. How dare you attack my head? If your head wasn't precious, I would definitely skin you bald. Lu Ningxuang rolled her eyes in anger and went back with Li Qiuwan. As for Qin Wanru, she did not go back. Mainly, now Luan is the only one in the entire park. She was worried. There is no takeaway at this time. With her here, Luan doesn't have to distract himself from his work to get food. Xiao En's age. There is no way for me to treat him as an adult. Qin Wanru prepared a pot of soup for Luan and brought it over. Xiaoan, I've left the midnight snack. I'm going to rest first. Go to bed early after you finish your work. I understand, Mom. Thank you. Luan didn't even raise his head, his hands moved quickly, continuously entering lines of code and calculation formulas. This child. What are you busy with again? Qin Wanru shook her head helplessly, gently closed the door, returned to the lounge, and lay down to rest. Speaking of which, Anyang Industrial Park should also produce a short film. Such technology. Wouldn't it be a waste if I don't show it to you? Qin Wanru was thinking about this and couldn't fall asleep. Little Golden Crow, turn on the video editing function and edit the night scene of the park into a clip first. Chapter 90 More than 3 billion in 10 seconds. Anyang Industrial Park at night. Mysterious and noble. The colorful holographic coverage makes the entire park look like it came from the future and does not belong to this era. A fragment. 3.5 minutes. The mystery of the entire industrial park is fully revealed. Uploaded late at night. The number of views also skyrocketed instantly, and the number of barrages and comments exceeded 10,000 in an instant. Is this Anyang Industrial Park? This is so beautiful. It feels like stepping into the future. I really want to go to work in Anyang Industrial Park. Forget it. All staff except the technical staff have been laid off in the current industrial park. After all, this is a super future industrial park, so they definitely won't hire casually. Yes, Anyang technology is now completely controlled by the Little Golden Crow artificial intelligence. The only members needed are management. Ordinary workers will be replaced by robots. When will our city become like Anyang Technology Park? Qin Wanru looked at the comments below the video and lay down to sleep contentedly. Your son-in-law is like your own son. She felt extremely proud that her son was praised so highly. At the same time, she is proud of her daughter. I have such a keen eye to find such a perfect son-in-law. The next morning, Lu Bingyan put Hong Huang around her neck and started the live broadcast at the same time. There are so many fans so early in the morning. Lu Bingyan originally did the live broadcast just for fun, but she didn't expect that her popularity would soar because of the revelations. Today, I will take everyone to experience the fun of the real version of the ancient mountains and seas. Lu Bingyan raised the ancient AY pendant in her hand, activated it, and at the same time, shared the live broadcast status. After AY was activated, countless netizens were captivated by the cool quantum collapse and reorganization scenes. Essentially, the real scene doesn't change much. The gardens on the estate can be left as they please. However, there are now countless rare and exotic animals in the world. Right in the garden. Visible to the naked eye, little flower fairies are dancing and singing in it, and the ethereal melody is so addictive. At the same time, following Lu Bingyan's gaze, the message of the little flower demon also emerged. Red Rose. Age, 1200. Race, plant, rosaceae, flower fairy. Gender, female. Favorability, 50. Skills, rose blossom, thorn vine, rose whip, flower fairy's lament, wall of thorns. Status, wild, catchable. Novice stage. You can find a novice exotic beast next to you. After Lu Bingyan showed the red rose's panel and appearance, the live broadcast room was instantly filled with ghost howling. Red Rose's figure, appearance, and temperament are so stunning. Girls are all fascinated by it. Lu Bingyan simply smiled softly at this. Now, let me introduce the Beast Tamer's skills to everyone. Players in the prehistoric mountains and seas act as Beast Masters, and there is no level distinction, so the panel is simple. Beast Master, Lu Bingyan. Age, 20. Rank, Yellow Tier, Heaven and Earth, the universe is wild and untamed. Attributes, Wood, Water. Backpack items, Novice Beast Taming Rune, 100% chance of capturing novice beasts, 1 Wood Core Fruit, 1 Wood Attribute Spirit Stone, and 1 Water Attribute Spirit Stone. Beast Taming Bag, 1, upgrading a large rank can increase the portable space. Exotic Beast Farm, teleportable, opened. This red rose is very compatible with my attributes, and it looks beautiful too. So, I've decided to choose the red rose as my first choice. Lu Bingyan took out the novice beast taming ring and threw it towards Hong Xiangwei. Although the novice beast taming rune is 100% effective in capturing novice exotic beasts, she was still a little nervous. After watching the beast taming rune merge into Red Rose's body, Red Rose transformed into a red light and disappeared into her beast taming bag. Done. Lu Bingyan cheered excitedly and patted the beast controlling bag at her waist. The contracted Red Rose flew out of the bag. She had grown much larger and was now as tall as Lu Bingyan. Her emerald green eyes gleamed with intelligence. Her cherry lips moved slightly, and a clear and crisp voice rang out, "Rose, meeting the master." Oh my god. Red Rose suddenly spoke, startling Lu Bingyan. She was completely stunned. You can speak. Master, Rose is a 1,000-year-old flower demon, so of course she can speak. Red Rose looked at her as if she was an idiot, which made Lu Bingyan quite embarrassed. I was also extremely shocked. This is artificial intelligence. Can the existing servers support such a huge amount of intelligent data? Lu Bingyan was not the only one surprised. Even the netizens were surprised. This was no longer just about cultivating exotic beasts. This is so meow. This is a fucking husband and wife who supports herself. I heard that strange beasts can transform into human form after being trained to a later stage. Looking forward to it. The foreign fans lurking in the live broadcast room were all jealous. It's really sour. Is it still a game if the exotic pets in the game are this intelligent? It's definitely the second world. Damn, what the hell is the government doing? The Empress can even beg for welfare, so why aren't these vampires taking action? We want to play games, we want to use the future AS. Protest, ask someone to return my hard-earned money. Foreigners, why are you protesting again? That's all they can do. There's nothing we can do about it. I'm jealous. Hurrah, we can play in a few days. Thank you, Lord Lu, for your generosity, and thank you, Empress, for your dedication. The live broadcast room was bustling with fans. Lu Bingyan finally figured out how to play in Honghuang Mountain and Sea. At the same time, all the gameplay is also introduced. When the game is officially released, everyone will be able to get started quickly. Because the game has not yet fully started, she cannot leave the manor. That is to say, Lu Bingyan has only registered a character account now and cannot leave the place where she was born to explore outside. In the blink of an eye, the release time for games, consoles, and life warehouses has arrived. And these 2 days, Luan also created employee robots in the factory, 2,000 male robots and 2,000 female robots, managed and operated by Di Jun and she respectively. In order to deliver goods as quickly as possible, Luan also set up his own Anyang Express. For residents in Shanghai, delivery will be made to their homes on the same day, while for residents in other urban areas, delivery will be made the next day. First time selling. There are 10,000 domestic consoles, 1,000 life warehouses, 200,000 Honghuang AYs, and 100,000 low-profile gaming helmets. The number of woolly bears is slightly smaller. Domestically, the number seems to be quite large. But online sales are still incredibly fast. Just 10 seconds. All sold out. At home and abroad. In 10 seconds, nearly 3 billion was deposited into the account. Income. It's okay. There is basically no labor cost. The biggest expenses are Anyang Express's labor costs, transportation costs, etc. However, the benefits are still quite substantial. After all, he didn't expect to make money from this. Taxes are the lowest, both domestically and internationally. Magic City. An anchor named Xiaoxianfu is also looking forward to it. She was lucky enough to grab a full set of equipment. Now he is waiting anxiously. Brothers, my equipment will be here soon. My stinky baby told me that it's already at the entrance of the community. Xiaoxianfu lives in a villa area. She is still live streaming now. After the state launched a crackdown on live streaming platforms, she switched to a live streaming platform under Anyang technology, which is managed by artificial intelligence. After coming here, there are no unfair terms, no restrictions, and the profit share is as high as 80%. Because she chose to be a freelance anchor, there is no such thing as a basic salary. However, she was not worried at all about starving to death. She is a top anchor herself and has a huge fan base. In addition to this turmoil, her job change did not cause her to lose fans, but instead gain more. Chapter 91: The First Mutated Beast Bingfuzu. Ding dong. The bell rang. The courier's voice also came from the pager. Miss Xiaoxianfu, Miss Xiaoxianfu, are you home? The Anyan network package you ordered has arrived. Brothers are here. Xiaoxianfu excitedly jumped up from the sofa, ran to the door barefoot and opened it. Thank you for your hard work, brothers. Of course. Look, where is the life chamber placed? This one is relatively large. The official recommendation is to place it together with the host computer. The courier asked. Just put it in the bedroom. Xiaoxianfu took them to the bedroom. After the delivery boy put away the life capsule, he said, I hope you enjoy the game. We are going to the next store now. Finished. The courier left in a hurry. This job is really busy. After seeing off the delivery guy, Xiaoxianfu closed the door directly, then controlled the live broadcast interface, entered the bedroom, and walked around the host and life chamber that he had purchased. The life chamber is a cutting-edge technological product. She can't use it now. There's nothing much to say about the host. Because she is not an electronic technology anchor, but a game anchor. Her favorite. It is undoubtedly the pendant of Hong Huang AY. Now using this to play games is the most attractive and effective way to broadcast live. Today, she chose outdoor live broadcast. Battle against other beast masters. This is an agreement with my friends. Certainly. This is not something that can be done casually. There are 10 duel points in the Magic City. Duel points are located in safe places such as parks and stadiums. Apart from this, duels are not allowed in other areas to avoid all unsafe factors. Then, the Overlord Challenge is located in the stadium. If a Beastmaster wants to upgrade his level, he must train the novice beast to the Xian level, then defeat a Xian level Overlord and obtain the Overlord medal to be certified for advancement. Xiaoxianfu had already investigated the announced location. Without any hesitation, he directly activated Hong Huang AY. After completing the character authentication, he began to look for his novice beast in his villa. What could it be? The fans are also looking forward to it. Novice exotic beasts are generally generated according to their environment and personal attributes. Xiaoxianfu's attributes are not the conventional 5 elements. Instead, it is an attribute extended from the 5 elements, which is the ice attribute. After searching inside and outside the house for a long time, Xiao Xianfu, exhausted and out of breath, sat down on the sofa in frustration. Brothers, I'm a novice beast, is it possible that I'm not at home? Could it be in the refrigerator? I saw a lot of people saying on the official forums that it's easier to find your newbie exotic beast in places with corresponding attributes. One of us, a lightning type, found our newbie exotic beast, a thunder ocelot, in the electric meter box. A golden barrage flashed across the screen. Xiaoxianfu instantly saw hope and rushed to his own extra-large double-door refrigerator. Crash. Really? There are sounds of biological activity in the refrigerator. Very real. This made Xiao Xianfu very excited, and he screamed, Brothers, my new beast is coming. Expect. Bless. Envious. Everyone in the barrage was envious. Squeak. Xiaoxianfu gently opened the door of his freezer, and finally saw a small animal in the frozen area that looked like a white deer but had 4 horns on its head. After seeing the little fairy, the little guy raised his head cutely, and his pair of ice blue eyes were filled with a little purple light, which was very cute. Oh my god, what a cute little beast! Xiaoxianfu was so excited that he used the contract rune on it directly without even looking at its attributes. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the mutant beast Fuzhu. Fuzhu. After the contract, Xiaoxianfu let it out. Fuzhu, which was originally only the size of a kitten, is now the size of an adult horse, with mysterious dark purple patterns on its body, making it look sacred and noble. Fuzhu is so handsome, and he's a mutant beast. I'm afraid he must be very precious. More than cherishing it, look at the current list of exotic beasts. Fuzhu ranks first. Madam, they are only of rare quality. Quality doesn't really play a big role, but I have to say, the higher the quality, the greater the early advantage. About the gap in quality. It is entirely possible to mutate through one's own cultivation. However, compared to exotic beasts that have very high initial quality, their growth process is relatively long. Luan actually had his own reasons for doing this. These pets all have their own intelligence. He didn't want to see these exotic beasts being used as props. Instead, I want everyone to have a happier and easier life with the company of exotic animals. Furthermore, just to get everyone moving. Nowadays, under the heavy pressure of life, people have less and less time to exercise. If they can have the company of exotic animals and fall in love with outdoor life, even if they can only have a short time every day, their bodies will not always be in a sub-healthy state. Even if you can't go out, you can also enter the second world through the life warehouse. Because of extremely high technical reasons, the amount of activity in the second world can also be fed back to the physical body, and the physical body, with the nourishment of the life chamber, can quickly return to its peak. This cycle continues, and when you wake up, you have rested, had fun, and completed the most critical exercise. The rise of technology does not mean that people can give up their bodies. The other side. The little immortal who had obtained Fuju excitedly feted his newly acquired ice attribute Spirit Stone and named it by June. I like this name very much. Fuju is a little aloof, but his voice is very charming, which makes Xiaoxianfu feel his heart is melting. Girls, are you in love? Are you in love? My Bai Jun's voice is so sweet. The little fairy Fu excitedly circled around Fuju. I'm so jealous. I'm also from the Magic City, but unfortunately my attribute is Earth. The exotic beast I got was a lion, well, an Earth lion however, it has a trace of the bloodline of the sacred Qilin beast. It is said that it can evolve into a Qilin. Of course, the Qilin is a sacred beast. The central sacred beast is very powerful. At least there is hope. I've obtained a peach blossom demon. I'm already lying down and will focus on raising my daughter. I won't fight. My daughter is also very healthy. There are quite a lot of fans in Shanghai. Xiaoxianfu chuckled and said, in that case, brothers, let's go to People's Park in the city center and duel. Let's go, let's go. Duel, duel. That MOBA master from the Xiaoxianfu gaming circle is also in People's Park. It seems some special plants are spawning there. What? There is such a good thing. Xiaoxianfu was anxious. She wants to become the queen of beast taming. Wherever there are props to be obtained, she will be there. At the same time, on the Russian side, some top gamers naturally also found such an adventure. It's more about honing my dueling skills. Many of them are fans of Pokemon games. They feel the mode of this game is somewhat similar, but more realistic. Professional leagues are definitely essential. Chapter 92. Who else? Little Fairy Rot. The first top anchor to join Anyan Live. Interesting. Lu Bingyan glanced at Hong Xiangwei beside her, and curled her lips slightly. Xiangwei, let's go join in the fun. Of course. The red rose is actually not as fairy-like as it looks. She actually has the attributes of a queen and a violent nature in her heart. This is also what Lu Bingyan figured out in the past few days. She has an extremely strong desire to destroy. That's not all. She also enjoys binding her enemies with thorny vines and violently whipping them. That's the case. Klaus, I want to go to People's Park. For the fairness of the game, obtaining in-game props is completely random. Of course there are fixed refresh points. There is only one special item refresh point in the entire Magic City. Unexpectedly, it was in People's Park. What is even more surprising is that the fastest time to get it is only an hour. This will refresh the special props. Fortunately, to obtain this item, you need to defend the ring. You can only get this item after winning 10 games in a row. The most important thing is this item, which is only refreshed once a day. Because it is a special item, each person can only obtain one, and only one can be effective. Lu Bingyan is not sure what the special props are over there. But this did not hinder his enthusiasm. Madam, please get in the car. After knowing that Lu Bingyan was pregnant, Klaus had completely become Lu Bingyan's personal butler. Take care of her meticulously. For a while, the players in Mata who had already grabbed Hong Huang Ay rushed to People's Square. New game. New world. No one wants to fall behind. In a small community, a cute little girl is accompanied by a snow-white pig. This is not an ordinary domestic pig, but a strange beast named Dang Kong. The little animal has a gentle temperament and quietly accompanies its owner. The little girl's face was filled with anxiety at this moment. Dad, Mom, please hurry up. If you go any slower, I won't be able to see the big brothers and sisters duel. Here it comes. The woman with a gentle temperament laughed helplessly and looked at her husband. Husband, our daughter may change. Yes. The man is handsome and calm. His eyes were filled with love for his wife and children. When we get back, we'll buy a console and a life chamber. Then, our family of 3 can spend more time together and more time with our children. I believe Meng Meng's future will be better and better. Although Meng Meng looks mischievous. In fact, she is very introverted, even a little autistic, and has mild depression. And with this Hong Huang Ay and after getting Xia Dangkanking, the little girl was willing to leave the house in order to let her Xia Dangkanking grow. It was 2 years ago that I took the initiative to leave the house. This made the couple very excited. Holding hands, a family of 3 shared the virtual reality world under the connection of the future AS. This is a different steel jungle. Look up. You can actually see a giant beast that covers the sky and the sun flying across the sky, exuding a powerful and majestic aura. This is a dreamlike world. Then, security is also in place. The quantum energy force field can protect their safety. The invisible barrier will not let them run onto the road, let alone run a red light. Stop and go along the way. It's a new and wonderful world, and the cute smile can't be stopped. People's Square. Meng Meng soon noticed a huge dueling stage. But reality. There is actually a projection device here. Live broadcast of the duel. It's not just young people watching here. There are also old people and middle-aged people. After all, that person didn't have a single passionate life. There are quite a lot of people. Lu Bingyan also hurried over. Klaus followed her carefully, being alert to his surroundings to prevent any stranger from approaching. My lady is here. Madam, are you also coming to the ring to fight? Red Rose is so cool, sister, step on me. My wife is here, and Sa Zhu is under even more pressure. He finally won 5 games in a row. Not only that, Xiao Xianfu is here too. She's the #1 mutant ice Fuzhu. People around were talking about it. Lu Bingyan smiled gently. Yes, I want to play too. After all, my husband won't give me any backdoors. If I want to get the props, I have to fight for it myself. Ha ha. Well, ma'am, we won't show mercy. The first one. Everybody is watching. Whenever there is a chance. Even if we lose, we still have to go up and fight. Let's encourage each other. Lu Bingyan chuckled and stood aside, looking at the stage. Hong Qiangwei beside her had an eager look on her face. Meng Meng also noticed Lu Bingyan. Her small body moved like a fish, weaving through the crowd until she came to Lu Bingyan's side. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her chubby little hand and greeted her. Sister, my name is Meng Meng, and this is my little Dangkang. Do you want to watch the duel too? Oops. What a cute baby. Originally, when I was pregnant, I was full of anticipation for my future child. Seeing such a cute little princess, Lu Bingyan's maternal love overflowed. She squatted down, gently took the little girl's hand, and said softly, Yes, baby, are you here alone? No, I came here with my parents. Meng Meng pointed at her parents and said happily, My parents are both home today, so they came out to play with me. Yeah. So, do you want to go up and duel with that big brother? Lu Bingyan asked with a chuckle. Shiha had already told her. Because of her parents' work, this girl lacks companionship and suffers from mild depression and autism. Now that I have Xiao Dangkang and the company of my parents, my personality has become a little more cheerful. Can I do it? Meng Meng looked at the chubby and naughty pig on the stage, then looked at the bigger Qingxi. She was a little scared, but she wanted to go up and try. Because everyone had a great time. She has also memorized the skills of her cute little Dangkang. Humph. Xiao Dangkang also sensed his master's emotions, snorted, and spoke in Meng Meng's voice, Meng Meng, leave the fighting to me, I will definitely knock the big guy over there away. Good. Seeing my little Dangkang so confident. Meng Meng hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement, and then looked at her parents. Dad, Mom, can I go up? Go ahead. Be safe. The couple nodded and raised their thumbs up. Come on, Meng Meng can do it. Good. Meng Meng nodded heavily and swore in her heart that she must defeat that chubby brother. Just. Sa Zhu also won the 6th game with great difficulty. After the fight was over, the arena automatically restored his Qingxi state to its original state, and then he stood proudly on the arena. Let me ask, who else do you have? fat brother, and me. With the cute voice, the little lowly struggled to grab the edge of the ring and climbed up cutely. That scene made countless people smile. Human cubs are so cute. Chapter 93, Red Rose's 100 Consecutive Victories. A little cub. Saju was stunned. How can this be compared? He quietly glanced at the audience below the stage, and the anti-smiles on their faces made him feel extremely conflicted. It's not glorious to win, it's bullying the kids. Lost. The kids can't beat him. Isn't this a joke? So, he wanted to struggle a little more. Little friend, you are still too young to play this. How about we just stop playing? No. Meng Meng decisively refused. Xiao Dangkong has already said that he will definitely knock you away. I believe in my Xiao Dangkong. Forehead. This. Saju twitched his lips helplessly, his fat face full of confusion. It's all over now. My 6-game winning streak is about to be broken. This time the special item is a seed. This seed will grow into an innate bloodline fruit based on the individual attributes and characteristics of the novice beast. It can optimize the purity of the beast's bloodline, greatly enhance the beast's potential and basic combat capabilities, and has a small chance of improving the quality of the pet. Reluctantly glancing at the golden seeds gleaming above the fountain, she gritted her teeth and said, "All right, little sister, if you lose, don't cry." Meng Meng won't cry. Meng Meng is very strong. Meng Meng puffed up her cheeks and made the promise very seriously. That's good. Saju laughed bitterly and patted Qingxi's head. Barbarian King, if it really doesn't work, just let it go. Fatty, don't give me that. The opponent is Dang Kong, and I'm a bit scared. Qingxi rolled his eyes speechlessly. It's good enough to win with all my efforts, and you're letting me win. What the hell? Qingxi's voice was quite loud. As a strange beast, its judgment is still highly credible. For a moment, everyone watching the battle looked at the adorable little white pig in disbelief. This little thing is so powerful. Both sides are prepared. A sweet voice sounded, and Saju and Meng Meng were forced to move to the command platform. After Kong entered the battle seat, it let out a dull roar towards the sky, and its body suddenly grew in size. Its pig face, elephant trunk, and huge fangs were wrapped in an ochre energy aura, and its snow-white hair was like steel needles, flashing with cold light. I knock. Dang Kong can actually be this big. That's right. This Dang Kong physique is simply outrageous. It was as tall as 2 stories, and its thick hair covered its body like a thorny armor, making it difficult to attack. Qingxi, full fire. Saju was stunned. This is really impossible to fight. Although his Qingxi is big, it is only about the same size as a Qingniu. Compared with Dang Kong, it is not in the same weight class at all. In addition, this Dang Kong is of Earth attribute. The defense is amazing, and I, a Qingxi, am afraid that I can't even break it. Meng Meng, watch out, I'm going to knock this big guy away. Dang Kang's eyes turned bloodshot, and it was obvious that he had entered a violent state. He charged at a short distance like a giant tank. His huge fangs directly knocked Qingxi away, and he smashed him under the ring, falling into a coma. What the hell? Saju is stupid. Didn't T last even 1 round? This is truly a brutal charge. The pig is in tears. This loss is really not unfair. Xiaoxianfu was also a little dumbfounded. Brothers, this, Saju, the professional player, is already out of the game. How can I go up there? Said. His eyes were still looking at Bai Jun. You can try. Bai Jun didn't show any fear. This big guy was indeed a tough opponent. But, it doesn't mean we can't win. After all, Dang Kong is a beast of prosperity and auspiciousness. Not a combat type. 1. Meng Meng was also a little dazed. She didn't know what was happening yet, and only she and Xiao Dangkong were left on the stage. Wow, Xiao Dangkong, you are so awesome. The little girl jumped around excitedly on the podium. She didn't use any skills. Today, this mysterious seed must belong to this baby. Lu Bingyan was speechless. He glanced at Hong Xiangwei, who had completely lost her motivation, and felt a bit amused. The second one to go up was Xiaoxianfu. Because no one went up. Xiaoxianfu thought about it for a while and then went up to challenge. No surprises. Bing Fuju and Bai Jun were defeated miserably and were kicked unconscious by Dang Kong Jiwu. The snow-white hair was scattered all over the place. There are pig hoof marks all over his body. It's so miserable. Lu Bingyan couldn't bear to look at it. But player. Always not afraid of challenges. 8 people. Just go up and die. Send this little lowly away. You have to send him away. This little lowly looks cute, but Dang Kong is too cruel. They are completely unable to withstand a simple dance skill. No matter how high their defense is, they can be as fragile as a piece of paper. What's even more terrifying is this Dang Kong, who is completely shameless, has muscle and can fight. Tell me if you are angry or not. Mysterious seeds. The little cutie looked at the props in his hand and was extremely happy. Dad, Mom, I got the mysterious seeds. Baby is awesome. Meng Meng's mother raised her thumbs up and caught her fast daughter. Then you must take good care of this seed. When it bears fruit, give it to Xiao Dangkong. Xiao Dangkong will become even more powerful. Walk down from the ring. Xiao Dangkong once again turned back into his piglet self. I'm very powerful. I'll knock down anyone who doesn't obey me. Great. Meng Meng's mother praised her generously. A talking pet can really add a lot of fun. Today. It seems there is no hope. But you should be able to go up and play. Anyone can play in the arena, but after receiving the daily rewards, the mysterious seeds will no longer be rewarded for consecutive wins. They will be replaced by other item rewards, such as spiritual fruits and spiritual medicines that restore physical strength. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and then went on stage. Duel, anyone else? Certainly. Not such a big reward though. But everyone is willing to get props. Besides, the fun of dueling is no longer about rewards. And in the excitement and strategic command of participating in it. The first challenger. Sa Zhu is the first among them. The hot topic of challenging misses is quite big. If I win, that's even more awesome. Okay. Lu Bingyan nodded slightly. Go on stage. Here we come. Sa Zhu stood at the command seat and released his Qingxi. Madam, your red rose is broken, don't blame me. Won't. Lu Bingyan chuckled softly, her eyes gleaming with confidence, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Xiangwei, can you perform on your own? Certainly. Red Rose flexed her slender fingers, stepped onto her high heels and walked to the center of the field, lashing the air fiercely with the thorn whip in her hand. Qingxi's skin must be very thick, so it must feel good to whip it. I just don't know if its screams will be pleasant. What the hell? Red Rose's words instantly made the scene quiet, and the adults with children couldn't help but cover their children's ears. This scene. It's a bit exciting. Red Rose is the queen. Spiked whips, high heels, tights. Horrible. The moment the challenge begins. The whip was waving wildly like an electric fan, attacking Qingxi fiercely with overwhelming force. Roar. The green rhinoceros was not fast to begin with, and now it was big in size. Facing the fierce attack from the Red Rose, it could only passively defend itself. Its cry was so heartbreaking that it could bring tears to anyone who saw it. Scream. Keep calling me. Ha ha ha. The more you scream, the happier I am. Hong Qiangwei pressed on step by step, whipping Qingxi to the ground with a whip, and then stepped hard on Qingxi with her sharp high heels. Hey, why don't you scream? Why don't you resist? You're making it difficult for me. This. So exciting. The audience in the audience opened their mouths wide. Madame S. strange beast and personality are really special. Only. Why? There is a kind of inexplicable restlessness. Superior. Let us go too. Sa Zhu died in tears. Seeing Xiao Xianfu about to slip away, he rushed over and said, Xiao Xianfu, you are so mean. What's wrong with me? Xiaoxianfu felt a little guilty. His eyes were a little vague. Look, we have such a good relationship, you can't let me be the only one to make a fool of myself, right? Sa Zhu said with a sly smile, why don't you go up and try too? After all, you are the #1 mutant beast. No. What a joke. Look at the strange beast on the stage who was beaten so hard that he was crying for his parents, with a face full of black lines. My own Bai Jun is a cool and aloof male god. How could I be whipped by the evil queen? If it is the future. Bai Jun changed into human form. Won't this become an indelible black history? Absolutely not. Bai Jun's future image will definitely be a cool and ancient male god. Now he is being beaten and abused by the queen. Think about it. It just feels terrible. Look, Sister Joe is here. Xiaoxianfu suddenly pointed behind Saju and shouted. Hey, here comes another unlucky guy. Saju chuckled, and just as he turned his head, Xiaoxianfu disappeared into the crowd like a dragon entering the sea. Damn! Got cheated. Saju was stunned for a moment and looked towards his live broadcast room, which was full of comments mocking his own abuse. This really made him angry. It's all because God Lu didn't open the recharge entrance. If I could recharge, even if it was a slime, I could feed it and turn it into a god. Certainly. This is just talk. This kind of development adventure game. Recharged money. It really loses the fun. Although he likes to use money to beat technical players, he really doesn't want to see this in this game. Pity. The little fairy escaped. Otherwise, that ice husband was abused. It must be interesting. Even though he was abused badly. But he had no intention of leaving. He is a gaming master. Have your own understanding of the game. Plus, Lu Bingyan herself is a hot topic. He wanted to see how perverted Lu Bingyan's red rose was. At the same time, I am also wondering whether the personality of the alien beast is the same as that of Pokemon, affecting its own output ability and desire to attack. Winning streak. Winning num. This afternoon, Saju felt numb all over. The red rose is like a king who has accidentally entered the iron game, killing people indiscriminately. The 100-game winning streak mission is completed. The reward for 100 consecutive wins is quite generous. The special seed reward for 10 consecutive wins here is 5 directly awarded. Not only that, but he was also rewarded with a large amount of spirit stones and bloodstones purified from his bloodline. These items can be traded with each other. Seeing that Lu Bingyan didn't want to fight anymore, Saju stopped her as she was about to leave. Madam Lu, don't you know that you can sell me one of the mysterious seeds in your hand? Just one will do. Don't buy. Lu Bingyan glanced at Saju with a smile, but I can tell you a piece of news. What news? Saju was stunned for a moment. Professional League. Lu Bingyan raised a finger. We will be holding the first Honghuang Mountain and Sea League this year. The rewards are very generous. I definitely won't sell these materials to you. I want to use them to cultivate my red roses. I see. Saju fell into deep thought. The live broadcast room also caused an uproar. Professional League. Then wouldn't the later they obtained Primordial AY, the more disadvantaged they would be? Saju also saw this question. He asked, Madam Lu, isn't it unfair that those who obtained the game later should be able to participate? Then is there anything absolutely fair in this world? Lu Bingyan smiled and shook her head. Besides, in this game, time doesn't determine anything. It all depends on the bond between you and your beast. This vast mountain and sea. But it's not just about training. You also need to get out of the house, explore, and discover your own adventures. Everyone is born a protagonist. That's all I have to say. If you want to join the professional league, just go out and play. The professional league is not as cheap as you think. Lu Bingyan smiled calmly, and under Klaus's escort, she returned to the car and left the people's square with countless envious and respectful gazes. Professional league? I must participate. Saju rubbed his big belly and said, go out and look for adventure. Brothers, starting from tomorrow, I will do an outdoor live broadcast to look for my adventures. Saju has also read a lot of game introductions and paid special attention to the adventures in the vast mountains and seas. Only. Before, he had never thought that the professional league would be held so soon. Now that he knew, he naturally couldn't just stand there and watch. He didn't want to miss the first professional league, and he was determined to fight for the championship. The rewards for the first session are definitely not bad. Otherwise, Madame Lu wouldn't be so stingy. After all, she is the wife of the game's creator. What can she want but not get? Professional league? The little fairy fan lurking in the live broadcast room also narrowed his eyes. She will definitely participate in this professional league. A professional league. It has awakened countless folk Pokemon masters to join. As for on the side of the Russian bear, the news spread quickly. Those players who were originally training for their careers are now like chicken blood, and have started to travel around the country by car or bicycle to find their own opportunities. As for game profitability, the center of Luan lies in the props of the middle ranch. For example, the precious seeds that are refreshed every week can increase the meat of various indicators of exotic beasts, training grounds, etc. These prices are not expensive. The cheapest one is 0.1, and the most expensive one is only a 30 yuan monthly card. Even so, Luan could also be sure of it. By the time the game becomes universally popular, consumption on farms and ranches will be able to generate sufficient revenue. Chapter 94 Yen Yen, I'm cracked. Yen Yen's revelation of this news was really just right. Industrial Park. Luan held a cup of hot tea in his hand, smiled and exclaimed in admiration, but also felt a little strange. What is really unexpected is Yen Yen, this silly and cute girl, actually contracted a queen-like beast. The fighting style is really too eye-catching. I feel so sorry for those 100 players. I'm afraid he must have been tortured both physically and mentally. Hang him up and whip him. The high heels crushed my anus. Hiss. Just looking at it makes me feel cold all over. Look back. Let Yen Yen consider not participating in the competition. This Red Rose's fighting style. It's really not suitable for national broadcast. It's really not a good influence on children. Speaking of which, I haven't finalized the dates for the league yet. Just made a plan. I can just delay it for a few months. Won't she have the energy to do these things when her belly gets bigger? I really am a little genius. Luan chuckled and said, forget it. I'd better hurry up and assemble the spaceship first. Weddings are one of them. About the league venue. Luan also plans to set it on the Eye of Primordial Chaos. The Eye of the Wilderness has a spare port that can be used for construction and expansion. These are what he has to do during this period of time. Why? I don't know if I'll go bald. Luan scratched his hair, feeling a little worried. Speaking of which, the daily sign-in rewards lately have been really lame. Is it because I used up too much luck in one go? Why? Never mind. Work. Luan put down the teacup and closed the live broadcast page with a wave of his hand. Then I threw myself into work. The expansion of the Eye of the Wilderness. Improvements to spacecraft. He had to do all of this himself. Especially spaceships. He had to speed up the wedding. Otherwise, after 2 months, if the wedding has not taken place, the knowledge gained will be taken away. He didn't want to see this. Anyan Technology Building. Top floor. Lu Ningxuan was dressed in a professional suit, with her hair casually spread out. Wan, are you sure you don't want to go into investment? No. Li Qiuwan was very sure. Dreams and such are all nonsense. The future market will be controlled by Anyan Technology. It would be better to just be a boss's secretary. That's right. She recently became a secretary. Because the finances are already managed by robots, she doesn't need to worry about it at all. Now she only needs to be responsible for negotiating with Lu Ningxuan. Now, there are countless companies in Xinxia that are trying their best to gain recognition from Anyan Technology, obtain chips and batteries, and develop their own products. Otherwise, they would really have no chance of survival. As for the automotive industry, they also want chips, customized artificial intelligence navigation, and batteries to design an electric car. Now is the era of new energy. Smart cars are definitely an inevitable trend. Don't fight for it. That's definitely not possible. According to Anyan Technology's technological level, if it enters the automotive industry, it will definitely crush the companies in the automotive industry and reduce them to OEM factories, or even prevent them from doing OEM work. Rumor has it, Anyan Technology seems to have some kind of high-tech printing platform that can produce nanoweapons, so shouldn't producing a car be a piece of cake? After all, the technological content of the two is not on the same level. In order to survive, domestic companies are now basically focusing on exports. Do not strive for foreign markets. Then I would really starve to death. At the same time, we must strive desperately for opportunities for cooperation. Luan didn't know much about these things. Lu Ningxuan is responsible for all of this. She can do whatever she wants. There is no need to think so much. Certainly. Economy. You absolutely cannot afford to crash. The social unrest is really great. At this point, Lu Ningshuang discussed this with the great elder chief think tank. As for how to do it, Luan didn't want to care. He just wanted to concentrate on high technology, and then accompany his cute senior sister to travel around the second world. It's almost there. Once the last task is completed, I can accompany my senior with peace of mind. And the senior sister he has been thinking about is now planting mysterious seeds in the manor. Mystery seeds take a long time to grow. However, it is not so gloomy that you have to get up in the middle of the night to water the plants, get rid of insects, etc. These are generally concentrated during the day. Moreover, you can hire plant elves to help take care of them. An elf costs $1 to hire per day. As long as you have enough fertilizers, pesticides, and other items at home, it can help you take good care of all the animals and plants on the ranch. The fertilizer that increases the growth rate of mysterious seeds must be special fertilizer. This special fertilizer can be obtained by completing tasks, or you can collect spiritual herbs and exotic animal feces to synthesize it yourself. Special fertilizers can be applied to any seed. The mall price is 0.1 yuan per bag, and one bag can only be used for one seed pit. One bag can be accelerated for 6 hours, with a cooling period of 30 minutes. A mysterious seed has a germination period of 24 hours, a growth period of 72 hours, a flowering period of 12 hours, and a fruit ripening period of 24 hours. The maximum income from fruits is 5. It is more than enough to train one. 132 hours, 5.5 days. If the cooling time is not taken into account, 22 bags of mysterious fertilizer are enough to ripen it. It only costs 2 yuan and 20 cents. Not much. But what made Lu Bingyan explode was mysterious fertilizer, only 5 bags can be purchased per day. Isn't this a scam? Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth in frustration. What? Find netizens to buy. The props in the game can be exchanged for goods or purchased with cash. Cash purchases require a re-trading market. As long as there is cash flowing here, Luan can get 1% of the tax. This is the revenue brought by the second game. Now. First day. Few people have life warehouses. There probably aren't many people who go outdoors to look for exotic animal poop. This is trouble. Items purchased in the mall cannot be sold. There is no way to buy it even if I want to. Lu Bingyan raised her eyebrows, thought for a moment, and then entered the forum. Her forum profile was a Q version of Shiha, a fairy-like little girl. I just found a random forum guide post and went straight into the room. After entering, everyone recognized him. At once, they all ran over to greet her. Madam Lu, you're here to help too. Are you facing any problems? Lu Bingyan said helplessly, I'm short of mysterious fertilizer right now. Has anyone here made any? Mystery fertilizer. Everyone is also discussing this issue. This thing. The number of circulation in the future will definitely be huge. The highest official customized price is 1 yuan for a bag of fertilizer, and the actual amount is 0.99 yuan, which is a net profit. It is not difficult to obtain spiritual herbs and feces. You just need to go outside the city to find and collect them. It will be easier to obtain them in the second world. To make a set of 10 bags, you need 10 soul-enriching grasses, 1 moon-enriching grass, and 10 pieces of poop. If you are lucky, it will take no more than half an hour to make a set, and no more than an hour at most. If you have enough time in a day, you can earn over 100 yuan just from fertilizer. When Lu Bingyan mentioned this, many people were moved. They know it very well too. The mystery fertilizer will not come down in price. The demand is simply too great. If you don't have time to collect them, you can only buy them with money or exchange them for other materials in proportion. These proportions are clearly stipulated. With the optimal ratio calculated by D. June, the market will definitely not be in chaos. Chapter 95 Klaus, I'm back to the top. Mrs. Lu, do you want to collect the mysterious fertilizer? Suddenly, a person asked weakly. That's right. Lu Bingyan nodded and looked at the person who spoke. The person who spoke was a Q version figure wearing a school uniform, and his voice was still a little childish. I have 3 groups. 3 groups. 3 sets were made so quickly. Lu Bingyan was a little surprised. Add a friend and do a friend trade. Okay. The young man quickly added the friend and conducted the transaction. It really arrived. You can really make money. Then here I am. The boy was a little excited. His family is just an ordinary one. He got the first place in the exam, and his parents begged him for a long time before buying him the pendant as a gift. 800 yuan. For most people, it is not a lot of money, and some are even just a week's food expenses for a junior high school student. But for him, this more than 800 yuan is a huge sum of money. For families, this additional expenditure has a significant impact on future planning. So, he wondered if he could make money from games like those game merchants on the internet. As a farm kid, the focus is definitely on farms and ranches. His first novice exotic beast was named Ruelin, which looked like a Chilan and had extremely rare Chilan bloodline. Ruelin likes farming and symbolizes a good harvest. More importantly, the farm where he is located can improve the fertility of the soil and the growth of plants and animals. Every harvest will definitely give you 2 extra harvest items. He thought this was great. While studying the farm, he discovered that the consumption of mysterious fertilizers and mysterious grass was extremely huge. If you want to cultivate exotic beasts, these 2 are essential basic resources. Only these 2 can accelerate the maturity of animals and plants. And he believed that those high-level players would definitely not spend time on this. He took advantage of his situation and luckily collected the spiritual herbs needed for the mysterious fertilizer, as well as the feces of strange animals. He combined them into 3 groups and then wandered into the forum to peek at the screen. Unexpectedly. Just arrived. You will gain something from it. These are small amounts of money. We have to get the money flowing. Hope filled the boy's eyes. After a quick calculation, he sent a private message to Lu Bingyan, Madam Lu, tomorrow, I can make 3 more sets of mysterious fertilizer and 3 more sets of mysterious grass. Would you like some? Want. Lu Bingyan did not refuse. This is definitely necessary. You can never have too much of these things. As my ranch continues to expand, consumption will only increase in the future. Unless more advanced fertilizers appear. This should be inevitable. For now, the maturation period of a particular seed is a bit too long. There is no harm in stocking up on mysterious fertilizers and mysterious grass now. This kid is quite interesting. Just ask me directly. That's fine. That's right. I have to take a look. Mall props. Lu Bingyan temporarily logged off and entered the game. Opened the mall. I looked at all the props and it was true. Found something very useful. Fertilizer instant cooling table. Table of instant digestibility of forage. 2 tables. It's not a one-time thing. But it is cyclical. $1 each. One that can be used for a day. For example, the instant cooling table of fertilizer. After purchasing this buff, the farm can use fertilizer continuously without cooling time, and it can be ripened directly. This thing is so useful. That's it. Fertilizer in pasture must be obtained in large quantities. Just as Lu Bingyan was sweeping up a large amount of fertilizer and grass, the others also found out about this. Many game merchants have begun to plant spiritual herbs in large quantities, or go to the outside world to look for spiritual herbs and exotic animal feces, and then synthesize a large amount of mysterious fertilizers. Even so, the mystery fertilizer remains in short supply. After all, a cooling meter only costs $1. Anyone can afford it. This won't work. A few businessmen must be tied up. Merchant. No. No more businessmen. I do it myself. Lu Bingyan set her sights on her maid. The lady's eyes suddenly looked a little scary. Solol couldn't help but take a step back. Klaus was also startled by this look. This was the look of catching prey. Sarah, we need to form a team. Lu Bingyan said with narrowed eyes. As an official member of the professional league, we absolutely cannot be eliminated at the start of the competition, so I need a team of merchants. This. Klaus looked at Lu Bingyan in astonishment and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Madam, can't you just bind a few merchants? No. Lu Bingyan shook her head and refused. I want a full-time job. I'm afraid that won't work. Klaus raised his eyebrows slightly. Madam, right now, our maids all have their own tasks to do. It's probably not possible for them to play with you. So that's it. Lu Bingyan was a little depressed. Seeing Lu Bingyan give in, Sora and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they don't want to. But that is not the duty of these maids. There are also professional maids among them, so it would be more appropriate to let them do it. They are good at fighting and taking care of daily life, and they are also good at playing games. Then, Klaus, can you help me contact a maid group, the kind used in professional games? 10 people will be enough. Lu Bingyan thought for a moment and looked at Klaus. This. Okay. Klaus nodded. No refusal. 10 professional gaming maids is not a difficult task. That is. Is this really reasonable for you? An official member, the biggest official member, actually invested so much money for the league. Only. Klaus thought about it and felt that there were too few people. If the lady, with her naive mind, can think of a way to form her own team, then naturally others can think of it too. It is impossible for a rich person to invite only 10 people. Perhaps there will be more bound professional life players and professional businessman players. The more resources, the better. As long as there are enough resources. Even a pig can be fed into a god. The first Honghuang Mountain and Sea League is of great significance. This is the first real-life virtual game. It was also the first virtual reality game. The first championship title brings not only money, but more importantly, glory. No matter how many years in the future. The first game and the first championship are always talked about. No one will refuse the crown of glory. Never mind. I'd better take it upon myself to invite 20 more maids. It seems like I could be the manager and help crown the lady champion. Right. Isn't the meaning of my existence to help the young master and his wife realize their dreams? I can't help the young master with his black technology. I can only trade stocks at home, make some money, and manage the manor, just like a retired old man. This makes his butler's soul tremble, and he is anxious. As a top housekeeper, it would be shameful if I couldn't be of use. Now. It seems like I have found the motivation again. Chapter 96 Wedding Preparations. Night. Luan was just about to take a break. Qin Wanro came to his studio with a strange look on her face. Xiaoan, Yen Yen has been a little willful lately. What's wrong, Mom? Luan asked while washing his face. Just now, Klaus told me that Yen Yen seems to be extremely obsessed with winning the first championship of Honghuang Shanghai. And then, well, she asked Klaus to hire a team of professional gaming maids for her. Then Klaus also served as the team manager, responsible for providing advice and assisting her in cultivating Red Rose. Qin Wanru looked quite unnatural. She also saw the duel scene with Red Rose. The scene was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look at it. So that's it. Luan wiped his face and thought for a moment before realizing what was going on. He simply stopped thinking about letting Lu Bingyan rest at home and take care of the baby. He smiled and said, Honghuang Shanghai is the first virtual game. The championship throne of the first professional league is still very important and glorious. If Yen Yen wants to give it a try, there's no problem. What's more, she's an official member of our team, which saves us the trouble of finding someone to train her. That's fine. Qin Wanru was a little annoyed. Even at this age, he still didn't know that his daughter had such a competitive side. At last. After Qin Wanru told Luan to rest on time, she drove away from the industrial park. Today. It was the first day that my husband officially retired from the army. She hadn't been so eager to go home in a long time. That's all. In the blink of an eye. A month passed. This month. The production of Honghuang Shanghai AY has completely kept up with the daily sales, and even in Russia, it is almost popular. This month. Luan still didn't get any good sign in rewards, but he did get a lot of famous paintings, antiques and so on, which were better than nothing to cultivate his sentiments. This month. Luan launched 6 satellites in succession. The standards of these 6 satellites were all based on the Eye of Primordial Chaos, but their sizes were much larger than the Eye of Primordial Chaos. Therefore, the Eye of Primordial Chaos eventually served as the core of these 6 satellites and merged these 6 satellites into a larger blooming lotus, one petal of which was more than 10 times larger than the International Space Station. Above this satellite, there is a small resort town that can accommodate 100,000 people. It is a veritable sky garden. No, it should be called a space garden. The spacecraft has also been completed. Although it is for home use, it can still carry up to 100 passengers at a time. Finally, the wedding can take place. Luan's lips curled up slightly. He glanced at the fiery clouds outside the window and stretched lazily. June, I'm going home first. I haven't been back for a month. I'll leave the operation of the company to you. Good host. June's figure came from the void. After a slight nod of greeting, he sent Luan downstairs and then took over the tail end of Luan's work. Back home. Lu Bingyan immediately threw herself into his arms. You bastard, you're finally back. I missed you so much. Yes. Come back this time. There is a big thing to do. Luan hugged Lu Bingyan's delicate body tenderly, his gaze like the winter sunshine, warming her heart. What a big deal. Lu Bingyan simply hugged Luan, greedily enjoying the sense of security brought by Luan's arms, and asked coquettishly how big the big thing Luan was talking about was. Let us get married. I'm ready. Luan took out an exquisite little box from his arms. This is the most useful sign and reward this month. It's an engagement ring. It's called Star Love. The ring is hand-polished with star crystals, and it looks like the Milky Way wrapped around your finger, which is extremely beautiful. The most eye-catching thing is the star gem inlaid in the star cluster. It is a gem with a pure diamond appearance and an interior like the vast starry sky. Mysterious and noble. Yen, marry me. Luan looked at Lu Bingyan seriously. Okay. Lu Bingyan was obviously also stunned. But, I was extremely happy. Reached out his hand. Let Luan bring it to him. Then let's prepare for the wedding the day after tomorrow. Luan grinned. Absolutely, this is the best wedding that a straight man like me can think of. What wedding? Lu Bingyan was looking forward to it. Finally. We are still getting married. The wedding is complete. Shaoan and I are a truly perfect family. This is a secret. Luan did not answer, but looked at the reward he had just received. The divine outfit of the prosperous era. Although the name is a bit strange, this is the most perfect wedding dress rewarded by the system. Next, we will still be apart for 2 days. Luan chuckled softly, and you just need to wait quietly in the manner for me to pick you up. Oops. You make me feel so uncomfortable. Lu Bingyan was extremely happy, but her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. She pouted in dissatisfaction. It was just a little bit. All right. Looking at the lovely appearance of his wife, Luan pointed to the ring on her hand and said, our wedding theme is on your ring. On the ring. Starry sky, stars. What does that mean? Before Lu Bingyan could figure it out, Luan quickly went to find Klaus to arrange work. At the same time, he took out the wedding dress and solemnly handed it to Sora. Sora, the wedding dress is yours. I've set the wedding date for November 10th, which gives us more than 2 days to prepare. This wedding may not be grand, but it will definitely be the best wedding ever. Luan's face was full of confidence. That's it, Klaus, I'll go home first. Luan waved his hand and drove directly out of the manor and went to the villa. Then, he notified his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and the whole family gathered at the villa. Then I talked about the wedding. Just make your decision, and then, what do we old guys need to do? Lu Zhanlong asked. Dad, this is what I'm planning on having you all go to the wedding venue and wait for us these few days. Since the wedding venue is quite special and cannot be entered by outsiders, I'd like to trouble you all to decorate the venue. Luan said mysteriously. That's not a big deal. Old Master Lu and Old Master Lu were a little puzzled. Then Shaoan, there's no need for the 4 of us to get involved, right? No, the grandparents have to go too. Otherwise, the tea ceremony on the wedding day won't be over. Luan chuckled and said, forget it. It's hard to explain it now. Let's go to the industrial park now. I'll take you to the venue and you'll understand. Become. Lu Yunshu nodded slightly. Then, the family took advantage of the night and rushed back to the industrial park. A giant underground factory. The whole family looked at the huge spaceship parked in the factory with their eyes widened. This, a spaceship? Yes. Luan chuckled. Shiha, open the hatch. Okay, young master. After Shiha responded, a blue streak of light flashed across the spaceship. After a slight jet sound was heard, a disc that could carry 100 people slowly descended from the hull without any connection. Let's go in and take a look. Luan looked at the shocked expressions of his family members, but he was still very proud in his heart. That's just the beginning. The real cool stuff is still in outer space. Chapter 97 invited 2 important figures. Inside the spacecraft, everyone was like Granny Lou entering the Grand View Garden. They were amazed at everything they saw, but they didn't dare to touch anything because they didn't understand. Everyone, stand firm. We are heading to outer space. Lewin chuckled and turned on the switch. D-Jun, open the dome and prepare for takeoff. Okay. D-Jun opened the dome of the warehouse at the first moment, and then the spacecraft took off vertically and smoothly without any noise. This. Flying up. Go to outer space. Let us just say goodbye. Lu Jianlong's face changed drastically. Shaoan, you can't talk in outer space. Your grandparents won't be able to bear it. It's okay. Lewin chuckled, don't underestimate my technical skills. The spacecraft continued to accelerate, but the interior was the most suitable space for human activities, without any discomfort. This speed is too fast. It's been less than a minute and we've already entered outer space. Speaking of which, what the hell is that? He also knew about the satellite launched by Lewin, but he heard that it was very large, so he didn't care. How big can a satellite be? And now, he knew. This thing, not to mention the pedals, even the butt underneath, has a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters, right? Little moon. So that's what it is. No wonder there are always two moons in the sky recently. One of them looked quite strange, like a blooming divine lotus. Now, the mystery is solved. It's all this kid's fault. Young master, the spacecraft has entered the satellite landing module and can leave the cabin. Shiha's voice sounded again. Okay. In a state where everyone was dizzy, Lewin and his family entered the satellite. Because the corridor in the landing module is made of transparent material, when you walk out, it feels like you are in the starry sky and walking in space. Sounds romantic. Actually, it was a bit scary when I really walked up there. Son, this landing capsule of yours is too scary. I don't feel safe under my feet. Mo Qianqi held Lu Yunshu's hand tightly. The strength made Lu Yunshu, a farmer, frown constantly. It hurt so much that his hand seemed to be broken. But what else can I do? Just bear with it. Who made her his wife? Let us talk about it later. Isn't my brother's expression the same? Man. It's really too difficult. Enter the satellite. When everyone saw that complete small ecosystem, they were stunned. In this huge and cold metal world, there actually exists such a paradise. Luan. How on earth did they do this? Here. This is the wedding scene of Yin Yan and I. Huge stage. This stage is independent of the ecosystem, as if floating in the endless void, and is surrounded by viewing platforms that can accommodate thousands of people. Actually, this stage doesn't even need any additional decorations, it's already perfect. The two old men had the same opinion. There's no need to decorate here. However, after they saw Lewin's half smile, they immediately understood, this kid is really showing off. That's right. Lewin was actually just showing off. Of course, it's just showing off, nothing else. Brat. Mo Qianqi rolled her eyes speechlessly, so, we have to stay here for the next 2 days. That's right. Lewin shrugged with a smile. It doesn't matter as a family. Can live here. To be honest, it feels great too. If only the space station had such technology. Living conditions should be improved, right? This is what Lu Jianlong thought. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Lulu and Momo gave a thumbs up. We should be considered the first group of tourists to truly stay in space, right? That's right. Lewin smiled and rubbed the two little ones' heads. How are you? Are you happy? Happy. But, can we still come and play in the future? Certainly. We have a spaceship, so we can come and go whenever we want, just like going home. Lewin chuckled softly and said, from now on, if you want to come here to play, just go directly to the industrial park and call Shiha. Great. The two little ones ran off to play happily. This is the living area. It doesn't matter how much noise they make. At the same time, Lewin also quietly posted an announcement on the official website. I am getting married on November 10th. To celebrate, wedding gifts will be distributed in the real and virtual worlds. Everyone remember to grab the red envelopes. Moment. There were tens of thousands of congratulations. Elderly and the Great Elder were also quite surprised. This guy actually chose to get married at this time. Okay. After the wedding, we will go to the International High-Tech Weapons Expo. This wedding. I, an old man, will also be invited. Mr. Lee thought with some anticipation. Actually, Lewin actually had this plan. After making arrangements for his parents, he returned to the industrial park and called Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee, although this is a bit abrupt, I would like to invite you to attend my wedding and be my wedding witness. Of course, it would be great if we could get a team of honor guard soldiers to cheer us on. Lewin shamelessly made the request. You kid. Mr. Lee burst out laughing. Really? This guy has a purpose. But it's no big deal. It is not difficult for the 9-star state scholar to make this request. Oh, actually, I also want to invite the great elder. The wedding location is a bit special, and the great elder is not young anymore. I want him to come and see it. Elderly, please mention it to the great elder. Of course, I won't force you. State affairs are more important. Oh, who? Can you tell me about it? Mr. Lee was a little surprised. Of course, the wedding scene is the satellites I launched, that is, in outer space. Lewin smiled calmly. Outer space. Mr. Lee widened his eyes. If it were someone else, he would definitely just laugh it off, but he believed in Lewin very much. After calming down, he added, the great elder has been quite free lately. With the AI, he can work anytime, anywhere, and it's quite easy. So, when do we leave? If possible, the day after tomorrow. This way, less time will be wasted. Become. Mr. Lee nodded, a little excited. Can I bring a family member with me? Of course. Lewin smiled nonchalantly, the spaceship is big enough. Okay. I'll contact the great elder right now. Finished. Mr. Lee hung up the phone and went to contact the great elder. Hearing Lewin invite him, the old man was a little surprised, but after listening to Mr. Lee's explanation, the old man was still quite moved. Okay, in my lifetime, I can step into the universe myself. How can I not participate in such an honor? Chapter 98, Fun with the Bride. Why is there no one here? My mom, my dad, shouldn't they be like this? Why is there no one here? 2 days. Lu Bingyan went from nervousness to disappointment. No one came. No one knew where Lewin had gone. She now felt that the surprise she had prepared was no different from a shock. No, that's the shock. Madam, please be patient for a little longer. Klaus was a little helpless. To be honest, he is a little confused now. I don't quite understand the wedding process that Lewin has prepared. Stinky guy. What have you prepared? Lu Bingyan was so depressed that she looked at the wedding dress hanging in her bedroom, and a layer of red veil covered her face. Get married. Get married. Are you looking forward to it? Xia Mangyao suddenly appeared and hugged her bestie from behind. Yen Yen, tomorrow, you will officially become a married woman. We. Yao Yao. I'm still thinking about you. Lu Bingyan was still very happy about her bestie's sudden arrival. She pouted and muttered, I don't know what that stinky egg is preparing. Now, I can't even contact my parents. I'm really pissed off. They're already waiting for you at the venue. Xia Mangyao said enviously, I'm afraid all the girls in the world will envy you for your wedding. So exaggerated. Lu Bingyan's eyes widened, and she excitedly grabbed Xia Mangyao's shoulders, her face full of anticipation. Yao Yao, you must have been to the wedding, right? You must tell me. Not telling you. Xia Mangyao giggled, her heart full of envy. Why didn't she take the initiative at that time? Maybe she would be the heroine of this wedding. Women all yearn for romance and uniqueness. And this time the wedding. It is absolutely unique. And, in a short period of time, no one can copy it. A wedding in space. How romantic and magnificent is this? Ah! Stinky Yao Yao. You bully me too. Lu Bingyan grabbed the tender flesh on her waist and tickled it relentlessly, causing Xia Mangyao's body to stiffen instantly. Yen Yen, don't touch my waist, that's my sensitive spot, don't touch it. I know. I did it on purpose. Lu Bingyan laughed. But she didn't continue and embarrass her bestie. Instead, she pulled her bestie onto the bed and blinked at her bestie. Yao Yao, when my child is born, how about you be her godmother? All right. Xiao Mangyao smiled gently and pinched her best friend's chubby little face. Yen Yen, getting married means that you and Luan will truly form your own family. From now on, you can't be so childish. You have become an adult. A pair of best friends. They talked a lot in the evening, and before she had time to go to sleep, the maid came to put on her makeup. Wedding. It has to be grand. The manor is filled with red water lilies and red lanterns, full of festive atmosphere. The other side. Industrial Park. The great elder and elderly are still resting. But the members of the Guard of Honor Reserve have already begun preparations. Luan also woke up early and put on makeup and changed his clothes under the guidance of the national team's makeup artist. The Chinese suit he wore made him look even taller and more slender, and his handsome face fascinated the makeup artist. Mr. Lu's looks are truly unparalleled in the world. It's a pity that I'm already married. Ha ha. Luan couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Thank you for the compliment. 8 o'clock. Luan set off on time. Lu Bingyan, accompanied by Xiao Mengyao, sat quietly in the bedroom waiting. I'm going to make a lot of money today. Xiao Mengyao laughed, checked the time, walked out, locked the door, and then stood at the door with a dagger. If the opening fee is too little, I won't open the door for you, hee hee. I'm here to pick you up. Looking at the familiar manor, Luan became more and more nervous. Finally, the wedding procession arrived at the manor. Sara and the maids surrounded the convoy in an instant, especially the float, which was directly blocked by Sara. Master, do you want to get off? Think. Luan looked at Sora helplessly. Tell me, what are your demands? It's not really a big request. Really? Luan suddenly curled up his lips into a mysterious smile. Brothers, it's time to show your manly charm. What? Sora was stunned for a moment. Before he could figure out what was going on, a group of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the garden behind. At the beginning, Luan expected that Sora would definitely be the first level. So he asked the soldiers to get off the car and prepare in advance. Now. Comparative request. Nope. A group of soldiers rushed up directly. In no time, each of them carried 2 maids and ran away. Sora was no exception. Because it was too sudden. She didn't even have time to react before the soldier carried her away. A bunch of straight men. Solomon. Oh. Such a beautiful woman was actually carried away. It was carried away as if it were rice, without any hesitation or mercy. Be good. Luan is an unreasonable guy. He directly invited a lot of soldiers to come. Then, can my door still withstand it? Xiao Mangyao looked at the steel door that she had asked her maid to reinforce, as well as the ultra-precise mechanical lock, and began to doubt her life. Mechanical lock, in fact, she also understood the brain. Make a combination lock, and Di Jun or Xiao Jinwu can open it. It's completely meaningless. Now she just hoped there wasn't a locksmith expert on the team. Otherwise, a weak woman like her really couldn't bear it. Ah! Exclamations rang out in the villa. The maids were carried away one by the soldiers and placed under collective custody. At last, Luan, like an older brother, walked to the bedroom door with a wicked smile on his face. He raised his eyes and glanced at the heavy steel door, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. This girl is really a spendthrift. Is this really that serious? So what? Actually, Lu Bingyan in the room was also a little confused. My best friend is a fake best friend, right? Are you sure Luan can open such a heavy door? It's really too bad. Lu Bingyan thought so in her heart, but the smile on her face did not diminish in the slightest. This is all the love that my best friend has for me. You, don't come over here. Xiao Mengyao was frightened at the door. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 30 soldiers. A soldier with a bandit-like spirit. Luan stood in the center, with the aura of a real boss. Sister Mengyao. Open the door proactively to avoid physical pain. You're dreaming. Xiao Mengyao's legs weighed a pound. Whatever this kid wanted to do, he wouldn't resort to despicable means, would he? Brush. Luan directly took out a red envelope. Give me the key. Not given. This red envelope is thick. But not enough. Xiao Mengyao decisively refused, and said with a noble face, if you want the key, it's not impossible, but you have to pay more. Damn. I thought you were going to say something interesting. The result is that there is not enough money. Lewin stumbled and took out a dozen large red envelopes. Is that enough? That's enough. Xiao Mangyao chuckled, took the red envelope, sat aside, and said with a smile, the key is in my cover. If you want, take it yourself, or open it yourself. You have no moral principles at all. Lewin was so depressed that he vomited blood. After thinking for a long time, I realized that I was the one who was cheated. Mr. Liu, watch me. A soldier took out a cutting machine and violently broke the door lock. Xiao Mangyao, who was already confident of victory, was stunned. Lewin, you have no martial ethics. Hey. Honestly, can I even get in? Lewin curled his lips in disdain and rushed in directly. Seeing Lu Bingyan covered in white sand, he was completely stunned. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. She is like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world, her every frown and smile is so beautiful. Yen. I'm here to pick you up. For a long time. Lewin came back to his senses, knelt on one knee, took out a bouquet of roses like a magician, and looked at Lu Bingyan affectionately. Chapter 99 Blessings from the Stars. Okay. I can't wait. Lu Bingyan took the bouquet and placed her hand in Lewin's palm. Let us go. Lewin chuckled, pulled Lu Bingyan into his arms, lifted her up, and rushed downstairs like a gust of wind. Everyone, let's go, universe. Oh. Soldier, maid, Klaus shouted excitedly. Universe. This is the real highlight. The wedding car returned at high speed. But. On the way. Lewin blindfolded Lu Bingyan. But Lu Bingyan already knew that she was going to the universe, so she was both excited and nervous. How to get there? How long will it take? Can you come back? This is her true inner thoughts. Inside the spacecraft. The soldier, the maid, Klaus, Oldly, and the great elder were all sitting in their seats. Lewin gently hugged Lu Bingyan. Shiha, destination wedding venue. Okay. Shiha's voice was crisp. Because it was a happy day, her look today was also quite festive, in a crimson phoenix robe. It's really too high-tech. Mr. Li was surrounded by a group of young people. This is his descendant, who brings more knowledge. Being able to travel to the universe in one's lifetime is an extremely rare experience. After all, the overall technology on Earth still has a long way to go before it can reach Lewin's level. The speed of the spacecraft, the constant space inside, all the technology was a little difficult for them to understand. Without any feeling or protection from any heavy spacesuits, before they could react, they had already arrived in outer space and entered Lewin's huge satellite. Walking along the starry sky corridor, everyone was stunned. Lewin also took off Lu Bingyan's blindfold. Standing in the universe, Lu Bingyan was completely stunned. Husband, are we really in the universe? Right. Lewin chuckled and said, let's go, everyone is waiting. Surrounded by the crowd. The newlyweds finally arrived at the wedding. Standing on the stage. Lewin started the live broadcast. This wedding. Maybe not that grand. But it is definitely unique and unforgettable. Wedding ceremony. Very traditional Xinxia style. Worship in the hall, serve tea, and change your words. After a set of procedures, Lewin escorted Lu Bingyan to the bridal chamber, then came out to accompany the guests. He also introduced the place to the viewers in the live broadcast room. This is the real universe. I also want to thank the great elder, Mr. Li, for taking the time to attend my wedding. The great elder and elder Li appeared on screen at the same time. The netizens were all shocked. This wedding. It is actually possible to invite the great elder to participate. What an honor. Today, I'm just being lazy. I hope you don't mind. The great elder smiled kindly, and just like an ordinary old man, he sighed, my life has been worth it. I'm almost buried, and yet I can still take a trip to the universe. Ha, who says not? Oldly laughed heartily, holding a glass of wine in his hand. When our Xinxia technology reaches this level, then Earth will almost usher in the interstellar age, right? Almost. Lewin joined in from behind. If we can thoroughly understand the information I gave the Institute, traveling to and from the universe will be much easier. We can even complete space-based weapons ahead of time, which is the rod of God in the US plan. Oh. The great elder's eyes lit up instantly, and he suddenly asked, you're primordial, I should be equipped with weapons, right? How could that be? This is a commercial satellite, how could it be equipped with weapons? Luang would not admit it. Certainly. Everyone knows it. The old man didn't care. He knew Luan's character very well. Luan's weapon was Xinxia's weapon, which was definitely enough to intimidate foreign countries. I don't believe a word God Lu said. I believe it, I believe it. Why would commercial satellites be equipped with equipment? To take up space. It would be better to install more servers. That's right, I think so too. Our great god Xia can't possibly have such bad intentions regarding weapons or something like that. Do you think I believe it? Space-based weapon systems. This satellite is definitely equipped with it. Leaders of various countries all looked unhappy. Originally, no one can stop Xinxia's current technological growth, and the times are gradually widening the gap with them. Now, there is a sword hanging over their heads, and they dare not use public opinion to threaten others. If a giant metal rod were dropped from outer space, it would be a fatal blow to them. Then, a group of leaders held a secret meeting tacitly. The content changed from how to test Xinxia and let it share its scientific and technological achievements to how to beg Xinxia to rent their technology for successful use. Night. It is the highlight of the wedding. The various space performances and space rides are so enviable. They also want a race in space. Are you happy? At this time, Luan and the other man had changed into casual clothes and were standing on the highest point of the satellite, looking at the deep and magnificent universe, leaning against each other. Happy. This wedding. I will never forget it. Lu Bingyan was very touched. She finally knew now. What has Luan been doing this month? It is to create a perfect wedding scene. A spacecraft capable of traveling to and from space. All of this. He succeeded. He also kept his promise. A unique wedding. Even the most traditional process cannot cover up this romantic environment. Now, it's just the beginning. Following Luan's words, thousands of stars gathered together. This is a blessing from the stars. It outlines a beautiful scene that is dreamy, mysterious, and ethereal. This scene, exclusive to them. Amidst the starlight, music and wonderful movements emerge. This is the song of the stars. Pray for them and bless them. Marry you. It is my greatest luck. Lu Bingyan was so moved that she burst into tears, lying in Luan's arms, whispering softly. This scene lasted for a full half-hour before it ended. However, in the hearts of the two people, this scene has become eternal. Blessings and praises from the stars. This is truly unique in the world. No one can replicate this scene. Tonight. It was a sleepless night. It's not just Luan and his new couple. And everyone who came to the universe. And the fans who watched the live broadcast. The universe has always been mysterious. It is also the dream of many childhoods, to set foot in the universe and take a look at the vast universe. Now, Luan's wedding gave them hope that their dreams would come true. People. The time to set foot in the universe and explore it is really not far away. The next day. Early in the morning. The great elder got up to exercise, and at the same time, he used Wendian to handle various affairs, which was convenient, easy, and time-saving. On this satellite, the living environment is better than that on Earth. For a moment, he didn't want to leave and wanted to stay here to retire. Chapter 100, Multifunctional Firefighting Nano Weapon Concept. In the garden. After the great elder finished exercising, he drank tea here. Those soldiers also had the rare opportunity to enjoy their rare vacation. Still in the universe. Don't mention how crazy it was. Shawan, last night, those politicians were frantically contacting me, trying to get access to the console, life chamber, and game console. It's still tax-free. The old man glanced at Luan and said, actually, you could consider selling it to them. Making money is king for us. I estimate that once you start exporting, the tax rate on our RMB will immediately go up. It is very likely to surpass the greenback and become the mainstream currency. By then, the US economy will be in turmoil, and the US government bonds will be unbearable for them. Oh. There is such a good thing. Luan's eyes widened. I kept thinking in my mind whether I should sell it to others. Now their production capacity is sufficient. If it's really not enough, you can also find an OEM factory. The increase in the tax rate of Xinxia currency will indeed cause a significant shock to the world's finance. greenback depreciated instantly, and many small countries may be directly faced with the point of economic destruction. Certainly. These were not his considerations. He is just a small businessman. Can't control these. Forget it, to avoid them stabbing me in the back. I sold it to them, and they accused me of monitoring their behavior. That's unnecessary. They got the advantage, but I still got pissed off. Lewin thought about it and rejected the proposal. Isn't this the same method used by those foreigners who think they are superior? Baba Yang can consider it. The elder nodded slightly. He had also thought about Luan's concern. Lewin is a person who is completely unwilling to suffer any loss or humiliation. I really don't want to do this kind of thing where I don't get any advantage and get scolded. Baba Sheep. Lewin thought about it and roughly understood what the great elder meant. He thought that the Middle East market was still something he could consider. If we kick out the troublemaker America, the Middle East will truly be peaceful. They are going into the Middle East. The Russian side will definitely not interfere behind the scenes. Given his relationship with Sophia, she had no reason to mess with him behind his back and would gain nothing from it. It's better to develop yourself honestly. This is possible. Lewin nodded and said, I'll go get it done later. By the way, Great Elder, the tactical nano-weapons have been produced and can be shipped back directly when we return. Also, when will we attend the High-Tech Weapons Expo? Tomorrow. The old man smiled calmly. The venue is in the United States. The official opening is the day after tomorrow. You have to go there tomorrow to adjust to the time difference and familiarize yourself with the venue procedures. Become. Lewin nodded, and then asked angrily, Grandpa, what kind of high-tech are they going to come up with internationally this time? Tell me the lowdown. I really don't know about that. They're definitely going to show off their impressive research and development achievements at this expo. There will definitely be some obvious ones, but they'll be nothing compared to the nano-weapons. It seems that the United States was forced to hold this expo because of the emergence of nano-weapons. He. Quite interesting. Let me show you what black technology is. Afternoon. Lewin asked everyone to leave the satellite and return to Earth. Sister Wan Wan, Yen, Sister Chan, Sister Yao Yao, don't leave yet, we have a small meeting. After seeing everyone off and helping the soldier move all the tactical weapons into the transport helicopter, he greeted several signature beauties who were about to leave and go home to rest. What's going on? Lu Ningxuang felt a little strange. It's a gift for you. Lewin said with a helpless smile, by the way, we are going to the United States to participate in the High-Tech Weapons Expo. Are we leaving tonight? Ah. Tonight. Lu Bingyan and the others widened their eyes. They hadn't slept much in the past 2 days because they were so excited, and now they had to take a long flight. Just be patient. Lewin laughed helplessly and took out 5 armed cores. These were specially designed by him. Lu Bingyan is Moon God, my elder sister is Black God, Li Qiuan, Yang Chanshan, and Xiao Mengyo as 3 gods. Each one has its own style. Wow! Ours is one of them. That's right. Mom, wait a moment. Seeing Qin Wanru about to leave, Lewin quickly took out a tactical satchel and said, Mom, this is the nano weapon I made for my dad. It's a non-professional version, and there's also a set of fishing gear inside. Lewin had already prepared his father's fishing gear and sent it to him. I also asked my parents whether they liked this thing. The 2 elders shook their heads and refused. The reason is, no need. The country is so safe, why do we need superheroes? What his father said actually gave Lewin some inspiration. That is to create rescue weapons. For example, if the most versatile firefighters in history were all equipped with a set of nano weapons with super multifunctional equipment, the rescue risk would definitely be reduced to a minimum. Don't say much. 1 set is enough for 1 fire station. Lewin had no intention of selling it, but rather donating it to them for their use. Otherwise, few fire departments in China can officially purchase a set for use. It's too expensive. 1 set of nano weapons is enough for thousands or even tens of thousands of fire trucks. More than 1,000 multifunctional firefighting nano weapons will be completed in a few days and should be available for use this month. Hope. Don't see news about rescue sacrifices in the future. Lewin shook his head and stopped thinking about these unpleasant things. Fun weapon. Lu Bingyan and the others couldn't let go and started to arm themselves. Being armed can be sexy. Lewin also made some slight adjustments to this point, making them look sexy but not too sexy. Sexy, mysterious, dignified, and majestic are the main themes of their armed forces. Certainly. The combat effectiveness is also very good. Built-in exclusive artificial intelligence. Yanyan Xia, elder sister's black god, and the three sky armored forces correspond to Yunxiao, Xiangxiao, and Bixiao. Artificial intelligence is the most advanced artificial intelligence. Certainly. The final control lies with Lewin, mainly because he is afraid that they will not be able to control the powerful potential of the armed forces and cause damage to themselves. Night. After obtaining the passports expeditedly, the group set off directly. The old man has already informed the embassy there that someone will be there to pick them up when they arrive. First class cabin. Lewin and his 6 companions bought everything. The plane was really slow, and to be honest, the airplane meals in first-class cabins were just average hotel standards, but the service was pretty good. It was also quite boring on the plane. After more than 10 hours of flying, Lu Bingyan was as sleepy as a kitten. She curled up on him and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 101 Technology Zone Up Master. After the plane landed, they were taken directly to the embassy by the embassy staff. And food and accommodation were arranged. They didn't ask about anything else. Because there is no need. Lewin is here. That means it's a sure thing. I don't even know how to lose. After resting here for another night, everyone finally regained their spirits and got a taste of the charm of the beautiful capital of Washington, D.C. Then, led by Mr. Wang from the embassy, they went to the venue where the organizer was. The venue is the National Stadium in Washington, D.C. This is an open expo, and military fans, technology fans, or ordinary people who just want to join in the fun can all come and visit. Certainly. Just watch, take pictures, and understand the data, that's all. Xinxia's exhibition location is very prominent and large. At this time in the venue, delegations from various countries have already begun preparing their products. Lewin looked at his empty exhibition booth, touched his chin, and fell into deep thought. Looks like a mannequin is needed. Everyone else has everything, but mine is empty, and I always feel like I'm being looked down upon. The final and most important thing is that it will also make Xinxia's own people lose face. Tactical armament. Multifunctional fire-fighting nano-weapon. These two are good to hang here. Mr. Wang, seeing Lewin in a daze, came up and asked, Mr. Lu, if you have any needs, you can directly ask me and I can help you complete it. It's actually not a big deal. Lewin reluctantly took out a tactical shoulder bag and a tactical backpack. This is the folded version of our nano weapons. There's nothing attractive about putting something like this on the exhibition stand. Seeing how enthusiastically they are trying to attract visitors' attention, we can't afford to lose face. The most important thing is that we can't let our Xinxia family members who came to support us down and lose face. The level of technology is there. But most people can't understand it, even technology fans can't understand it. Because they don't understand, they look down on it. That's true. The purpose of this expo is not so pure. The exhibition must be put on display. Today's gimmicks can lead to better results tomorrow. Although it is a must-win result, but he also wants to make the victory more shocking, so that everyone in the country knows that our Xinxia is no worse than those developed countries and can make people's lives better. This is easy. Mr. Wang picked up the phone, made a call, and hung up. He said helplessly, to be honest, I've been thinking about quitting my job and going back to our company lately. It's really awkward to use such outdated communication tools here. Ha ha. Hearing this, Lewin laughed out loud. Actually, it's not necessary. You can use the future AS. The signal here is usable. Ah. Real. Mr. Wang was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. That's great. Mr. Lu is truly wise. Not bad. Lewin touched his nose, looked at the Chinese tourists gathered around, and smiled. Everyone wait a moment, when the mannequins arrive, you can see the new equipment we have officially installed. You will definitely not be disappointed. Is it nano-weaponry? The person who spoke was the up-host of the technology zone of Kanbei Station. He came to Eagle Sauce specifically to participate in the expo and record materials. When he saw the most eye-catching Xinxia exhibition booth, he felt like crying. To be honest, the domestic high-tech weapons exhibition is much worse than that of foreign countries. The one that can be regarded as the highlight this time is obviously an extraordinary product. The other person who came was Lewin. His first thought was nano-weapons. Apart from this, there is really no other information about high-tech weapons research and development projects in the country. Certainly. He is just an ordinary upmaster. If it really existed, he couldn't possibly know, but he knew it very well. No matter how advanced the world's technology is today, it can never be stronger than nano-weapons. That's right. Lewin chuckled softly. This time, I brought two products. One is the tactical nano-weapon that has been officially equipped to the military, and the other is the multifunctional firefighting nano-weapon that I just successfully developed. It is a multifunctional weapon that I developed specifically for firefighters. Hiss. 2 models. And it has been put into use. So speaking, the technology of nano-weapons is already very mature. The young man took a deep breath excitedly and introduced himself. Master Lu, my name is Wang Lu, and I'm the Tech Section VP of Cheers Station. Can I live stream here? Certainly. Lewin chuckled and said, it's up to you. Tomorrow, if you're still here, maybe I can let you experience it yourself. Is this really possible? I must be there. Wang Lu was so excited that he almost jumped up. What an honor this is. As an ordinary citizen, this is the first time I've experienced nano-weapons myself, right? Not long after. 2 1.8-meter tall articulated action figures were delivered. Lewin didn't hide it either. Simply unfold the two devices. The multifunctional firefighting nano-weapon is slightly bulky in shape. It looks thick but not bulky, and it gives people a sense of security. Tactical nano-weapons. This is a cool style designed by Lewin. Of course, it has a full range of functions. It just has a more technological feel. This is so cool. Wang Lu was stunned when he saw the deployment of nano-weapons. Those 2 small bags, when unfolded, turned out to be such a cool mecha suit. Isn't this much cooler than Iron Man? And that multifunctional weapon and so on. It looks safe and trustworthy. Wouldn't it be great if there was a superhero like this to save you? The deployment of nano-weapons attracted many tourists. Even the research giants from other countries gathered around, their eyes widened as they looked at the high-quality nano-weapons. Not to mention practicality. In terms of folding technology alone, it is miles ahead of them. Folding such a large suit of armor into 2 small packages is impossible, right? But nano-weapons have proven that this is feasible. Just hope. This is just a decoration. Otherwise, tomorrow will really be the Xinxia special. At the same time, they fell silent. Now that it's been implemented, it's obvious that the combat capability is definitely not low. Otherwise, the military really wouldn't buy and use such an extremely expensive thing. Especially the rabbit who lacks the energy to be thrifty and use every penny wisely. Never mind. Just to record the data. It's different with artificial intelligence. Everyone gathered here and was reluctant to leave for a long time. Come on, let's go for a walk. Lewin grabbed Lu Bingyan's hand. As for my sisters, he had already disappeared. It's a rare opportunity to come out. They don't want to stay here to socialize. Chapter 102: The indispensable robber appears. Mr. Lu. Is it appropriate to stay here? Mr. Wang was a little confused. There were only a few of them. The ladies had already disappeared. He is the consul of the embassy, so it is naturally impossible for him to help here all the time. Leaving these 2 weapons here is too dangerous. It's okay. Lewin chuckled. What you brought is a jointed action figure. With my artificial intelligence, it can move. Anyone who dares to touch it will be treated as an intruder and counterattacked. Oh. Then I feel relieved. Mr. Wang nodded. Then I'll go back to the embassy first. I'm sorry to have so many guests today. No problem. Lewin waved his hand nonchalantly. Just do your thing, don't worry about me. Mr. Wang gave a few more instructions and then left. He was not worried about Lewin's safety, he was more concerned about the reporters. Foreign journalists are very sharp-tongued. Lewin is still very young, and I guess he will be difficult to deal with. We have to find a strong man tomorrow. Mr. Wang left, still thinking about how to deal with tomorrow's reporters. The booth is protected by explosion-proof glass. The security is still very reliable. Certainly. This is the United States where we play battlefield games every day. You never know when robbers might suddenly break into the hall and steal your high-tech stuff. Although it was just a joke. But Lewin felt that the eagle sauce might really do such a thing. Therefore, he had some thoughts in mind when leaving the nano weapons here. As long as there really are unexpected robbers, he doesn't mind letting these two tactical versions go wild. Let the Americans experience the thrill of a runaway Unit 01 wreaking havoc in the White House. Shaowen, do you think that eagle sauce would really pretend to be a robber? Lu Bingyan was a little curious. Uncertain. But that's just how they are. Lewin spread his hands and said, "Let's go, let's leave and take a walk. My sisters are also going shopping." Okay. Lu Bingyan smiled happily. "Let's go to the baby and toddler market." Okay. Lewin did not refuse. Now they really should go to the baby and toddler stores to increase their knowledge of parenting. The two left the venue, hailed a taxi, and headed directly to the largest shopping mall in Washington. After they left, the organizers also received the news immediately. "President, the Xinxia team has gone shopping. 2 sets of nano weapons are left at the venue for technology experts and military enthusiasts to see." Okay. Someone on Bai's side smiled slightly. "Braised egg, is it okay to leave it to you?" "Spiced corned egg. He is his most proud agent. He is a black man with a bald head when he grows up. His head is shiny and round like a boiled egg, hence the name. Guaranteed mission completion." Lu Dan gave a sinister laugh and left the Black Palace directly. Got instructions from the president. The organizers are also guiding tourists to leave temporarily. To this, no one thought much about it. After all, we are in the preparation stage now. High-tech products all have certain risks. No one can guarantee that there will be no accidents during assembly. Letting them leave temporarily was also to ensure their safety, so no one thought too much about it. This is a bit strange. Wang Lu stood in the large square in front of the stadium, holding a camera. "My friends, don't you think this is a bit strange? Lu Xin and the others just left the venue, and the authorities said that radioactive weapons were being assembled and asked us to leave. This is too strange, right? Shouldn't radioactive weapons be assembled and fully prepared at the testing facility before being delivered? Why would they assemble it in the open air? This is so strange." Although Wan Lu was not a student from a prestigious university, nor was he a technology expert, he still knew how to transport radioactive materials. "It feels like the United States is about to cause trouble again. I didn't say that there would be a huge explosion next, and then robbers would rush in. In the end, there were no major casualties, only the nano weapons from Xinxia were stolen. The truth is upstairs. Anchor, hurry up and inform the embassy. The United States is definitely causing trouble." The viewers in the live broadcast room were worried. "Good. I'll contact you right away." Wan Lu contacted the embassy immediately, but the embassy was busy with official business today and he couldn't get through after calling several times. This made Wang Lu angry and anxious. "Damn, what should I do? Wait a minute, this is an international event. Even though the United States is a despicable country, it wouldn't be so shameless as to do such childish things." Some people are calmer. Let Wang Lu not be anxious. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a small missile directly destroyed the outer wall of the gymnasium, and then 5 fully armed green trucks rushed into the venue. On each truck, there were 4 or 5 shirtless tattooed men, carrying heavy weapons, shouting and firing continuously. Grass. It really is the nature of the beautiful country. Wang Lu's face turned black and he ran away with the camera. Rushed towards a huge rock. Standing in an open space makes one a sitting duck. In order to look more like robbers, these people certainly don't mind killing a few people to liven up the fun. The big shopping mall is not far from the stadium. Lewin and the others naturally heard such a violent explosion. The other side. Lu Ningxuang and the other 3 girls looked at each other and contacted Lewin immediately. "Don't worry, we're outside. These bandits might be minions of the American government, coming for our nano weapons." Lewin was very calm. "Let them do it. As long as they get it, I will let them go wild and destroy the US military base." Okay. Then we won't care. Lu Ningxuang shrugged her shoulders and looked at young Chanqian and the other 2. "Well, that's what Lewin said, so let's not worry about it. It's not a big deal. These people in the beautiful country are really despicable." When several people sighed. The robbers were also very purposeful. They directly robbed the equipment of several top scientific research powers such as the United States, Hans Tiger, and John Bull, and then, yes, they directly robbed the nano-weapons. Got it. Retreat. Lu Dan sneered, the Xinxia people are really too confident. The safety awareness is too weak. How dare you be so lax on someone else's territory? Let me teach you a lesson. Lu Dan drove the car, taking the lead, bombarding the uninhabited area of the stadium with a barrel of bombs, and then drove away. It was a full 10 minutes before the police car arrived. Damn! It really is coming for us. Wang Lu's hands and feet were cold, and he was shaking with anger. Our nano-weapons were taken away by these foreign devils. Chapter 103, Realistic Unit 01 runs wild. Damn it, Gant. The live broadcast room was also filled with curses. The hidden official reported the news to Mr. Li immediately. Just trust Luan. That guy is very evil. Besides, this armed force is not as simple as we think. Li Lao smiled calmly, with a ruthless look in his eyes, but since he has taken action, it is a provocation to us, and it also gives us an opportunity to take action. Wendian, hack into all the data inside their National Security Bureau, pack it up and back it up, and then clear their files. Okay. Tianwen smiled elegantly and closed his eyes. After just a few seconds, Tianwen opened his eyes and said, Mr. Li, the United States has packed up all the scientific research results and data and backed them up. At the same time, all their files have been cleared, leaving nothing behind. Very good. Old Li laughed cruelly, if they dare to stretch out their claws towards us, then we will cut off their lifeblood. In the United States, all secret agencies are now dumbfounded. A moment. Their computer center was completely out of control. All the information was wiped out. And it is completely formatted. Recovery is impossible. The system is initialized directly and the system operation logic is changed. It is impossible to retrieve the data. Damn. This guy must be Xinxia. Why would Xinxia do this? No one could figure out what was going on. By someone is stupid now. They really took action. Right. Just a moment. We have no ability to resist at all. Including our hidden archives. All gone. All the sealed paper documents are gone. The two big bosses from the National Security Bureau and the General Administration of Science and Technology were trembling all over. This time, it directly cost them their lives. Why are the sealed paper files gone? Bai roared hysterically. The AI used some unknown means to cause the archive room storing the qualification information to explode and burn. And all firefighting equipment was completely ineffective. The two bosses looked quite sinister. He stared at Bai and wanted to tear him apart. You really are a pig. Why did you try to snatch Xinxia's nano-weapons? Do you think they are defenseless? You really are a pig. Although this low-level method is very practical, it cannot be hidden from the public's eyes. It's just that they couldn't find a reason, so they let it go. And now, Xinxia's armed forces, Xinxia's technological strength, do they need to find a reason? It's enough as long as they know that it was you who did it. Reason is something. That's just something the weak compromise for. Can't you see the situation clearly or what? The two big guys glared at Bai, saying that this information was the foundation accumulated by the United States over 100 years. These materials represent the cultivation of talents. And now, they can no longer cultivate talent on their own. Seize from other countries? What the hell are you dreaming of? You have lost all your foundation, why would anyone come to you? The other side. Just as Lu Dan was about to call Bai to announce the good news, the two nano-armed eyes displayed in the truck bed suddenly lit up, gradually changing from clear azure to scarlet. A cold voice rang out in the abandoned warehouse. Scan the surrounding environment, confirm the identity, determine that the body has been maliciously kidnapped, activate the absolute annihilation mode, activate the killing mode, activate the nuclear fusion reactor, and the annihilation begins. Blue flames spurted out from the backs of the two nano-armed machines, and their bodies instantly flew up. The scarlet eyes made Lu Dan feel numb all over. This machine actually moves. In addition, he is a top agent and is quite proficient in the Xinxia language. Naturally, he understood Di Jun's cold voice. Killing. Annihilate. This armed force is about to fight back. Nuclear fusion reactor. This guy's energy is unlimited. sensing several murderous auras around. To ensure a successful escape, activate the Rampage mode. Rampage. That is indiscriminate annihilation. Indiscriminate destruction. These two Luans had no good intentions and directly installed a nuclear fusion reactor. With unlimited energy. Even if these two nano-weapons only have simple beam attacks, they definitely can't stand it. Shanxia. The military's desire for defeat. Mr. Lee, 2 test machines have been found going berserk. Location: an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. Danger level, 10 stars, destructive power, nation destroying. Zhou Bai's analysis left Mr. Lee dumbfounded. What the hell? Destroy a nation. This is inappropriate. Although he doesn't like the United States. But the ordinary people are not wrong. To destroy a country means to kill all people who hold American ID cards, leaving no one alive. It shouldn't be that bad, right? Although Shawan is a bit of an angry young man, has a bad temper, and likes to do things directly, but when it comes to hundreds of millions of lives, he shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Of course Luan would never commit racial annihilation. This mode is just to scare the boiled egg. Certainly. The braised egg is really dead. He died a miserable death. It was burned to black ash by a single shot. After killing Lu Dan and his group, they followed the instructions and launched a crazy attack in the suburbs. After bombing for a full hour, they directly turned to the major military bases of the United States. Missile counterattack. Does not exist. Your computer has been hijacked. Black Palace. Worship someone. Looking at the live satellite broadcast, I was completely stunned. If this destructive force enters the city, no one can resist it. The most terrifying thing is, now all the control systems of the troops have been hijacked. There is no chance of launching missiles to eliminate the threat. Fighter planes, helicopters. This is just like delivering food, right? This beam weapon can hit a target hundreds of miles away with just one shot, and the plane was destroyed before it even flew over. What else can I do? They could only watch as they destroyed the military base they had deployed with great difficulty. The whole world was shocked. A clip of the 2 nano-armed beings displaying their might was posted online. Netizens from all over the world were discussing and even cheering. The troublemaker, the United States, was finally taught a lesson. At the same time, they are also worried. Xinxia possesses such terrifying military power. Will it become the next beautiful country? Everyone is worried. Watching the 2 nano-armed gods and demons on the screen appearing like streams of light all over the world, destroying military bases one after another, I feel terrified. It's over. It's all over. Bai slumped in a chair. He knew that he had dragged the United States into an abyss of no return. They had lost all their power and all their weapons. And he will probably also be judged and punished by that group of people. The picture moved. 2 armed machines appeared above the Black Palace. The energy aura burning on them made them look like demons walking out of the abyss. What is this for? Are you really planning to destroy the White House? The eyes of people all over the world are focused on this. Seeing this scene, Sophia couldn't help but smile bitterly. You said I was too domineering to be a woman, but you, Luan, are too domineering to be a human. You are like a god. Mr. Lu is truly impressive. The secretary's eyes were filled with admiration. Your Majesty, can we request a nano-weapon? Just one, as a national treasure, would be enough. Should be possible, right? Sophia was a little uncertain. I'll go check it out later. After all, this guy invited me to his wedding. Even though I couldn't go, I still gave him my share of the gift money. He treats me like a friend. He might not give me anything more advanced, but a regular gift like a teen will be no problem. Chapter 104, Free 300 billion green coins. No. We can't go on like this. I picked up the phone and dialed the elder's hotline directly. Directly transfer 300 billion green coins to the account. Mrs. Lu, please take action. Okay. The money is in hand. Lu Bingyan naturally wouldn't go back on her word. Husband, let's go. Okay. Luan put down the baby clothes in his hand and directly deployed his personal armament. The Way of Heaven. It's the code name of his armed forces. The combination of dark gold and red is noble, majestic, and domineering. The other side. Lu Ningxuang and several other girls also received the news, and immediately deployed their weapons and flew into the air. Certainly. They certainly wouldn't actually destroy these two weapons. Just for show. At the same time, it is also to show the world one's own wrist strength and deter those criminals who are ready to act. Under Luan's guidance, he led the two armed forces directly into the sky. 8 streams of light kept colliding, and the aftermath of the explosion made the entire Washington tremble. 5. Is it still so difficult to fight two people in the current version? This wave. The situation in the United States will be difficult to stabilize. The medium-sized weapons were basically destroyed, and it would take 4 to 5 years to recover. You want to give Sister Sophia nano weapons? As soon as Lu Bingyan saw Luan's mischievous smile, she knew what Luan was thinking. This is called telepathy. Just one look and you can tell what the other person is thinking. That's right. Luan gave Lu Bingyan a look that said, "You know me, my wife." He chuckled and rubbed her head. Anyway, the armed forces are only equipped with a tactical system. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence, the combat power index will drop exponentially. However, it is more than enough to face the current technological weapons. This is good. Want to contact Sister Sophia? Lu Bingyan and Sophia have a pretty good relationship. If it weren't for Sophia's identity, they would definitely become close friends who could talk about anything. Get in touch. Luan chuckled. Okay. Contact Sophia, and she answered the call quickly. Yen, how did you find time to contact me? Sophia was a little surprised, but she also raised her thumbs up. Well done. I'm afraid that person is going to be badly tricked by you guys. Good. They only lost 30 billion green coins. 300 billion is not a small amount. Sophia was a little envious. 300 billion. If it were hers, she could do a lot of things. Sophia, I'm here to tell you something good. Lu Bingyan blinked and said slowly, my husband plans to sell you some nano weapons. Of course, they'll be equipped with tactical support systems. Do you want some? Want. Sophia stood up immediately. This is necessary. How many do you plan to give me? 1,000 units, one for a small team, delivered to you along with the installation of the nuclear fusion reactor. Then, I'll give you a few quantum energy diffusion devices for free to cover the entire Russian Bear territory. Then, you can play games and make better tactical plans. For 1,000 units, you give me 10 billion as a token of your appreciation. Luan smiled calmly, Xinxia coin. Good. Thank you. Sophia was so excited that she almost jumped up. Thank you so much for your generosity. Mutual benefit. Luan wanted her to contain other forces. That's why I sold so much to him at such a low price. It's a hidden investment. Chapter 105 Not White Hair, Bad Review. This battle. It is also widely circulated in Xinxia. This was also the first time they knew about it. They, Xinxia, already have the ability to step into the universe and fight. With such a terrifying armed force, who would dare to say that Xinxia is not powerful? Because of this battle, many international celebrities and wealthy people who have immigrated to other countries have been constantly showing goodwill to the embassy, eager to regain their Xinxia citizenship. But, is this possible? Absolutely impossible. Believed in Xinxia. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Changing your nationality is the same as betraying your country. There is no way to come back. As for researchers, feel sorry. Now with artificial intelligence, we have a second world. Although their scientific research has grown extraordinary and they have continuously broken through technical difficulties, it is still difficult for them to enter Xinxia. In the past, all nations came to pay tribute to the Tang dynasty. That is not yearning, not admiration, but fear. Nowadays, Xinxia. The same is true. With the release of the video of the Nano-Armed Special Forces Corps, they just know it. The world has changed. It's completely changed. The once powerful Xinxia is back. All the problems are solved. Xinxia is invincible. God Lu is awesome. This was the hot search that Luan and others saw after returning to China. The Great Elder has really changed. Luan touched his nose. In his impression, the old man has always been a calm, forbearing, and majestic old man who never shows any anger to the outside world. And now, he is very sharp and does not look like a civilian at all. Instead, he is more like an iron-blooded veteran general who can lead his troops to fight in all directions at any time. Confidence. Lu Ningxuang said to Tai Omei, large-scale nuclear fusion reactors and quantum energy field diffusion devices have also begun mass production and deployment. At our current rate, they will cover our entire country by the end of December at the latest. By then, we will have truly entered the future era. And them. It can no longer keep up with the pace of the times. What we are going to do. No explanation needed. Xinxia has always been like this. We never initiate war, but we are never afraid of war. Act peacefully and shock the world with majesty. There is one more news. Actually, it's quite cowardly. Yang Qianshan swiped through some international news and sent it to Luan, saying with a smile, "Little pervert, the change of leadership in the United States is obviously aimed at you." Targeting me. Luan was stunned for a moment. Is it so fast? They had just gotten off the plane. The person in charge has been changed. Changing the person in charge is as easy as changing socks. No wonder, after Obama stepped down, the two people who took office were both like idiots. Luan looked at the news, then looked again at the photo and name of the new person in charge. He was stunned for a moment. What's going on? Have these beautiful people decided to give up on themselves and become idols? In his opinion, Empress. It is truly a historical miracle, especially the fact that she was a female emperor with real talent. The United States directly set up a consortium princess to take office, which seemed like a joke. But after seeing the think tank of the consortium behind, it became clear. To put it bluntly, it is a way for the consortium to control the government. Luna J. Morgan. Quite interesting. Luan turned it off casually, looking at his elementary school teacher with some resentment. Sister Qianshan, you are too much. Why do you say that this is directed at me? Beauty trap. Yang Qianshan was speechless. She didn't believe that Luan hadn't thought of this. Qianshan is right. Li Qiuan and Xiao Mengyao looked at each other. They were not stupid. If they chose a beautiful woman to take office, the path she would take would definitely be Sophia's. What a pity. Sophia's success is due to her bold and unrestrained character and distinctive personality. This Luna obviously can't achieve this. Consortium princess. The education since childhood is different. Too purposeful. It is basically impossible to catch Luan's eye. Beauty trap. Luan was stunned for a moment. He rubbed his nose, a little confused, but I'm already married. It's difficult for them to find out other information about me, but it shouldn't be difficult to find out about my personality. Honey trap, isn't that bullshit? Luna is indeed very beautiful. But it's still a little worse than Sophia. In addition, since it is not white-haired, the score is directly lowered a lot. Then there are those eyes, which, though clear, look so fake. This woman is very scheming. Luan doesn't like it. Even dislike. That's right. The disdain is very straightforward. Visible disgust. My Yen Yen is much more fragrant than her. This woman standing naked in front of me looks like a skeleton. Listening to Luan's disgusted tone, the girls smiled helplessly. Have to. This was also within their expectations. It is really impossible for the United States to follow Sophia's path. Chapter 106. The old men can finally relax. A group of people returned to the manor, having fun and joking. As soon as Luan and Lu Bingyan returned home, they stayed together and studied parenting knowledge. With the help of doctors, Xiao Mengyao studies nanomedical technology and nano-ultra-precision micro-medical robots. At the same time, we are also trying to combine it with traditional Chinese medicine. Lu Ningxuan, a busy person who was both idle and busy, went with Li Wanqiu to finalize the installation matters and all agreements with Sophia regarding the nuclear fusion reactor and the quantum energy separation diffusion device. Secret meeting in Zijin Pavilion. There were only 10 people present, led by the Great Elder, followed by Elderly, and then the other 8 national elders. Today, it is said to be a meeting. Actually, we were just chatting. The 10 people also took turns and devoted countless efforts to Xunxia. Now, the tense nerves can finally relax. There were relaxed smiles on their wrinkled faces, just like a group of old men, holding hot tea and chatting about the future. Real. They have been waiting for a talent like Xunxia for too long. Young God Xia. This is a tradition that has existed in Xinxia since ancient times. The young man is strong, and the god Xia is strong. Xinxia, it is impossible for the elderly to always bear and shoulder the responsibilities. The future still needs young people. And this young man. It's Luan. His appearance was not sudden, but it was a great surprise. This time, Luan did a great job. He should have disgusted the United States. But, to be honest, Morgan's involvement in politics this time is still a bit troublesome. Especially their think tank. To be honest, the IQ of those think tanks, might be better than ours. At this point. It's not that these elders are modest. Or it can be said to be to enhance the prestige of others. There's nothing shameful about admitting your shortcomings. By the way, that kid, isn't he a semi-military industrial enterprise? We can't let this kid sit idle. This kid, everything started with that kid from the Liu family. We have to give him something to do. Mr. Li chuckled. For example, satellites, space stations, or nuclear fusion aircraft carriers, the legendary aerospace aircraft carriers, aerospace fortresses, and so on. I think you're pushing it too far. Another big boss was speechless. We can research these things on our own. You can't become a big fat man in one step. No matter how young Luan is, he is still just one person. Technology cannot make great leaps forward and grow with just one person. That's true. Elder Li gave an awkward smile. Hey, I'm just a private. How would I understand all these twists and turns? I just want to add more equipment to the army. It's that simple. We haven't fully mastered nano weapons yet, so what other equipment do you want? Well, we've already perfected electromagnetic superstring theory. We can develop things like electromagnetic railguns and electromagnetic rifles, and we'll have finished products soon. After all, nuclear-like batteries are incredibly powerful. The elder stroked his beard, somewhat proudly saying, Look, nano weapons paired with electromagnetic guns are incredibly powerful and even more futuristic. Oh. That's good. Mr. Li's eyes lit up. In short, all of this was brought about by Luan. We must follow his pace and develop steadily. The elder tapped the table with his fingers. Compared to Luan's technology, we are still far behind. We must adjust our attitude and learn down to earth. Of course, if foreigners invade, we will not tolerate it. Yes. Several elders had firm eyes. They want to catch up with Luan's big ship, lead Xinxia to rapid development, and step into the future era. Then there's the financial issue. The old man had a headache. This kid's technology alone has monopolized most of our country's technology companies. Although 10 lithography machines have been sold to our former pride of domestic products, the gap is still quite large. Artificial intelligence is a problem. That's true. Artificial intelligence cannot be allowed to become rampant. Several old men also agreed with this. Now, the future AS can only be said to be the most basic artificial intelligence, and its authority is still the lowest. Even so, the smart butlers on the market still have a long way to go if they want to compete with it. For technology, especially Luan, it is basically impossible to catch up with him. The gap will only grow. If Luan wants to stabilize the domestic economy, he can only restrict his own development, gradually integrate his technology into society, and keep changing the direction of social economy. Actually, the appearance of that ancient mountain and sea is quite powerful. It has spawned many alliance groups. In disguise, it promoted the further growth of Xinxia's economic system. In addition, Luan is about to prepare for his first professional competition, which has attracted countless people. Speaking of that, the first virtual game professional competition, it's quite valuable. My girl, who usually only knew how to research, has now immersed herself in it. She's even willing to take a break and go out wandering looking for materials to breed exotic beasts. Don't talk about the little girl. Recently, I also raised an ancient golden eagle. Hee, it's super cool. Old Li laughed. Did Mr. Li raise one too? I'm so sorry, but I've also jumped on the bandwagon. With the help of my grandson, I caught a soft-shelled turtle. Wow, it's really big as a house. According to the introduction, this soft-shelled turtle's ancestor is actually from the time when Yuan mended the sky. Its limbs were chopped off and it was used as a pillar of heaven. Wow. For a while, a group of old men showed off their exotic animals just like the children. The great elder just shook his head helplessly. He is the only one who understands how difficult it is for everyone. Now that the country is peaceful and the people are safe, it is not wrong to relax a little. Just let these old guys relax for a while. Everyone has been on edge for too long. As for the other side, Lewin and his wife snuggled on the sofa, watching the movie silently. That day in the beautiful country. The sign-in rewards are pretty good. Given a set of playground designs. This thing is very good for Lewin. Every entertainment facility inside is quite advanced and safe. It can be designed as a theme park. Lewin plans to build it into a wild mountain and sea theme park. Yen, I want to build a playground for our future children. Lewin thought for a moment and asked Lu Bingyan for her opinion. Oh. Lu Bingyan was stunned for a moment and glanced at her belly. Hubby, the baby hasn't even been born yet, and you're already thinking of building a playground for her. Aren't you spoiling her too much? Lewin gently hugged her delicate body, gazing into her eyes with infinite tenderness, because she is the symbol of our love. Chapter 107 Theme Park Plan. Amusement Park. That is fine. Anyway, I played first. Lu Bingyan leaned forward into Lewin's arms, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked in a sweet voice, Hubby, what kind of amusement park do you want to design? We're still planning, but we're going to build a large amusement park that belongs to Xinxia, with the theme of the ancient mountains and seas. Our children's future can't just be about the likes of Donald Duck. We need our own culture to build their cultural confidence. This is also what Lewin thought. Culture does not believe. This is the result of the infiltration of foreign culture. To reverse the situation, more than just military might is needed. The strength of military power builds courage, but not cultural confidence. Cultural confidence is much more complicated than courage. It cannot be solved overnight. The most obvious cultural infiltration is the celebrity effect, for example, those idols and handsome young men. To be honest, Lewin has never understood why those girls are so obsessed with those feminine men who don't have any courage of boys. By the way, Yen, what do you think of those idols? Lewin touched his chin. To be honest, internet celebrities are ultimately insignificant. The entertainment industry is the one that really needs rectification. Those so-called fresh meat. How do you see? Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes, petting the four white kings, and sneered disdainfully, they have no acting skills, are paid high salaries, and can only hype things up and exploit minors. What else can they do? Exploiting minors. Lewin was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? It was just to get on the charts and get fans to buy milk. It was pretty popular, but all the milk was poured out. Some children in the mountainous areas can't even get enough milk. But here it's better, all the milk is poured into the garbage dump. And that Wu Qian, he actually had sex with a minor. I don't know how he could do that. This is pretty bad. He was arrested. Really? Lewin frowned. You're not just pretending, are you? Lewin raised his eyebrows. The social atmosphere is really hard to describe. I don't know. Lu Bingyan sighed. It's a pity that Prince Bai is too young, otherwise, I would have made Prince Bai eat this grandson and have him eat meat for once. Lewin pondered for a moment, then I must build this amusement park. I'm too lazy to get involved in the entertainment industry. After all, I'm in the technology field. I can only use technology to change people's correct values little by little. I support you. Lu Bingyan raised her head proudly. You are worthy of being the man I like. No way. Lewin rubbed her head proudly and said, after a while, let's go to Ma Xiong again, deliver the goods to Sophia, and build a dojo for the finals there. Okay. It's time to travel again. Lu Bingyan was very happy and touched her belly. While my belly is still small, I must play all the games I want to play. Good. I'm with you. Lewin chuckled, pinched her chubby little face, and chuckled, I will always be with you, watching the sunrise and sunset with you. That's too annoying. Lu Bingyan giggled and patted Lewin's shoulder in disdain. I'm traveling with a purpose. I want to become the invincible beauty of the first beast tamer, the invincible hot mom. Pregnant. Go to the competition. To be honest, it's indeed not appropriate to say girl. Hot mom, it's really no problem. Okay. Lewin smiled helplessly. Your red rose is very strong, but she has some flaws in her character. Not really. I think it's pretty good. The girl tilted her head and smiled. Yes, is that so? Luan was a little frightened and said deliberately, Yen, I'm not a masochist. I'm not a queen either. Lu Bingyan gave him a penetrating look and said thoughtfully, but I also want to experience what it feels like to be beaten by a queen. Let us not do that. Luan took a breath, stared at her delicate face pitifully, and said in a low voice, I think you don't love me anymore. It's because of love that I want to try it. Lu Bingyan burst out laughing and gave him a strawberry on the face. I'm just kidding, I can't bear to beat you like a crazy woman. Ha ha. You still love me. Luan held her and swayed her around. Okay. No more shaking. Be careful not to lose the child. Lu Bingyan deliberately scared him, then muttered, Shaoan, later, can you design me a pair of nano maternity clothes? I feel that armed clothes are quite comfortable to wear, but after all, armed clothes cannot be worn in daily life. This is easy to organize. Luan nodded. As for the materials, to be honest, I did some research last month. I looked at the clothes in the American baby stores. They were really expensive, but they didn't seem very safe. Indeed. Lu Bingyan agreed deeply, and then asked curiously, Husband, let me ask you, do you have any plans or expectations for your child's future growth? I heard that even if parents are very smart, the child may not be smart. There is such a saying. Luan was surprised, I haven't heard of this before. I've seen many smart people have very smart descendants. That's just an isolated case. Lu Bingyan pouted and said, You are too smart, and as for me, it's all the result of hard work. My future child will definitely not be as smart as you. I believe in you, and I believe in our child. Luan knew that his child was born with the blessing of the system, and was omniscient and omnipotent. These 4 words. There must be an ulterior motive. In this world, there is only one person who can live up to these 4 words. Only God. No, in the mythology of Xinxia, the only ones who can be said to be omniscient and omnipotent are the saints, right? Could it be that my child was born a congenital saint? This is impossible. This is just an ordinary city, this is too magical. Luan shook his head. Never mind. Don't want to think about it anymore. It doesn't matter what happens to his own child, as long as he grows up healthily, that's enough for him. After all, he didn't need children to feed his ego. There is no need for children to feel tremendous pressure to achieve certain goals. He felt that his life was already perfect. There is also endless money to spend. As long as you want, you can control the economic lifeline of the entire world at any time. But it's totally unnecessary. Isn't it nice to stay at home and warm your wife? It smells so good. Oh, by the way, honey, next year, I plan to stay at school and become a teacher. Lu Bingyan suddenly said, I can't just stay at home and be a parasite forever. I have to have my own pursuits in life. All right. Luan chuckled and said, when the time comes, I'll bring my cute baby and pick you up every day. This is what you said, don't forget it. Lu Bingyan raised her chin proudly. Chapter 108 Lu Ningxuan, how come I don't know I have a man? Time flies. This period of time before the new year. While Luan was preparing the rules for the first professional league competition, he was also accompanying his wife in training exotic beasts. At the same time, as agreed. I also went to Russia and took advantage of the installation of nuclear fusion reactors and quantum energy field diffusion devices to visit all of Russia's cities and famous attractions. By the way, I also fought with the strong men there, which increased my combat experience. The end of December, the last day. After Luan woke up, he looked at Lu Bingyan sleeping soundly in his arms, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's hard to describe this feeling. But, I am very happy. Although no special sign-in tasks were triggered during this period, the rewards he received for signing in every day were still quite good. What satisfies him most are the various skills and knowledge. Ding! Congratulations on completing your daily sign-in and receiving rewards, the Universe Book Study Space. What is this? Luan was stunned for a moment, then clicked it and took a look. It turns out that it is a learning space that can adjust the flow of time. It not only integrates the knowledge of various civilizations in the entire universe, but also provides corresponding teachers to provide guidance. The most suitable adjustment ratio for him in this learning space is 1 hour to 1,000 years. To be honest, 1,000 years only seems long. I want you to learn the technology of an unknown civilization. 1,000 years is really not a long time. For a civilization. 1,000 years is really too short. This is good stuff. Lewin pursed his lips. This thing was his second cheat. Be sure to make good use of it. Work hard to learn a variety of knowledge. So, even if there are special situations in the system in the future, I won't worry. Husband. I want to eat century egg and lean meat porridge, hee hee. Lu Bingyan didn't know when she opened her hazy eyes, chuckled foolishly, turned over, and continued to sleep soundly. Good. Lewin pinched her chubby little face, got up, went downstairs to wash up, and then went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Lu Bingyan. The process of making preserved egg and lean meat porridge is not complicated. Recent. Yen has become picky about food. Sometimes. The flavors can become quite baffling. He had century egg and lean meat porridge this morning, and to be honest, he felt pretty normal. In a while, it will be 3 months. The changes should be bigger. Lewin was a little worried. I heard that women will experience morning sickness, changes in temper, etc. in the later stages of pregnancy. I don't know if Yen will do the same. Fortunately, all the work is done. I can always be with her. Lewin clenched his fists and encouraged himself. It was my first time taking care of a pregnant woman, and to be honest, it was a bit stressful. Bedroom. Smelling the aroma of food coming from downstairs, Lu Bingyan couldn't fall asleep at all. However, I didn't want to get up, so I buried my head in the quilt with a struggling look on my face, and then turned on the Future AS to read the news. The first one made her open her mouth in shock. Sister, are you in love? Is this true? This period of time. There's no sign that she's in a relationship. Lu Bingyan couldn't lie still any longer. Looking at the man next to Lu Ningxuang in the photo, her brows furrowed. She immediately ran downstairs. Shaowen, sister, I'm afraid she wasn't deceived by a man. She actually stayed in the hotel with a man last night and even left the hotel intimately. What the hell? Lewin was stunned for a moment, his arms stiffened, and after extinguishing the gas stove, he looked at the news. After seeing the news and photos, Lewin, to be honest, was a little confused about whether the news was true or not. First, this man is quite handsome in appearance, and his temperament, how should I describe it, is the noble aura of a gentleman, which seems to have a great appeal to women. It seems that my sister's standard for choosing a partner is just like this. But instead of taking her home, she went to the hotel. This is really not Lu Ningxuang's character. So he is a little unpredictable. How about we call and ask? Lu Bingyan looked at Lewin's murderous expression and knew that something bad must have happened. The relationship between the siblings was already extremely good, and this man was really perfect, so perfect that it made people feel insecure. Lewin would definitely be angry if he went to the hotel with such a person. If they are a real couple and the man has a clean identity, it would be fine. If not, something else happened. That's bound to be a big deal. Estimate. Lewin will make sure this man never sees the sun again. Okay. Just call and ask. Lewin brought the century egg and lean meat porridge to the table. He did not go to the kitchen again, but stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window with a frown, looking at the garden outside the window in deep thought. To be honest, he also wanted his sister to find a man. Not to mention being rich and powerful, but at least the family conditions should be decent, the character should be good, the family affairs should be clean, and you should be able to live a happy life for the rest of your life. That's enough. Things like fate cannot be forced. If you try too hard, you will be easily deceived. My sister's singleness shouldn't be broken so easily. In the kitchen, Lu Bingyan contacted Lu Ningxuang. Sister, are you in love? Get straight to the point. When Lu Bingyan asked, she also asked Shiha to analyze Lu Ningxuang's emotional changes. What does that mean? Lu Ningxuang was confused. No, why? This morning, you all asked me if I was in a relationship. But I have one and that's enough. Who needs a man? Really? Lu Bingyan was a little surprised. Really not, what's going on? Lu Ningxuang was still a little confused. She had been talking about work yesterday, negotiating technology licensing matters with a high-tech company capable of producing wafers. She was busy until midnight, worked for half the night until 9 in the morning, and hurried back to the company to draft the contract. She had just finished her work and had not had time to eat breakfast, but one by one, people called to ask if she had a boyfriend. What the hell? Is a man as good as his younger brother? Really? I have a little brother who loves and pampers me, so why would I need a boyfriend? Yen, what she said is true. That news is just personal fantasy, and the photo was taken from a deliberately chosen angle. Shiha quickly announced Lu Ningxuan's itinerary. So that's what's happening. Lu Bingyan smiled helplessly. Sister, alright then, I misunderstood you. Look at the news, it's all going crazy. The National Palace Master is looking for a consort. I was really shocked. What the hell? How dare someone talk nonsense? I'll tear his mouth apart. Lu Ningxuan was a little exasperated. What the hell is this? As for Shaoan, Lu Ningxuan still had some doubts. She had also seen that the photo was indeed a bit weird and could easily be misunderstood. My younger brother must have misunderstood me. That would be terrible. I will definitely be beaten by my younger brother or even put in solitary confinement. Estimate. That little boss is also going to be sunk to the bottom of the sea to feed the sharks. Oh, when Shaoan first saw it, his face was almost black. He probably already knows the whole story. This nonsense news will definitely be punished by Shaoan. Lu Bingyan chuckled. Sister, then you go ahead and do your work. I'm going to have breakfast, Mua. Finished. Lu Bingyan grinned and cut off the connection. She ran out happily, her hair disheveled as she sat down at the dining table. Honey, it's okay. I wasn't scammed. I just negotiated the licensing of wafer technology. That's all. I see. This guy who talks nonsense and deliberately stirs up public opinion must be punished. Chapter 109, Troubles Solved, Professional League begins. Because of this matter, there is still quite a lot of fluctuation online. After all, Lu Ningxuan is always an ice goddess when she appears in public, an ascetic and pure queen who is not interested in men. Suddenly, her pretty face turned slightly red, and she stood with a gentle smile next to a handsome man as they came out of the hotel. The contrast was really huge. So, everyone is discussing this matter. Even public opinion began to move in a bad direction. And the other side. Imo Ming had just completed the handover task and returned home to rest. His scalp tingled when he saw his wife's strange look. Wife, what's wrong? You checked into a hotel with the president of Anyun Technology. This woman was very young and not particularly pretty, but her unique temperament was impossible to ignore. The more you looked at her, the more beautiful she seemed, and the more you felt comfortable with her. Get a room. Imo Ming was a little confused. No, even if I want to, do you think they would be willing? Besides, there is no reason for me to let them book a room with me. That's true. Yun Luolua nodded slightly and said helplessly, Look, I don't know which bastard took the photo of you two coming out of the hotel together, and now there's a huge uproar online. If that person takes action, I guess it will turn the world upside down again. That one refers to Luan. For celebrities, this kind of thing is a point of public opinion that increases their popularity, but for people of Luan and other such status, it is a stain on their lives. My own sister was slandered like this. Luan will definitely not give up easily. If it involves them, they will not have the right to resist. They could only look up to Luan's identity and technological level. What the hell is this? Imo Ming was quite uneasy. Wife, what should we do? I spent all day talking yesterday and finally met with Mr. Lu. We got the authorization agreement and 3 complete wafer production lines. If this thing fails, we really won't have a chance to turn things around. Probably not. But Yun Luoluo pondered for a moment and said, This requires strong evidence, and for this, you need to come forward and clarify. At worst, you can just release the authorization contract. Besides, you already have me and I've returned the child. What's there to be afraid of? A person with a clear conscience has nothing to fear. 2. Imo Ming also felt confused for a moment. After all, Luan's identity is there. He had to be careful. Whether this OEM factory can be revitalized depends on my ability. He absolutely did not want to see his factory completely ruined and himself and his wife and children left on the streets. Soon. He posted a notice and also posted an authorization contract, a photo of himself and his wife, and a photo of his quadruplets, and issued a warning. First of all, I am not qualified to have a relationship with Mr. Lu. Secondly, I have a family, my husband and I love each other, and I have quadruplets with 2 children. You bastard from the entertainment industry, you have been slandering me and Mr. Lu's reputation with your words, which has had a serious impact on me and Mr. Lu's families. This matter will not be tolerated. As soon as the announcement came out, the netizens who were watching the show were all stunned for a moment. What is this? Winner in life. How can this be? 4 babies in one litter. This is the ultimate dream of many people. Seeing that the couple lives in harmony, such a thing would never happen. And Lu Ningxuan spoke immediately afterwards. A super big brother control. Then a fan who is a doctor who knows how to diagnose something also commented below, this blush is obviously a pathological flush, overworked, and the body's overreaction. Then, a farce ended in an instant. Countless people are criticizing this paparazzi who provoked public controversy. Magic City. Rental house. A man slammed his fist on the table angrily. Fuck. I finally gained popularity, but it's gone cold so quickly. Damn. Oh, you want traffic? Suddenly, a voice came from his future AS, which scared him. Who is it? Don't try to guess who I am. Someone will deliver your food later. Please check it carefully. Luan sneered and hung up the phone. Ma Dan. The traffic is hitting my family. If I don't kill you, I'm not a hot-blooded young man. It makes people feel unhappy early in the morning. Oh. That's right. The game is going to be updated today. Luan directly said to Dijun, please update the resource ratio of the real game world and open the ranking competition and the professional league entrance at the same time. After registering for the professional league, the ranking competition results will be counted towards the audition results. Okay. Dijun updated it as soon as possible. Everyone saw this message. Then, the rumors about Lu Ningxuan's love life ended, and everyone set their sights on the audition threshold. For the auditions, you must be among the top 10 in your city at least by mid-January. Then you have to get the Overlord medal of your city. Then comes the provincial auditions. The upgrade audition still requires only the top 10, 2 exotic beasts, and a provincial Overlord medal. The largest is the National League, with a total of 340 people. 340 people will be eliminated, and the top 10 will be selected based on the number of wins. Same with the Woolly Bear. These 20. You will be able to step onto the starry stage and compete in the final championship match. It's a bit difficult. Only the top 10. This is really valuable, it's really good. Of course, there are also people who are really lucky. Luck is also a kind of strength and is not insignificant. Updated the game. Then I should also go get the second alien beast. Lu Bingyan has recently accumulated a lot of beast taming runes. There is also an advanced beast taming rune. Only. This time, she wasn't planning on catching one in the real world, but wanted a traditional one. So he pulled Luan directly into the vast mountains and seas of the second world. The place where they appeared was Shayang Mountain, on the coast of the East China Sea. It's just not as magical as in myths, it's just a beautiful mountain. This time, Lu Bingyan's target is Xiaolongnu. Beautiful, noble, and with endless potential, I'll do anything to get her. She had also collected the water-repellent beads necessary for the contract with Xiaolongnu early on. A water-repellent bead can move on the seabed for half an hour. With the help of a group of professional maids, Lu Bingyan collected a full 1,000 of them. In addition, the crystal palace where Xiaolongnu frequented would not change. Even if they just wait in ambush, they can still catch Xiaolongnu. For this little dragon girl, she had sent 10 professional gaming maids to stay here and study the characteristics of little dragon girl. She had prepared enough things, including what kind of gifts and spiritual treasures she liked, in order to contract little dragon girl in one fell swoop. It is on the coast of the East China Sea, but the distance to the East China Sea Crystal Palace is quite far. The two were not in a hurry. They rented 2 flying monsters in the NPC city on Shayang Mountain and set off to travel around. Because the professional league was officially opened, the number of players in the second world increased instantly. Although treasures in reality are easy to obtain, it takes a bit of chance to grab them. But it is different in the second world. The land is vast and rich in resources. If you try your luck, you will always get good treasures. Therefore, there are many people who enter the second world to improve their strength. Chapter 110 Lu Ningxuan, I am free. Xiaolongnu is a rare type of beast tamer. The number of refreshes is not only limited by time, but also by number of times. The time is calculated according to the real time. Refresh once a year, up to 3 times. This game doesn't even need to worry about being a failure. As long as there are people who like raising animals and relaxing, this game will never go out of style. Besides, the ancient mountains and seas are so vast, and it is very interesting to keep exploring and searching for ancient secrets. If more plot content is introduced in the future, there will be more and more players. After all, this game has everything including leisure, cultivation, farming, and combat. Even if the prehistoric era comes in the future, the impact will not be too great. It's a game. Being happy is the most important thing. Not everyone likes exciting combat games. When Luan and his companion stepped into the East China Sea and headed towards the Crystal Palace. Outside world. Lu Ningxuan was in a bit of a miserable situation. Originally, I was going to lie down and sleep. As a result, her parents came and made it impossible for her to lie down and sleep. Li Chouwan on the side could only give her a helpless look and go back to her room to sleep. For their own trial. Lu Ningxuan was not surprised. After all, my younger brother is already married, and I am almost 30 and still making every move. How can my father not be anxious? He sat on the sofa with a tired look on his face and lay down directly. Just talk, and leave quickly after you finish talking. I'm almost exhausted. Actually, I'm not that tired. It's just that she is lazy and doesn't want to work today. Besides, I don't want to listen to my parents nagging. Lu Yunliang looked at his daughter with a dark face. It's time for you to find a boyfriend. No. Lu Ningxuan denied directly. I will be single for the rest of my life. I won't starve with my brother around. Well, I'm talking about Xiaoan, forget Xiaoming. That guy is just an idiot and unreliable. No, Xiaoan is Xiaoan. She has her own family. What's the big deal about her taking care of you? Lu Yunliang wanted to kick his own daughter. The same is true for Wang Cheng. She also wanted her daughter to get married, so what was the point of living alone at her brother's house? No. Lu Ningxuan slumped down on the sofa in frustration. Why get married? I have someone to love me, someone to support me, no worries about food and drink. Why would I need a boyfriend? Master, madam, it's actually not a big deal if the young lady doesn't want to get married. Besides, your status is different now, so the young lady should at least find a boyfriend who is of equal status, right? Klaus, who was standing by, took the initiative to step forward to help Lu Ningxuan, making Lu Ningxuan give him a thumbs up. Uncle Klaus, well done. Why? That's what I said. Lu Yunliang naturally thought about it too. After all, our family circumstances are different now. In addition, his daughter holds the economic power of the Lu family, so he must not deal with her casually, otherwise the Lu family's prosperity will be ruined and he will become a sinner. So they actually gave up. I just want Lu Ningxuan to make a little effort in this direction. There are so many men, you will always find the right one, right? Dad, Mom, as long as I'm happy in this life, won't everything be fine? Lu Ningxuan looked at her parents seriously. I have Wan Wan, my younger brother, Yao Yao, and Xian. I will never be alone in this life. Never mind. It's up to you. Let your daughter do whatever she wants. As long as you don't do anything stupid and live a happy life, that's enough. Lu Yunliang sighed helplessly. Let's not talk about you anymore. Your mother and I are going to work. Okay, take care. Lu Ningxuan smiled instantly. After sending them away, she went to take a shower immediately. After the shower, she returned to the room, lay down in the life chamber, and entered the second world to go on an adventure with Li Chouwan. Xuang, your uncle and aunt didn't make things difficult for you. In the second world, Li Chouwan was wearing ancient costume, and her long legs were shimmering and charming. There's a huge difference between her in game self and in real life. To be honest, this ancient costume is quite open. The skirt is slit to the waist, just like a few pieces of cloth draped over the body, but it does not have a wanton or seductive air, but instead exudes a capable and heroic air. The right clothes will look different on the right person. The unparalleled heroine is the current Li Chouwan. No, my father has accepted his fate and doesn't care about me anymore. As long as I don't act like a promiscuous rich girl, live a decent life and work, and live happily, my father will leave me alone. Lu Ningxuan laughed. With you and my stinky brother, I will never be lonely or unhappy in this life. Snort. It's all because of you that I want you to be an old woman with me. Li Chouwan tapped Lu Ningxuan's head and changed the subject. Are we really not going to raise an official member in this league? Need not. Lu Ningxuan laughed carefreely. Games are meant to serve the people. Even professional competitions should be like this. There's no need for official representation. This is an honor for those who love games. 2. Li Qiuwan nodded, agreeing with this statement. She patted the head of the Sky Demon Pine King beside her and said, "It feels really good to cultivate a good partner of yours." Yes. Lu Ningxuan's pet is a cat. A lucky cat. She comes here to play every day. Accompany your civet cat to find various treasures. No way. The civet cat's fortune is really great. She can pick up top-notch materials just by strolling around. Are you mad? By the way, how about we go to the East China Sea as well? I heard there's a special beast equipment there called the Kongtong Seal. Lu Ningxuan's eyes lit up. Feasible. Shaoyang Mountain, the holy land of human race. It's also nice to get familiar with the environment. She has already tried the primordial era. It is a vast world where birth is completely random, but there is no human race. Because the timeline is about the catastrophe of ferocious beasts and the battle between Taoism and demons. When she was trying it out, she was transformed from an unknown flower, caught in a calamity of a ferocious beast, and died on the spot. Certainly. She doesn't mind. Because it is a trial game, there is no such thing as resurrection. Even so, the magnificent war made her blood boil. When the server is officially launched, she hopes that her luck will be better and that the innate creatures will have better support. Otherwise, the calamity of the ferocious beasts will definitely be very difficult. Although you won't die directly and your account will be deleted, the subsequent plot path will definitely not be easy. As an experienced person, Li Qiuwan must become the Hunyuan Wuji Daluo Jinxian in the game. Saint? Forget it. Those 6 players will never be able to become. As they headed towards the coast of the East China Sea, Luan and the others finally arrived at the coordinates of the Crystal Palace. After flying for most of the day, to be honest, it was really tiring. The map is too big. To be honest, it's not very friendly. Chapter 111 gives singles some way to survive. The bottom of the East China Sea. Crystal Palace. Luan and his companion dived for a long time before they finally swam from the sea level into the Crystal Palace. The scene in the Crystal Palace was not prosperous, and even looked a bit dilapidated. It was like experiencing some kind of war. Lu Bingyan glanced at Luan and said, "Hubby, this place could be sacred, solemn, and gorgeous. Why did you choose to create a battle damage style? Games generally have a complete world background and storyline. Battle damage is the main theme of this world's storyline. During the Great War, countless gods disappeared, and strange beasts ran rampant. The human race, under the command of heaven, fought against the ancient strange beasts and species. Later, the profession of beast master evolved." Luan smiled softly. "Let's go and see if there is any little dragon girl spawning at the spawn point." Aha! Recently, there are only photos of Xia Longnu on the forum, and no one has been able to conquer Xia Longnu and contract her. The two went directly to the backyard boudoir of the Crystal Palace. This is the place where Xia Longnu is most likely to spawn. Through the window, the two saw a huge egg. The one marked above is a dragon egg, in its nirvana evolution state. Isn't this a free gift? In this state, as long as you put the natural treasures that Xia Longnu likes directly over and let the egg absorb them, you can directly make a contract, a 100% contract. What good luck! Luan touched his nose and said, "Go." Aha! Lu Ningxuan's hands were trembling with excitement. She pushed the door open carefully and walked in, then piled a mountain of treasures next to the dragon egg. Buzz! Feeling the tremendous vitality and energy emitted by the natural treasures, the dragon egg trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound. In this buzzing sound, the natural treasures instantly melted and turned into pure energy that merged into the dragon egg, while also emitting a feeling of joy and intimacy. Done! Lu Bingyan jumped up and down excitedly and directly used the high-level contract rune in her hand to make a contract. It takes a while for a dragon egg that has absorbed enough energy to hatch, but it will be a ground-level combat force at birth. After storing the dragon egg in her own beast control space, Lu Bingyan breathed a sigh of relief and held Luan's hand. "Husband, now, my exotic beast training has reached its peak, and the dragon egg is just waiting to hatch. Let's go see the scenery, to that Buzhou mountain." Become. Luan nodded and did not refuse. Buzhou Mountain is quite far away. It's okay. As long as my husband is by my side, everywhere is a beautiful scenery. Lu Bingyan took Luan's hand and said, let's teleport directly to the gathering place on Shaiyang Mountain. Okay. Luan smiled gently and rubbed her little head. Yan Yan, in this competition, just do your best, don't try so hard. Dream it. Do your best so you won't regret it. Lu Bingyan grinned, her eyes full of a determination to never give up. Good. I support you. Luan laughed in silence. This point about Yan Yan attracted him a lot. Take your dreams seriously. Try your best and don't regret it even if you fail in the end. Better than some people. They say they are pursuing dreams, but in reality they are pursuing illusions. In the end, they comfort themselves and return home with broken hearts. Shaoyang Mountain, a holy city. After returning the two mounts, the two men wandered around the city. This is a city where ancient and modern meet. Full of unique charm. Clothing store. The novel ancient costume caught Lu Bingyan's attention. Hubby, buy clothes, you must buy clothes. Buy. This was Luan's original answer. But when he looked up and saw the name of the clothing store, he felt uneasy. Yan Yan, this is a women's clothing store, it's not a good idea for me to go in. Shaoyang Mountain, as a holy city, has attracted so many players that the clothing store is crowded with people. As a boy, it is really difficult for him to get in. There were a few boys sitting in the rest seats at the door. These boys obviously came with their girlfriends or wives. But his expression was a little stiff, and he didn't know where to look. Here. Regardless of gender, they are all first-class goddesses. Some girls even dress more freely. If they were single, they would definitely watch the game politely without looking around, but they have wives and girlfriends. The constant conflict between conscience and masculinity, the expression on his face, is just too wonderful to describe. Hypocritical. Lu Bingyan curled her lips. These boys are not as bold as you, openly admiring. These boys really, how should I put it, feel a bit vulgar. Ha ha. Luan laughed out loud. After all, they are different from us. They need to carefully protect their families and their relationships. Women in love are very narrow-minded. Besides, eyes are the windows to the soul. Do you think they appreciate it, or are they just lustful? Lustful and obsessed. Obscene. Lu Bingyan made an unceremonious judgment. That's right. Luan shrugged his shoulders. To be honest, the clothes here are quite nice. Then I'll go buy a few sets. Honey, please wait here for me for a moment. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up slightly, and she ran into the clothing store excitedly to choose clothes. There was a hint of shy blush on her face. My husband definitely won't like me wearing bold clothes. But we can wear it in private. Just showing it to him can also add some romance. Lu Bingyan shyly picked up a set of colorful clothes, compared them for a long time, and chose two sets of clothes with opposite extremes. Then, she chose an extremely gorgeous and conservative white palace dress. She spent several thousand yuan on each set. When buying clothes here, you just pay cash. There is no such thing as a second world exclusive currency. A snow white palace dress. It makes Lu Bingyan look more noble and mysterious. Standing there, isolated from the world. There is a beauty in the north. One look from her can conquer a city, and another look can conquer a country. This line of poetry is not an exaggeration at all to praise Lu Bingyan at this moment, and it is even a little imperfect. So beautiful. This beauty cannot be described in words. But she attracted everyone's attention. Even the female players were deeply attracted to Lu Bingyan. Husband. Seeing Luan staring at her in a daze, Lu Bingyan was extremely happy and pouted coquettishly. Why are you staring at me in a daze? What a nice view. Luan felt his mouth was dry. He rubbed his head sheepishly and chuckled. You look like a goddess in the sky, breathtakingly beautiful. We. Then I am your wife. This beauty belongs only to you. Lu Bingyan jumped up from the steps, her clothes fluttering, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Luan suddenly held her in his arms, spun her around, and finally stabilized her. Damn! Do you have any sense of public morality? Why are you spreading dog food in broad daylight? Showing off your love in public is so unethical. Originally, everyone was admiring the beauty, but who knew that the atmosphere would get worse and worse, and in the end, the goddess was actually married. They're showing off their love in a special way. The flying fairy falls into my arms. What the hell is this? Give singles a chance to survive. Chapter 112 Perfect Game System. What the hell? Murderous look. Lewin hugged his wife tightly and said cautiously, "Wife, do you feel that there is always an inexplicable murderous aura staring at you and attacking you?" Murderous intent? Noticing her husband's nervous look, Lu Bingyan smiled slightly and turned her head to look around. Which of those men and women wasn't looking at them with envy and jealousy? Isn't this murderous intent? But why? She couldn't figure it out either. It seems that the couple didn't do anything excessive. Only everyone seems to be a little too enthusiastic. Better run away quickly. Honey, why don't we slip away first? I feel like these people aren't very friendly. Lu Bingyan muttered fearfully. Good. The two of them were originally close together, and now they were whispering in each other's ears. The goddess's pretty face was blushing, and she was beautiful beyond words. The hero was gentle and handsome. This very combination was so sweet that it instantly exploded in sweetness. There is absolutely no way for people to survive. Feeling the increasingly strong murderous aura around him, Lewin did not stop, picked up his wife and ran away. He looked cool and romantic, but in the eyes of the surrounding players, it was not the case. This is a bunch of dog food. If you don't want to eat, I'll force it on you. Force you to eat. This is very uncomfortable. Lewin and his companion ran to the west of the city where there were few players, and only then did they relax. Now, there are still few people in the second world. After all, the price of a health cabin is quite expensive, and most people really can't afford it. The west side of the city is considered a food area. Nowadays, no one appreciates the joy of delicious food. They also don't know that in the second world, eating is a taste enjoyment. Otherwise, it will definitely attract a large number of gluttons. This is a product of the ancient times. A crab bigger than an elephant. A golden rooster with the blood of the phoenix. Edible exotic animals, spiritual fruits, vegetables and fruits that cannot be enjoyed in reality. After the murderous aura was no longer around, Lewin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He bought 2 strings of candied haws from a street vendor and handed one to Lu Bingyan, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Wife, tell me, is this world against us? Wherever we go, as long as there are many people, there is a murderous aura surrounding us. It's simply unsolvable. Are we a couple of death lovers? Wherever we go, people die. What are you thinking?" Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes speechlessly, as if she was about to drop an unknown sweet fruit. She felt helpless inside. My husband, when he's with me, it seems like all his attention is on me. He doesn't want to pay attention to the people or things around him at all. Others don't have murderous intent. That's not jealousy. When jealousy reaches its extreme, it turns into murderous intent. They think too much about us and are full of murderous intent. It's because they envy our happiness. Lu Bingyan held her young husband's hand, with a slight smile on her lips. She ate candied haws while strolling around the food district in the west of the city. She would buy some to try anything strange she saw. Anyway, you won't get fat no matter how much you eat. Hey! You two are here too. Suddenly, a familiar voice came. The two of them were slightly stunned and looked over. The people who came were Lu Ningxuan and Li Chouan. It was just Li Chouan's outfit that surprised Lu and Sister Wan Wan. You'd better be careful with this outfit. Don't act alone. Although there is a punishment mechanism, there is no guarantee that there won't be men who are lustful and do something to you. Will it? Li Chouan turned around nonchalantly, then quickly pulled out a shotgun. If anyone dares to attack me, I'll shoot him in the head. This will definitely give people with criminal tendencies an unforgettable memory. This second world. All senses can be simulated, so things between husband and wife can also be performed. That's why Lu Ansai set up this security procedure. Once such a crime occurs, all senses will be activated directly, and then thunder from heaven will strike, and it will take 81 strikes before he dies and exits the game. This is much more severe than a headshot. Certainly. The impact of a headshot is actually quite large. Because of Luan's setting, he will see the moment when his head is blown off, which is undoubtedly a scene that directly hurts his heart. By the way, kid, do you have bad intentions? Li Chouan glanced at Lewin, then looked at Lu Bingyan's flat belly. No. Lewin directly denied it, because it is the second world, I want it to be more real, that's all. You are so real. It won't give rise to a non-ferrous industry, right? A transaction between two parties can basically be considered as sexual activity that both parties are willing to engage in. Even if it's artificial intelligence, it's not easy to judge, right? Lu Ningxuan was a little worried. The non-ferrous industry is being developed here without having to consider any negative impacts, such as damage caused by contraceptives, physical damage, etc. Won't. Luan's lips curled up as he said calmly, don't underestimate the strength of AI. Also, the game is completely real name authenticated, which means AI has all the information. They can't proceed at all. Even if they agree to trade in the second world, it won't work. Both parties will be punished, with punishments more severe than rape. Hiss. Amazing. Li Chouwan gave a thumbs up. I never thought you would have so many concerns and ideas. That's for sure. Luan smiled complacently and asked doubtfully, why are you two here too? We're just strolling around. We're here to look for the Kongtong seal. Lu Ningxuan chuckled and continued, by the way, let's enjoy the food here. This holy city must have some unique and delicious food. The Kongtong seal is a treasure that is not easy to find. Lu Bingyan said as she invited Lu Ningxuan and the others to a roadside tea house for afternoon tea. Already found it. Li Chouwan ordered a cup of enlightenment tea and a fruit platter of unknown fruits. While eating, she said, we found it in a cave at the foot of the mountain. Not only that, we also found a skill book. Kongtong seal. This is a magical weapon. A treasure that brings luck to the human race. I actually found it in a cave. This is true. Lu Bingyan looked at Lu Ningxuan in disbelief. Sister, your luck. I'm used to it. This girl is incredibly lucky, and she also has a lucky cat. As a result, she has no shortage of resources when she goes out. Treasures that others would spend a fortune on, she can easily pick up. This. Luan and Lu Bingyan were stunned instantly. You have to know that the two of them ran themselves ragged in order to collect resources, and they only managed to get them by constantly challenging strong people. And my own sister. All you have to do is go out for a walk and you can pick up whatever you want. What kind of luck is this? This is so infuriating. Chapter 113 The Dilemma of Robot Launch. Kongtong Seal. The real Kongtong Seal. With this thing equipped, the combat power of alien beasts can be increased by several times. Surprisingly, it was picked up in a cave. Lu Bingyan's eyes were a little jealous. Sister. I want it. Forehead. Well. Lu Ningxuan shook her head helplessly. To be honest, it was really hard to bear her sister-in-law acting like a spoiled child to her. I found it for you. Don't you want to win the championship? I think you should be able to use this thing. Lu Ningxuan casually threw the Kongtong seal to her. Without any hesitation. It's just like throwing an ordinary stone egg. Thank you, sis. Without any hesitation. This Kongtong seal must have been left for Xiaolongnia to use. Leaving it to Red Rose, I always feel that the Kongtong seal will become not decent at all. It is likely to be used as a brick. Even more extreme usage. No matter what, she still wanted to use this mythical treasure of the ancestor of the human race in a more normal way. Then, a few people went straight to eat at all the snack shops in the west of the city. It was almost late, and after helping Lu Bingyan improve her combat skills for several hours outside the city, they climbed out of the life capsule and prepared to have dinner. Honey, watch the videos on that little website. At the dining table, Lu Bingyan was still studying the fighting techniques of others when she saw an interesting video. This person's luck is incredible. It's a bit against the will of heaven. He actually opened up his ancestral bloodline. This guy might become the favorite to win the championship. After seeing the ghost car monster, Luan couldn't help but praise it. At this stage, the probability of the appearance of atavistic beasts is infinitely close to zero. I'm afraid this person will be waiting for a feast. This is the rhythm of using up all the luck in one breath. No, he has absolutely no hope of winning. This guy, after challenging the Overlord, was instantly crushed. Lu Bingyan suppressed the urge to laugh. This is truly a sad story. Yes. Ghost car can be beaten like this. There is no one left either. Luan shook his head speechlessly. This guy is really unlucky. I guess this game is going to be a failure. He used up all his luck in one go. Ha ha. I think so too. Lu Bingyan couldn't help but laugh. The biggest favorite to win the championship was directly defeated by the overlord. This is truly outstanding. It is a strange beast with ancestral bloodline. You two have had enough. Other families are so unlucky, so stop making fun of them. It's not easy for them either. Lu Ningxuang cleared her throat and told them to stop making trouble. Hurry up and eat. After dinner, go to bed early, especially you, Yan Yan, get some rest. Okay. Lu Bingyan nodded seriously, finished her meal obediently, and then went to take a shower. Shaoan, you've been playing at home for so long, when will the artificial robot be released? Lu Bingyan couldn't help but ask. Games are games. Business still needs to be done. Recently, the market has been completely opened up, and domestic leading companies and valuable companies have all benefited from Anyan technology. As for other companies, they can also buy chips at low prices to develop the latest products for sale, which gives them a certain margin of survival, especially in foreign markets which are basically divided up by these companies. High-tech products. They cannot use Anyan Technology's top-level products, but they are satisfied to be able to use smart products that are more advanced than current mobile phones. Only. What they want more abroad is games. By the way, the day after tomorrow, President Luna of the United States will come to visit you and ask you to open up purchasing channels in the United States, even exempting them from tariffs. Lu Ningxuang took a sip of tea, her expression a little strange. This Luna must be crazy. If she exempts the tariff, she will lose most of her income. For them, money is no longer important. Products are the most important. Only with products can they further develop their own products. Li Qiuwan saw it clearly. The current losses will definitely be rewarded in the future. Even if we can't catch up, the gap will be narrowed. That way, we don't have to rely on us all the time. So that's it. Lu Ningxuang frowned. Shaoan, what do you think? Luan took a leisurely sip of black tea and said, nothing special. Just open it globally and that's it. This. Okay. Lu Ningxuang nodded slightly. Now, Future AS and Honghuang AY all have a lot of stock. There is absolutely no problem in distributing the product worldwide. As for Luna's face, Luan didn't consider it. Mainly the first sense. Luan had a bad first impression of her, or perhaps, they thought he was the type who would soften his heart just because of any woman. So when the beauty trap was set, Luan had already sentenced them to death. Luna's arrival can be considered a breakthrough. What a pity. If their country wants to play with the vast mountains and seas, they can only wait until they open. The reason is simple, they do not have a nuclear fusion reactor, let alone a quantum energy field diffusion device. Didn't you say satellites can provide direct coverage? But why should we give it to them for free? Although Luan didn't want to squeeze the money of the domestic people, foreign countries had nothing to do with him. He was still a businessman at heart. Without profits, why would he give out welfare? As for robots, Luan was actually a little hesitant. His definition of robots is companionship, protection, and housekeeping. He is quite worried. Some singles, after finding a companion, completely give up the idea of getting married and having children. Then they will become historical sinners. The worries are still quite big. So he has been thinking about this matter recently. Should the robot change its form? For example, changing into the appearance of Baymax. To be honest, there are many things that are not very convenient for Baymax. I think I need to discuss this matter with the Great Elder. Luan sighed helplessly. Nowadays, most people can't afford to get married or are afraid of marriage. I'm afraid that this robot's perfect model will cause many problems. That's true. Lu Ningxuang raised her eyebrows and stared at Luan. Stinky brother, you are not implying something to me, are you? How could that be? Sister, you have me. Luan patted his chest and said, I'll support you. That's more like it. Lu Ningxuang raised her chin proudly and sighed softly. It's just that what you said makes sense. The birth rate has been very low in recent years. The appearance of robots should indeed be treated with caution. So, it's a bit troublesome. The emergence of robots needs to take into account the current social situation, and launching them rashly will have both advantages and disadvantages. Luan flexed his fingers and said, actually, I think we can consider some space travel. Luan shook his finger and said, Putting the finals venue on the satellite, that's actually what I was planning. This is good. Starry Sky Hotel. Absolutely high-end. Lu Ningxuan and Li Qiuwan's eyes lit up. Chapter 114 Dual Projects launched. By the way, there's also a theme park. Luan knocked on the table, and a holographic map instantly unfolded. Then, he knocked on the wasteland next to the industrial park and said, "The soil here is poor and there are no residents. We can rent it out to build a theme park. If the effect is good, we can start construction. Every provincial capital will build a prehistoric mountain and sea theme park of the same scale. This is good too. Leave the hotel matters to me." Li Qiuwan patted his chest, causing the two large granaries to shake a few times, making Luan touch his nose embarrassedly. "Leave the theme park to me. Do you have the basic plans and design drawings?" Lu Ningxuan now has a wide network of contacts. What's more, having no theme park is a huge project. The bidding will definitely attract many construction experts. Even the national team is not impossible to invite. Luan directly sent the entire set of theme park facilities to Lu Ningxuan. Some of the amusement equipment are specially customized. We can make these ourselves. For the rest, we can directly purchase them from the manufacturer. The quality must be strictly controlled. Rest assured. Lu Ningxuan opened the Black God and glanced at the thousands of pages of design drawings. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she rubbed her temples and said quietly, "Stinky little brother, you really don't care about your sister." Hey. Luan chuckled and touched his nose embarrassedly. "Those who are capable should do more work. After all, you are my sister. Sister Wan, I'll trouble you with the hotel. I've already given you the spaceship permissions. You can take some robots up there and build a theme hotel on the satellite. Of course, you can also find Little Golden Crow and build an aerospace platform and an independent space hotel." "Okay. Leave it to me." Li Qiuwan pursed her lips and glanced at Luan. "Xiaowen, I am half your sister, right? I work so hard for you, is there any reward?" "Award?" Luan was stunned for a moment, then asked cautiously, "What do you want?" What do I want?" Li Qiuwan thought for a long time, but still didn't know what he wanted. "Money. I really have enough of myself. A house can be bought at any time, but a manor has its place and buying a house makes no sense at all. Alone. With Lu Ningxuan, my mortal enemy, around, I will never be alone. This seems like there's really nothing I want." "Never mind. I don't want anything. I'll tell you when I remember it in the future. The work is not tiring. 3 meals a day are a pleasure. This kind of life, I am afraid countless people envy it." Li Qiuwan pursed her lips. "So, do you have any other plans?" "That's all." Luan spread his hands and said, "Right now, our focus is on the first professional league competition, the theme park, and the space hotel." Li Qiuwan nodded slightly. "Then you will be in charge of opening up global sales channels. Tomorrow, your sister and I will shift our focus. Become. Not much impact." Luan nodded and looked at the time. "It's so late, let's go to bed early." "Good night." Lu Ningxuan nodded. She planned to study the drawings for a while longer, drink some tea, and then go to bed. "As for sleeping, I have almost had enough rest today. It's still early, so there's no need to rush to bed." As for Li Qiuwan, she couldn't sleep even more. "Authorize the spaceship to yourself. Then I am also considered Luan's family. Free access to the universe." Hiss. It's exciting just thinking about it. Then. Neither of them slept all night. I am in the study, constantly writing down future plans and designs. The next morning. While Luan was still hugging Lu Bingyan to sleep, the two of them drove away from the manor. There are many cars in the manor. Each person can drive one car at will, so there is no need to waste money on buying a special car. Lu Ningxuan's goal is very clear. It means taking over the land. So, at around 8 o'clock, I entered the State Land Bureau on time. Regarding the land lease, Lu Ningxuan had already called her superiors last night. Just go there and someone will handle the procedures for him. After obtaining the land lease permit, Lu Bingyan immediately started contacting the construction team. At the same time, a nano printing platform is also used to print specially designed amusement equipment. Theme park. A huge piece of land of 2,000 acres. This is a big project. after Lu Ningxuan contacted several of the top construction companies in Xinxia. The bosses of these companies arrived at the place agreed by Lu Ningxuan as soon as possible. They all knew that it would be absolutely difficult to compete for this project, so they started calculating on the way. This is Lu Ningxuan's first time bidding, so we must win this project at all costs and leave a good impression on Lu Ningxuan. They believe it. Theme parks will not only be built in Shanghai. This is a big project with promising follow-up. If the first cooperation leaves a good impression, then the second and third phases of the project will definitely be theirs. They may not make much money the first time, but with a larger project, they will naturally make more money. The other side. Li Qiuwan took the little golden crow directly to the eye of primordial desolation. Conduct more detailed research. But in the end, she still planned to build an aerospace platform. She wanted to make the hotel independent, and as for the coordinates, she chose an open area farther away from the Earth, where she could see the vast universe without blind spots. Only. The construction of this aerospace platform will take a long time. It doesn't matter. She returned from the universe only after the hotel size, grade, and style were all designed. As soon as we returned to the factory, we began to expedite the printing of the aerospace platform. At the same time, the design drawings were released and an announcement was issued. This announcement was released by Qin Wanru. When it was released, she was still a little confused. She looked at the design and rubbed her temples. Wan, is this moving too fast? Won't. Li Qiuwan smiled confidently. I brought 1,000 artificial intelligence robots with me. They'll definitely be open to the public before the finals. By then, we'll be able to accommodate live audiences. As for the price, Li Qiuwan and Qin Wanru were still discussing. Alright, then you have to work harder. If you break your promise, it will have a negative impact on the reputation of Anyun Technology. That's natural. Li Qiuwan nodded seriously. Oh my god, the space hotel, this is too fast. The design drawings have been released, so they shouldn't be fake. I want a robot. The finished product is already released, why don't you start selling it? There must be some concerns. The release of highly intelligent robots does require corresponding laws. Not to mention that it should be a robot that is indistinguishable from a real person. Yes, aside from giving birth, they're practically indistinguishable from humans. If they're released and bought by unscrupulous individuals who attempt to harm them, how will they be judged? And if the robots rebel and harm humans, how will that be handled? That's a real problem. Ah, this is true. So, just wait patiently. I must stay in this hotel for a night with my family. Yes, in my lifetime, I can take my family to the universe and make a trip. This life will be perfect. Chapter 115 Back to School, School Beastmasters Duel. Luan was unaware of the online discussions. He is now looking at the rewards for signing in today. This reward is very good. It is a talent reward. A super talent who can utilize spatial dimensions. A super talent who will create the future military industry. There is one more. Luan was a little confused. Explosives expert. Explosion is the explosion mania of art. This person. To be honest, Luan felt a little dangerous. Judging from his personal resume, this guy is very good at studying explosive equipment, all kinds of bombs and missiles, which make him dizzy. What electromagnetic storm bomb? It directly covers an area of 10 kilometers, and electromagnetic lightning gathers all over the sky to form artificial thunder punishment. Thunder from heaven descends. I'm afraid no living creatures will be born within 10 kilometers. This guy. Let him develop missiles. High performance, great power, high precision, and durable. As for the other two, let them play their own roles. Signed in a few months ago. Finally saw something useful. Luan really doesn't want to see things like calligraphy and paintings, money, etc. He finally understood now. Why do some protagonists in novels endure for more than 10 years in one breath and become invincible as soon as they are born? It's really hard to rely on luck to sign in day after day. After arranging the work for the three people, Luan accompanied Lu Bingyan to school. Although she is about to graduate. In addition, as Luan's wife, she has certain privileges, but she also doesn't want to break the school rules at will. Now, college students are also more energetic. The school also specially opened up a large square and applied to make it an on-campus arena for students to compete. Today is the day when students from another financial university in Shanghai come to challenge. The old principal was very nervous. To be honest, he would not be nervous during academic competitions, even if it was a showdown between finance majors from their University of Finance and Economics. But now he was nervous because of a game showdown. Shaoli, you are the hope of our school. Others can lose, but you must not lose. The old principal also raised a strange beast. The strange beasts of the elderly are usually dogs and cats. So does he. It's a nine-tailed demon cat. Principal, you think too highly of me. Li Mingyu gave a speechless wry smile. I'm not even in the top 100 in Shanghai, and Xue Tao from the University of Finance and Economics is already in the top 10. It's really difficult. It would be great if the school beauty was here. Li Mingyu sighed deeply. Just do your best. Old principal, what are you doing so noisy? After Lu Bingyan arrived at the school, she looked at the student union president and others at the door and asked curiously. The University of Finance and Economics wants to challenge us to a duel in the untamed mountains and seas. As the host, we must come here to welcome them. Mr. Lu, the school beauty, how did you find time to come to school? Li Mingyu's eyes lit up. School beauty, are you going to participate in the competition? Still no. Lu Bingyan shook her head. Both of my beasts are currently undergoing evolution and transformation, so we can't duel. So that's it. This is a difficult situation. Li Mingyu was instantly disappointed. Well, we're going to get beaten today. How to say it? Lu Bingyan asked in disbelief. Although Li Mingyu is plain looking, he is extremely serious about his work and is very strict with himself. He became the student union president entirely by relying on his own abilities and is a truly talented student union president. Never give up is his motto. I've never seen him so discouraged. Xue Tao from the University of Finance is already in the top 10 of the Magic City. Both of his beasts have already entered the Earth level. He has already obtained the Overlord medal and has a 100% winning rate in duels. 100%. This guy. Xue Tao. Why do I seem to have heard this name somewhere before? Didn't you duel with a young man who looked cold but was actually a bit introverted and not good at communicating? It was he who interrupted your winning streak. Luan had some impression of this person. Same day. This kid used an incredibly aggressive fighting style and absolutely overwhelming strength to defeat Lu Bingyan directly. I remember now. Bastard who broke my winning streak. Lu Bingyan gritted her teeth for a while. It's okay, actually. You're still number 1. Luan gently rubbed her cheek. Don't be angry. Okay. Lu Bingyan pouted and stared at Li Mingyu. You must beat him up. This. I can't do it. Li Mingyu really wanted to say that. You've always been defeated. Not to mention me, who is not good at dueling. I'll try my best. Li Mingyu smiled bitterly. After seeing the bus from the University of Finance and Economics, he hurried forward to greet it. 5 students got off the bus. They are all members of the Student Union of the University of Finance and Economics. 3 men and 2 women. The leader will be Xue Tao, the biggest rival. As for the others, their performance was average. Oh, Lu Bingyan, the campus beauty of Lu University, are you joining us today too? Xue Tao's eyes were burning with a fiery fighting spirit. No. Although Lu Bingyan was very angry, one of her alien beasts was transforming and evolving, and the other was hatching. Even if she was confident that she could defeat him and get revenge, she couldn't do it now. I will do the settlement after my alien beast has completed its evolution. Don't let me down. My ranking in the national competition was directly interrupted. Lu Bingyan snorted coldly. My goal is to be the champion. Xue Tao answered confidently. Oh. This kid doesn't seem to be introverted anymore, and he even exudes a bit of domineering aura. This has its own meaning. Luan touched his chin and felt somewhat relieved. Mr. Lu, I wonder if you will participate. Xue Tao looked at Luan. No. Luan shook his head. Forget it, I don't like fighting. Why? All right. Then today's duel might be boring. Xue Tao looked at Li Mingyu and said, Li Mingyu, I will not show any mercy today. I will avenge my previous humiliation. Forehead. Li Mingyu was about to cry, Old Xue, we are kindred spirits. Is it really necessary to be like this? Certainly. Shuetao nodded seriously, then took the initiative to walk over to the old principal and greeted him. Hello, old principal. Well, good boy, give them a good training. These guys are almost studying themselves silly. Raising exotic beasts is a science, and data research is very complicated. These guys don't know how to use their knowledge at all. They are just a bunch of nerds. The old principal has decided to lie down. He also watched a lot of Shuetao's duel videos. He had some understanding of Shuetao's level. I really can't beat the students from my own school. The students in my school are almost going stupid from studying. The arena that I applied for with great effort doesn't have many people coming out to play every day. Raising an exotic beast is like having a study companion. I didn't relax at all. Chapter 116. There's no comparison. Hey, old buddy, this time, beating me up won't dampen your morale, right? At this time, an old man with white hair but full of energy and spirit. Don't underestimate this old man. This old man is the former president of the University of Finance and Economics. His name is Zhang Ku. I have been friends with the old principal here, Chang Changlin, for many years. Probably not. Chang Changlin sighed softly. It's a good idea to give them a blow. The current learning culture is too rigid. They don't know how to adapt to changing circumstances. Indeed. The situation of your students is indeed quite serious. Zhang Ku deeply agrees with this. Come on, after the students have finished competing, we two old guys can have some fun too. Zhang Ku laughed like an old naughty boy. When he saw Luan and his wife, his eyes lit up and he hurried over. This must be Luan, Mr. Lu. Seeing is believing. He is indeed handsome, elegant, and talented. The old principal is exaggerating. Luan smiled modestly. I hope you can have fun and have more wonderful ideas in the second world. Ha ha. That's for sure. Zhang Ko laughed heartily, then whispered, Mr. Lu, how much does the Universe Hotel cost? How many people can it accommodate? Does it cost a lot to freely enter and exit the universe? It's not big, but it's very convenient. Luan actually planned to build another passenger spacecraft. Then, it would be very convenient to travel back and forth. A hotel is definitely not just a hotel. About the design drawings. Luan also watched it. The aerospace platform alone is 5,000 acres in size. It not only has hotel accommodations, but also a commercial street, space amusement projects, etc. For example, Li Qiuwan has already considered the theme park, and the specifications are even larger than those in Shanghai. All equipment must be made using a nano printing table to ensure safety. Even Li Qiuwan also planned to build a space roller coaster around the moon. That's right, Principal Zhang. The spaceship my husband built can travel into space in just a moment. There's no discomfort at all. Lu Bingyan described her experience on the satellite to him, which made Zhang Ku more and more eager to go. He couldn't help but urge, Mr. Lu, please give me a number so that I can prepare a little bit. This. Luan was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat helpless. Can I say that I don't know either? Ha! Zhang Ku was stunned for a moment. What do you mean? In this matter, I only provided the concept and technical support. All other decisions were made by Li Qiuwan. Well, and my mother-in-law. I estimate that it will be released in a few days. Since it is for the general public, the price will not be too expensive. After all, the energy used on the spacecraft is semi-eternal energy. So that's it. Hearing Luan say this, Zhang Ku didn't ask any more questions. Judging from the words, this is not a game for the rich, it will definitely be aimed at the general public. Certainly. At this initial stage, we will definitely not receive too many guests. It probably can't hold too many people. So the ticket price will definitely be more expensive. As the business expands, the industry will definitely expand. For example, visiting Saturn, visiting Neptune, and so on. After establishing a stronghold, it will definitely be able to accommodate many people at once. As for places further away, Luan didn't even think about it. Just playing around in the solar system is enough. Any farther away and things could get into trouble. That's right. I also need to mine cosmic resources. Dijun, design a multifunctional and adaptable resource mining spacecraft. Once it's designed, launch it directly into space to collect precious resources. Luan contacted Di Jun using brainwaves. After assigning the task, he had a brief chat with the two principals, then accompanied Lu Bingyan to the dojo on campus to watch the competition. 5 games. According to Luan's calculations, they are likely to be shut out. Top students are truly top students. However, the training of exotic beasts is far behind others. Even though the other members of the opponent are not as good as Xue Tao, they are still stronger than them. If you don't take it seriously, you will only lose. Hubby, how many rounds do you think we will win? Lu Bingyan asked while eating the small tangerine that Luan peeled for her. 4 head. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Luan touched his chin. Of course it's the truth. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes speechlessly. Even though she felt her school would lose miserably, they would still win at least once. That's right. She is easily satisfied, and as long as she wins, she is successful. That means they're 100% shutouts. Luan spread his hands. Of these 5, first of all, Xue Tao, even in a one-on-one match, no one can match him. The other 4, although far inferior, are still among the top 100. And then, here, the first ones given out are less than the top 100. Do you think this is playable? Luan sighed helplessly. Although the event has only been open for 2 days, I have been trying to score points during these 2 days. After all, this isn't an ordinary ranking match where you can catch up at any time. Once the gap widens, it is basically impossible to catch up. Therefore, those who are aiming for the championship will never give up any opportunity to make it to the top of the list. This is really difficult. I'm afraid that the University of Finance and Economics is going to produce a star team. Why? If only my red rose would be delayed for a day. Beat him up directly. Lu Bingyan pouted. Still a little depressed. After all, she also wanted to participate in this duel. They don't draw lots anymore. It's directly a position versus position battle. President, Vice President, Finance, Publicity, Planning. 5 positions. 5v5. The first match is between the Minister of Propaganda and the Minister of Propaganda. They are all female voices who dress relatively fashionably. The first strange beast on their side was a lightning bee. The hornet that controls thunder and lightning is very large, with a body length of 2 meters. When its wings vibrate, there is a faint roar of thunder. The president of the University of Finance and Economics is a cardinal with the bloodline of an ancient phoenix. Although it is not big in size, it is extremely fast, speeding across the duel field like a red lightning. This one. There's no hope. Lu Bingyan looked at the 2 strange beasts and sighed speechlessly. The other party doesn't even need tactics. That's true. The cardinals completely defeat the lightning bees. If the 2 meet, if their levels are not different, they can still fight. But now their levels are far lower than the other party, and it is basically impossible to change their fate. This is a loss. It's so miserable. In the first battle with the strange beast, the cardinal instantly killed the lightning bee and defeated it easily. Whether in terms of speed or attack power, it was far superior to the lightning bee. The loss was too easy. There is absolutely no ability to resist. Lu Bingyan frowned. It's so tragic. The Minister of Propaganda is about to cry. 4 head. There's nothing we can do about it. It is indeed a bit hard to accept that your beloved exotic beast was directly blown up. Luan touched his nose and said, Fortunately, this girl is not bad. She didn't blame her lightning bee. Looking at the girl's eyes looking at the lightning bee sleeping in the emblem, Luan was quite satisfied. Chapter 117, 10 Supernatural Things, Abandoned Teaching Building. Second game. Still being crushed. The students who came to watch and cheer were so busy that they couldn't even open their mouths to cheer. Judging from the big data rankings, they have already seen it. There is absolutely no point in refueling. The third game. It's still the same. I have no combat experience and can't even remember how to use a skill. Game 4. A little better. The battle lasted more than 5 minutes, so although the experience was insufficient, it was acceptable. Game 5. There is no suspense at all. Zhang Yuming was beaten directly. Fancy beating. Don't even mention how miserable it is. Seeing this, Luan felt a little sorry for this unlucky guy. A novice who doesn't know how to train exotic beasts duels with a guy who was in the top 10 of the Magic City and has been undefeated in hundreds of battles. To be honest, Lewin admires his courage. This is clearly a situation where one is about to be hammered. He would definitely not go back to do it. A pure fool. It's so miserable. It's so miserable. Lu Bingyan was completely numb. My classmate from school is such a rookie when he enters the club. Real. Too bad. Xue Tao was a little bit surprised. Seeing Zhang Yuming, who was about to cry because of his abuse, he hesitated and walked over to him, patting his shoulder. Well, I'm really sorry for bullying you. Fog. When Lewin heard such comforting words, he was completely dumbfounded. Yen, are you sure you are comforting me? Shrimp and pig heart. Shrimp and pig heart. Lu Bingyan looked at Zhang Yuming, who fled the scene in tears, and twitched her lips. This really makes things difficult for him. Is this really okay? Lewin felt a little bit reluctant. I think everything should be fine. Lu Bingyan looked at the depressed classmates around her with some uncertainty. President Zhang will be able to adjust quickly, but it's hard to say for the others. This blow is really too great. Yes. Completely hung up on the hammer. They came here from far away. As a result, it was done in less than 20 minutes, even with some breaks. I felt that it was quite disrespectful to others. But so what? They don't have that ability. I can only grit my teeth and endure it. They are all a group of arrogant people. This time, they were beaten so badly, how could they possibly swallow this? Let's go to the student union and take a look. Lu Bingyan felt that the atmosphere in the student union would definitely be very interesting at this moment. Is this really possible? Lewin was actually still a little hesitant. The main reason was that he felt that doing so was a bit hurtful. It's nothing. The members of the student union aren't that fragile. Lu Bingyan chuckled. They're all adults. They know what to do. That is fine. Lewin nodded, took her hand, and walked slowly towards the office building where the student union was located. Student union. Zhang Yuming's eyes were still a little red. Obviously. He really cried. It's not that he is fragile, it's simply that he feels aggrieved. He thought he could beat Xue Tao in everything, but he ended up failing in a game, and his failure was seen by the whole school and even many netizens. My own side. Just like a baby, he was beaten wantonly and had no power to resist. It's so embarrassing. Next, arrange the work. After adjusting my mindset, Zhang Yuming quickly got into work mode. No matter what, this season, we must be in the top 100 in Shanghai, or even in the top 100 in the country. After all, we have the huge mountain of school beauty ahead of us. Everyone has seen the strength of the school beauty. Even in an unequal battle, she was able to fight Xue Tao on equal terms. So the school beauty is definitely aiming for the championship. Plus, the professional maids she commands are among the top 10 in the country, if not the championship. There's no doubt they'll be able to buy her. Now, everyone is aware of the popularity of Honghuang Shanhai. The reason why the old principal set up a dual venue in the school is, firstly, to enrich our extracurricular life and make us more active, instead of burying ourselves in studies. The second, and most crucial, is enrollment. With the big gimmick of having a school beauty, if she can really get a national top 10 score, coupled with our well-developed dual venue, I'm not exaggerating, next year we'll have even more talented students, and fresh blood will be injected into our school. So, no matter what method we use, we must quickly train the beast and complete our revenge. Our student union is the school's second face, and we absolutely cannot let this incident bring the school down. Yes. The student union members did not object to Li Mingyu's arrangement. This is a fact. At the door, Lewin smacked his lips and said, as expected of a monster who can be re-elected as the student union leader, he did a great job. Right. Lu Bingyan chuckled and did not go in. Instead, she pulled Lewin to the old campus of the school. The old campus is an abandoned old dormitory building. It has a history of 100 years. Only. Because of the ancient mountains and seas. After being inspected and passing the safety rating, the flow of people here has increased again. After all, this is also the place where there are school ghost legends. In real game scenes. This is a haunted cave. Refresh a large number of ghostly beasts. Plus the scene changes. This place has become a famous haunted building attraction in Shanghai. Many anchors and players come here to watch. Do you want to go in? Hole in the barbed wire. Lu Bingyan's expression was quite serious, and a hint of nervousness was revealed on her chubby face. This is scary. This is definitely scary. Luan's eyes were full of tenderness. He gently grabbed her hand, which was trembling with nervousness. Don't be afraid. I'm here. But I'm still a little scared. Ghosts and monsters. To be honest, let alone Lu Bingyan, Luan is also a bit timid. Just think of it as a haunted house adventure. Nothing. Luan encouraged her, then walked straight in. In an instant, the scene changed instantly. The thick dark clouds in the sky were extremely low, and pale lightning kept flashing through the thick dark clouds. Gah! Suddenly, a sharp scream of a strange bird sounded, causing Lu Bingyan to tremble all over and dive into Luan's arms. Hubby, this place is too scary. Why? Luan touched his nose. Isn't this the adventure you said you were going to have? Result. Are you scared now? Damn, I was scared to death. Before Luan could comfort her, a terrifying howl erupted from inside the teaching building. Then, a couple, pale-faced, rushed out and immediately released their primordial AY. They then lay utterly on the clean lawn, gazing at the azure sky and panting heavily. Damn it! That red-robed ghost is too fierce. He appears and disappears at every turn, impossible to guard against. Yes. The girl held onto the huge, heaving granary, lying there in a daze, looking like she had been torn apart. How about we just forget about love? We can't afford to play with the strange beasts of the underworld. Chapter 118. The female ghost holding her head. What happened? Lu Bingyan became more and more frightened. However, my inner curiosity was also piqued. That's how people are. The more afraid you are, the more curious you are, and the more you want to explore the truth. Let's go in and take a look. Luan's eyes flickered. Seeing the person coming was scared like this. To be honest, he was curious. Want to die? Just go and have a look. Lu Bingyan took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. If anything goes wrong, we must run away immediately. Luan touched his chin. A young couple could be so scared. After I investigate further, if it is really scary, I will do a body scan. Otherwise, if it is really scary to death, then the matter will be serious. What a warrior! Watching Luan and the other man drive the Hong Huang AY in, the young couple couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. To be honest, this is an old house of great age. Even before it was gamified, it already had a chilling effect. Not to mention, there are game modes that add many horror elements. That's really a ghost cave. Especially the female ghost in red. It's simply killing me. Even if you know it's fake. The atmosphere that can confuse people will still make them involuntarily regard it as real. Meng, how long do you think they can last? The boy looked at his girlfriend, took out a tissue, gently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and asked. I should be able to last 10 minutes. Meng thought about it and gave a more reliable time. My feeling. 3 minutes at most. The boy pursed his lips and looked at the swaying red curtains on the third floor. He still felt a chill down his spine. Meng, let's go. It's really uncomfortable to stay here. Meng did not refuse. The two held hands and left the teaching building directly. The young people nowadays. It really doesn't work. The old man guarding the gate couldn't help shaking his head when he saw the two people who were frightened to the point of fainting. He also went in and took a look. It's really scary. But, as long as you keep your faith, that's it. During the anti-Japanese war, the mountains were covered with corpses, and there were endless ghost soldiers. It was much scarier than this. Kids nowadays are so lucky, but they are also timid. The old man was lying in the heated security booth, listening to opera and rocking his armchair. As for Luan and the others, now we have officially arrived on the first floor. This map is a special map. It's a bit like revealing a haunted house. It is an independent map, that is, when you enter this map, there are only you and your teammates. You won't run into other players. First floor. It's cleaner than I thought, and I can't even feel any scary feeling. But, the more this is the case, the more nervous it gets. This is a ghost cave. Ghost cave, is it possible that such a clean environment exists? The existence of a haunted cave in this kind of scenario is simply too extreme. The most important thing is Lewin, he doesn't believe that this is the protection mechanism of the game, and the first layer is the safe area. Honey, this place is so weird. Lu Bingyan hugged Lewin's arm and looked around. Let us take a look first. Lewin hesitated for a moment and decided to explore the first floor. He was just too curious. Curious. Why is the first floor so neat? Even. The other classrooms were also cleaned spotlessly, as if there were students taking classes there. You know. This is a haunted house. Isn't it weird that there are students in a haunted house? This scene is really. It gives people inexplicable pressure invisibly. Lewin took Lu Bingyan's hand and pushed open the door of the first classroom. The creaking sound of the door opening proved that this seemingly clean door had actually been there for a long time. In the classroom. The desks are neatly arranged, bright sunlight shines into the classroom, and the faint smell of air freshener makes people feel inexplicably at ease. However, the more this happens, the more Lewin thought about it, the more inexplicable pressure he felt on his heart. This is especially true for Lu Bingyan. Originally, she was a little scared, and now the dull feeling of fear penetrated into her bones, which made her unable to help but move closer to Lewin. Is there really nothing wrong? After going around all the classrooms, Lewin was a little confused. Every classroom is clean and looks prosperous. I couldn't find any supernatural feeling at all. What is this? Could it be that I guessed wrong? Hubby, could it be that the first floor is really a safe zone? Lu Bingyan was a little confused. To be honest, she has been patient for a long time. And now I'm numb. Fear or something, what is that? She now wanted something real to scare her. Just wait like this. To be honest, it's really tormenting. The ghost was supposed to scare people, but now it has turned into people looking for ghosts. Woo! Suddenly, a slight whimper was heard. The sobbing was like crying, stirring up gusts of cold wind, which instantly covered the originally warm first layer with a dark blood-red glow, and the terrifying aura was instantly filled. Just come as you say. Lewin touched his nose and moved his ears slightly, finding the source of the sound. In the bathroom? Lu Bingyan's joints were so white from being pinched. Lewin nodded slightly. Let's go in and take a look. Walk. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips and said in a trembling voice, Hubby, you have to protect me, I'm scared. Lewin nodded. Walked to the bathroom. It was the sound coming from the girls' restroom. The closer we got, the clearer the voice became, filled with despair and unwillingness. I pushed the door open carefully, and a gust of cold wind blew in my face, so cold that I couldn't help shivering. Quite interesting. Lewin, who had already fully adapted, raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckled, strode in, and headed straight for the target location. The innermost grid. Lewin didn't even think about it. Pulled the door open directly and violently. After seeing the people inside, Lu Bingyan could no longer suppress her fear and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Little thing, you are quite unique. Lewin was not afraid, but wanted to laugh instead. To be honest, there was nothing scary about this crying female ghost. She just had disheveled hair and was held in his arms. When the head cries, the body will react. If you look at it suddenly, you will be scared. Hello? Don't cry. You scared my wife. Lewin reached out and grabbed her head. Then he snatched it away by force, and looked sharply into the crying head. The appearance of the head is not bad. She is a pretty average-looking girl, but her voice is quite attractive. Forehead. Husband. It's not appropriate for you to do this. Lu Bingyan, who was originally a little scared, felt dizzy when she saw Lewin grab the female ghost's head like a basketball. This was too reckless. Why do I feel that this female ghost is a bit pitiful? Lu Bingyan smiled foolishly. Chapter 119, The Legacy of History. The future generations will pay for their sins, they will definitely cheat you. Who are these people? I am a female ghost. Can you please respect my profession? The female ghost was obviously stunned as well. Then his face twisted and melted instantly, completely turning into a half-human, half-ghost appearance. He opened his mouth, and the strong fishy smell made Lewin almost faint. Damn, how long have you not brushed your teeth? Your breath is too bad. Husband. You are so awesome. Just scold the female ghost. Obviously. This was the first time for her, who had always been scared, to experience something like this. The female ghost felt completely numb. That. Can you give me my head back? The female ghost returned to normal, timidly stretched out her hand and asked for her head back. That look is so weird no matter how you look at it. Even want to make people laugh. It's not impossible. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Tell me what's upstairs first, and I'll give your head back to you. This. The female ghost hesitated for a moment. After thinking for a while, she took out a piece of paper and handed it to Lewin. This is a clue. You need to explore the upstairs yourself. So that's it. Lewin glanced at the note in his hand, then casually returned the head to the female ghost. Then, he casually closed the bathroom door. There are still clues. Has this really become a supernatural puzzle game? Let me see. Lu Bingyan was a little excited. Solve the puzzle. How interesting. Open the note. Lu Bingyan took a look and muttered in confusion. It seems to be just a simple sentence, a resentful word. Heaven is unfair, I won't accept this, I won't accept this. What a strong resentment. Lewin raised his eyebrows. Yen, do you think there will be any cases here? A real case? Lu Bingyan frowned. To be honest, someone did die in this teaching building. As for the details, I don't know. But there's a supernatural story passed down by word of mouth that says a girl died here, unjustly killed. So that's it. Lewin frowned and fell into deep thought. The existence of this copy should not be just a scary haunted house. Jun must have discovered something. I want humans to dig and uncover this case themselves. Let's go, ghosts, maybe they are simpler than humans. Lewin chuckled, put the note away, took Lu Bingyan's hand, and walked towards the second floor. The smart Lu Bingyan naturally noticed it as well. This ghost cave copy. It is not just a copy that refreshes ghosts and strange beasts. The puzzle content of the copy is actually alluding to a case that happened 100 years ago. 100 years ago. The Republic of China period. It is indeed a sensitive era. Squeak. The scene on the second floor is completely different from that on the first floor. The second floor has completely decayed, and the ticking sound strikes at the heartstrings of the two. Think of the illusion to reality. Lu Bingyan was no longer so scared, but her hands were still tightly clasped with Luan's. Crunch, crunch. Two people stood at the door of a classroom. The door was not opened. There was no movement, but in the dark and deep corridor came the creaking and footstepping sounds. Husband. Lu Bingyan's heart was lifted up again, her delicate face was bloodless and as white as paper. It's okay. Lewin didn't think the protagonist would appear at this time. And. Ghost. It is impossible to make any stampeding sound. He believed that Jun would not make such a low-level logical error. Come out. Lewin hesitated for a moment and summoned his own strange beast. This was the first time he summoned his own beast. It's a glutton. The pure-blooded Tao Tai exuded a ferocious aura, its scarlet eyes fixed on the direction of the approaching footsteps. In the dim light, the corpse that staggered over was a man wearing a gray suit, with sparse hair, sunken eye sockets, and a strong stench of corpse. Judging from his attire, he should be a teacher. The foreigners in the least area of Magic City. That period was indeed quite arrogant. This person. It should be related to the case. So, Tao Tai, go ahead and devour. Lewin directly let Tao Tai pounce on it and swallowed it in one bite, and then a bloody note dropped, on which sang she read, I'm sorry, I don't want to die, I am willing to atone my sins. Really? Related to this foreigner. Husband. Here. There are countless such mummies in every classroom. Lu Bingyan's expression turned grim. Are you going to kill them all? Need not. Lewin shook his head. Continue to go upstairs. Go straight to the third floor. This teaching building has only 3 floors. The third floor has something strange. The couple before was scared to death on the top floor. So, she was still a little nervous. In fact, this foreigner is the key. If we kill him, the red-clothed female ghost won't appear so easily. Really? Lu Bingyan was still a little nervous, but she mustered up her courage and followed Lewin up to the third floor. Third floor. Only one classroom was open. Other classrooms cannot be opened. The two looked at each other and walked in directly. This classroom is a very old music classroom with an extremely old piano on the podium. Sitting next to the piano was a girl with pigtails and a scarlet long dress. She looked elegant, gorgeous, yet dangerous. "Why don't you speak?" Luan was stunned for a moment. I wanted to touch it, but was prompted that the plot guide was incomplete and the red ghost plot could not be triggered. This. Luan glanced at his head, somewhat speechless. "Forget it, let's go. This copy carries the sorrow of history. I hope that the backbone of the Chinese people can be more upright, their eyes more bright, and they can distinguish right from wrong." Couldn't watch the plot. Lu Bingyan also roughly knew what had happened. In that sensitive era, and with such beauty, being noticed by foreigners was indeed a great misfortune. We must extort a huge sum of money from them. Lu Bingyan's eyes flashed with brilliance. Right. Luan and the other man smiled at each other. The idea is unified. The sins of history should not be washed away so easily. While the previous generation plants trees for the next generation to enjoy the shade, there is also the saying that the next generation should pay for the mistakes of the previous generation. After the two people left the abandoned teaching building, just closed the game directly. The two of them felt relieved instantly. After looking back at the old, age-old teaching building, they left together. Lover's Lake on campus. Luan and his friends sat by the lake, watching the koi fish jumping up and down in the lake. Their mood also improved. "I didn't expect there would be such a good place in school. Lover's Lake is a famous attraction in our school," Lu Bingyan said with a smug smile. "There's also a swan lake that's very beautiful. Not only that, they even have 2 swans there." "Oh who? Then can we bring Bai Wang and the others to school as well?" Luan touched his chin. Bai Wang and the others are so clingy, they should be able to become stars in school, right? Maine. Luan wanted them to move more. It's still a small one now. But he has become as fat as a pig. Chapter 120. Luna is here. After the two of them returned home, Luan went into the kitchen to prepare delicious food for Lu Bingyan. Lu Bingyan, on the other hand, brought a small stool and sat at the kitchen door, supporting her chin with her hands and staring at Luan's serious profile with an intoxicating blush on her cheeks. "Aren't you tired of sitting like this?" Luan simply cooked a few dishes and brought them to the dining table. He then picked up Lu Bingyan, placed her on a chair at the dining table, and pinched her soft little face. "Yen Yen, your face feels better and better when I pinch it." "Ah. Yeah." Lu Bingyan pinched her cheeks curiously. "Really? Have I really gained weight?" "No." Luan is very direct. "She still looks thin, how can she be considered fat?" "Really?" Lu Bingyan was a little skeptical. Touched her slender waist. Apart from the slightly bulging belly, there is indeed no fat at all. "Are you really not gaining weight? The face has become round." "Forget it. Food first. Wait until the baby is born before talking about losing weight." It seems that my husband likes this kind of figure. Losing weight is so tiring. Let us just forget it. Eat one. After figuring it out, Lu Bingyan simply stopped thinking about everything and ate to her heart's content. After filling your stomach, Lu Bingyan's spirit had completely recovered. She lay lazily on the sofa, leaning on Luan, and yawned lazily. "Husband, President Luna is coming tomorrow. Are we still going to negotiate at the manor?" Luan nodded. "No matter what, we can't lose our manners. 2. We are a country of etiquette, and we cannot lose the etiquette that has been passed down for 5,000 years. In the afternoon, the two of them stayed at home watching movies while also focusing on the progress of 2 major projects and the professional league. Because of pregnancy, Lu Bingyan was very tired at night. After eating, she would fall asleep as soon as she lay down. In order to prevent himself from sleeping in, Luan went to bed early. The next morning, after making breakfast for Lu Bingyan, Luan asked Sora to drive them to the airport together. 8:10. The plane landed on time. Luna came alone. He did not bring a secretary and was dressed casually. He had no eavesdropping equipment, no cortex, and no eavesdropping chip implanted in his body. Big blonde waves. A calm look that's frightening. Luan touched his nose and said, "Welcome President Luna to the Magic City. I'm sorry to bother Mr. Lu to come and greet you. Luna walked off the plane gracefully and extended her hand to shake hands with Luan. I know you don't like beating around the bush, so how about we get straight to the point? That's great. Luan nodded. No refusal. Inviting Luna to get in the car, we'll talk in detail in the manor, and have breakfast or lie down and rest for a while. Thank you for your help. Luna nodded, sat in the car, and looked at Luan seriously. I have to say, Luan is really handsome. Even though her aesthetic taste is different, she still thinks that Luan's appearance is the male god in her mind, so perfect. It's really direct. The aggressiveness is really strong. On the way. No communication at all. Out of courtesy, Luan arranged a guest room for her in the manor and asked Klaus to make breakfast for her so that she could rest and adjust to the jet lag. Until the next day. Breakfast is over. The two people sat in the living room to discuss sales channels. As long as your country doesn't go back on its word, there won't be any difficulty in selling AS in the future. The same is true for games. Of course, after the game launches, you can still participate in the first league if you wish. I know what you're worried about. But you can rest assured. As long as I'm here, no one dares to stir up public opinion. Luna curled her lips. Not only that, I can control the government 100%, because I am the head of the Morgan family. If you still don't trust me, you can possess me, make me yours, and then you can take control of the government. Luna said it very bluntly. At the same time, it also showed off her career line. Honestly, you're a terrible person. Luan gave her a deep look and said, I'm not interested in your body or you as a person. I'm just a researcher, an inventor, or rather, a businessman. Future AS and prehistoric AY will both need quantum energy field diffusers, right? This diffuser, in turn, requires a nuclear fusion reactor. Can you sell this to us as a set? There was a hint of loss and relief in Luna's eyes. She felt disappointed because her appearance couldn't impress Luan. Fortunately, Luan is not interested in his body. This is nature. Luan shrugged indifferently. I can also provide you with energy ports, but the price is very expensive. The price is no problem. Luna said generously. She lacks everything. I just don't lack money. Luan was willing to sell her the equipment, which gave her an extra layer of security. The position of head of the family, and the power of the president. No one will be able to shake it. You will no longer be manipulated by others and will just be a puppet. Certainly. She actually looks more like Luan. So, even if he gave up the position of head of the family and the position of president, he would not be restricted by others. Move him. You have to consider in advance whether you can deal with Luan's anger. Nano weapons, can you sell me one set privately? You can have the highest authority. After taking a sip of tea, Luna raised her head and looked at Luan seriously. It's not impossible. Luan narrowed his eyes. Luna was more assertive than he had imagined. And more ideas. To be honest, it's a terrible story to be told about a woman like this, as no one has the strength to fight against her. What a pity. Luan is not an ordinary person. Not only that, I can also install a stealth system and a miniature cold nuclear reactor for you. A smile appeared on Luan's lips. Make a deal. Luna nodded and took out the official seal and ink pad. Can we sign the contract now? You don't ask the price. Luan was a little bit surprised. No question. Luna smiled calmly. Okay. Luan jumped off the building and raised his eyebrows. He quickly drafted a contract. The price was 50% more expensive than that of the Russians, that is, one reactor cost 30 billion green coins. Like the Russians, he wanted 20 reactors. Luan also included nano-weapons in these 20 reactors, so there was no mention of nano-weapons in the contract. Since Luna wants to do something big, he might as well give it a try. Anyway, the final authority lies with him. As long as they dare to study it. Luan didn't mind letting it run wild for once. Certainly. Luna must have considered the nano-weapon as her secret weapon and would not reveal it easily. The nano-weapon will be delivered in 3 days. Can. As for the future AS, Honghuang AY will adopt the price of Maoxiong. No matter how expensive it is, I'm afraid it will be difficult for ordinary people to accept it. Chapter 121 Luna is envious. The news of signing an agreement with the United States quickly spread across the internet. Luna's devotion in coming here made Shenxia talk about it with great pleasure. There is a beautiful woman, the president of a beautiful country. Hey, you say, if we capture Luna, does that count as controlling the beautiful country? I don't think so. They're not that stupid. I think they'll change the president or the regime. Do you think that if Lucian really captured Luna, would the United States dare to change its regime? Nano-armed rampage, doghead. That's right. Although I feel sorry for Madame Lu, I feel it's okay to do so. On the beautiful countryside. The public also saw the news. Suddenly, there was a carnival in the streets. They don't care so much. As long as it can bring them benefits. That's a good president. Watch videos all day. I've been envious for a long time. Now, it's finally time to play. Even they felt it. If Luna truly becomes Luan's person and can bring benefits to them, then go ahead. We still recognize you as our president. Done. The think tank all breathed a sigh of relief. This time, bring nothing. A clean past. As long as it can be purchased, nothing is a problem. 20 seats. You will always master the technology of a school and improve yourself. However, but they don't know. Luan's anion alloy made it impossible for them to scan it, and it was even more of a whole thing. As long as they dismantled it, the nuclear fusion reactor would instantly turn into an artificial small sun, letting them know how dangerous this world is. Can I stay at your place for a few days? The contract states that the sale will be in 3 days. Before she came, the store of the franchise store had already been arranged, and all that was missing was the right time. She stayed here. First, he wanted those people in his country to think that Luan had some ideas and something had happened. Second, just waiting for the production of nano-weapons. After getting the nano-weapons, your personal safety will be guaranteed when you go back. Luan nodded casually. Nano-weapons will be produced soon. In the next 2 days, you can have your special plane transport back some future life capsules and the like. No problem. Luna's eyes lit up, and she happily contacted her think tank, asking them to send a transport plane to carry the cargo. Master, this woman's brainwaves fluctuate greatly. Judging from the feedback, she wants to use you to hold on to her power. Jun's voice rang in Luan's mind. I know. Otherwise, she would have been driven away long ago. The key is in our hands. If we want them to watch a grand fireworks display, it's just a matter of one command. Luan responded casually. I see. After Jun responded, he did not reply, but instead monitored the internet information of the United States. Finished the work. Luan gave her a dedicated future AS. After she met Hong Huang AY, he let her study on her own and let her go wherever she wanted. Go and see the development of Xinxia. Luna thought for a moment, then said to Klaus beside her, Mr. Klaus, can you take me to see the current Xinxia city? Of course you can. Klaus nodded and made a gesture of invitation. Ms. Luna, please follow me. The car is not far away. Luna strolled in the garden and followed Klaus into a low-key and restrained nanny car and left the manor. Although, it is already New Year's Day of Xinxia. The weather is no longer as cold as winter, but the streets are still very busy. There are far fewer private cars. The bus network covers the entire city, making travel extremely convenient. It can be said that private cars are no longer necessary. Going out is really not as good as riding a bicycle. You can travel and see real and virtual scenery at the same time. You can also look for treasures while you're at it. Everyone had a relaxed and happy smile on their face and was full of energy. On the streets, many people will greet each other, and human touch is no longer so weak. That's great. Compared with Western countries where interests are paramount and capital is dominant, today's Xinxia is the paradise described in the Bible. Let's go downstairs and take a walk. People's Park is really lively. Luna didn't want to sit in the car, so she put on a cotton coat and got out. Klaus still stood out next to her. Mr. Klaus, aren't you accompanying Mrs. Lu today? The old man greeted Klaus with a smile. The weather's getting cold, so Madam is staying home for special training in the second world. Klaus explained with a smile, then introduced, this is Miss Luna, the President of the United States. It really is a little girl who is the President. She is so pretty. The old man was very surprised. He laughed and asked politely. The people around are very welcoming. Luna didn't know what to do for a moment. She had never experienced anything like this in her life. Because everything she does is for the sake of profit. I have never been surrounded by truly pure emotions like today. Old man, what are you doing here? A lot of young people seem to like coming to the park now. Luna was curious. In her cognitive ability. The parks in Xinxia are generally the domain of the elderly, and young people basically don't come here. Oh, this. The old man laughed. Look at that screen. There's a dual arena over there. Isn't there a professional league going on right now? Many young people come here to fight and hone their skills in pursuit of their dreams. We still have to thank Mr. Liu. If it weren't for his invention, we would all be struggling under the pressure of life right now. The old man laughed cheerfully. You don't know this, but the life capsule is a fantastic thing. I've been lying in it, and my insomnia is gone. My lumbar spine and rheumatism are all healed, too. It's truly miraculous. Hiss. There is such ability. Luna took a breath of air in disbelief and said enviously, I really envy you, Xinxia. Ha ha. It's really an honor for you to say that. The old men laughed out loud and were a little surprised to see the Honghuang AY hanging around Luna's neck. Ms. President, don't you want to go up and have some fun? You look so young, everyone will definitely welcome you. This. Luna looked at her own Honghuang AY and told the truth. She was moved. For the first time, I felt the urge to play and have fun. Actually, Miss Luna, don't worry at all. You're here as a private individual, not representing any rights or any country. You're simply here as a friend of the young master, and going up there for fun won't cause any harm. In other words, it might just deepen Xinxia's impression of you, and it won't be bad for your future. That's true. Luna thought for a moment and activated her own Honghuang AY. This operation is really justifiable. Also, is this the reality of the virtual scene? It's really beautiful. Luna couldn't help but admire, and a smile from the heart appeared on her cold and stiff face, which attracted the attention of many young men. Chapter 122, Luna wants to lead the national transformation. By the way, President Luna looks completely different when she smiles than in the photos. Yes, it feels very real, just like a young girl. +1, I think so too. Host, go and chat her up. This is a rare opportunity. You might even become sisters with her. Xiaoxianfu's live broadcast room was extremely noisy. Xiaoxianfu has just returned from his training. In order to stay in the top 10, she suffered a lot. The most important thing is that her Bingfu Zhu has turned into a human form. He is an extremely handsome, white-haired and cold man. Just having him by her side makes her feel extremely safe, and makes a lot of her sisters envious. Okay. Let me try. Xiao Xianfu hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, let's wait a moment. President Luna is currently contracting his first exotic beast. We're not sure what kind of exotic beast we can give him if we contract it in our country. It should be a bit more advanced, right? The slimmed-down piglet was quite attractive. It came from behind, accompanied by Qingniu and a Qinyuan. Qinyuan looks like a bee, but his body is the size of a mandarin duck. Extremely poisonous, anyone who is stung will die. Not clear. Let us wait and see. Xiaoxianfu was a little excited and glanced at Saju. You didn't broadcast live. Without. Saju shook his head. I just came back from training, and I live stream for 4 hours every night. That's fine too. Xiaoxianfu nodded and summoned his second strange beast. The second strange beast was a black-haired, arrogant and handsome man. He looked particularly handsome in a black robe. This is my second husband, a black lotus. The little fairy introduced with a smile. They are all handsome men. Saju smacked his lips, full of disbelief. You are really blessed. I feel like you are implying me. Xiaoxianfu rolled his eyes at him speechlessly, then fixed his gaze on Luna. No one else can see Luna's novice space. She was indeed very lucky. He contracted a giant dragon with a 5-colored head, which exuded unparalleled power. Tiamat, mother of dragons. Be good. The moment the dragon came out of the factory, it caused countless exclamations. Mainly, initial strength and cherishment. This mother of dragons is the original and strongest form in mythology who has not yet been killed by the gods and holds many divine powers. Certainly. Now it is just a young dragon with full health and life, but even so, it has the combat ability of the peak Shen level. With a little training, you can reach the prefecture level. It's only one step away from reaching the Earth level and transforming. Xiao Xianfu, who has experience in transforming, was very sure this dragon mother is in the form of a complete bloodline. Ms. Luna, your first exotic beast is truly powerful. The appearance of the mother of dragons has received a lot of praise. At the same time, someone challenged her. Ms. Luna, my beast is also at the Xian level. How about a duel? The boy who spoke was a little shy. Mainly, facing a beautiful woman made him a little nervous. Sure. Luna carefully looked at the mother of dragons' skills, then raised her head and asked, what should I do? Here, just go on stage. I saw Luna wanted to play. The two young men on the stage also gave way to her, allowing her to experience it first. Being liked by foreign leaders is also their pride. Share happiness. Shun Xiao will never be stingy. Forehead. Standing on the dueling stage. Luna also felt her blood boiling inexplicably. Ms. Luna, I won't hold back. The boy summoned his own strange beast, a wind fox. He looks cute and has lively eyes, but he can command storms. Compared to the mother of dragons, who is over 10 meters in size, this little rabbit-like beast is indeed a little cuter. Use all your strength. Luna waved her hand, Dragon Mother, Dragon Breath. The mother of dragons has 5 attributes. Holy, dark, wind, water, and fire. And since he also holds divine power, he has even more attributes available to him. Because it was her first time and she was not very familiar with the skills, she chose the most aggressive dragon's breath. The black and purple breath emitted terrifying heat and rushed towards the wind lizard. Fly. The introverted boy's expression remained unchanged. The wind and waves stirred up by his breath made the wind fox fly away instantly. At the same time, he opened his mouth wide and sucked the wind and waves with huge heat into his mouth, making his cheeks swell up like balloons in an instant. Storm. Wang Ming gave the order calmly. The wind fox instantly sprayed out the absorbed heat waves, which gathered into a heatwave tornado and rushed towards the mother of dragons. Stampede. The power of the storm still made Luna a little flustered, but she quickly reacted and asked the mother of dragons to perform the stampede. The shockwaves caused by the stampede blew the tornado away. This is too powerful. But I won't lose. Wang Ming is still persisting. Bloodline suppression. It's really too big. So, Wang Ming only held on for a short while before he was defeated. This feeling seems pretty cool. Luna was a little happy. Well, this duel is quite fun. Right. Defeated. Wang Ming wasn't angry either. Do you still want to play? Certainly. Luna was caught off guard. Is there any friend who wants to play? Don't worry, I'm here in a private capacity. I'm not the president now, I'm just an ordinary female gamer. And me. Originally. Everyone is actually somewhat worried. After all, he is the president. Although they are powerful now, they don't want to bully others at will. This will have a negative impact internationally. Now, everyone has spoken. There are many people who want to go up. Many people go there just for the looks. After all. Apart from anything else, Luna is really beautiful when she smiles. Hey, I want to go up too, but it's a bit bullying. The anchor and the players who are heading towards professional level did not go up. In this way, even if we win, it won't mean much. Then, Luna played here for a whole day and even ate with these players. Certainly. Just a few girls. Although boys also want to, they are always embarrassed. There are also many topics among girls. She also put aside her status and mingled with people of her age for the first time. Afternoon. Luna also explored many secret areas and collected a lot of treasures at the strong invitation of several girls. Due to her regional issues, she could only dominate in the United States. Then, she made up her mind. I want to play professionally. After returning, he began to train the second exotic beast. Let the think tank analyze it. Whether the United States can successfully transform and experience a second spring remains to be seen. It's difficult to break the stereotype. The image of a troublemaker and a rude and unreasonable person has long been deeply rooted in people's minds. If she wants to change the current social situation, she must lead by example. Think about it now. Isn't that just what those girls said? I feel like an anime heroine. the identity of a queen, a perfect face, and an incredible fortune. The next step is to obtain some data and technology and steadily develop our own technology. Chapter 123, The release of domestic robots excites the public. 3 days later, Lewin arranged for a store manager robot to take over the position of store manager of the head store in the United States. Luna played here for 3 days. After getting the nano weapons, I was a little reluctant to go back. I hope I can come again if I have the chance in the future. Luna pursed her lips, looked at the little sisters who came to see her off, clenched her fists, boarded the special plane, and left. These 3 days of Xinxia make her feel like she's still a human being. Have your own dreams. Want to live for myself. Now I have to go back. For the first time, she felt disgust and aversion. But she had to go back. Change your country. Become a paradise of true freedom. Instead of stirring up trouble under the guise of democracy and freedom, Luna participates in the professional league. This is really interesting. Lewin looked at Luna's message, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Sophia, what do you think? Do you want to join in the fun too? Sure. Next to Sophia stood a polar goddess shrouded in frost. Whatever Luna dares to do, I dare to do too. Ha ha. That is so interesting. Lewin touched his chin and said, then I have to start promoting it. Okay, don't worry, I'll use legitimate means to reach the finals. Sophia glanced at her own beast and chuckled. Okay, you go ahead and do your work. I need to study the beast showdown carefully. Now, the crushing of weapons actually doesn't have much meaning anymore. There is no sense of accomplishment when adults bully children. If it really gets out of hand, it could be a world war. When the time comes, that would be even more troublesome. It is better to use gentle suppression methods to bully the other party. This is the first professional league. It's just a method. The other party participated. Why wouldn't she join? I can also take this opportunity to go to Xinxia for 2 more days. The announcement has been made. The great elder was a little confused. How about we play it too? Don't do it. Although he's the president, he's only in his 20s. We're both in our 70s and 80s. It's not appropriate. Elderly shook his head repeatedly, then pointed at the 2 beasts and introduced them. He's a pure-blooded mythical creature and a humanoid goddess. This is not appropriate. 2. The great elder sighed, somewhat disappointed. But others might not be able to sit still. Just as the old man said. Leaders of other countries also called immediately. They wanted to visit in a private capacity and ask Lewin to open a sales channel in their country. The shelf is placed very low. To this, the old man just said, you can do whatever you want. Our country will not interfere in normal transactions. With this sentence, a large number of leaders called Qin Wanru. Because the only person I have normal contact with is Qin Wanru. Qin Wanru's head was a little pounding from the endless phone calls. She immediately issued a notice. We welcome leaders from all countries to come for negotiations. The negotiation time is set for 3 days. Those who are willing to come can go to the Magic City in advance. We will provide the best welcome and the best arrangements. This time, leaders of all countries were energized. Isn't it just going there in person? The Empress and the President of the United States have all been there. Care about face. That position is definitely not going to be kept. In an instant, hundreds of leaders around the world liked and commented on the post. You can set off now. TSK. My mom must be getting tired of answering the phone. Lewin looked at the notice and couldn't help laughing. You still dare to laugh, be careful or you will get into trouble. Lu Bingyan rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. It's just that mom has been getting better and better lately. She looks a lot younger. Yes. Lewin didn't deny it, his expression was a little serious. It's our dad. He looks much more haggard. Yesterday, when I went to repair his fishing rod, I saw him leaning against the wall, holding his waist, and saying something about how difficult it is to be a middle-aged man. Middle-aged man. Lately, the same seems to be true for my dad. I drink wolfberry water all day long. It seems that he also took some supplements. The 2 young men looked at each other and said, how about we take some time to take them for a checkup? I feel it's unlikely to be due to physical reasons. Klaus wiped his sweat, opened his mouth, not knowing how to explain, and finally remained silent. This kind of thing. The young master will come into contact with it sooner or later. It's better not to tell him in advance. The province suffered psychological trauma. By the way, master, domestic robots are now available for sale. The relevant laws have been drafted. Once the core program of the domestic robot is implanted, it can be sold. At the same time, the great elders have requested that AS release a related electronic manual in the future. If any violation occurs, we have the right to recall the domestic robots and stop providing them with services for life. This works. That's the case. Then start selling. The first choice for domestic robots must be domestic. After the domestic penetration rate reaches 100%, we will consider overseas expansion. At the same time, housekeeping robots are given priority for elderly people living alone or left behind, and they are provided with free maintenance for life. At the same time, each family is limited to purchasing one. Final arrangements for young men and women living alone. All free. Free. Luan also had some considerations. After all, this thing doesn't cost anything. There is nothing wrong with giving things that benefit the people for free. Certainly. Luan was not afraid that they would not cherish him. Protected by the law, domestic robots have personal rights. At the same time, it must be sent to a fixed testing agency for testing every year. If an elderly person in the family passed away, the robots will also be recycled. Luan felt that this would definitely give rise to many interesting and heartwarming stories. After the announcement is issued, people in the country were in an uproar. At the same time, a legal safety manual for domestic robots will also appear in the future AS. If violated, the punishment will be extremely severe. Those with serious circumstances, they could even face life imprisonment. Ah, this is so sudden. It was actually released right away. It's free, it's actually free. Every year, we have to go to a designated medical examination center for a checkup. If any abnormalities are found, they will be recycled. Everyone must treat them well. My family is from the countryside. My father passed away early, leaving only my elderly mother at home. I'm working hard out there alone, and I'm always worried about her. I was thinking of taking out a loan to buy a housekeeping robot to take care of her, but I didn't expect it to be delivered for free. I'm so grateful to Master Lu. He's like a living bodhisattva. Me too. My parents have mobility issues, and it's hard to hire a nanny in the countryside. The emergence of this housekeeping robot is just in time. Singles are the most pitiful. They're the last to enjoy this privilege. Moreover, only those who are financially independent and have stable jobs can apply. Those giant babies probably won't be able to enjoy domestic robots. It's not worth sympathy, that's how it should be. There is a lot of discussion online. At the same time, leaders at all levels have also joined the publicity, going deep into the grassroots to count the number of left-behind children and left-behind elderly people, and then visiting and investigating, conducting a comprehensive statistics to ensure that no one is missed. Chapter 124 Happiness brought by household robots. Luan's hometown. In the village. After receiving the notice, the young village chief trembled with excitement. Regardless of the biting cold wind, he grabbed a military coat and rushed out. Xiaoxiang, what are you doing? His wife put down the pen in her hand, looking a little puzzled. Luan, the eldest grandson of Grandpa Lu, is distributing welfare to the people. He's giving away that artificial intelligence robot for free. Now he's going to give it to left-behind children and elderly people in our village, the elderly who have never married, the seriously ill bachelors with no one to take care of them, and the children who go to school alone at home. This is the first batch. I'm going to personally count the robots and send them to my superiors to apply for allocation. If I can complete the registration today, I can arrange for delivery tomorrow. Is that so? Then I'll go too. You're not very good at operating the future AS. Besides, you're the dumbest and can't explain it clearly. Wait for me. The woman emerged from the fireplace, grabbed another army green coat, and went out together. Speaking of Luan. That is the pride of the villagers. Although they have moved away. However, the front door is still cleaned every day. Now, When it came to the registration information, the old men had no doubts at all. Instead, they kept praising Lewin, saying that he was a good boy and a real dragon. Such a scene. It happened in countless poor mountain villages. The spread of domestic robots is not rapid. Also because the activation registration procedure is a little more troublesome. Only the elderly and children who received the household robots and were taken care of by the robots all had pure and happy smiles on their faces without exception. With this robot, their lonely and uneasy hearts were comforted. It takes 1 month. There are already a large number of robots on the streets buying groceries. They look no different from real people. In order to distinguish them, Lewin still gave them robot characteristics, such as ears. Hey, Xiaoxue, are you out buying groceries? The old man at the door saw a white-haired ancient beauty and greeted her with a smile. Yes, Grandma wants to eat preserved vegetable and pork today, so I came out to buy some good pork belly. Xiaoxue is a robot. He was accompanied by an elderly woman. The old woman's child was a soldier and unfortunately died while on duty. A few years ago, her husband also passed away. The multiple blows caused her health to deteriorate. Ever since Xiaoxue's arrival, she was all right again. Deep down, he treated Xiaoxue as his own granddaughter. Yesterday, he also took her shopping and bought her a lot of clothes. Very nice. The old man smiled with relief. He has a harmonious family with many children and grandchildren, so this batch was not arranged for him and he was not in a hurry. The family is not in a hurry either. In order to welcome the upcoming family members, his family hired a designer to replan the house where they had been living casually. His house is big enough. It's just that the layout is unreasonable and a lot of space is wasted. For the sake of the new member, they discussed it and decided to have their lover decorate the house, and specially set aside an independent living space for the new member. Sister Xiaoxue is so beautiful. I wish my sister was as pretty as her. The old man's grandson held his face in his hands and said, when my sister comes back, I will give her my favorite transformers. Well, harmony and warmth. Society is no longer impetuous. Everything is moving in the best direction. At the same time, foreign countries are also gradually catching up with Xinxia's rapid development. Call to express condolences from time to time. Or something. Even the great elder was a little jealous. Now, I even doubt whether I am still the ruler. When foreign leaders have problems, the first person they look for is Ms. Qin Wanru, and then they contact Lu Anwei to ask, wow. Am I, an old guy, going to be sidelined? Although the great elder said so. But he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. What does this mean? This shows that they are really powerful. Especially this housekeeping robot. Really good. Hey. More professional than a nanny and more capable than a secretary general. Glancing at the master of mystics' resentful gaze, the great elder stroked his beard and laughed. Why, didn't you always complain to me before that the workload was too heavy and you wanted to rest? Now that someone is here to help you with the work and you have some free time, you're not happy. I don't like it for a fucking minute. Although he was unwilling in his heart. But seeing the lively and clever little angel that the great elder had requested, his heart softened. But, I've been busy for more than 10 years, and you're suddenly giving me some free time. I'm at a loss. Mang Ran, that's easy to say. You're my face. Look, the Empress and President Luna are going to participate in the professional league, right? You should go too. The elder was like an old naughty boy. If you don't go, I will be very angry. Ah. The Secretary General was stunned. Can I do it? Losing would be too embarrassing. Tisk, let me tell you, our imperial capital is overflowing with talent. Look at those disciples from aristocratic families, the competition for the top 10 spots is fierce. Can you do it? The great elder was well aware of his unyielding character. Deliberate provocation. As expected. The Secretary General is anxious. Isn't at just the top 10? I'm not afraid. There is still half a month left. The great elder knocked on the table and pointed to the deadline for the auditions. Half a month is just half a month. The Secretary General turned away unconvinced. Great elder, just wait and see. I am still very useful. This kid. They are all in their 30s. Still jealous. It's sloppy. The great elder grinned and cursed, then shook his head. This kid, isn't he being too driven? If he really gets selected through the auditions, given his personality, I'm afraid he'll go crazy and get into exotic beasts, right? There won't be any problems. I have to call that girl to remind her. Don't let this kid work too hard. Face is face. Games are games. Your body is more important than anything else. Besides, there are so many geniuses in the country. It doesn't matter who wins. At most, you have the title of a national leader. The news of the Secretary General's participation in the competition quickly spread abroad. Some leaders saw this. No, we have to participate too. It doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Participation is a must. Soon, leaders from around the world announced their participation in the first professional league. This has put some pressure on players from all countries. This makes the first professional league more valuable. What the hell is going on? Luan, who was at home with his wife and watching prenatal education videos, was speechless. Wife, tell me, are these people crazy? The work pressure is already great, and they still want to participate in the professional league. There are pitfalls, but isn't this great? Resolving all grievances within the game and reducing external wars, isn't that great? Lu Bingyan laughed softly, patted her round belly, and said, our rewards also need to be increased. That's true. It has a high gold content. Rewards are not that simple. Luan touched his chin and said, don't worry about this. Let's design 2 rewards, one for the general public and the other for national leaders. That's fine too. Lu Bingyan couldn't help laughing when she saw Luan frowning in frustration. Okay, stop frowning. At worst, you can ask your experts to design a product with high but not too high technological content. Whoever wins will get it, and you can also provide them with technical knowledge. Isn't that all right? That is fine. Luan's eyes lit up. If you want to be king, fight your way out from the grassroots and seize it. This is also fair. Chapter 125, the first new year after the wedding. Final. Luan asked space dimension experts to develop the Leader S prize. And gave him an idea. Spatial dimension. Luan's idea is Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket. This is not difficult for expert Kong Xian. In fact, the folding technology of nano-weapons is the prototype of this 4-dimensional pocket. It was not difficult for Luan to understand it thoroughly. This is a bit of technology. The Xinxia Research Institute has been developing and utilizing it rationally. But it can't achieve the effect of a 4-dimensional space bag yet. Compared with the space folding storage of nano-weapons, it is not much different. For fairness and justice. This technology. Whoever gets it will be the first user. Whether they are willing to openly cooperate in research and development is their business. A 4-dimensional space bag? Kong Xian pondered for a moment. With the current capabilities, the space handbag can only develop 10 cubic meters of space. 10 cubic meters is enough. Luan nodded slightly. It's not too complicated in terms of technical difficulty, right? No, with your level, it's not difficult to understand it thoroughly. Kong Xian was very confident. That's fine. Luan nodded in satisfaction. Then after you make the prototype, organize the technology, design ideas, and corresponding level formulas. I will be the champion reward for this time, the national leader. Become. Kong Xian nodded, hung up the phone and went to do his own thing. For dimensional space bag, husband, you really feel it. Lu Bingyan took a breath. Using space, mastering space, it feels like being a god. Ha ha. Maybe it is. Luan laughed and sent out the announcement. Notice of changes to the professional league champion and runner-up rewards. Since so many national leaders are participating in this professional league, the first and second place prizes will be increased to 500 million. Other prizes remain unchanged. A national leader, officially certified by me, will receive an additional reward for winning, Space Jin Yang, as well as related technical theories. Please take this professional league seriously and fight for the championship. This brat. But he really knows how to make things happen. The great elder spat out a mouthful of tea when he saw the notice. This kid, he's got an idea. He's planning to use the game to transfer all the conflicts between the real countries to the second world, right? That's a good idea. It's just this space technology. This kid has such a good thing, but he doesn't even show it to others. But forget it. This guy must have something better. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken it out so carelessly. Hey! This kid. They probably want to speed up the competition, even though it's not very friendly to other countries. But it should be about time. After the announcement is issued, Sophia contacted Lewin immediately. Shaowen, is that technology serious? Right. Lewin nodded. This is nothing to joke about. It's not some precious technology. For you, this technology isn't really that valuable, but for criminals, it's incredibly valuable. For example, hiding corpses or drugs is incredibly convenient. Don't worry, we have scanning security technology and comprehensive privacy technology. If you want to hide drugs or a body, it's wishful thinking. Triggering the security alarm will give you a little surprise. Looking at Lewin's sinister thoughts, Sophia knew she was overthinking it. 2. It is not that easy to launch a convenient product. Then I'll have to work hard. Sophia laughed, her eyes full of enthusiasm. No more talking, I'm going to special training. Snap. The phone hung up. Lewin and Lu Bingyan looked at each other in bewilderment. This empress. Really impatient. This. Lu Bingyan raised her eyebrows. Husband, should I go to the second world for special training again? Need not. Your ability is enough. Lewin chuckled softly. I've set the time for both the provincial and national auditions to be 1 month. Aha! Upon hearing this, Lu Bingyan nodded. Now, a huge amount of resources are poured into her exotic beast training every day. The Red Rose has also evolved into the Rose Fairy. Her personality has changed a lot, from a queen to a cold and aloof fairy. Xia Longnu is wearing a white long dress that flutters in the air, and a pair of crystal clear dragon horns give people a unique sense of beauty, especially her bare feet that are moderately suspended on the ground, which is a complete blessing for foot control fans. Both strange beasts are growing steadily. Fighting skills have been honed enough. There is no need to be like other people, constantly exploring, traveling around the world, or entering the second world and wandering around the vast wilderness. Everything is going according to plan. Lewin and the other man felt extremely relaxed. The leisurely and slow-paced life is still very enjoyable. Even though the daily sign and rewards were not satisfactory, Lewin was very satisfied. In the blink of an eye. The provincial auditions are already midway through. The Spring Festival is also approaching. During the Spring Festival, Luna and Sophia came in person to deliver gifts. Because of work reasons, Luna left the gifts for the little sisters she knew with Lewin and left in a hurry. Sophia because of personal relationship. So I stayed in the manor and celebrated the Spring Festival. Actually, just to get a free meal. The sky is big and the earth is vast. The biggest one is eating for free. She doesn't care at all whether she is the empress or not. I want to stay and eat for free, and no one can stop me. Just. Sophia also played a friendly match with Lu Bingyan in the second world. Although it is a friendly match. But the two of them still hid well. None of their cards were exposed. They just casually exchanged a few moves and ended up in a draw, which was the end of it. But, from the perspective of God, Lewin can be sure of this. If my wife and Sophia fight completely, the chances of winning should be 50-50. Under the pretext of training, Sophia forced the young secretary to manage state affairs for 3 days before leaving Luan's manor. When I left, I took away a lot of pickled vegetables and dried meat in large and small bags to make snacks when I got home. This must be the world's most peculiar bandit, Her Majesty the Empress, who doesn't do her job properly. After the Empress left, it's a big gathering for their whole family. All the people from both families were taken to the manor. Lewin and several young people prepared the dinner. Certainly. Chef. It's still Lewin. Xiao Ming and Lu Ningxuang didn't know how to cook at all, so they just helped out. Momo and Lulu are the happy pills of the family. The two families doted on her madly. The little princess is not allowed to enter the kitchen. Lu Bingyan was pregnant, so there were only Lewin and the other two in the kitchen. All the maids were at home, wearing New Year's clothes, which was quite festive. Even Klaus wore a bright red tang suit and prepared big red envelopes for Xiao Ming and Momo Lulu. You can say that. This year's Chinese New Year. Momo, Lulu got the most New Year's money. Chapter 126. Singles all get red envelopes. At the dinner party, The two families had another in-depth conversation with open hearts. At the same time, Qin Wanru also spoke. Yan Yan, after the baby is born next year and you've finished your confinement, you can consider going back to work. If you don't want to work, come to the company and do operations. Don't sit around doing nothing all day. The same goes for Xiuan. You're still young, but you don't want to waste your time like this. Qin Wanru was very serious. These two guys are like crazy bean powder guys, running around and playing all day long. Know their wedding date. But it's not that disgusting. It's okay for a day or two, or a year or two. It's been a long time. Feelings will always get boring. Sometimes, even after marriage, seeing each other occasionally can be a way to keep the marriage vibrant. Got it. Lu Ningxuan pouted and said, after I finish my confinement next year, I plan to become a teacher at my alma mater. I've already discussed this with the professor. In this way. The best. Qin Wanru nodded. Mo Qianqi was a little worried. Big sister, it's not good to go back to work right after the confinement period. It will take a few months to recuperate, right? Big sister, Yan Yan is not that spoiled. Besides, people should always be motivated to live. If she is spoiled and pampered by Xiuan all day long, she will develop princess syndrome sooner or later. Qin Wanru didn't mind at all. Then, she was 9 months pregnant and still went to work with a big belly. Now, I just got pregnant and stayed at home all day. What kind of words? Why? Okay. Mo Qianqi gave Lu Bingyan a helpless look. Girl, what do you think? Same. Lu Bingyan laughed sweetly and innocently. Mom, that's what I was planning too. Life must have some meaning. It'll be fine. I'm tough. Okay then. Mo Qianqi nodded. If you don't feel comfortable, just come back and open a small supermarket with Mom. It's not bad either. Hey. Okay. Hearing how much the mother here doted on her, Lu Bingyan proudly curled the corners of her mouth provocatively at her own mother. Look, my mother loves me. This girl is going to be spoiled. Qin Wanru shook her head speechlessly, no longer paying attention to the smug girl, and looked at Luan. Xiaoan, later, please prepare a detailed recipe for me. I want to learn how to cook. Cook. Become. That is easy. Luan nodded. I'll sort it out for you later. Learn to cook. Lu Zhanlong's face looked a little ugly, his smile became quite stiff, and his eyes looking at Luan became ferocious, as if he was saying, boy, if your recipe is too complicated, I will fight you to the death. This. Could it be that Auntie, the actual operation is not very good? Luan grinned dryly. Auntie, how about you come to the manor when you are free and let the little cook, or Klaus teach you personally? This works too. Qin Wanru nodded and excitedly punched Lu Zhanlong's shoulder. Brother Long, you are in for a treat. Ha, then I'm looking forward to it. Lu Zhanlong's smile was quite hypocritical. Even a little lacking in confidence. Even so. Xia Weiwei still showed an envious look, and kicked Lu Yunhu in annoyance, her eyes full of dissatisfaction and unhappiness. This made Lu Yunhu scratch his head in embarrassment and helplessness. He is not old enough to retire from the army. And even if he wants to retire now, he can't retreat either. He has now been transferred back from the front line and become the chief coach of the nano-armed military settlement. Short term. It is absolutely impossible to retire and return to the countryside. So, I could only keep quiet and let my wife continue to endure loneliness. He knows too. After the eldest brother retired from the army, he and his sister-in-law showed their affection from time to time, which made his wife very uncomfortable. However, he could not refuse the state affairs, so he could only choose to remain silent. Huzi, how long do you have left before you can retire from the army? To be honest, the old man couldn't stand it anymore. My own daughter-in-law is raising 2 children alone. To be honest, it's really tiring. Sometimes, when they need some company, they cannot replace Lu Yunhu. He could only watch Xia Weiwei grieving inwardly. Now the country is peaceful and the people are safe. The armed forces are strong and full of talented people. If possible, there is nothing wrong with retiring early. Hu Zi just became the head coach of the nano-armed forces. He may not be able to retire in the short term. I guess it will take another 10 years. Lu Zhanlong was a little unsure. These 10 years. This made Xia Weiwei a little overwhelmed. 10 years, there is a 10 years. Not necessarily. Lu Yunhu thought for a moment. Young people are the boss these days. I'm almost 40, and I'm already a bit behind. I estimate that in about a year, those young men will have been tempered enough, and I can retire. If I move up, I'm destined to be assigned to the civilian military officer position. Forget it, being an official is troublesome. 1 year. The two old men looked at Xia Weiwei. Girl, please give Huzi another year. Hey. Dad, Uncle Lu, it's okay. Xia Weiwei forced a laugh and pretended to be indifferent. The country needs him, so let him go. I don't have any problems here, I'm used to it. I'm used to it. This is not a good phenomenon. But it's the Chinese New Year. They couldn't say anything discouraging, so they could only change the subject. Luan clapped his hands and said, how about we all go out into space and relax? Let's go to the moon and explore the moon palace or something like that. Okay. I want to go. The two little ones expressed their opinions at the first moment. That's the case. Then let us walk. Luan called Shiha and asked Shiha to fly the spaceship over. Then, a family. The little tiger and the little lion also boarded the spaceship together. This is a big family reunion and no one will be left behind. Yang Qianqian moved to Luan's side. Shaoan, you haven't prepared your spacesuit yet. No spacesuit. Luan laughed confidently. After taking them aboard the spacecraft, each of them was given a set of nano-weapons. With this, even without a helmet, you can breathe in space, blocking cosmic ray radiation and all other adverse factors. Yes. Nano-weapons. Yang Qianqian has 100 heads. Same day. In the United States, when I was acting, I flew to the moon. Getting ready to set off. Xia Mengyao called Lu Bingyan and said, Yan Yan, are you going to space during the New Year? I saw your spaceship flying to the manor. Chinese New Year. Xia Mengyao also has to go home to accompany her elderly family members. So, I didn't come here during this period. Yes, we're planning to go to the moon and play. We've prepared a lot of special fireworks. Yao Yao, do you want to come? Lu Bingyan extended an invitation. Certainly. Wait for me. Coming soon. Xia Mengyao directly called out her doctor, put on her nano-weapons, and flew directly to the manor. Go to the universe and set off fireworks. She would never give up on such fun things. In the spacecraft. Seeing the two families, Xia Mengyao quickly greeted them. Happy New Year, Grandpa Lu, Happy New Year to all the grandmas, uncles, and aunts. And, Happy New Year, Xiao Ming. Happy New Year. Xia Mengyao also received a bunch of red envelopes. It made her a little nervous. Don't worry, all single people have it. Lu Ningxuan patted her shoulder, pointed at herself, Li Chouan and Yang Qianqian, and felt a little depressed. So that's it. Xia Mengyao suddenly felt that this red envelope of hundreds of thousands of yuan was not attractive at all. Chapter 127, Alien Civilization. You girls. If you are not married for a day, you are a child. You must accept the red envelope. Several adults were laughing and joking. It's so hard for us. A few single guys got together. I was so depressed that I kept crying. Certainly. It doesn't matter. Being single is what we pursue. After everyone got on board, Luan ordered a trip to the moon. At the same time, a live broadcast was also launched. Originally, everyone is watching the Spring Festival Gala. Although, it's becoming increasingly boring. But you still have to watch it, it's a sentiment. As soon as Luan started the live broadcast, the ratings of the evening party dropped instantly and hit freezing point. This made the TV station's leaders very depressed. But there is nothing to say. Live broadcast from the universe. I just want to ask you who doesn't want it. Ah, I'm so envious. I can freely enter and exit the universe. By the way, when will the space hotel open? I really want to go to space in my lifetime. The maids are so beautiful, please introduce them to me and assign them to me. Klaus is so handsome too, so handsome. Boss Lady Yang is here too. She's really becoming more and more elegant. Sister Immortal Doctor is here too. There are so many beautiful young ladies, I'm so envious. Ahem, okay, let's get back to the topic. My sisters are free to marry, and if they want to get married, I fully support them. So, today, I'm coming to the universe. Actually, I'm not here to show off. I just want to show everyone the progress of the space hotel and, by the way, go to the moon for some fun. Okay, we've arrived at the Cosmic Hotel, and it's still under construction. The camera focuses on the aerospace platform outside the universe, where countless robotic arms are operating. Everything at the Universe Hotel is proceeding as planned. Construction is progressing a bit slowly now, but space resources have already entered the mining phase. Once the first batch of resources arrives, the Guanghan Palace project will proceed. By then, traveling to the moon will no longer be a dream. It's just traveling, of course. Lewin chuckled softly, but the cost of space travel will definitely be very cheap, and the ticket price will probably be about the same as the price of international air tickets. Now that we've seen the hotel's construction, let's go explore the moon. There's also a cosmic fireworks display, so those of you who are watching Starlight can wait patiently. Finished. Let Di-jun host the live broadcast. Landing on the moon. All members deployed nano weapons. Momo and Lulu's nano weapons are the cutest, a little panda and a little rabbit, which sway as they walk. They are so cute and have attracted many fans, both moms and dads. So convenient. There is no feeling of weightlessness. Lu Zhanlong moved his hands and feet. If you want to go anywhere, you can directly give orders to the artificial intelligence. Lewin held Lu Bingyan's hand and said, I'm actually quite interested in the back of the moon. I'm going to explore it. I followed my mother. Xiaoming originally wanted to go on the adventure together. But after being glared at by Wang Qing, he changed his words in frustration. Lewin chuckled but said nothing. This was his and Lu Bingyan's sweet time and it couldn't be disturbed. That's right. The fireworks show is scheduled to start at 11:50. Everyone needs to gather back at the spaceship before this. After Lewin finished his instructions, he flew towards the back of the moon with Lu Bingyan. At the same time, Di-jun also introduced the various craters, geology and science of the moon to everyone in a very detailed and interesting way, and everyone enjoyed watching it. After all, this is the first time to come into such close contact with the moon. Graduate school. The bosses watched the live broadcast with envy in their eyes. I want to go to the moon and do research myself. You'd better not think about it. The technology is immature, and taking too big a step forward will only lead to disaster. A technological leap forward is unacceptable. An old man next to him sighed, our technology is growing fast enough now. When we go back, we can buy some space resources from Lewin. Then we won't be so hesitant in our research on precious resources. That's fine. Technological progress. It's better to keep your feet on the ground. The help Lewin provided was already great enough. Technology is really too advanced. This is the first place reward for this game. The technology of utilizing spatial dimensions is not something they can understand and master. At this time Lewin, too, have already reached the far side of the moon. To be honest, he also actually saw some interesting things on the far side of the moon. Some unknown metal wreckage. Its strength is even more terrifying than Anyan alloy, or in other words, it is stronger than the metal needed to build a complete third-level civilization spacecraft. Honey, this can't be the relic of an alien civilization. Lu Bingyan's eyes lit up, and she was holding a huge metal part in the shape of a thruster in her hand. This part was even more exaggerated than the one in Lewin's hand. Hard to say. Lewin shook his head. After scanning the far side of the moon, he didn't find anything useful. He didn't deny it either. Di-jun, can the age of this thing be determined? Yes, this thing is a space jump propulsion device. It is a necessary propulsion device for breaking through the wormhole node. It has been around for 140 to 150 million years. Isn't that equivalent to Earth's Cretaceous period? Lu Bingyan exclaimed in shock. This obvious technological product existed during the Cretaceous period and is now damaged. The level of civilization is higher than the third-level civilization. Lewin raised his eyebrows and became cautious. If the things rewarded by the system all exist, then this third-level civilization probably also exists in some corner of the universe. Civilizations that are already capable of interstellar activities actually pose a considerable threat to Earth. Forget it. This has nothing to do with me. This is completely damaged. It means something must have happened back then. No visitors have come for over 100 million years. What else does he have to worry about? Only If only we could get the technology to make the main body of this thing. How nice it would be. Lewin felt a little regretful. More than 100 million years have passed. Finding the wreckage is also somewhat difficult. After experiencing this incident, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room suddenly increased dramatically. Alien civilization. If interstellar activities were possible over 100 million years ago, how advanced must our technology be today? Actually, sometimes, worry. It's actually useless. The situation of advanced civilizations is actually not good either. War. Resource plundering. It may die at any time. It repeats itself over and over again. Constant reincarnation. Perhaps, the Earth is the last civilization in the universe. The consumption of the Earth's resources can be said to be exaggerated. This is a civilization that cannot even reach the first level of civilization. Not to mention higher ones. Master, there is actually an abandoned base down there. There may be information about civilization inside, but there is no life in the base anymore. The last survivor died 2,000 years ago. When preparing to leave, Jun suddenly spoke in his mind. Okay. Lewin nodded slightly, indicating that he already knew. Wait until after the Chinese New Year. He came up here in person. 2,000 years ago. The era of the Qin Empire. This survivor is probably the last person of this civilization. He did not choose to live on Earth and interfere with the evolution of civilization. Chapter 128 Family Party. Quite interesting. Lewin was looking forward to it. I looked around the back again and was a little disappointed when I didn't find any debris. Honey, do you think our Earth will be invaded by aliens? Lu Bingyan was a little worried. Won't. Lewin shook his head, don't even think about it. If the Earth were invaded, our civilization would not have been born. 2. More than 100 million years ago. If they want to be destroyed, it is indeed impossible for them to be born. Think about it this way. Lu Bingyan felt much more relaxed and hugged Luan's arm. Come on, let's go set off the fireworks. The audience can't wait, and we have to wish everyone a happy new year on time. Good. Lewin checked the time. You're not to mention. Although I didn't find anything interesting, the time spent on the adventure really flew by. He rode as fast as he could to the spaceship. Everyone is already waiting. Especially when he saw the two things floating around Lewin, his eyes widened. You guys are really good, you actually found the treasure. I found it too. Xiaoming chuckled and took out a piece of dried arm. The armband worn by the wearer keeps the arm in a safe environment and has not decayed to this day. This arm is not much different from that of a human. The skin color is the same as that of a normal person, but the texture is different. It feels transparent. If Lewin didn't say it, he would have thought it was a high-end plastic movie prop. This is a real alien hand. You are really brave. Lewin glanced at his younger brother and raised his thumb. You dare to take the arm of a dead person. Is he really dead? Xiaoming was stunned for a moment and swallowed hard. Momo, Lulu, you too. The two girls carefully took out two crystal skulls. This is a real biological skull. It is not a product of technology, nor a work of art. It is actually the head of an intelligent creature of the same race as the owner of this arm. She is worthy of being my daughter. Lu Yunhu laughed out loud. He just ignored his daughter. With Xiaoming taking care of her and artificial intelligence watching over her, there was no danger. So, he has always been with his wife. Why? These two children. What feelings say is true. On the moon. There really are human limbs. Before. When Xia Weiwei told her about the two babies, she still didn't believe it. I didn't expect it to be true. My two daughters. Run to the universe when you have nothing to do. From being worried and scared to finally getting used to it. She was numb. Just play around. As long as you don't go to the sun or enter a black hole, you should be fine. Besides. And Jun protects him. Then, last week, the two girls went on an exploration of the moon, and when they came back they happily said that they had discovered the remains of intelligent creatures on the moon. I didn't expect it to really exist. He was even treated as a toy by his two daughters. To be honest, this crystal head really looks like a toy craft. Its structure is undoubtedly human, consistent with the makeup of intelligent life, but its hardness is hundreds of times greater than diamond. After Jun scanned the crystal skull, he gave the structure of the brain. My dears, you are really brave. Lewin squatted down, touched the two little heads, and took the skull. Wait until I go back and study it. Once I make sure it is harmless to the human body, I will give it to you to play with. Okay, do you still have more skulls? No more. Momo smiled proudly. Then brother, please remember this. You must return it to us after you finish your research. Don't damage it. Rest assured. Lewin smiled and shook his head. Brother still has some credibility. Okay. Let us not talk about this for now. Lewin glared at his brother and said, keep your hands away. When I finish studying this, I'll give it to you as a collection. Ah. Xiao Ming was stunned for a moment. Brother, I am your biological brother, why do you want to murder me? Xiao Ming was extremely resentful. Ha ha. Okay, stop making trouble. Everyone, get ready to set off the fireworks. Besides, the ladies have to show their talents. Lewin chuckled, and his expression was extremely weird. The maid was stunned for a moment, but there was nothing to worry about. She was even ready to do something. Now the young ladies can think about their own programs. Then, please ask Mr. Claus to do the statistics and then be the host. Sister Chanxian, you also have to be the female host. Me. Yang Chanxian, who was originally watching the fun, was stunned. Xiaowen, you are joking, right? I, your sister, really can't. Mom. There is nothing wrong with Yang Chanxian calling Imo Chanchi mom. There is a 20-year age difference between the two of them, so there is no problem at all. Chanxian, just go up and give it a try. It seems quite interesting. Imo Qianqi touched young Chanxian's head and chuckled. I see that netizens like you very much. It should be no problem. This. Okay. Yang Chanxian hesitated for a moment, then mustered up her courage and said, then I'll give it a try. Sister Chanxian, don't be too stressed. This is just a family affair, not a proper party. Just have fun. Lewin chuckled. That's no problem. She can still let go when her family is playing. Time is up. The two old men spoke at the same time. The older generation took time very seriously. They clapped their hands and asked Lewin to start lighting the fire. This time, a lot of fireworks were prepared. When they are together, they are like a small mountain. These are special fireworks and are very valuable. This cosmic fireworks show attracted audiences from all over the world. Fireworks are lit. It blooms like the Milky Way in the sky. The first set of fireworks ended just as the New Year's bells rang. The whole family, including the maids, stood together and wished the people of the world a Happy New Year. Happy New Year! There was also a momentary pause in the barrage. Languages from all over the world emerged. Happy New Year! This is a meaningful new year. Fireworks on the moon. The remains of civilization on the moon. Mysterious, exciting, gorgeous and unforgettable. Next, the fireworks lasted for a full hour before ending. This period of time. Lewin also built a stage. Using holographic effects to create the environment, the family party on the moon began. Each of the young ladies is a top-notch beauty. The most important thing is that they are all natural. Each one has a unique personality. Standing there, they are much more attractive than those goddesses in the entertainment industry. It started. Ah, the ladies are all so beautiful. I feel like they could all debut right here. To be honest, I really want to be a maid at Lu Xinjiang. What are you dreaming of upstairs? You're only lowering the girls' looks by going there. Okay, stop arguing, the party is about to start. Ah, I can't take it anymore. I have to start recording mode. I'll curl up in bed tomorrow and watch it slowly. Hey, me too. Chapter 129 I'm asked to sign. The melodious singing is full of exotic charm. The ethereal and sacred sound, with the universe as the background, is like the chanting of a goddess praying for all living beings. However, thanks to the netizens who were feeling a little sleepy, they couldn't fall asleep. Listen quietly to the voice from the universe. Tell me about it. The head of the central bank knocked on the table and said, why is it that a maid from a random family can sing better than the popular young actor you invited? She can just sing and be considered a singer. No wonder the reputation of our Spring Festival Gala has been getting worse and worse in recent years. It's the Chinese New Year. Being lectured by a senior leader. The people below felt embarrassed and helpless. They pay the most for the Spring Festival Gala. The show gets worse every year. A good hand of cards was played badly. Now, even Luan's talent show at any family gathering is better than theirs, so how can they reason or refute it? In order to get traffic, they spend a lot of money to hire traffic stars. The quality of the programs is declining. Take it in their sight. Traffic is the code to wealth. Now, he was severely slapped in the face. Now, everyone online is enjoying the show. But the contrast is obvious. After Luan's family had finished their performance, they were so strong that netizens flooded the platform with messages, which basically took half an hour. So, you need to seriously think about how to remedy this. If the situation persists next year, you will all be dismissed. The big boss was really angry this time. He also knows that the program is becoming less and less nutritious. But he had a lot of things to take care of, so he turned a blind eye to the show. Now, it has become like this. The people up there definitely can't sit still. Plus, Luan obviously wants to take action in the entertainment industry. The Great Elder has come with full support, and when the time comes, all TV stations will be unable to escape. Dozens of maids. He is proficient in singing, playing the piano, dancing, magic, martial arts, and acrobatics. The audience was very excited. Even netizens abroad are praising it. This is praise from the heart. Because the level is too high. The party lasted until 5 in the morning. When Luan, the little chef, Klaus and the other two were preparing breakfast, they cut off the live broadcast. Let everyone rest. After breakfast, everyone returned to Earth to rest. A crazy night. I'm really tired. After Luan coaxed Lu Bingyan to sleep, he touched her round and smooth forehead, chuckled softly, and went to the company's laboratory. Start studying the metal in your hand. There is also the so-called Spacely propulsion device. The technical content of these two is still very high. Only, he has a foundation of level 3 civilization, so it's not difficult. The key is, he also has Kong Xian, a god-level expert. He is here. Analyzing this device is much easier. As for metal, the ingredients cannot be identified at this time, because their base still exists. Therefore, it is not qualified to name this metal. Boss, it's not difficult to make this thing, but the strength of anion alloy is far inferior. Kong Xian spread his hands. So that's it. Luan touched his chin, but he was at a loss. I can only give up temporarily and sort out the technology. Get these done. It's already evening. Lu Bingyan woke up dazed and called Luan, "Husband, where have you been? Come back soon, okay?" The voice, like a kitten's, made Luan's heart melt. I'm at the company and will be back soon. If you want to eat something, I can buy it for you. I want to eat spicy hot pot. It's sold by the spicy hot pot cart at the school gate. Lu Bingyan instantly perked up and stared at Luan pitifully. Husband, please, just eat it this time. It's not impossible. Luan touched his chin and did not refuse. Eating a heavy flavored meal occasionally won't have much impact. At most, just add less peppercorns and chili peppers. Luan pursed his lips. He chuckled. A small cart at the school gate. It really turned out delicious in the end. When he was in high school, there was a fishball vendor at the school gate. They were really delicious, handmade, chewy and smooth. Because there is not much pocket money in high school. He skips breakfast twice a week. I bought a box and brought it to the dormitory to eat in the evening. Although the smell is strong and will excite his roommates, they all want to curry favor with him so that they can get extra lessons from him, and they will occasionally buy it for him to eat. Fortunately, their efforts were in vain. They all got admitted to a key university. Shingsong High School. Recall. There are indeed some fun things. The Malatang stall is very conspicuous. Because it's not dinner time yet. There weren't many people queuing. But these are just to help bring food. Each person bought several copies. Luan was not in a hurry and followed the team slowly. Mr. Lu, you also like the spicy hot pot here? The young man in front hesitated for a long time and then mustered up the courage to say hello. No. Luan laughed helplessly. Today, my wife's taste seems to be a bit strong. She wants to eat the spicy hot pot here. It just so happens that I just finished my work and stopped by to buy some. I see. The classmate nodded and said, Master Lu, how about you come first? I need to get food for my roommate, and the portions are quite large. Okay. Luan hesitated for a moment. Is it appropriate? Hey, what's appropriate or inappropriate? I don't care. The young man gave up his seat nonchalantly, then shyly took out a photo. Hey, Master Lu, can you sign an autograph for me? My wife is a huge fan of yours. Can. Regarding this requirement, Luan was still happy to serve. The photo shows a very pretty girl from the south. He picked up the pen and wrote a line of blessings in the lower right corner of the photo, and then wrote his name. Thank you, Master Lu. After receiving the autograph, the young man happily shouted, Thank you so much. It's okay, it's okay. Luan touched his nose. When asked to sign, tell the truth. Luan really didn't expect this. To be honest, this feeling is quite wonderful. Soon. Now it was Luan's turn. After Luan selected several nutritionally balanced ingredients, he handed them to the proprietress and scanned the code to pay. The proprietress was still very excited when she saw Luan. The proprietress is still very young. He looks to be in his 30s. Because she saw Luan, her hands were shaking while she was cooking. After finally finishing, he wiped his hands nervously and said, Mr. Lu, can I take a photo with you? Can. Luan touched his chin and said, This feels amazing. After taking a group photo, the proprietress was overjoyed. Mr. Lu, take care. Thanks. Luan nodded, thanked him, and left quickly. Because he noticed. Many girls with fanatical eyes came here. Don't run anymore. I'm afraid I'll have to stay here. Chapter 130 Return to the Moon. Ah, God, Lu actually ran away. I'm a step late, what a pity. When can Master Lu hold a signing event or something? Yeah, but I want to eat spicy hot pot. I buy whatever Madame Lu eats, so I am equal to Madame Lu, equal to God Lu's wife. Fuck, Jime, this understanding is amazing. A group of girls were chattering and queuing. At the same time, the envious and jealous looks made the proprietress feel uncomfortable. No, I have to buy a store tomorrow, and this card is a bit unsafe. These little girls. It's so scary. But Lord Lu is truly my lucky star. Should I combine the dishes selected by Lucian into a set meal for the lady? What the hell am I, a little genius? The proprietress seemed to have discovered a way to make money. Luan didn't know what the boss lady was thinking. Certainly. I don't mind. After all, this combination is nutritionally balanced and has a lighter taste. It is also good for girls and does not easily cause acne. Back home, Lu Bingyan was already sitting at the entrance waiting eagerly. After seeing Luan come back, she happily threw herself into his arms, hugged his neck, and hummed, You don't know how much I miss you. After giving the spicy hot pot to Sara, Luan easily picked her up and kissed her little face. Sorry. Lu Bingyan smiled coquettishly and put it in Luan's arms obediently. Husband, is your research okay today? Feasible. Luan nodded and continued, Technically, I have no problem understanding it, but the material processing is still not up to par. The gap is too big, and those mysterious elements are completely impossible to identify. So that's it. Lu Bingyan pursed her lips and whispered, Honey, is there a base on the moon? How do you know? Luan was a little surprised. I'm your wife. The way your face changed on the moon, and the way you looked confused, and the way you kept looking in one direction, there must be something wrong. What attracted you must be something left behind by alien civilizations. Lu Bingyan's analysis was very logical. She is worthy of being my wife. Luan nodded, and did not deny it. He just said seriously, I won't take you to this place. Why? Lu Bingyan puffed up her cheeks. She is really looking forward to it. Now that she's been rejected, she must be unhappy. It's very dangerous. Luan rubbed her forehead helplessly. Wait until I go in and confirm that there is no problem, then I will pick you up to play, how about it? Aha! This is possible. Lu Bingyan smiled instantly and touched her belly. She really couldn't be so willful anymore. Finished dinner with my increasingly silly and cute wife. Luan took her for a walk in the manor. Hubby, it would be great if our manor was like spring all year round. Lu Bingyan miscalculated and hid herself in Luan's arms. Although the snow scene is also beautiful, but in the manor, spring still feels the best. This shouldn't be a difficult task. Just install the constant temperature system in the core of the manor. Luan raised his eyebrows and smiled. This wish is easy to achieve. I will make a constant temperature system and put it in our manor, so that the temperature in the manor will be constant. Thank you, husband. It hurts me so much. Lu Bingyan sucked Luan fiercely and said sweetly, Hubby, do I look like a child? Won't. Because my little cutie will always be a little baby. Luan pinched her little nose. I must be the happiest woman in the world. Lu Bingyan's face was filled with pride, but after a gust of wind blew past, she shivered. No, the yard is too cold. Then let us go back. It's not good to have a cold. Luan quickly took her cold little hand and returned to the villa. The warm air instantly made the two people come alive. It's still best to be indoors. You don't need to wear thick cotton clothes and you can always wear pretty little skirts. Ha ha. Luan smiled helplessly. Okay, go to bed quickly. Receive. Lu Bingyan happily changed into her pajamas, lay down on the bed, and patted Luan's pillow. Come on, sleep together. Good. Luan did not refuse. After changing into his pajamas, he lay down in the comfortable bed. Lu Bingyan happily rolled into his arms, blinking her bright eyes as she looked at Luan's face, and murmured softly, Hubby, I've been feeling sleepy lately. Oh right, I feel like I'm going to be hungry soon. I feel like the little guy in my stomach is desperately absorbing my nutrients. Lu Bingyan pouted, a hint of sadness revealed between her brows. After all, children are born as gifted children. During the growth period, there will definitely be huge consumption. I will always be with you. When I'm gone, if you want to eat anything, just tell Mr. Claus. Don't be shy. Luan rubbed her little head and said, Now, the baby in your belly has begun to grow rapidly, and the consumption and load on the mother's body have greatly increased. Just get more rest, eat more, and exercise properly, and you'll be fine. Aha! Lu Bingyan's voice sounded a little tired. She leaned into Luan's arms and fell asleep in less than a minute. Luan looked at his lovely child with pity and said softly, Shiha, turn off the lights. Okay. Shiha controls the circuit and turns off the light. Luan just hugged Lu Bingyan and slept quietly all night. Early the next morning, Lu Bingyan regained her strength once again. Get up in the morning. While the young cook was preparing a nutritious breakfast for pregnant women, Lu Bingyan started practicing with the game maid in the yard. At the same time, also keep an eye on the leaderboard trends. Now the provincial confrontation. The devil doesn't need to be involved in this. The top 10 are completely finalized. Next. Just waiting for the domestic auditions in February. Luan slept in today, a rare occasion. After getting up, he looked at Lu Bingyan and the game mate studying the seated players from various countries seriously. He shook his head helplessly and didn't disturb her. He just ate breakfast by himself. Today, he wants to go back to the moon. Go to that base and see what the situation is. Have dinner. After saying hello to Lu Bingyan, he headed to the moon again. Under the guidance of Jun. The far side of the moon. Luan quickly found the gate to the underground base in a meteorite crater. Because the damage is already severe, the door was not closed tightly. Luan can go directly in through the gap. The corridor is clean and simple, and no electronic equipment can be seen working. Jun also took advantage of the situation to invade the entire base and check the situation. Master, this cosmic energy crystal has been broken and lost its power source. All equipment has stopped working. Connecting the nano weapons can activate some of the base's functions.